Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4NF Chapter 116 Devil Fruit Peeling Experiment. The next day, the newsbird delivered the newspaper. The whole world was shocked. This time on the front page, Morgan's changed his previous style, and the title only had 7 characters. Open black lens bracket. The sorrow of Dressrosa. Close black lens bracket. The content was so explosive that it immediately shocked the entire sea. In particular, Sugar's fruit ability frightened everyone, especially the kings and nobles of those kingdoms. Pirates steal the country. What on earth are world government and marine doing? The kings of the participating countries successively called the world government. Today is Dressrosa, then tomorrow, will it be my own kingdom? Is this scary? So this time, everyone was very tough, pointing at the noses of world government officials and scolding them. They must give an explanation. Soon, layer by layer, the matter was revealed to the 5 elders. Damn Doflamingo, he's always been in trouble. The blonde 5 elders, Shepherd 10-Pit Saint, slapped the table hard and cursed. But after the scolding, a headache followed, extreme headache. Because this matter is really difficult to deal with. How many franchised countries are now making trouble? There are already more than 70, and the number is still rising. They are basically all franchised countries on the Grand Route. The rest of the people nodded when they heard this. Indeed, the kingdoms all over the world are very comfortable, and Doflamingo is too far away from them. If we don't deal with it, I'm afraid the final number will exceed half of the participating countries, which is not a good thing. Yes, a careless handling may very well lead to world turmoil. Well, although we can suppress it, the impact of suppressing dozens or even hundreds of participating countries at the same time will be too bad. You must not use suppression methods, otherwise the army will come in and intervene, and the pirate forces will also take the opportunity to cause trouble, and the situation will be difficult to control. Then, send CP0 to deal with Doflamingo to stabilize the mood of the participating countries? Finally, Curly 5 elders Jago Lucia and Satan Saint made the suggestion. But everyone fell silent. If only it could be that simple. Doflamingo's identity as a celestial dragon actually doesn't mean anything. With the status of the 5 of them, there would be no problem whether they were catching or killing them. But unfortunately, Doflamingo has mastered a secret of the celestial dragons, and this secret must not be exposed yet. Using this as a handle, he obtained the location of Shichibukai, and then even boldly stole Dressrosa. And all of this, 5 elders can only acquiesce in the end. Kill Doflamingo. The 5 old guys think so, but who can guarantee that Doflamingo didn't leave any behind? Advertisement, for example. If you keep this secret in the hands of a diehard, once you die, the diehard will immediately expose the secret. Therefore, even though he was constantly threatened by Doflamingo, the 5 elders did not touch him. Killing is definitely not an option. The bearded 5 elders, Topman Wachuli Saint, shook his head and then said, "This won't work, and that won't work either. Then tell me how to deal with it. How about arresting him and sending him to the 6th floor of Impel Down City? This is a good method. Either tell the rest of the people who know, or lock him up for life. And as long as the person is not dead, Doflamingo's backhand will not be activated." Second, attachment. Suddenly, the eyes of the other people lit up. They all agreed. But who should do this? Well, if you draw a small team from CP0 and ask the Warring States period to dispatch a general, you will be sure. Yes, but you have to find him first. CP is already investigating, and I believe there will be results soon. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you, Saint Jago Lucia Satan. The curly-haired 5 elders nodded and agreed. Marine headquarters. That's what happened. 5 elders asked us to send a general to cooperate with CP0. At the same time, the childlike fruit user named Sugar sent an order to Akainu to capture him, but he must be careful not to be touched by her. After catching someone, send them directly to the Holy Land. In the office, Zanguo said with a serious face. Sengoku, who are you going to let go with CP0? Aokiji, after all. Akainu is guarding the New World G1 branch, and Kizaru is the fast and mobile force of the headquarters. Neither of them can move lightly. Well, for Aokiji, that's quite appropriate, Crane nodded. For now, that's all it can do. Find a way to contact Junlin. Waiting for Doflamingo's location to be reported from CP. Warring States' tone instantly turned cold. Reveal the news quietly. Warring States period, you. Crane's eyes suddenly widened. Since becoming Fleet Admiral, Sengoku has always obeyed the orders of the 5 elders. Would you actually say such a thing? But soon, she also recalled it. That's Doflamingo. If you really want to talk about it, the hatred between Sengoku and him is really great. I didn't have the chance before, but now, it really does exist. Advertisement, Crane. I know what I'm doing. I still remember that boy standing here 7 years ago, his eyes full of disappointment. Now that I have this opportunity, I want to take a gamble. Hear this. Crane was silent, then turned and left. But when she walked to the door and was about to open the door. But he turned his back to Warring States and spoke. I know what to do. On the way back to his office, Heia sighed deeply. Warring States, do you know what you want to take advantage of? The so-called leader of the King's Landing organization. There is a high possibility that he is the boy you are talking about. Luo Lan still doesn't know what happened at Marine headquarters. At this moment, he was very excited, not because of Doflamingo, but after getting the Hailu stone, Luo Lan once had a fantastic plan. Finally, implementation can begin. Colonel, this is the devil fruit peeling chamber created based on your idea. Pointing to a 5 by 5 by 5 meter metal cube in front of him, Silas introduced. We only have these sea tower stones. How did you make it so big? Actually, the main body of this thing is still steel, but on the outer surface, we have coated it with a layer of seafloor stone powder. So that's it. Luo Lan nodded. No wonder it could be so big. It turned out that it was not made entirely of seafloor stone, but only had a layer of plating on the outermost part. Then we can start now. Yes, as long as the test product is in place, we can start immediately. Very well, bring Buggy here, Luo Lan shouted loudly. Then, a container with only Buggy's head exposed and filled with seawater was carried in by 2 soldiers. What are you going to do? Let me tell you, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, is my brother, and even that white beard is an old acquaintance of mine. If you know the truth, let me go as soon as possible, otherwise. Was sent to the laboratory. Buggy instinctively felt bad. He screamed immediately. Not to mention Shanks, even Whitebeard was carried out by him. But obviously, Luo Lan, who had read the original work, ignored him at all. Let's get started. Yes, Colonel, Silas nodded and immediately commanded the 2 sailors. Take action. Advertisement Chapter 117 Paramecia, the Split Fruit. A man in a white coat came over and put a collar made of sea stone around Buggy's neck. Then, the 2 Marines opened the top cover of the container, took Buggy out, and dragged him into the devil fruit stripping chamber. Finally, he took out an apple and placed it on the ground. What on earth are you going to do? Let me go, please let me go, I have a lot of treasure maps, all for you. The bad feeling in Buggy's heart has become stronger and stronger. Yelling wildly, however, what was waiting for him was a bang. The entrance was slammed shut. The completely enclosed space was instantly plunged into darkness, and nothing could be seen. And outside. Silas was also a little excited. There's no problem in theory, but whether it will work or not depends on the moment. Colonel, everything is ready. Okay, execution? Clear. Silas raised the corner of his mouth suddenly, and then pressed the huge round button on the device in front of him. Then, it was waiting. After 3 full minutes, he waved his hand. The 2 Marines stepped forward again and reopened the entrance. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Buggy, who was tied to the middle pillar, had been shot into a hornet's nest by bullets, with blood flowing all over the floor. At the 4 corners above, there is a machine gun set up. At this moment, there was a wisp of smoke coming from the muzzles of the guns. Obviously, Buggy was killed by these machine guns. What is really amazing is the apple that the sailor put on the ground. Strange lines appeared at this moment. This, if it's not a devil fruit, what else could it be? A man in a white coat immediately walked into it, took out the note he had prepared long ago, and stuck it on the new devil fruit. It says, Paramecia, split fruit. That's right, they just successfully peeled this fruit out of Buggy's body. To say stay away is actually very simple. First of all, the sea tower stone has an absolute shielding effect on devil fruit abilities. Secondly, after the Esper dies, the energy of the devil fruit will leave the host and find the fruit again to parasitize. In this way, things will be simple. First, place the person in a space completely surrounded by sea tower stones, and then leave a piece of fruit. Then, when this ability user dies, the devil fruit energy cannot leave this room, because advertisement the entire room's appearance was covered with a layer of seafloor stone powder. And the result is, unable to escape from the devil fruit energy in this room, the apple prepared in advance is its only choice. Colonel, we succeeded, very good. Next, I will ask Ian to cooperate with you and escort all the ability users detained in the branch. Clear. Silas nodded. Luo Lan was also very excited because he could already predict that it wouldn't take long. There will be a lot of devil fruits in the branch. Moreover, there are several very powerful fruits among them. Just like Crocodile's Logia rustling fruit. Silas, you should also do some research next to see if you can solve the side effects of the devil fruit, and if there is a way for people to eat 2 fruits at the same time. Yes, Colonel. Silas responded loudly and accepted the task. After all, just today Sisyphus, a scientist who is not weaker than himself, came, which also gave Silas more time. By the way, where's Kaya? I haven't seen her since I've been here recently. After Luo Lan looked around, she realized that she still didn't see Kaya today. He couldn't help but ask, Colonel, after you failed to unlock the second genetic lock last time, Kaya has been locking herself in laboratory number 2 to try to solve this problem. Come to think of it, it's been more than half a month. To be honest, if Luo Lan hadn't mentioned it, Silas would have almost forgotten it. After all his thoughts are spent on scientific research every day. Luo Lan nodded, then turned and left, heading towards laboratory number 2. That little girl, although her physical problem has been solved, she still can't work so hard. Along the way, Luo Lan couldn't help but feel distressed. Inside laboratory number 2, Kaya looked tired. At this moment, she was doing some kind of experiment, and her face suddenly became ecstatic. Finally what? Hey, brother Luo Lan, when did you come? A sudden voice came from behind, startling Kaya. Turning around, Luo Lan was looking at him with a smile. By the way, experiment. Brother Luo Lan, I already know why your second gene lock couldn't be opened last time. Hearing this, Luo Lan also became serious. Advertisement. After all, he can't eat devil fruit, so he doesn't have supernatural abilities. This is always a pity. However, according to Silas, after unlocking the second gene lock, he should be able to awaken some extraordinary abilities. It's just a pity that it didn't succeed last time. So, Kaya discovered the problem and herself. Can we finally open the second genetic lock? Why? Because the previous time did not fail. What's the meaning? Luo Lan was a little confused. If there was no failure, then why didn't I change anything? Because it takes time to open the second genetic lock. How long? According to my theory, it should take about 3 months, but it has been more than a month now. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any changes. At this time, Kaya showed a look of confusion again. Yes, although it requires a process, it is not to be fully opened at the end of the process, but to be gradually opened along with the process. In other words, after more than a month, Luo Lan shouldn't have no reaction at all. But I didn't feel anything. Luo Lan spread her hands, feeling helpless. Brother Luo Lan, have you seen the test tube in my hand? I saw it. Try it, there's an invisible hand, grab the test tube and bring it to you. A row of question marks stood above Roland's head. What the hell? Brother Luo Lan, don't think too much about it first, try it according to what I say. Alright. Seeing Kaya's extremely serious expression, Luo Lan couldn't say anything shocking. Just play a game with this little girl. Then his eyes were fixed on the test tube. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Kaya, nothing happened. Brother Luo Lan, your method is wrong. Method? Well, first of all, you have to believe that you can do it, and you must believe it from the bottom of your heart. Kaya said seriously. However, this is a bit difficult for Luo Lan. Because, at this moment, he doesn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 118 Momosagi. How big am I like Rhode Island? A full hour. Luo Lan was cooperating in the laboratory. However, nothing happened in the end, which caused Kaya to fall deeply into self-doubt. Could it be? Is your theory actually wrong? Seeing this scene, Luo Lan couldn't bear it. After all, she is still a 15-year-old girl, and she shouldn't be so direct. Kaya, don't be sad, look, I just, well. At this moment, the two of them showed the same confused expression. Just now, Luo Lan was thinking of doing a funny thing for Kaya to make him smile. Then he made a pass that was 2 out of 10, and opened his right hand towards the test tube in Kaya's hand. But the result? Before I had time to show off, I had prepared the funny expression. The test tube flew out of Kaya's hand, and with a swish, came to Luo Lan's right hand. 2 people. Stunned at the same time, I'm going. What's going on? Could it be that what Kaya just said is true? Has it really begun to awaken? And, this is, mind power? Luo Lan's eyes suddenly widened. Then, he looked at the test tube in his palm. Fly. Let me fly. Whoosh. The test tube instantly separated from the palm and was suspended in the air. Immediately, according to what Luo Lan thought in his mind, he actually flew out. Finally, it landed firmly on the test bench. Therefore, my previous failure was due to my inability to do so. And now the reason for success. Is it also because I wanted to put on a funny show and didn't even think about whether to believe it or not? As for this time, is it because I already believe it? Luo Lan somewhat understood. Just like you control your own arm, first you are 100% sure that your arm exists and that you will act according to your own ideas. To put it more bluntly, if your right hand does not exist in your perception, then you will not control your right hand. Result. Your right hand will not move. Okay, this is quite convoluted. Even Luo Lan himself was confused by such thoughts. Just don't think about it anymore. At this moment, Luo Lan suddenly felt a murderous aura. Who is it? Looking around, I immediately locked onto Kaya. Advertisement. So, Brother Luo Lan, you didn't believe it at all before, and you were just playing house with me? Wait, Kaya, that's not the case. If that's not the case, then why haven't you succeeded before? Isn't it because you still don't believe what I say? Well, Luo Lan really couldn't object to this. After all, he did not believe it before, even if Kaya told himself, try to believe it. But he still didn't take it seriously, really. It was my fault. Kaya, I'm sorry. Looking at the angry Kaya, Luo Lan directly admitted her mistake. His attitude was downright sincere. Peeved. You're kidding, I'm not angry. Also, congratulations to you, Brother Luo Lan. Once the second gene lock is completely unlocked, your ability should be able to create unlimited possibilities. Kaya said happily. She was really happy that Luo Lan had become stronger. But soon, she couldn't be happy anymore. Luo Lan's face was straight. Kaya, please go back and have a good rest now. I will give Silas an order later and you will not be allowed to enter the Scientific Research Institute for 3 days. Today, Kaya is obsessed with genetics. If she was not allowed to enter the Research Institute for 3 days, wouldn't it cost her her life? He immediately started acting coquettishly. It's a pity that Luo Lan was completely unmoved. In her resentful eyes, Luo Lan left the laboratory. One day, just one day, Branch 157 obtained more than 20 devil fruits. Logia, rustling fruit. Paramecia, split fruit. Paramecia, sticky fruit. Paramecia, flying fruit. Paramecia, stone fruit. Paramecia, burst fruit. Paramecia, quick cut fruit. 23 pieces in total. Most of them are provided by the Don Quixote family, as well as the Baroque Works Society. At the same time, there are also various forces from the volcanic island Sea War. Of course, Buggy is also on the list. However, Luo Lan is not planning to distribute all these fruits, but plans to learn the system of marine headquarters. There are two ways to obtain devil fruits. Percent. Z% 1% at first, price each devil fruit, but the price is not Bailey, but military merit. At the same time, a complete military merit system was established within the 157 branch. Regardless of military rank, you can rely on your accumulated military merit to redeem it. Advertisement in not only devil fruits, but also the Liang Kuei sword, the Great Kuei sword, and the Supreme Kuei sword produced by the Sword Forging Workshop can do this. Second, you can also receive it after you have made significant contributions and been unanimously approved by the branch management. Of course, you don't just change them randomly, but the branch gives you several fruits for you to choose from. If you are not satisfied, you can also give up the choice and discount it at half price as military merit. After all, most of the sailors in the frontline combat troops are not biochemical people. And Luo Lan. It is also necessary to customize some rules like this to improve these people's cultivation and fighting enthusiasm. This plan was directly supported by everyone at the branch high-level meeting. Moreover, everyone also put forward various suggestions to make it more perfect and reasonable. Finally, after 3 days, a brand new military merit system unique to branch 157 has been officially implemented. It triggered jubilation among the frontline troops. That's a devil fruit. Even with the help of the Marine Cafeteria and Training Center, even ordinary Marines in the branch can have a power value of 3 to 400, but who doesn't yearn for superpowers? To them, aren't devil fruits the same as superpowers? As a result, all the sailors in the entire frontline battle sequence started the self-training mode. This made Luo Lan very satisfied. East Daxia Sea. It is only 3 nautical miles away from the windless zone. The original site of Rhode Island. A large marine warship arrived here at this moment. On the bow deck, a tall female general wearing a marine justice coat. I was immediately dumbfounded. Rhode Island is so big. Why is it gone? Navigator, yes, Lieutenant General. Are you sure we didn't go to the wrong place? Absolutely not. Momoshagi still trusts the navigators on his ship. After all these years, I have never made any mistakes. He is one of the best navigators in the entire headquarters. However, the problem arises. Where did Rhode Island go? After a while, Momoshagi took out a phone bug. Blue brew brew. Here's the crane. Sister I am Momoshagi. What, is it him? This, I don't know what to say. Crane was stunned for a moment. What do you mean you don't know what to say? However, the next moment, after hearing what Momoshagi said, Crane was also dumbfounded. Sister I've arrived, but Rhode Island is gone. Chapter 119 Violet was arrested. Guillaume, you said Rhode Island is missing? Crane was a little confused. Why is such a big island gone? You know, Rhode Island is not a small island, but a proper medium-sized island. Even if it is the only golden lion that can move islands, it can only move some small islands. A medium-sized island. How could it be possible that he suddenly disappeared? Could it be? Did you go to the wrong place in Gion? But before Suru could ask, Momoshagi blurted out. Sister I have confirmed again and again that I am definitely not in the wrong place. Momosagi's tone is extremely serious. For a moment, Crane was speechless. Really, she didn't know what to say. Late at night. The royal capital of Alabasta, Albana, west side. The northernmost part of the Santadora River. The more than 200-meter-long Tana slowly emerged from the water. Then, the top hatch opened, and a tall female figure wearing a mask came to the shore on the moonwalk. Your Majesty Cobra, are everyone here already? Tina came to Cobra and asked. Well, there are 1,500 people in the first batch, but can your ship take them all away at once? This is 1,500 people. Even for Marine's large warships, there are at most 200 people on board, right? No problem. Tina didn't care at all. The internal space of Tana itself is very large, and this is a de-armed version. There are no missiles, mechas, torpedoes, etc. The more wealth there is, the more space there will be. In addition, from Alabasta to Rhode Island, at Tana's speed, it would not even take 2 days. If extremely high living conditions are not required, even more can be accommodated, let alone 1,500 people. Hearing this, Cobra also nodded and asked no more questions. Then he gave Gal a few instructions and left. Subsequently, these 1,500 people in Gal, under the command of Tina, continued to be sent into Tana in small boats. About an hour later, Tana left and everything returned to calm. It's like nothing happened. Not all of the Alabasta people who were taken to branch 157 will eventually become sailors. It still depends on the results of the recruit training. Those who fail will be assigned to logistics, factories and other places. Of course, some with special skills may also enter special units such as the intelligence department. Advertisement as for people who can't do anything. Then let's do sanitation for the time being. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible to release them back to Alabasta within 1 or 2 years. At the same time, after they arrived in Rhode Island and completed recruit training, If you want to bring your family over to live permanently, that is also possible. Regarding this point, Luo Lan had already reached an agreement with Cobra. Anyway, it doesn't cost a few points to build some residential buildings. Besides, even if you are an ordinary person, you will still have no problem working as a logistics worker, or a handyman. The only regret is that Luo Lan can only recruit male soldiers in Alabasta. After all, there are no women in the royal army of this country. If Cobra recruits women to join the army, it will definitely attract a lot of attention, and there will even be large-scale protests within his own kingdom. This is not what Luo Lan wants, so it's better to find a way to recruit some women back. Otherwise, the entire branch might have thousands of people, but only a few women. This is too Yangqi. The soldiers under my command don't even have a wife. But where to find so many women? This is also one of the problems Luo Lan will solve in the future. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. Things in Dressrosa are still fermenting and are getting more intense. More and more kingdoms are putting pressure on the world government. Their number has even exceeded 100. As for the world government, before they caught Doflamingo, they had no choice but to marine take over Dressrosa and rescued King Riku III. However, some contradictions arose during the process of returning the kingdom to King Riku. The marine, led by Akainu, successfully captured a group of important members of the Don Quixote family after arriving in Dressrosa. For example, Virgo. Another example, Violet and other people who did not follow Doflamingo to the volcanic island. As for the sugar, it seemed that he had left early. Akainu searched the entire kingdom but could not find it. As for the captured Don Quixote family members, let alone they don't know where the sugar has gone. Many people don't even know who Sugar is. Then, King Riku negotiated with Akainu, hoping that he could release Violet. After all, she did not join the Don Quixote family voluntarily, but was forced by Doflamingo. If it were Aokiji, he would probably be released directly. No matter how bad things get, he will call warring states and ask if he can be released. But Akainu, he was not willing to talk to King Riku at all. In his eyes, pirates are pirates. Advertisement: it doesn't matter how you became a pirate, or whether you have harmed civilians. As long as you are a pirate, there is a way to die. Release him? Haha, impossible. Violet was sent directly to a prison ship and sent to impel down together with other captured people. It's not like King Riku hasn't thought about looking for world government. However, the world government itself is in dire straits, and Doflamingo is unable to find the culprit to vent his anger on. As a result, the 5 elders, who had been suffering from high blood pressure from hundreds of franchise countries, directly directed all their anger at King Riku. If it weren't for you being such a waste, how could you have been robbed by Doflamingo? If Doflamingo had not succeeded in stealing the country, where would the trouble be today? After all, the root of everything lies with you. As for your daughter? Is there any problem with imprisoning pirates and impel down? We can't catch Doflamingo now, so why can't we deal with you, the useless king of Riku? Therefore, even if King Riku approached the world government, he still came back without success. Want to rob? A marine general, several lieutenant generals, plus more than 3,000 elite marines. This is obviously impossible to succeed. King Kaliku is unwilling to give up. What should we do? It was late the night before Violet was sent away. A newsbird took advantage of the darkness and flew into King Riku's temporary residence. Place a telephone bug outside the window and tap on the glass. Immediately, he left. King Riku opened the window and looked at the phone bug in front of him and was confused for a moment. In addition to delivering newspapers, when did this newsbird start delivering phone bugs? Blue brew brew. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. King Riku immediately realized that someone wanted to establish contact with him. In addition, the reason why I can come out this time is because of the pressure from many franchise countries, but if I get to the bottom of it. Or because of that Morgan's report. And this phone bug was sent by Newsbird, so. Which famous Morgans? Hello, His Majesty King Riku. There was a phone bug, and a voice that sounded very young came from the phone. So, this is what Morgan's voice sounds like. He sounded a bit like a young man. Hello, I have to thank Mr. Morgans this time, otherwise Dressrosa wouldn't know how much. Before King Riku could finish speaking, the young voice on the other side interrupted him. Stop it, I'm not Morgans. Chapter 120 Attack on Prison Ship. King Riku was stunned for a while. After all, this phone bug was sent by a newsbird. Therefore, of course he thought the opponent was Morgans. The result is not. Who are you? King Lin is also the one who provided information to Morgans so that you could see the light of day again. King's Landing. King Riku, who had just been released, had never heard of King's Landing at all. However, since it was the other party who passed the news to Morgans, then Dressrosa and myself, they all owe Jun Lin a favor. No matter what the other party wants, at least you won't hang up the phone right now, but start by listening carefully. His Majesty King Riku, I am contacting you this time because I want to ask you something. What's up? You have a daughter named Violet, right? You. What do you want to do by asking this? King Riku suddenly became alert. Don't worry, I won't do anything. I just want to ask her if she is willing to join King's Landing. In return, we will ensure that Doflamingo is completely killed and provide full protection for Dressrosa in the future, no matter. What if the opponent is Marine, 4 Emperors, or World Government? King Riku was stunned for a moment. Is this King's Landing organization that I have never heard of so awesome? Whether it's Marine, 4 Emperors or World Government. But, let Violet join such an organization that may fight with the world government at any time. To be honest, King Liku is not willing. What if I don't agree? It's okay. I'll come there myself, knock Violet out and take her away. That'll be fine. No, what are you talking about? Everyone in King Liku was dumbfounded. What do you mean? If I don't agree, you can come here yourself, knock my daughter unconscious and take her away. What do you want to do, guy? But, soon the king sighed deeply. The King's Landing organization, right? Yes, His Majesty King Liku. I can't promise you this, even if you come here in person. Oh, why? Advertisement, because Violet has been captured by Marine and will go to impel down on the prison ship tomorrow. What? Why did Marine capture Violet? If this woman remembers correctly, she was just forced to become Doflamingo's subordinate. Your Majesty King Liku, who did it? Admiral Marine, Akainu. Well, it turned out to be him, then everything is easy to understand. For this guy, as long as you have the word pirate above your head. It doesn't matter if you were forced to join, or if you killed civilians or Marines, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that the pirate must die. Well, it seems that I have finished asking some questions. His Majesty King Liku can rest assured that after I rescue Violet, the conditions I promised you before will still be valid. Then, let's do this for today. With that said, Luo Lan hung up the phone. King Liku, on the other hand, was still sighing. Is there any other way to rescue Violet? Etc. Suddenly, King Liku remembered something. The man who came to the throne just now seemed to say that after rescuing Violet, the conditions agreed before are still valid. Will Violet, after being rescued? Is this King's Landing organization planning to take action? Can they really make it? I have heard that in order to prevent Doflamingo from rescuing people halfway, 3 warships and 3 elite lieutenants will be escorted at the same time this time. Coupled with the sailors on the prison ship, the number of soldiers alone was hundreds. Is this Junlin organization so confident? But, since I don't have any solution, it doesn't matter whether Junlin really has a solution or is just talking nonsense. At least, it's an opportunity, right? 2 days later. Rhode Island. The original 3-story building has been transformed into a 15-story building. There are only 2 huge offices on the 15th floor. One is Luo Lan's office of the branch director, and the other is the office of Tina's deputy branch director. The 14th floor is composed of 1 primary school, 2 middle schools and 8 primary schools, with a total of 11 conference rooms. At this moment, Luo Lan, Tina and Smoker are all gathered here. Luxuriously occupied, the only large conference room. What, you're going to rob the prison ship? Tina is shocked. Smoker's eyes widened. On the side, Tina also looked in disbelief. Yes, just now, Luo Lan told the 2 of them that he was going to intercept the prison ship and rescue a person from it. This immediately scared them. Advertisement, can that thing like a prison ship be robbed casually? How is this different from attacking Marine? But soon, after Luo Lan told Violet's story, the 2 of them also fell silent. Another important point is Violet's devil fruit ability and Paramesh's staring fruit. Glay fruit? What is its ability? Tina was stunned and then asked. There are very troublesome abilities. One is clairvoyance, which can expand one's field of vision to a maximum of 4,000 kilometers away, and the other is mind observation, which can read what the other person is currently thinking. Hiss. Tina and Smoker are not stupid. I immediately realized how abnormal this ability was. Do you understand now? Violet must not fall into the hands of the world government, otherwise. Although Luo Lan did not continue speaking, Tina and Smoker both nodded. It seemed that the prison ship had to be attacked. Violet must also be rescued and brought back to the 157th branch. It is not difficult for us to avoid harming the sailors on the ship and at the same time not allowing other criminals to take the opportunity to escape, but there is a problem this time, and that is. Akainu arranged for 3 elite lieutenants to accompany the ship. They are Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stoloberg. Good guys. It turns out to be these 3 guys. Should I say that I am truly worthy of serving under Akainu? All of them are famous hawkish generals from Marine headquarters. Luo Lan, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with these 3 guys without hurting anyone. Smoker was kicked out of the headquarters very early, but Tina was different. Therefore, she knows the strength of these 3 people very well. Although after coming to branch 157, his strength improved horribly. Even at this moment, she was confident that she could defeat one of the 3. But that was also under full force, and if you do it with all your strength, it is impossible not to cause injury to the other party. It's okay. These 3 guys are very strong. Even if they are beaten violently, the most they can do is lie in bed for a while. Didn't you just say you can't hurt the sailors? Yes, but the 3 of them are lieutenant generals and not Marines. As long as they don't kill or maim them, it'll be fine. Tina was stunned for a moment. Is this a double standard? But, Tina can only deal with 1 person at most, and Smoker, I'm afraid it's not even close. It's okay. You deal with 1, I'll deal with 1, and leave the other to Ace and Zoro. As for Smoker, he's responsible for rescuing people. Listening to the conversation between the 2, Smoker was speechless for a while. I feel like I've been hit hard by 10,000 points in my heart. You asked me to come over for a meeting, but in the end I couldn't even get along with Kakuzu? Chapter 121 The Name of the Battle, Rescuing the Princess. The prison ship sets off from Dressrosa and wants to reach Impel Down. What route should we take? There are 4 methods in total. First, enter North Blue or West Blue through the windless zone, then cross the Upside Down Mountain again and enter the Grand Line, then cross half the planet to reach the end of the first half, and finally enter the windless zone again and arrive at Impel Down. Second, then leave the ship and climb over the entire Red Continent with bare hands. This method requires a transfer ship to be prepared at the other end of the Red Continent. Third, drive directly through the Red Earth Continent through the official channel of the world government. The first way is too time-consuming. After all, the entire voyage is thousands of nautical miles longer. The second way is even more impossible and requires no explanation. Therefore, Marines' prison ships will adopt the third method. After all, I am qualified to use the official channel, and the voyage is also the shortest. From Dressrosa to Impel Down, it is only over 700 nautical miles. Even if the prison ship is not fast, 10 days is enough time to arrive. This should be the best place to intercept. With the chart spread out on the table, Tina pointed to a certain point on the windless belt and said, "This location is almost between the Marine headquarters and Impel Down City. No matter which side sends reinforcements, it will take almost 2 hours to arrive. However, there is still trouble, and that is, Kizaru. The warship takes nearly 2 hours, but if Kizaru goes out alone, I'm afraid it will only take a few minutes to arrive. Both Aokiji and Akainu need to rotate to guard the G1 branch, but Kizaru does not need to. And the reason? It lies in his strategic level maneuverability. No matter where something goes wrong, he can arrive quickly. Luo Lan, what will General Kizaru do? Once we take action, the headquarters will definitely send General Kizaru over, in a few minutes. I'm afraid there's not enough time." Hearing Tina's words, Smoker also frowned. After all, it is right next to the headquarters, and Kizaru's problem cannot be avoided at all. It doesn't matter, we just need to choose to do it late at night. Advertisement. Unlike the two people who frowned, Luo Lan was very calm. "What's the meaning?" Tina asked in confusion. "It's simple. I know this guy Perusalino too well. Yes, it won't take him more than 3 minutes at most from Marine headquarters to our ambush location, but these 3 minutes are calculated from the time he received the order and set off from the Marine headquarters. The time on the road is 3 minutes. If it's daytime, then including the time when headquarters gets the news and notifies Kizaru of departure, it can only add 1 minute at most, that is, 4 minutes. But at night, it's different. Why is it different at night?" Tina and Smoker were a little confused. As Marines, they are not always on call 24 hours a day. Even if they are sleeping, they have to set off immediately when an order comes. Even if it's slower than during the day, it's only an extra 1 or 2 minutes at most, right? It doesn't make much difference, there's still not enough time. No, this guy will use various reasons not to take the phone bug back when he goes to bed at night. For example, if I left it in the office. For example, I dropped it on the way home. Another example is, use a phone bug to hit another phone bug, and then don't hang up. Anyway, if you want to find Kizaru in the middle of the night, unless you send a messenger to his house and knock on the door. As for the General Villa area, it's only a short distance from the Marine headquarters building. Commander, you have to run for 10 minutes anyway. In addition to the delivery of orders, and the time this guy spent rubbing his eyes, stretching a few times, yawning a few times, getting dressed, etc. It's impossible to finish in less than 5 minutes. So, if we operate in the middle of the night, we should have about 20 minutes. Tina and Smoker were immediately stunned. Luo Lan actually knew all the habits and techniques of General Kizaru. That's outrageous. No, how come you know so much about General Kizaru? Tina is shocked. It's very simple, because those are what I taught him back then. What did you teach me? For him, his original methods and excuses were all too low level. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I taught him a few tricks. Smoker opened his mouth wide and his jaw hit the ground. Advertisement. Tina's eyes widened, her outlook on the face completely shattered. Any other questions? Does the entire King's Landing fleet need to be dispatched? Smoker raised his hand and asked. However, before Luo Lan could answer, Tina rolled her eyes. Are you stupid? If the surface ship drives over, even if the mission is completed quickly, can you escape Admiral Kizaru's search? Obviously it's impossible. After all, before we left visual distance, General Kizaru arrived. When Tina said this, Smoker was a little embarrassed. Okay, if there are no other problems, we will set off in 3 days. Then, it will take another 3 days to reach the target location and prepare for an ambush. After the operation begins, I will use Conqueror's Hockey as soon as possible to knock down all the sailors except the 3 elite lieutenant generals. Immediately afterwards, I, Tina, Ace, and Zoro will go out to hold down the 3 elite lieutenant generals including Ghost Spider. Smoker, you. Find Violet within 5 minutes and bring her to the deck. Baby 5 will be responsible for intercepting during the retreat. There is no need to defeat it, it just needs to be delayed for a while. Finally, Tana dives. The above is the entire combat operation. Tina and Smoker were looking at the chart and listening to Luo Lan's plan. He pondered for a long time. Luo Lan, what if Kizaru brought the phone back that day and received the order immediately and set off? Don't worry, I have already considered this possibility. I will prepare a few phone bugs and arrange for several sailors to call Kizaru one after another during the operation. Hiss. This guy is so bad. How could such a disgusting method be thought of? In other words, even if Kizaru did take the phone bug home that day, Luo Lan would rely on seizing the line to delay Kizaru's receipt of the order again. Of course, this is just a backup plan, just in case. In fact, based on Luo Lan's understanding of Kizaru, the probability of this happening is even less than 1%. Any more questions? Luo Lan asked again. This time, no one finally spoke, and both of them nodded. Okay, let's go back and prepare. We will set off in 3 days. Operation name. Save the Princess, Chapter 122 Buster Call is launched. The Grand Line. The end of the first half, located between Marine Headquarters and Impel Down. A special ship modified from a large warship is sailing on the sea under the escort of 3 large warships of the same size. On the deck of one of the warships, the Ghost Spider folded his arms and blew in the sea breeze. Next to him stood a lieutenant colonel, who was his deputy. Lieutenant General, isn't this escort a little too grand? What do you know, that guy Doflamingo is famous for protecting his enemies, and among the people we escorted this time, there is one of his top cadres, and this guy Virgo is still ashamed to our marine, and there is no room for carelessness. Yes, Lieutenant General, the Lieutenant Colonel nodded. However, he is not worried about Doflamingo coming. Let's not talk about whether he can defeat 3 elite Lieutenant Generals. Even if he can, this place is right next to the headquarters. As long as he dares to come, he will never leave. Boom. At this time, a terrifying momentum was suppressed instantly. Before the Lieutenant Colonel even had time to think about anything, his eyes went dark. The whole person had already fallen down. Although the Ghost Spider still stood up, he was shocked in his heart. This level of conquerors. Who is it? Dang Ji took out his phone and wanted to contact the headquarters. However, when the phone bug escaped, he discovered. This thing was just like his adjutant, who completely fainted. After all, the phone bug is essentially a living thing. Throwing the fainted phone bug on the deck, Ghost Spider took out another golden phone bug. Yes, this is Buster Call. In order to prevent unexpected situations, Akainu personally handed it to Ghost Spider before departure. This is a special kind of phone bug that cannot make calls and can only send signals. Moreover, its signal can only be received by the corresponding silver phone bug. And the reason why the golden telephone bug is used as the starting device of Buster Call also makes sense. Because this particular phone bug is naturally unafraid of conquerors. Otherwise, if you use other phone bugs as the initiator of Buster Call, your opponent only needs 1 conquerors to sweep the entire field, and you won't be able to activate it, right? This is also the reason why Akainu gave the golden phone bug to the Ghost Spider. Advertisement. Not really to launch a Buster Call, but when needed, the message can be spread. Ghost Spider pressed it directly without thinking. The next moment, in a special room at Marine Headquarters, a silver phone bug's eyes widened and he shouted. Immediately, the alarm was sounded. The entire port suddenly became busy. After all, it is not that easy for 5 large warships to go to sea. The news was also passed to the Fleet Admiral office. It was already very late, and warring states originally wanted to go back to rest after processing this batch of documents. Who knew that such a big situation would suddenly occur? Akainu's Buster Call. Yes. What about specific goals? It is located between the headquarters and Impel Down City. There are no islands there. Wait, if I remember correctly, the prison ship escorting Virgo is scheduled to arrive in 2 hours, right? Yes, Fleet Admiral. The Marine nodded. Warring states, on the other hand, pondered for a while. No, this is not a normal Buster Call. It was feared that there was a problem with the escort fleet and the phone bug couldn't contact them, so Ghost Spider and the others came up with a solution. As for the Buster Call, Akainu probably gave it to Ghost Spider and the others temporarily. How long until the Buster Call fleet can set off? 20 minutes later. Too slow. After finishing his words, Warring States directly picked up the phone. Blue brew brew. Blue brew brew. Blue brew brew. Bang. Damn Kizaru, you're not answering the phone. Go to Kizaru's house as quickly as possible and order him to set out for support immediately. Warring States slapped the table hard and shouted an order. Yes, Fleet Admiral, just as Luo Lan expected. Kizaru forgot the phone bug in his office again and did not take it home. So that, Sengoku was unable to contact him directly. I had to send someone to run over and deliver the order. Advertisement. Now, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stoloberg have all left their warships and arrived on the prison ship. After all, except for the 3 of them, everyone was basically fainted. Although the major generals managed to survive, their condition was not very good either. In other words, now there are only 3 of them who can fight with all their strength. Have you contacted headquarters? No, the phone bug was stunned. Me too, but I used General Akainu's Buster Call. Support will arrive soon. Upon hearing this, both Doberman and Stoloberg's eyes lit up. Just get in touch. As for guarding the prison ship, as long as the people coming are not the 4 emperors, they are still confident. At this moment, Doberman suddenly felt something. Be careful, it's coming. After a while, several figures were seen falling from the sky. The clothes each of them wore immediately made the 3 of them understand who the other party was. Kinglan, you are from King's Landing. That's right, but I'm sorry, I'm pressed for time next time, so I won't chat anymore. Immediately, one of the figures faced the ghost spider, and of the remaining 4 groans, 2 faced Stoloberg, and 1 faced Doberman. As for the 5th figure, he rushed directly to the cabin. Damn it. The 3 Dobermans naturally discovered the purpose of that figure. But it's a pity that they are all entangled by each other's people at this time, and there is no way to escape. I could only watch helplessly as the figure rushed into the cabin. Dash 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 dash. Luo Lan was dealing with a ghost spider at the moment. Among all the lieutenant generals in the headquarters, except for Garp, he and the 2 general candidates, Ghost Spider's strength is definitely the top. His Grandmaster 6th form and the return of life. In addition, Ghost Spider's sword skills are also very good, and he can also use muskets. The most important thing is that his domineering attainments in armed color and knowledge color are also quite high. As soon as Luo Lan came up, he started a close combat with the Ghost Spider. This is the fighting method Luo Lan hates the most, but there is no way because he cannot be given the chance to rush into the cabin. Close combat is the best way. Holding 2 guns in hand, Luo Lan showed off his gunfighting skills to the fullest at this moment. He immediately used the 2 guns Kasul and Jackal to make a fool of himself. Ghost Spider, who had never seen this kind of fighting method, was very unaccustomed to it for a while. At the same time, I was also greatly shocked. His physique alone is not inferior to his own, and the fighting techniques he uses are so weird. This guy from King's Landing is actually so powerful. Chapter 123 Caesar takes the opportunity to escape from prison. Close range gunfighting, zero range shooting, full range arc ballistics, etc. Coupled with action prediction and reaction capabilities far beyond ordinary people. This is the gunfighting technique that Luo Lan first created. Of course, now it also incorporates the color of knowledge. Therefore, this is a kind of combination of a large number of technologies, making them all serve 2 guns, covering all types of combat skills from far, medium, close, and even zero distance. Of course, the gunfighting technique at this moment is not the complete one in Luo Lan's mind. Because, there is still one most important thing missing. That is, strengthen the means of attack. Although the 2 guns customized by Silas are very strong, they cannot be used against elite lieutenant generals, especially those with very strong physiques. The problem of lack of attack power has been magnified countless times. However, this problem is not unsolvable, and there are at least 3 solutions. 1. Add certain fruit abilities to the fired bullets. But Luo Lan couldn't do this because he couldn't eat devil fruit. 2nd. Armed color. By practicing the weapon color to the stage of external release or even internal destruction, bullets covered by the weapon color can be fired, thereby greatly increasing the damage. At present, Luo Lan is still a little behind and cannot do it for the time being. 3. Conqueror's entanglement. This is the same as armed color domineering, Luo Lan is also unable to do it for the time being. Therefore, for now, Luo Lan can fight and even injure a strong man at the level of Ghost Spider, but couldn't defeat it. Unless, you can do any of the above 3 points. Luo Lan even felt that physical and sword masters were more difficult to deal with than Logia. After all, there are almost no weaknesses. Bang. Bah. Bah. The different sounds of the 2 guns in his hands sounded one after another. Ghost Spider quickly dodged 1 bullet and slashed the other 2 with his knife. Immediately, he wanted to get behind Luo Lan and take action, but just as he was about to take action, there were 2 more gunshots. Ghost Spider stopped the car abruptly, and the 2 bullets flew past his eyes. The distance was only a few centimeters, and he could feel the burning heat of the 2 bullets on his face. Good guy, if I hadn't stopped in time, I would have directly hit these 2 bullets. Involuntarily, his face became increasingly ugly. Because the battle with Luo Lan reminded him of a battle with Katakuri in the New World many years ago. Yes, exactly the same feeling. It was as if all his actions were seen through by the other party. Could it be that this guy, like Katakuri, has the ability to see the future briefly? Ghost Spider secretly guessed. However, he really thought too much. Luo Lan didn't have such ability. If Katakuri has seen the future and can seize the opportunity, then Luo Lan take the initiative to create the future and seize the opportunity. Advertisement. To put it more bluntly, it is to actively create one's own flaws, thereby luring the other party to attack this flaw. Therefore, Katakuri saw that the opponent was going to attack here, and Luo Lan lured the opponent to attack here. Although the result is the same, the paths leading to this result are quite different. Moreover, because Luo Lan's temptation is so natural, it is almost difficult to detect. Just like the Ghost Spider at this moment, it had never thought of this possibility. All he knew was that the other party seemed to have seen through his future actions and shot bullets in his path in advance. Yes, it's as if you are hitting the bullet instead of the bullet shooting at you. This made him very uncomfortable during the battle. For a moment, I felt a little helpless. On the other side, Tina gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, in order to conceal her identity, she was unable to use the power of the devil fruit and could only fight with physical skills and domineering. Although her physical skills are not bad, there is still a slight gap compared with Doberman. In addition, the domineering power is also a bit worse. Therefore, At the beginning of the raid, relying on the detailed information of the three people given by Luo Lan, and the fact that the other party did not understand him at all, he had some advantages. But, over time, after leading Doberman to figure out Tina's path little by little, he will naturally fall into a disadvantage, which is also foreseeable. As for Ace and Zoro, they had a 50-50 draw with Stoloberg. Although there is a reason for 2 against 1, it is also because Stoloberg. He is the weakest among the 3 of them. Even among all the elite lieutenant generals of the Haibu headquarters, Stoloberg's strength is at the lower end. In addition, Ace and Zoro don't need to hide their strength like Tina, so 2 to 1 is just right. Inside the cabin. Smoker came outside a cell. He looked at the fainted woman inside, and then looked at the photo in his hand. Well, the target is confirmed, it's Violet. He stretched out a finger and pointed it at the big lock of the cell door. The next moment, the fingers turned into smoke and got through the keyhole. Soon, with a click, the cell door. It was opened. He picked up Violet and put it on his shoulders. Smoker didn't waste any time and left here directly. However, Smoker didn't notice. Just one level below where he found Violet, there was another guy holding the Conquerors. At the same time, take advantage of the opportunity for all the guards to faint. That guy, jailbroken too. If it was Luo Lan, she would definitely recognize it. Because, that guy's name is Caesar Current. Advertisement. Smoker ran to the deck and left directly on the moonwalk. At the same time, a whistle was blown. No, stop them. When the ghost spider saw this scene, he immediately understood. Does this mean that the person you want to save has been rescued and is now running away? Damn it, how could I let you succeed? Immediately, he rushed towards Luo Lan. He completely ignored the attacks coming towards him. Even if he is injured, he must still entangle the opponent. The whole scene was completely turned upside down. Previously, Luo Lan and others had pestered the 3 of them to prevent them from interfering with Smoker's operation. But now, it is the 3 of them who want to entangle each other. Don't let Luo Lan and the others have a chance to escape. However, they were still a step slow, because when Luo Lan and others heard the whistle, they immediately broke away from the battle circle and left on the moonwalk. Catch up and never let them escape. Ghost Spider shouted. The next moment, the 3 of them also started chasing on moonwalk. But when both parties left the prison ship, a figure walked out of the cabin and came to the deck. At this time, it was only 8 minutes before the battle started. Even at Marine headquarters, the messenger hadn't arrived at Kizaru's house yet. 3 minutes later, the 3 ghost spiders were still closely following Luo Lan and the others. But suddenly, as if he saw something, the ghost spider's eyes widened. What is that? I saw a huge black thing on the sea ahead, clinging to the water. At the same time, there is a figure standing on top of it. The figure opened his arms, and then his left and right hands began to change, instantly turning into 2 devices about 6 or 7 meters high. And kept throwing long strips of objects into the air. As for these things that were thrown into the air, flames soon appeared at their tails, and then, one by one, they all started to accelerate, rushing towards the 3 ghost spiders. After seeing and hearing this, he started to warn others wildly, which also shocked the 3 of them. Immediately stopped the pursuit, assumed a defensive posture, and activated armament hockey. Immediately came a full body coverage. Boom 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 boom. When everything returned to calm, 3 miserable figures appeared in the sky. This is why Luo Lan told Baby 5 in advance to reduce the charge of the missile by half, otherwise their fate may be the same as Doflamingo's. As for surviving this wave, by the time the 3 of them recovered, the behemoth on the sea had long since disappeared. The ghost spider was so angry that he yelled unwillingly. Chapter 124 1.5 billion Baileys. I actually made all 3 of you look like this. King's Landing. So scary. On the prison ship, the 3 ghost spiders have a black line. Ever since General Kizaru finally arrived, he's been looking here and touching, and it's so scary. Especially when they repeatedly mentioned how miserable the 3 of them were now. He also used a very mean tone of voice. If this wasn't a general, I would have punched him a few times. Well, the opponent is a general, and the ghost spider will not go up and die. General Kizaru, all the criminals have been counted, and there are 2 missing in total. At this time, several major generals who had not been stunned by conquerors before ran out of the cabin and came to Kizaru. 2 people. I remember what Ghost Spider said just now, only 1 woman was taken away, right? Kizaru asked without looking up while cutting his nails. The 3 ghost spiders on the side were also stunned. They had chased him all the way before, and it was clear to see. There was definitely only 1 person taken away, and it was a woman. Impossible, we only saw King's Landing taking away a woman. Lieutenant General, among the 2 missing people, there is indeed a woman. Who is it? The Princess of Dressrosa, Violet. It's her. Ghost Spider immediately thought about it. After all, there were actually huge differences on whether to capture Violet before. It's basically a 50-50 split between those who say they want to be arrested and those who say they won't. After all, she was forced to join, and she had been secretly planning to restore the country. In essence, she was a pirate or a killer, more like an undercover agent. Furthermore, since Dressrosa has been harassed by Doflamingo for so many years, it was originally Marine's dereliction of duty, and it would be a bit unjustifiable to capture Violet at this time. In the end, Akainu gave the final word, catch it. According to his logic, no matter what the reason is, as long as you have become a Marine, then catch him. If I didn't execute you on the spot, I would have treated you lightly. Therefore, Ghost Spider was also quite impressed by Violet. But he didn't understand why Junlin wanted to save her. This woman. It doesn't matter at all if we can't get along with Junlin, right? He is actually a hero saving the beauty. King's Landing is really scary. Just when Ghost Spider was thinking, Kizaru's mean voice sounded again at an inappropriate time. But thinking of the other party's identity and strength, he still held back. Advertisement. There is no way, I really can't beat it. He had to turn his head to look at the Major General who had come to report. What about another man? It's Caesar Current. Well, it turned out to be him. Kizaru, who was cutting his nails, suddenly stopped. After all, as the top officer of the Marine Science Force, how could he not know about Caesar? At that time, he entered the World Government Science class together with Vegapunk, ranking second after Vegapunk. It's just that he was arrested because of a new weapon testing accident some time ago, which caused heavy losses. It is quite a pity for him. However, if this guy escapes. Kizaru's brain was thinking rapidly, but he didn't show any outward signs. He still looked like he didn't care at all. Could it be that he escaped while we were chasing King's Landing? It's possible. Although I don't know how it was done, Junlin definitely didn't take him away. In this case, it won't be long and we shouldn't be able to escape far. Yes, the hunt must be launched immediately. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. Then, they looked at Kizaru together. It depends on what I'm doing. I'm just here to support you. Now that it's over, it's time for me to go back and sleep. Really, they won't give me a penny of overtime pay. Fleet Admiral is really terrible. As he said that, it turned into a flash of light and streaked across the sky. In the end, the three Ghost Spiders left several major generals here to wait for the arrival of the Buster Call fleet, and they each stepped on the moonwalk and went in different directions. They don't know yet. Just 10 nautical miles away, a small raft was floating alone on the sea. The other sailing ship, on the other hand, kept diving under a huge bubble. Deeper and deeper. Dash 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 dash. The Great Waterway, 3,000 meters underwater. Tana did not go directly to the windless zone, but went to the channel on the Grand Line. Of course, it's the other way around. After all, 3,000 meters of diving in a windless zone. It is definitely a very dangerous thing. Once you encounter the Poseidon class, you won't even have a chance to fight back. Now Luo Lan doesn't have any extra sea tower stones, so he can use them to fix a piece all around Tana. Moreover, I happen to have to go to Alabasta to pick up the second batch of soldiers. Just go to Alabasta first, and then cross the windless zone from there. Advertisement. At the same time, you can also avoid Marine search, right? At the same time, Kizaru also returned to Marine headquarters. In the conference room. At this moment, all officers in the headquarters, starting from the lieutenant general level, are gathered here. So, this time it was King Lin who took action, and the target was Dressrosa's princess, Violet. Yes, these guys are really scary. Even Ghost Spider and the three of them were injured. Kizaru looked like I'm so scared, and his voice was as mean as ever. Everyone here has long been used to it and has directly completed self-filtering. Where are the casualties? Except for Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Stoloberg, who suffered some injuries, everyone else is fine. What do you think is King's Landing's purpose of taking Violet away? After Zhang Guo pondered for a while. Still, I asked the chief staff officer of the headquarters, that is, he. It may be related to Violet's devil fruit ability. However, although the intelligence department currently knows that Violet is an Esper, it is still unclear what kind of ability it is. According to the interrogation records provided by Sakazuki, King Liku and other members of the royal family are also unclear. Of course, it's also possible that they don't want to say it. After all, he is the king of the joining country, and Sakazuki can't use any tricks. However, since people from King's Landing take action, it means Violet's ability is either extremely powerful, or it is a special auxiliary ability that may expose their secrets. And I am more inclined to the second possibility. Crane said. At this moment, he has basically determined that Junlin and Luo Lan are inseparable. But at the same time, he also believed that Luo Lan would not do evil or attack Marine at will. From the fact that no one in the entire fleet died this time, and only 3 lieutenant generals were slightly injured, it can be seen that Madara is a good person. Therefore, if Luo Lan had a reason to kidnap Violet, then she could only think of Violet's ability has the power to expose Luo Lan and even the entire King's Landing. I have to say that a great staff officer is a great staff officer. In the headquarters, he is the only one who can make such a judgment quickly. Anyway, King's Landing really attacked Marine this time. There is no excuse for this. I decided to immediately increase the bounty on its leader to 1.5 billion belly. The other 2 will also add 100 million baileys each. In addition, according to the Ghost Spider's report this time, 2 newcomers appeared in King's Landing. One of them was able to fight against Doberman alone, and the other even repelled the pursuit of the 3 ghost spiders with one attack, and was finally able to escape from King's Landing. Quote. These 2 people will also join the bounty. Warring States slapped the table hard. He once thought that, ostensibly offering a bounty according to the 5 elders' wishes, but actually doing nothing would be fine. But this time, King's Landing really attacked Marine, so. Of course he can't let it go. Chapter 125. If you don't refuse, then you agree. Looking at the angry Sengoku, Crane sighed deeply. Laozi tried his best to increase the reward for his son. What does this mean? Fleet Admiral, how much reward do we want for the 2 newcomers to King's Landing? A lieutenant general raised his hand to ask a question. The pink-haired woman who can fight Doberman alone, 800 million. The other one who blocked an injured ghost spider and 3 others, 1.2 billion. After Zhang Guo pondered for a moment, he also spoke. The rest of the people had no objections, so it was considered reasonable. First of all, the pink-haired woman can monopolize Doberman, who is considered to be at the top among lieutenant generals, so the bounty of 800 million belly is definitely not high. As for the other one, the woman who was responsible for blocking in the end. Injuring 3 lieutenant generals including Ghost Spider with one move at the same time. This strength is almost that of the deputy general of the 4 emperors, right? No, the deputy of the 4 emperors group can fight against 3 elite lieutenants at the same time and even win in the end. But, it's impossible to repel them with one move and also injure all 3 Ghost Spiders, right? Therefore, not only is the 1.2 billion not given too much, but people think it is too little given. Only Crane, thinking on the sidelines. Sengoku, this woman, should be a weapon fruit, right? According to Sakazuki's interrogation of the members of the Don Quixote family, the person who protected the slave ship heading to the East Daxia Sea and disappeared in the end was a user with the ability of the weapon fruit, named Baby 5. Warring States was stunned, originally from Doflamingo. But, are any of Doflamingo's subordinates so strong? Defeat 3 elite lieutenants with one move. Even Doflamingo himself doesn't have this kind of strength. Is that woman named Baby 5 very strong? Not strong. He is one of the 2 weakest members among the main core members under Doflamingo. The Warring States period was momentarily sluggish. After coming back to his senses, he gave a look like, you're kidding me. Among the core members, who is the weakest? Are you kidding me? If this weakest guy could defeat 3 lieutenant generals with one move, Doflamingo would already be the 4 emperors, right? No, it's better than 4 emperors. I'm just guessing, not sure. He was too lazy to explain to this guy and said calmly. Warring States, on the other hand, glanced around the conference room again. Okay, now that we've finished talking about King's Landing, next is Caesar, who took advantage of King's Landing's attack and quietly escaped from prison. Pelusolino, Ghost Spider and the others are currently searching around, right? Ah, yes, he is even planning to let the Buster Call fleet arrive later to join the search. Advertisement. This is no problem, I agree. Warring States nodded. If we really want to talk about the harm, the Warring States period still thinks that Caesar is greater. After all, this guy is a scientist and a genius in the genius class, second only to Vegapunk. Once such a scientific genius falls into the hands of other forces, the result would be disastrous. Therefore, the first priority of the headquarters now is not to find King Lin all over the world, but get this guy Caesar back first. At this moment, the Warring States phone suddenly rang. Brew. I am Sengoku, Fleet Admiral, I am Ghost Spider. How is the situation over there? Have you found Caesar Brown? No, I just want to report on him this time. Warring States was stunned for a moment. In terms of time, that guy Caesar escaped for a dozen or 20 minutes at most. Logically speaking, it should be easy to find. But here comes the problem. Ghost Spider and the others didn't catch anyone. Although this thing can fly in a short time, it is on the sea. Unless you're flying hundreds of nautical miles, where are you going? The only nearby places are Marine Headquarters, Impel Down, and Mariajoya. Or go further to Sabayati. However, Sengoku did not believe that Caesar could fly directly from that location to the Sabayati Islands. You must know that he does not have the real ability to fly, but achieves the purpose of floating through elementalization. One is very slow, the other is. Maintaining elementalization is an extremely physically demanding task, even for a general. It is also impossible to maintain active elementalization for several hours or even longer. Ghost Spider, what happened? Fleet Admiral, we found the boat where Caesar escaped, but there was no one on it. Well, is there someone to answer the call? It should be, because based on the position of the boat, it shouldn't have taken more than 10 minutes for Caesar to row here. Hearing this, Warring States frowned deeply. According to Ghost Spider, Caesar was obviously taken away. But, who is it? King's Landing. No, if they wanted to rob Caesar, they would have done it from the beginning. There is no need to do this again now. So, who is it? Advertisement. Marine was still at the scene of the accident, searching frantically. At this moment, in Tana, who had run dozens of miles away, Violet finally woke up and turned around. This is the main ship of the King's Landing fleet. Who are you? Violet noticed it when she heard a voice coming from the side. There was a young man sitting beside the bed. And the clothes he was wearing, weren't they the King's Landing that Doflamingo had been talking about some time ago? However, he was clearly on Marine's prison ship, so why did he end up on the King's Landing ship? Right. Suddenly, Violet remembered. Before he fainted, he felt a very powerful mental shock. Conquerors. Dressrosa itself is the kingdom of the New World, plus. Violet has been in the Don Quixote family for so many years, how could she not know conquerors? Are you the Lord of King's Landing? The Lord of King's Landing. Luo Lan was stunned. That's the leader of King's Landing. This is the name given by Doflamingo. So that's the case, but the name is a bit good. Luo Lan nodded, then touched his chin and commented. PFF'd, you are really narcissistic. Okay, let's get down to business. According to the agreement between your father and I, as long as I rescue you from Marine, you will join us in King's Landing. Impossible, he will not agree to such conditions. Violet retorted directly. He knew very well what kind of existence King's Landing was. After all, Doflamingo has been investigating. She was even asked to use her abilities to explore the islands on the Grand Route. And his father, King Liku. It is absolutely impossible for him to agree to join this organization. It's not that Violet dislikes King's Landing, or doesn't want to join. She was simply saying that King Liku could not agree. However, I made this condition to your father, and there is nothing false about it. Then I don't believe he will agree. Okay, after I mentioned the conditions, I hung up the phone and didn't give him a chance to refuse, so, since I didn't refuse, I agreed, and there's nothing wrong with it. ... What this guy said makes sense, but it doesn't seem to make any sense at all. Violet was speechless for a while. Chapter 126 Upgraded Training Center. Under Luo Lan's friendly persuasion, Violet accepted her fate, but asked to have a phone call with King Riku and would only join King's Landing for 3 years. Luo Lan was naturally satisfied with such a request. Not to mention it was just once, Luo Lan wouldn't care if he contacted King Liku anytime in the future. As long as the secrets of King's Landing are not revealed. As for 3 years, enough. Went to Alabasta for a tour and picked up 1,000 recruits again. Although there are many people, the accommodation is very unfriendly, and even the hangars and warehouses are fully occupied. But it only takes a day and a half to get to Rhode Island, so it's not a big problem. It will pass with a little patience. Finally, on the 5th day after the attack on the prison ship, Luo Lan returned to Branch 157. On the same day, the training center that was promoted to Level B. It's done. Open Black Lens Bracket Training Center. Close Black Lens Bracket. Grade. B grade. Building Feature 1. Building gravity is 20 times adjustable. The effect bonus of Feature 2 has been calculated. Building Feature 2. All feature effects are doubled. Building Feature 3. Inactive. The B-level training center has changed from 1 floor to 3 floors. The first floor has been turned into a general training ground, the second floor has 72 individual cubicles, and the third floor. Like the second floor, there are also single compartments, but they are much larger, with only 9 compartments. This is a change in architecture. The rest is features. 2 of these are features inherited from Class C buildings. One is that the gravity is 10 times adjustable, and the other is that the characteristic effect is doubled. Luo Lan was not prepared to move these 2 unless characteristic 3 brought out a higher level of gravity attribute. System. Activate Building Feature 3. Ding. B-level buildings no longer give out initial features. Each activation refresh requires 3,000 points. Do you want to continue? Close Black Lens Bracket. Continue. Luo Lan had already experienced it the last time he built a branch building. The price of feature refresh has skyrocketed from 1,000 points to 3,000 points. And no more free times will be given. Converted to Baileys, it takes 30 million Baileys to refresh once. Just 2 words, death is expensive. Advertisement. But no matter how expensive it is, you still have to buy it. After all, the training center is the best place to improve your strength. Ding. Activation completed. Ding. Building Feature 3. Building gravity is 30 times adjustable. Own. Are you so lucky? I was just thinking that unless another high magnification gravity is created, building characteristic 1 will not move. As a result, SSR was released for the first time. Although it is only 10 times more than before, you must know that the reason why the previous characteristic 1 is 20 times more is because it is added by another characteristic. Otherwise, it would have been only 10 times. And now this new feature, once the engraving is completed, will immediately become 60 times. A full 40 times more than before. However, there is no rush to engrave it. Now that there is a new gravity characteristic, the original one can be erased. System. Refresh Building Characteristics 1. Ding. Host 3,000 points will be deducted and the refresh has been completed. Ding. Building Characteristic 1. The probability of awakening special abilities increases by 30%. What the hell? Special ability? Is it something like special powers or elemental abilities? Is he so awesome? Check out the feature description now. Well, Luo Lan is completely overthinking. According to the system description, practicing in this building will increase the probability of awakening special abilities. Moreover, it is not an increase, but a direct increase of 30% on the original basis. In other words, your original probability of awakening is 50%, but after arriving at the training center, this probability will directly become 80%. And if you are 70%, then congratulations. Your awakening probability will be directly filled up and become 100%. In other words, if you stay here and train today, it will be difficult not to wake up. However, the special abilities mentioned by the system must be something that exists in this world and that normal people have a chance of awakening. This time, the scope is directly reduced. And the only ones that completely fit this description are domineering. Does this mean that my 157th branch will learn from Amazon Lily and all of them will awaken their domineering power? Speaking of which, if Tina, who was unable to awaken conquerors, or Smoker and others were thrown into the training center. After all, even if your original conqueror's awakening probability is 0%, with this feature, doesn't it have to become 30%? As long as there is probability, wouldn't it be a matter of time to wake up sooner or later? The most important thing is that once the engraving is completed, he will have something that doubles his attributes. That is to say, the probability is not increased by 30%, but increased by 60%. Advertisement. It's outrageous, it's really outrageous this time. If we run out in the future, thousands of sailors from the 157 branch will take a step forward together, and then a conqueror's battle formation will appear. Well, a battle formation composed of thousands of people doesn't know whether it can beat Shank's quality with quantity. Luo Lan was a little excited and thought wildly. It's just that he. Is it really just random thoughts? At this moment, no one knows. System, engrave building characteristics 1 and 3 immediately. Ding, the engraving is completed, please check the host. Building feature 1. The probability of awakening special abilities is increased by 60%, the effect bonus of feature 2 has been calculated. Building feature 2. All feature effects are doubled. Building feature 3. Building gravity is 60 times adjustable, the effect bonus of feature 2 has been calculated. Done. Luo Lan didn't say anything, just waved his hand. He took the few people who had just disembarked and went straight to the training center. Let's go and visit the renovated training center. I bet you will be surprised. After hearing this, everyone thought of something and quickly followed. Only Violet, who was still marveling at the port, was confused and completely confused. Why are they so excited about a training center? I immediately followed him quickly, wanting to see what was going on. About 10 minutes later, from the time Violet entered the 157th branch to the time she arrived at the training center, she could only describe the journey in 2 words. That is, shock. Especially the modern office building in the center of the branch, which is almost entirely made of glass. It completely shatters your outlook on life. Okay. Is this thing definitely something that this world can possess? And when she entered the training center, her body suddenly sank. He almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the gravity setting in the general training hall on the first floor was not high, so he didn't really fall. After all, this place is reserved for ordinary sailors to train, and the gravity is only twice as high. Of course, the place is much larger now, and Luo Lan also reset the first floor. It is divided into 4 areas in total, with gravity ranging from 2 times to 5 times. Ordinary sailors can choose a suitable area for training. Okay, you can choose the room on the 3rd floor yourself. The old rule is, you decide how much gravity you want, and I'll adjust it. The next moment, several people rushed upstairs to choose their favorite room. As for Violet, she was a little messy. What place did you come to? Chapter 127A System Material Store darker than the black market. Training Center. 3rd floor. In the single room belonging to Luo Lan, the gravity has been adjusted to 30 times. More than 10 streams of light were flashing across the entire space. From time to time, they will intersect with each other, just like an aerobatic display. Very beautiful. But the next moment, all the streamers seemed to have been hit by a sudden break and stopped abruptly. At this time, its body can be seen clearly with the naked eye. These things flying around turned out to be pitch black bullets. These are not ordinary bullets, but all sea-floor stone bullets. Through the sea tower stone that Luo Lan brought back before, it was specially crafted by the science department. A total of hundreds of such bullets were produced. Among them, 36 13mm pistol bullets were delivered to Luo Lan. The rest are all sniper rifle bullets, which are allocated to the newly formed sniper team, 5 rounds for each person. This is a precious commodity. Even excluding labor and the research and development costs of the science department, the cost of manufacturing materials alone costs 300,000 Baileys per shot. An expensive batch. Of course, a big reason for this is that Luo Lan was involved in the black market auction. For the same sea tower stone, the price he paid was definitely more than 10 times that of world government. This is also a problem that cannot be solved in a short period of time. Other than running to Wano country now and killing Kaido. Then withstood the 3-party attack from the other 3 emperors, world government, and marine, obviously. The current strength of branch 157 is completely unable to achieve this. Luo Lan made a move with his hand, and more than a dozen sea tower stone bullets fell into his hand with a swish. After putting it away, Luo Lan pondered for a while. Sure enough, by cultivating mental power, the power of mind can be enhanced very quickly. Also, It's okay to use telekinesis to micromanage the bullet's flight trajectory, but if it's used for direct killing, it's still not suitable. It seems that we still have to forge a batch of specialized telepathy weapons. How about asking Sato to take a look? Just do it. With a wave of his hand, the cloak of Junline not far away floated over and was draped behind Luo Lan. It seems as if there is no influence of gravity. A few minutes later, Luo Lan came to the sword forging workshop. At this moment, the entire workshop is very busy. After all, a total of 2,500 recruits were recruited from Alabasta in the 2 rounds, and they all needed to prepare standard swords. No, in order to catch up with this batch of equipment, the sword forging workshop is working overtime every day to produce. Colonel, why are you here? Sato, I need you to help me build a batch of swords. Colonel, have you started learning kendo? Sato's eyes lit up. I am a swordsmith myself, but my colonel does not practice kendo, which is a bit embarrassing. So, does Colonel Luo Lan finally need me now? Advertisement. His mind was spinning rapidly, and Sato was full of energy. No, I didn't learn kendo. That. Luo Lan raised her hand to directly stop Sato from talking. Then, stretch out 2 fingers together and make a hook upward. The next moment, a sword embryo on the forging platform instantly rose into the air as if it had been guided. Finally, the sword pointed upward, hovering next to Luo Lan's 2 raised fingers. Sato was immediately dumbfounded. Colonel, you. This is my special ability, so I need a batch of good swords to maximize this ability. No problem. Sato nodded quickly. It doesn't matter whether the colonel learns kendo or not. What matters is. Colonel, he needs himself. Colonel, what do you want? Well, let me think about it. Luo Lan pinched her chin and thought seriously. First of all, it doesn't have to be too big. Secondly, there is no need for a sword hilt. After all, I don't hold the sword with my hands. Finally, when designing, you can focus all your attention on attack and don't worry about defense at all. Ah, by the way, if possible, it would be best to add some sea-floor stone powder when making it. Luo Lan made a series of requests. Sato nodded repeatedly and quickly wrote down these requirements. Colonel, I understand your request, but the branch currently doesn't have any good materials, so. It's okay, I'll take care of the materials. Okay, as long as the materials are in place, I will definitely help the colonel create a batch of special flying knives at the level of supreme fast knives. Sato assured him by patting his chest. Luo Lan nodded and left here. Next, he has to solve the problem of materials. System, why don't you have any materials to sell? Ding, this system is very complete, but the host has never used related functions. Close black lens bracket. What kind of thing is for sale? Luo Lan was bored. I didn't know for a long time, this system is just bragging, right? Ding, please host check the building materials purchase module. Do I want building materials? I want high-end materials that can be used to make swords. Luo Lan vomited blood directly. Emotions, the system thinks I want building materials. Etc. Luo Lan suddenly remembered something. Although the system construction is marked with standard building materials, it is actually a convenient operation. If you want to save some money, you can also prepare the materials yourself. For example, arranging people to mine iron, produce glass, etc. In this way, you don't have to spend points on standard building materials. Of course, you can also prepare part of it yourself and then purchase parts separately from the system. Advertisement. Speaking of which, there is indeed a separate module for purchasing building materials in the system, but I have never used it. After all, it is better to order standard building materials directly from the system than to build the entire industry chain yourself. In this case, in addition to basic materials, are there also some materials in those building materials? Luo Lan's eyes suddenly lit up. Quickly opened the building materials module. I only saw it. Standard basic building materials, 1 point per unit. 70% purity iron ore, 50 points per ton. 80% purity iron ore, 100 points per ton. 90% purity. After a quick glance, they were all basic materials. Keep scrolling. Ordinary glass, 0.2 points per square meter. Thickened ordinary glass, 0.3 points per square meter. Tempered glass. Keep scrolling. Forget it, there are so many things to know about when to go, just search and try. Open black lens bracket Adam Bayomu close black lens bracket. Luo Lan silently entered 4 words and then started searching. The next moment, hiss. There really is. Adam's tree branches, 1,000 points per meter. Adam's tree trunk, 50,000 points per meter. Adam's tree whole tree, 15 million points per tree. ... Luo Lan was dumbfounded. Your price is more expensive than the black market. 10 million belly per meter of branches. In the original work, Frankie spent 300 million to buy a branch dozens of meters long. It was directly used to make the keel. If it were your price, it would have doubled. And if you buy the whole tree, the price will be 150 billion belly. Ridiculous. But okay, it's understandable. After all, this thing has always been expensive but not marketable. Afterwards, Luo Lan silently entered the word Halushi. Result. Halu stone, 10,000 points per kilogram. Sure enough, it is also extremely expensive. 100 million belly per kilogram. If this is the 28-kilogram piece I bought last time, why not 2.8 billion belly? After thinking for a long time, Luo Lan discovered. I don't know how to search for forging materials, after all. If you don't know the name of the specific material, how can you search for it? System, you still can't screen me. Luo Lan was very depressed. In her mind. He started complaining like crazy. Chapter 128 Robin, you don't want to either. With no other choice, Luo Lan had to go to Sato to ask. After all, there are tens of thousands of things in the material store, and you may not be able to look at them all. Fortunately, as a cyborg, Sato still has the knowledge of the pirate world poured into his memory by the system. After a while, I wrote a list according to the preciousness of the materials. There are hundreds of different materials. According to what Sato said, even the worst materials here are enough for him to make a good and fast knife. As for the good ones, there is no problem with surpassing the supreme sharp knife. Good guy. Luo Lan also started searching one by one. Dark gold stone, 300 points per kilogram. So expensive. Luo Lan first searched for the last material on the list. Turns out 1 kilogram costs 300 points. Luo Lan remembers that a finished good sharp knife in the original book costs only a few million. However, it is normal. After all, it is a darker existence than the black market. In fact, the material store is a black shop disguised as a building materials purchase, right? After all, when building a city, you can directly use standard building materials, which is cheap and labor saving. And the people who actually buy things from here are definitely not doing it to build a house. Even Luo Lan could only see the conventional things without searching specifically. Such as iron ore, copper ore, sand, etc. It was said to be a fortification system, but it turned out to be sneaky inside. Stuffed into a black shop disguised as a building materials purchase. Of course, the system will never admit this, and will even ask you a question. Can't these things be used to build a house? Luo Lan shook her head and began to search for all the materials one by one, and recorded the price of each material. At the same time, he also discovered Halushi was actually included in Sato's list, ranking 21st. As for the rest, well, each one is more expensive than Halu stone. The purple gold stone that ranks first has even reached 30,000 points per kilogram. Good guy, 300 million belly per kilogram. Slip away. In the end, Luo Lan sighed slightly and could only buy a cheap material. Prose metal, a metal he had never heard of. Well, among the 100 kinds of metals or ores, Luo Lan only knew Halu stone. In short, make a batch and use it first. Anyway, with the blessing of the characteristics of the sword casting workshop, it is estimated that using this material can create a flying sword of the quality of a fast sword. Mainly, cheap. GLP metal, 500 points per kilogram. Advertisement. It is slightly more expensive than dark gold stone. The introduction said that this is a metal with a hardness close to that of sea stone, but without any special properties. It suits Luo Lan's current needs. I bought 20 kilograms directly and had someone take it to Sato. As for Luo Lan himself, he planned a trip to the empty island. Speaking of which, although Sky Island has a lot of gold, even in the original work, the protagonist group only took away a little bit, and exchanged it for 300 million belly. And that little bit is nothing compared to the entire Sky Island. In the original work alone, the Golden Bell Pillar required dozens of people to carry it. If all of this were to be converted into gold, it would probably cost at least several hundred billion, right? Of course, there is a lot of gold, but you have to turn the gold into Bailey first. Here, another issue is involved. If Luo Lan offers 100 kilograms of gold, then there is absolutely no problem in selling it at a good price. If you take out 10,000 kilograms, I'm sorry, but you won't be able to sell it at all. One is that no one has the strength to eat it, and the other is 10,000 kilograms. I am not a fool. Once this gold is put into the market, the price of gold will inevitably plummet, so low that your mother doesn't recognize it. Not to mention, the gold on the empty island must be more than tens of thousands of kilograms. What? You said they would be sold separately, dozens or hundreds of kilograms each time. It's useless, because to the market, you are getting extra gold out of thin air. Maybe it's okay once or twice at the beginning, but when the market's gold increases sharply, people will react quickly. In the end, gold prices still plummeted. This is a very real problem, so. After getting gold, how to extract its value to the maximum extent. You still have to plan it carefully. Of course, this is a story for later. What Luo Lan is thinking about now is how to get to the Sky Island. Learn from the main group and rely on rising tides. Forget it, without the halo of the protagonist, it is impossible to succeed. Otherwise, tie up that guy Luffy and put him on the boat together. Is it possible to take advantage of his bishop's halo? Luo Lan pinched her chin, as if she was having a headache. Well, put it aside for now and keep it as one of your backup plans. Next, in addition to rising currents, there are several methods left. One is the conventional way to enter the Sky Island, but in that way, it is impossible for everyone to arrive safely, and some people will die. The only difference is that more people die and less people die. This was mentioned in the original work, so Luo Lan gave up directly. So, what about using technology to get up there? For example, build an aircraft with a ceiling of tens of thousands of meters and then fly it. It should be possible, but it will have to wait, after all. The Ministry of Science has just created a test product, not so fast. By the way, another way is to find the golden lion. Then catch it back and peel off the fluttering fruit. Someone is coming. Thinking of this, Luo Lan shouted loudly. The messenger standing guard outside the gate immediately called the gate of opening and walked in. Advertisement. Colonel, well, go call Robin from the Intelligence Department and Ace from the Operations Department to my office. Yes, Colonel. After the sailor saluted, he immediately trotted away. And the reason why they were called here is because Luo Lan is prepared to do both. One is to let the Intelligence Department look for traces of the Golden Lion. The other one is to ask Ace to go to Windmill Village and bring that kid Luffy over. By then, if you can find a Golden Lion, that would be the best. But if you can't find it, then borrow Luffy's protagonist aura and use it. Soon, Robin and Ace came to Luo Lan one after another. Ace, you go to Windmill Village. Windmill Village. Yes, bring Luffy here. We may need his help in the next place we are going to. Ace was stunned for a moment. How can that kid Luffy help? Moreover, that boy's determination to become a pirate was even stronger than his own back then. Bringing Luo Lan here would be like putting a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Luo Lan, where is this place? Sky Island. Sky Island. Before Ace could say anything, Robin screamed. Yes, she had heard of Sky Island. Well, from the book. Luo Lan, isn't Sky Island a legend? No, it is real there, but you can't go there casually. Luo Lan shook his head. Then he looked at Ace. Ace, go bring Luffy. I won't catch him until he turns 17. And after he turns 17, this pirate era is over. So, he has no chance to become a pirate in this life. Hearing this, Ace nodded. He still believed Luo Lan's words. After all, this is one of the purposes of his staying here. Put an end to what that man created with my own hands. The age of great pirates. Okay, I will bring him as soon as possible. Well, next is Robin. Nodding towards Ace, Luo Lan moved her eyes to Robin. Robin, you don't want to either. Chapter 129 Maginot, long time no see. Stop, what do you want to do? As soon as Luo Lan opened her mouth, she was startled. Ahem, I want to say that you don't want to miss the third piece of historical text, right? The third piece of historical text. Luo Bing's eyes suddenly widened. During the 7 days I was waiting for Crocodile in Alabasta. Under the leadership of Luo Lan, she read 2 historical texts one after another. At this moment, the third piece Luo Lan mentioned. Is there a piece of it on the empty island? Yes, there is a piece inlaid on the base of the golden clock, but I want to reach the Sky Island. Soon, Luo Lan explained all the ways to get to Sky Island. Except for building an airplane and seizing the Golden Lion's devil fruit, all other methods are too risky. After pondering for a moment, Robin spoke. This is similar to Luo Lan's idea. That's right, so I need your intelligence department to mobilize and search for the whereabouts of the Golden Lion in the East Daxia Sea. At the same time, I have Violet temporarily transferred to the intelligence department to assist you. How do you know the Golden Lion is in the East Daxia Sea? Someone told me, but I don't know whether it's true or not. But apart from this, there are no other clues at the moment, right? Luo Lan spread her hands and said. In fact, he didn't tell any lies. The Golden Lion has indeed escaped from prison, but on the current timeline, it is hard to say whether he is over the East Daxia Sea. After all, there are still nearly 2 years until the plot begins. It's just possible. Find the best one you can and see if you can kill him while he's sick. Even if you can't find it, it's not a big problem, so just borrow Luffy's aura and use it. A few days later, through the small submarine, Ace took the small submarine and arrived at the Windmill Village. Of course, he did not show his true face at this moment, but was wearing the uniform of King's Landing and also put on a mask. Along the way, all the villagers avoided and did not dare to approach. After all, the world government has been promoting King's Landing's deeds in the East Daxia Sea these days, especially the killing of thousands of people on the volcanic island. There are even reward orders for Luo Lan and the other 5 people posted in the village. This made him quite curious. After all, Rhode Island has now moved to the windless zone and is not within the fixed routes of those news birds. Therefore, we don't know the latest bounty situation yet. And soon, Ace saw his own. 400 million, life or death. Stopped and stood in front of the reward order. Ace is a little dissatisfied. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like yourself. And, 400 million. You look down on me so much. Advertisement. However, when he saw the reward notice beside him, he immediately lost his temper. Well, 20 million more than a certain seaweed head. As for Luo Lan with 1.5 billion, and Tina with 800 million. He was still convinced because he really couldn't beat him. But, why does Mao, the woman who only hugs Ian and makes love to each other all day long, actually has 1.2 billion Baileys? Oh my god, is Marine out of his mind? Although that woman was quite powerful at a distance, once she got up close, she was really no match for her. Why is the bounty 3 times mine? Ace ripped off Baby 5's reward order and tore it into pieces. Some nearby villagers ran away quickly. They were afraid that this murderous demon would suddenly go crazy and attack them. Seeing this scene, Ace also sighed. It's clear that King's Landing has never harmed any civilians, but now it's like this. At this moment, a figure stopped in front of him. Is that you, the bad guy everyone calls you, the guy who kills without blinking an eye? As long as I'm here, don't even think about hurting anyone in Windmill Village. Good guy, this person yelling at me is this guy Luffy. It just so happens that I haven't beaten this guy for a long time. Under the mask, the corners of Ace's mouth raised slightly, and then bang! Luffy's whole body was like a kite with its string cut off, and he flew out immediately. Not to mention the surrounding villagers, even Ace himself was dumbfounded. I only used half of my strength at most, why are you so exaggerated? Good guy, half. Ace has completely forgotten how strong he is now. What is the concept of his half? Follow Ace's last power test before leaving Rhode Island. It's almost 5,000. Just half. That's more than 2,400, even higher than Kaku 2 years later. Is it difficult to kick Luffy away? Whoosh. With a quick shave, Ace appeared dozens of meters away. Then, he checked on Luffy's situation. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was already so strong. Next time I should strike more gently and use 10% of my strength. If Luffy wasn't such a crazy guy, he would definitely be D to death by Ace's words. Are you comforting me? No, you are definitely last hitting. It hurts so much, just like Grandpa. Luffy rubbed his left hand and said. Ah, it's you bad guy, I was careless just now, come again. Advertisement. Bang. Ah, not good, I took action unconsciously again. Looking at the deep pit on the ground in front of me. Ace was speechless for a while. I am really used to it, and the only difference from before is that my strength has increased more than 10 times. Therefore, Luffy suffered. But, this kid won't die, don't worry. Let's go to Maginot's for something to eat first. I miss it so much since I haven't been there for a long time. Thinking of this, he didn't care about Luffy in the pit. Walk directly towards the village. After a long time, the surrounding villagers finally dared to surround him. Hey, that guy is so powerful. He slapped Luffy down so hard that he couldn't even see him anymore. Isn't this the time to sigh about this? Why don't we dig out Luffy quickly? Yes, everyone, go back and get the tools, dig out Luffy first. Also, someone please inform the village chief. By the way, let the village chief contact Lieutenant General Garp and tell him that his grandson is about to be beaten to death. For a moment, there was a panic around the pit. But inside the deep pit, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the ground. Then, with a whoosh, a figure jumped out of the pit. If not Luffy, who else could it be? Luffy, you're okay, that's great. Yeah, we were worried to death just now. Everyone saw clearly that it was Luffy, and everyone gathered around him. You say something, I say something, and keep talking. Everyone, please be quiet first. Where did that guy go? That way. A certain villager pointed to a general direction and shouted. The next moment, Luffy started running wildly, stirring up large amounts of dust along the way. Dash. Push gate of opening. Ace walked into the familiar shop. Please order a piece of seafood fried rice. Okay, please wait. Coming to the bar, Ace spoke. Maginot, who was busy, also responded with a smile, and then was stunned. Your voice, Ace. Maginot covered her little mouth and asked in disbelief. Ace was also stunned. Good guy, not even my stupid brother recognized him along the way, but Maginot recognized him right away. Slowly take off the mask. Makino, long time no see. Chapter 130 Garp. Just pretend you haven't heard of it. Hey, Ace, why are you back? Besides, isn't the clothes you're wearing the King's Landing organization mentioned in the newspaper? Maginot was very surprised. Didn't Ace go to sea to become a pirate? Why did you come back wearing the clothes of King's Landing? What's going on? It's a long story. This time I mainly wanted to see Luffy for something, so I just came back once. Luffy, he was here just now. Then someone said that the murderer of King's Landing was coming, but he ran out immediately. Speaking of which, the murderer of King's Landing they were talking about couldn't be you, right? As he spoke, Maginot himself also reacted. He raised his hand to cover his mouth again. Well, it's me, but the murderer thing is just made up by world government and marine. So, this person is you. Maginot was startled, then remembered something, and after a while of tossing, he found a reward order. He asked, pointing to the figure above. It's okay if I don't say this, but... Ace's entire face turned dark. I heard that last time, that guy Luo Lan went to the World Economic News and published an article condemning him because of the bounty on his avatar. I'll ask Luo Lan later how much it costs, and I'll send it as well. These Marines are simply so perfunctory. Bang. At this moment, the bar door was kicked open. You guy. I'm going to beat you up. Rubber. He swung his right hand back and pulled it out dozens of meters long. Luffy was about to use his signature strike. However, in Luffy's field of vision, the person who was sitting there just now suddenly gone. The next moment, boom. Luffy only felt someone pressing down on his head, and then he came into close contact with the ground. At the same time, there was a loud shout. Idiot, do you want to beat up Maginot as well? Ace was face to face with Maginot just now. If Luffy punched him, not to mention what would happen to Ace, but he was only half a meter away from Ace, and Maginot, who was face to face with him. It's absolutely doomed. At this moment, Luffy's entire head was inserted into the ground. He was seen holding his hands on the ground, desperately trying to pull his head out. However, it cannot be done no matter what. At the same time, his underdeveloped brain also sent out a soul torture. Why does the voice just now sound like Ace? Advertisement. The next second, there was a bang. Luffy finally pulled out his head and looked up. What? It turned out to be Ace. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hehehehe. Looking at this scene, Ace was speechless for a while. Come on, it's useless to scold. But, okay, this is Luffy, there's nothing we can do about it. Ace, why are you back again? Do you see what I'm wearing? What happened to the clothes? Are you an idiot for not realizing that this is King's Landing's uniform? What is King's Landing? Luffy tilted his head, looking confused. At this moment, Maginot's voice suddenly sounded. Okay, Ace, come over for dinner first, your seafood risotto is ready. Coming. Ace didn't bother to continue explaining to Luffy, after all, the guy didn't understand at all. Besides, I'm also hungry. I ran directly to the bar and sat down, picked up a spoon and started eating. Makino, the food you cook is delicious. Yeah. Of course, although the food in King's Landing is very good, the chef is average. Speaking of which, the chef in King's Landing. Very average indeed. Because they are all D-class biochemicals. The main reason is that Luo Lan feels that spending too many points on chefs is not worth the gain. According to Luo Lan's idea, if she really wants a good cook, she can wait until one day to go to Barati, a restaurant on the sea, and serve people in one pot. There's nothing difficult about it, so why waste points? Makino, I want it too. At this time, Luffy also sat on the bar, holding a fork in his right hand and tapping on the table. Shouted at the same time. Okay, when I made it for Ace just now, I took your share with me, wait a minute. Soon, Maginot brought another seafood risotto. Like Ace, just like a starving man, Luffy put his head down and started cooking. At this time, the bar door was pushed open again. The person who walked in was Upslap, who is also the mayor of Windmill Village. In his hand, he held a telephone bug. At the same time, the phone bug also imitates Garp's face. What B********** D dares to touch Lousy's grandson? A loud roar suddenly came from the phone bug. The village chief, Upslap, looked at the two starving figures at the bar, a little confused. Didn't those guys say that the people from King's Landing were about to beat Luffy to death? What is going on now? Ace, I think I heard Grandpa's voice. Advertisement. Oh, I thought it was an auditory hallucination, but did you hear it too? Yeah, but Grandpa just returned to Marine not long ago, so he probably won't appear here now. Maybe we both heard it wrong, hehehehe. That makes sense, ha 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 ha. The conversation between the two was transmitted directly to Marine headquarters via the phone bug. Garp was so angry that he blew his beard and stared. These two damn boys. Wait, was that Ace's voice just now? Ace, have you finally decided not to be a pirate? Come back and follow your grandfather to become a Marine. At this time, Maginot's voice came from the microphone again. Garp, what Ace was wearing just now was the uniform of King's Landing. It's really a good thing that Ace isn't a pirate. Upon hearing this, Garp was also confused. I don't know what kind of brain circuit Garp has. However, Garp is used to such situations. Not even wanting the fragrant seafood risotto, Ace grabbed Luffy and rushed out of the bar. Wait, what Ace was wearing just now? You also said that the massacre of thousands of innocent people was made up by Marine and the world government. Instead, he asked the village chief, Upslap. Luffy, run. Grandpa Garp, just returning to Windmill Village from Ace reminded me of this possibility. King's Landing did kill a lot of people, but they were all damn bad guys, and there were no civilians among them. Didn't you say that Luffy was beaten by someone from King's Landing? Where's the man from King's Landing? What, Grandpa? In the bar, the village chief and Maginot. PFF'd ha 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 ha. Seeing that Garp didn't speak for a long time, Maginot shouted again. Grandpa Garp, it's true. I asked Ace just now and he said he stopped being a pirate and joined King's Landing. But why did you go to King's Landing again? The one with the 400 million bounty on his head. Disappeared quickly. From now on, being in King's Landing may be more dangerous than being a pirate. Also, what did I just hear? Ace is one of the 5 people in King's Landing who has a bounty on his head. Besides, I heard from the villagers that when he was wearing a mask, he looked exactly like the person on one of your reward orders, right? Oh, that's right, that guy from the Warring States period was indeed made up by the 5 elders. That's what the villagers told me. Speechless for a while. On the other side of the phone, Garp's heart skipped a beat. To be honest, Upslap is boring too. He didn't say much. Ah, I forgot, this matter cannot be told to the outside world, just pretend that I haven't said it. No, it's really an old man. Chapter 131 Who let her know too much. In Marine headquarters, Garp hung up the phone with a sad look on his face. Why did that kid Ace join King's Landing? Even being a pirate is better than entering King's Landing. Although Garp looks rough on the surface, it is actually quite delicate on the inside. He also sees this world quite clearly. King's Landing. Judging from the current behavior of this organization, I am afraid that sooner or later it will have to completely confront the world government. And then, wait, Ace returns to Windmill Village to find Luffy. I forgot to ask just now, what does this kid want to do with Luffy? Is he trying to drag Luffy to King's Landing? If Luo Lan knew what Garp was thinking at this moment, he would definitely complain like crazy. Whoever I won't want Luffy. This guy is the type who is completely hopeless. Finally, it is a temporary use. When the use is finished, I will definitely send you back to Windmill Village, so you can rest assured. No, I have to go back to Windmill Village. The more Garp thought about it, the more something felt wrong. I just took out the phone and called. Blue Brew Brew. Warring States, I want to go back to the East Daxia Sea to see my grandson. You can grant me a 3-month holiday, immediately. How long have you been back from vacation? It's been a month. The roar of the Warring States period was immediately heard on the phone. He was really angry. Garp, this guy, takes 3 months off every year to go back to the East Daxia Sea, and this time it's even more extreme. It's only been a month since I returned to the headquarters, and I'm running away again. Why are you still a Marine? You can just retire back to the East Daxia Sea and hug your grandson every day. Then, Garp was not given a chance to speak. I cursed for 10 minutes and then hung up. Garp is so worried. As a last resort, he took out another phone bug from his pocket. Blue Brew Brew. It's me. What's up? A deep middle-aged man's voice came from the other side. The people from King's Landing have gone to Windmill Village. I can't leave here. Please help me check. What do they want to do when they contact Luffy? Good. The answer from the other side was still concise. Then he hung up the phone. Garp sighed deeply, picked up the phone for the 3rd time and called again. And the object this time is Windmill Village. Windmill Village. At this moment, Luffy's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, looking very miserable. How's it going? Are you satisfied? If you don't accept it, we'll come again. Ace was speechless. Should I say that he really deserves to be Luffy? He challenged himself more than 20 times, and each time he was defeated by one move. As a result, this guy is still full of fighting spirit. Advertisement. Today's Ace, let alone a fair duel, can easily defeat Luffy with just one finger. Fight again. Really meaningless. Okay, Luffy, I have something to tell you. What's up? How about going out to sea with me somewhere? But shouldn't a man go out to sea for adventure when he is 17 years old? That means going on an adventure alone. This time I will take you there, so you won't get in the way. Okay, then where are we going? Luffy nodded in understanding. Then asked, Kongdao, have you heard of it? Sky Island. Tilting his head, Luffy looked confused. Sky Island is an island in the sky. What? There is an island in the sky. Following Ace's finger, Luffy looked towards the sky. Exclaimed. After all, for Windmill Village, Sky Island is just like the legend, too transcendent. Ace, tell me how to get there. There are stars in his eyes, which are dazzling. I don't know how to get there either. Oh. Hearing what Ace said, Luffy was disappointed. I don't know, but someone knows. How about it? Can we go? Go. I want to go. Okay, then you come with me tomorrow and you'll be back in about half a month. Good. Ace was relieved when he heard Luffy agree. It doesn't matter to him whether he goes to Sky Island or not, the key is. Once Luffy is taken to Rhode Island, even if Luo Lan refuses to accept it, or Luffy does not agree to join Branch 157. None of this matters. However, it's a rare occasion, so you have to serve a Poseidon-type meal, right? For Ace, that's enough. After all, this can increase Luffy's power by 300 to 500 for nothing. There is no place in the world except Branch 157 that can enjoy this kind of benefit. As an older brother, I feel so worried about my younger brother. Ace showed a wry smile as he looked at Luffy, who was running towards Windmill Village quickly, seemingly going back to pack his luggage. Although this guy seems to be going back to pack his luggage when he leaves tomorrow. He took absolutely nothing. He knew his stupid brother too well. By the way, I didn't finish my meal just now, and then I was messing around with Luffy for a long time. This belly. Feeling hungry again. Well, Maginot's bar. Keep walking. When Ace comes to the bar again, Maginot immediately brought out a large plate of seafood risotto. Just in time, I just heated it up for you. Maginot knows the two brothers Ace and Luffy too well. After all, without Garp, Maginot had taken care of them all these years. Thank you, Maginot. Ace thanked him and started eating. Advertisement. Ace, what's up? Are you going to lead Luffy away this time? Well, take him to a good place and he will be back in about half a month. So that's it, can I go with you? But, wait, Maginot, what did you say? Ace reacted suddenly and looked at Maginot in disbelief. Others don't know, but he knows. Back then, someone asked Maginot if he was willing to go to sea. But she refused and did not want to leave Windmill Village. Therefore, Ace always believed that Maginot had no interest in the sea. But what's going on now? Maginot would actually ask to go to sea. This is outrageous. Makino, what's going on with you? It's nothing, it's just that Grandpa Garp called me again just now and asked me to keep an eye on Luffy and don't let him be kidnapped by you. Maginot said funny ly. But how can I control you two? Luo Lan, I'm Ace. Luffy's affairs have been taken care of, but can I bring someone else with me? Luo Lan, long time no see. Ace nodded after hearing this. He even called me next to Maginot. Is this guy Ace an idiot? Soon, a young man's voice came from inside. At the same time, one thing was decided. Knowing too much, this also made Maginot very curious. Who is Ace contacting? ... So that's what happened. Are you afraid that I won't be exposed quickly enough? Who to take? Even if he doesn't come, he will definitely give Ace an order, that is. After all, Luo Lan had gone to Windmill Village with Garp before. What's the situation with Ace? How could he be asked to bring Luffy back and get Maginot involved? Blue brew brew. Maginot's voice suddenly came out. So, I might as well just go along and fulfill Grandpa Garp's instructions. Luo Lan complained crazily in her heart. Naturally, I knew Maginot. He even bullied Ace. Luo Lan was stunned. Go and get the Masonot. Come then. Wait a moment, Maginot. The owner of the Windmill Village bar. Knocked out. Take away. I am Luo Lan. Who let her? Taking out a phone, Ace dialed directly. But, Maginot. Didn't Ace just say that Maginot was coming? Chapter 132 Luffy was beaten violently by the soldiers. I'm sorry, Luo Lan, I forgot that you and Maginot know each other. Ace scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. Luo Lan was further speechless. I don't even know you, but you can just call me by my name in front of outsiders. Okay, Maginot, just come with us. That's it, hang up. Rhode Island, in the building of Branch 157. Luo Lan was speechless. Just ask this guy Ace to go secretly and bring Luffy back. Did everyone know the result? It's really troublesome. By the way, Luffy has the same big mouth as Garp. At that time, you have to remember to wear the mask at all times and don't let this guy see your face. As for Maginot, stay and be a cook. Anyway, it is impossible to let her go back within a year or two. Now that Luffy's side is done, then Robin's side. Dong dong dong. Come in. The office door was pushed open and a figure walked in. Luo Lan looked up. Good fellow. Say Cao Cao, and Cao Cao will be there. Robin walked in. What's up? There is some news about the Golden Lion. Where? Luo Lan's eyes lit up and she asked immediately. It's in the East Daxia Sea. Violet discovered it by accident, but... What's wrong? According to Violet, the Golden Lion seemed to have maneuvered the island to fly to North Blue, and finally exceeded her observable distance and was lost. North Blue. What is this guy doing in North Blue? Luo Lan also had a headache. After finally getting some news, it was interrupted again. Moreover, I haven't been able to go to North Blue to track it down. Speaking of today's four seas, East Daxia Sea and South Blue, you can go there at any time, but West Blue and North Blue. If Luo Lan wants to go to these two sea areas, he must enter the Grand Line through the Windless Zone, and then enter the New World through Fishman Island. Finally, he can pass through the Windless Zone from the New World again and reach West Blue or North Blue. Very troublesome. In particular, I am temporarily unable to drive Tana to the Sabayati Islands for coating. Advertisement. There. Too close to Marine headquarters. Once the film is coated there, a large number of elites from the headquarters, even generals, may arrive before the film is completely coated. So, North Blue is a place. For the time being, Luo Lan is really powerless. Forget it, let Violet pay more attention and tell me immediately if you find it returning to the East Daxia Sea. Okay, anything else? Well, prepare yourself and follow me to Sky Island in 5 days. The Golden Lion is not found, how can you get there? Don't worry, I have a solution. Luo Lan said mysteriously. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the arrival of Ace and others, Luo Lan's trip to the empty island is finally about to begin. This time, he was not going to use Tana, but was going to use local materials. What does it mean to use local materials? After all, the warships in the branch, whether it is Tana or the 4 new surface warships, are not suitable. Because they are too heavy, and there is no sail. If you want to follow the rising current to reach the empty island, the boat must not be too heavy, and sails are also essential. Otherwise, the ship cannot be firmly pressed against the current. Therefore, Luo Lan needs a sailing ship, preferably a small sailing ship. However, the branch does not have it. The only sailing ship that can still be used is Tina's medium-sized warship. Still too big and too heavy. So, Luo Lan thought of a way to get there quickly and get local materials. To put it simply, it is. First take Tana to Gaia Island, and then take the opportunity to clean up Magic Valley Town. Finally, choose a suitable pirate ship from the pirate groups in Demon Valley Town. After all, there were dozens or hundreds of pirate groups hanging around in that town almost every day. You can always find a small sailing ship that you like, right? In addition to Tana's operators, in addition to Luo Lan, Tina, Robin, Ace, and Zoro, 50 sailors will also be brought along this time. Moreover, all of them must be sailors who have learned moonwalk. You know, nowadays, 500 power points are not uncommon in the 157 branch, but there are still hundreds of people. And since they have entered the superhuman realm, Luo Lan will naturally let them learn the 6 marine styles. It's not difficult to find 50 sailors who have learned moonwalk. In this way, even if there is a problem with the rising current and the entire ship falls, everyone can save their lives. There are still a few hours until the scheduled departure time. Advertisement. Luo Lan put down the documents in her hands, came to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down. Immediately, he frowned slightly. I saw hundreds of people wearing King's Landing uniforms surrounding the school grounds, and in the middle of the crowd. It was a guy in red clothes and a straw hat, fighting with a King's Landing soldier. If that wasn't Luffy, who could it be? After all, he was just wearing a regular uniform. Luffy seemed to be beaten and suppressed, he had no temper at all. If it weren't for the aura of the protagonist and the way he acted, he would have died countless times. All essential personnel are required to wear masks. Speaking of which, this was also arranged by Luo Lan, as long as Luffy hasn't left yet. Therefore, even if Ian was unhappy, he didn't say anything. Both of them were wearing masks at the moment. Everyone, listen up, the colonel has already said that as long as he doesn't beat him to death, then he will beat him to death to make this kid realize the reality. Good guy, this guy really doesn't know where to look when he talks. At the same time, Luo Lan also spotted Ian on the school field and Baby 5 who was shouting excitedly on the side. This caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the sailors, who said that with Luffy like this, anyone among them could hold him down and beat him. But I didn't expect that my colonel would say such a thing. Quickly pull out the phone bug. Ian, what's going on the school field? Should be just an ordinary soldier. Speaking of which, he was also unhappy with Luffy. It was at this time that Ace and Maginot. So, the future One Piece was dissatisfied, leading to the current scene. Everyone shouted, yes, Lieutenant Colonel, yes, Colonel. As soon as he heard Luo Lan's voice, Ian immediately told the story. As for the man in Junline, Luo Lan couldn't recognize him. This time it will become even more ruthless. Blue brew brew. As for the person on the field, he was still a little worried and didn't take action with all his strength. He ran over with an anxious look on his face. Tell them, as long as they don't kill them, that's fine. But because Luffy wanted Luo Lan to go to Sky Island, it seemed to be very important. But now, originally, Ian thought Luo Lan would stop him. After all, Luo Lan specifically asked Ace to bring Luffy back. It was said to be related to going to Sky Island. Ah, Colonel, it's like this. I'm Ian. It turns out it was Luffy who kept saying that pirates are cool and that he must become One Piece in the future. Only. Chapter 133 Demon Valley Town. What's going on? Ace took a look around the field and then breathed a sigh of relief. When I was training, I heard Maginot running over and saying that Luffy was being beaten. I thought this kid had messed with Smoker or even Tina. Doesn't this deserve to be beaten to death? Then I ran over and saw, what is this? Are you dueling with a soldier? Why are you so anxious? Currently, among the soldiers in King's Landing, none have yet awakened their armed colors. And as long as there is no armed color, then there will be no big problem. This was even before he was so harsh on Luffy when he was in Windmill Village. Who made Luffy the rubber fruit? Ordinary fists really can't hurt him. Makino, don't worry, it's better to let him suffer, otherwise he may die when he goes to sea in 2 years. Oh, but I see that Luffy was beaten very badly. It's okay, this kid is a rubber fruit, he can't use ordinary fists and kicks. Damn it. I haven't finished speaking yet. Ace suddenly saw that the soldier on the field, who was charging his right fist, was suddenly covered with a layer of darkness. Ace knows exactly what this means. The next moment, Luffy was punched and sent flying, dozens of meters later before he fell to the ground. It hurts. Covering his face, Luffy yelled. On the other side, the soldier who took action was also stunned. Looking blankly at his black right arm. This. Armed color. I have awakened my armed color. At that moment, he immediately fell into ecstasy. He was no longer interested in continuing to fight with Luffy and ran directly towards the training center. Yes, I finally woke up and must go to the training center to try. After using the armed color, how much increase can it bring to your own power value? And Ace. Then he came to Luffy. My stupid brother, do you know now that you are so weak that you can't even defeat a soldier in King's Landing? That's it, you still keep provoking me. Don't you know that many of the people in King's Landing are civilians we rescued from pirates? If you don't change your behavior like this, I'm afraid you'll get yourself killed soon after you go to sea. After squatting down on one knee, Ace patted Luffy on the shoulder. Said seriously. However, he didn't know that after these words entered Luffy's ear, he didn't even last 7 seconds. Advertisement. Then it went out through his other ear. Looking at Luffy's expression, Ace knew it. What I just said, this guy definitely didn't listen. Forget it, just talk for free. As Luo Lan said before, as long as this kid Luffy goes to sea, this age of navigation can be solved. Naturally, there is no need to worry about this kid every day. Okay, what should I do? What are you doing here? Luo Lan's loud shout suddenly sounded, and everyone dispersed instantly. Luffy, Ace, Maginot, Ian, and Baby 5 were all left in the entire school grounds. Ace, you take the boy to get some medicine, we will set off in the evening. Okay, Ace nodded, then dragged Luffy away. Luo Lan, on the other hand, turned to look at Ian. Ian, you and Baby 5 too, what are you doing here? The next moment, the two people left again. Only Maginot was left. Makino, you will manage the marine cafeteria for the time being. Is that okay? Yes, but why do you have to wear a mask here? Isn't this nonsense? If that boy Luffy sees his face and his mouth, how long do you think I can keep a low profile? Then I saw it too, is it possible that you still want to lock me up here? It's not enough to shut you down. Didn't I just say that you would be asked to manage the marine cafeteria? You are in charge after all, right? Luo Lan spread her hands. Said. Maginot was dumbfounded. So, are you really not ready to let me go back to Windmill Village? Don't look at me. If you want to blame it, blame Ace. This guy called me in front of you and called me by my name. Yes, don't blame me, it's all because of that idiot Ace. Fall into your own mind and review this logic again. The final conclusion is, nothing wrong. This is all Ace's fault. Maginot did not continue to say anything, but took a deep look at Luo Lan. Then turned around and left. 3 hours later, it has become completely dark. In the port, a group of sailors wearing King's Landing uniforms were boarding the ship in an orderly manner. And when everyone entered, the hatch cover was firmly closed and locked. Tana. It started slowly. Advertisement. About 3.5 days. Gaia Island, Magic Valley Town. In a small, inconspicuous bungalow, several men dressed as pirates were operating some strange equipment. And from one of the people's headphones, some conversations in a complex environment were constantly coming out. And write it all down. After a long time, several people breathed a sigh of relief. These guys are finally over. That's it, they're drunk. We clearly know that a large number of pirates are here, why don't we just send troops to take care of them? Are you stupid? There are no civilians on this island, so there is no harm in allowing pirates to operate. On the contrary, we can also obtain a lot of intelligence through monitoring. It can be heard from the conversations between several people that they are not pirates at all. On the contrary, this is a listening post established by the Marine staff 2 years ago. At that time, it was Luo Lan who was in charge of this monitoring plan. The information obtained here also provided a solid foundation for a large number of plans at that time. Come here quickly. Something happened. Suddenly, one of them shouted loudly. The other two people immediately approached. At this moment, in front of the three of them was a screen that was not big, like an old-fashioned television. In the picture, there is a group of guys in black uniforms, taking advantage of the silence of the night. Killed all the way in. Among them was a guy wearing a mask, and he looked up at the surveillance phone bug hidden on the roof of a house at the entrance of the town. The next moment, a snowflake screen appeared. Nothing can be seen. That's Junline, contact me quickly. Before he could finish his words, a black stream of light suddenly flashed in front of him. Directly kill the phone bug on the side. Then, the knife that was on the table seemed to be pulled up and flew into the air. After spinning around in a circle, it turned into a stream of light again and flew back. If Luo Lan hadn't been training soldiers, there would be no need for this. If one conquerors goes down, no one in Demon Valley Town can resist it. In the room, the three people were stunned. What's going on? However, just as they were stunned, dozens of members of King's Landing had already rushed into the town with guns, killing pirates one after another. Continuous gunshots, coupled with the wails of a large number of pirates. 3 Marine Intelligence Monitors. Shivering. Chapter 134. A familiar woman. I surrender, don't kill me. Boom. After a gunshot, a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. The whole person fell straight down. No more life. Surrender means death. Try your best to kill them. Superior. Ouch. However, what greeted them was intense gunfire. Of course, there are too many pirates in Magic Valley Town, at least hundreds of them. 50 sailors, although they have firearms that are far beyond this world, but when faced with hundreds of people charging, it was impossible to completely intercept them. After 3 rounds of gunfire and more than 100 corpses left behind, the pirates finally rushed to the 50 soldiers of King's Landing. The close combat began. Across the distance is that awesome gun in your hands. But once we get close, we have the advantage. Kill these people from King's Landing. Ouch. Watching, 50 King's Landing soldiers were about to be swallowed up by hundreds of people. But what happened next made everyone dumbfounded. Although hundreds of people surrounded it, so no one could see the fighting inside, but the figures flying out one after another. They are all pirates. And inside the battle circle, all the soldiers of King's Landing had put their guns behind their backs, and then punched each child and knocked away the pirates who came up one by one. Although there were only 50 people brought out by Luo Lan this time, the worst ones had more than 500 power points. What is this concept? It's almost like Khalifa after the plot of Per Capita begins. This kind of strength. How could these pirates in the first half of the Great Route be able to compete? Just like adults bullying children. Finally, someone couldn't stand the pressure and ran away because they were too scared. And with the first, there are the second, the third, and even more. In the blink of an eye, the more than 200 pirates who had not yet been killed were all scattered. At this time, Luo Lan, who was surrounded by 50 soldiers. Free pursuit, leave no one behind. Yes, Colonel. At this moment, the original formation quickly dispersed. 50 King's Landing soldiers broke into pieces and dispersed around at extremely fast speeds. Sometimes a series of gunshots can be heard, and sometimes you can see the figures that were beaten and flew across the sky. In short, the pirates in Demon Valley Town suffered a serious crime. After about 10 minutes, the whole town slowly became quiet. Advertisement. At the same time, a group of soldiers escorted the 3 people and came to Luo Lan. Report. These 3 people claim to be Marines, so we didn't kill them. Well, they are indeed Marines. I'll handle it while you continue the search. Yes. The 3 Marine intelligence officers were all dumbfounded, right? This group of people is more like Marine than them. Look at that standard salute. Look at those well-trained moves. Look at that. If this were a different person, I would believe it even if it was said to be a unit directly under a certain general. Marine, right? Yes, we are intelligence personnel arranged by the headquarters in Magic Valley Town. It's okay. We in King's Landing will not embarrass the people of Marine, but we can't let you leave until our mission is completed. Do you mind? I don't mind. I don't mind at all. The 3 of them shook their heads wildly. Now the whole town is like hell. The corpses of nearly 1,000 pirates were everywhere. It is not an exaggeration to say that there was a river of blood. This King's Landing is simply more terrifying than what is described in the reward order. How dare you mind if someone talks to you politely now? Of course I don't mind. Take the 3 of them blindfolded and then send them to the ship to be imprisoned. They will be released after we come back. Clear. On the side, Ian nodded and then waved. Immediately, several King's Landing soldiers ran over, put a black bag on the heads of the 3 people, and escorted them away. Ian, you are responsible for finishing here. I need to find someone to determine when the rising current will appear. Yes, Colonel. More than 10 minutes later. Luo Lan relied on the terrifying range of knowledge and color to reach the other end of Guy Island. That is the camp of the Aruyama United Army. At this moment, there was chaos in the camp. After all, the commotion in Mogu Town was really loud, and it was impossible for them not to notice it. Did Marine call us? I don't know, boss, let's retreat first. No, I will never leave until it is proven that my ancestor did not lie. Boss. Luo Lan shook his head. With the first swish, the figure disappeared from the spot. When Luo Lan appeared again, he was already standing in the camp of the Yuanshan United Army. I think you don't need to be nervous. Who are you? A strange man suddenly appeared, wearing a mask. As long as you are an individual, you will be nervous, right? Advertisement. In the end, you told me not to be nervous, is that possible? However, Luo Lan was destined not to answer his question. Actually, I know everything you want to know. For example, the mystery of the disappearance of the other half of Guy Island. For example, why didn't we find Sandora, the Golden Township? For another example, does the golden clock described by Umbra Rolando really exist? There are more things, I know them all. As long as you tell me when the upwelling current will appear, I will tell you everything, how about it? The people of the Aruyama United Army were all shocked at first. But after hearing Luo Lan's last words, everyone showed a trace of doubt. Especially the leader of the Ape Mountain United Army, Mont Blanc Kulikai. What are upwelling currents? Luo Lan was stunned. What? You don't know? Then, suddenly remembering something, Luo Lan suddenly covered her forehead. At this moment, there are still nearly 2 years until the plot begins. So, at this time, Mont Blanc Kulikai had not yet studied the updraft thing. But, what does it say in the original work? I remember seeing a special kind of weather, which meant there would be rising sea currents the next day, right? But what is the specific climate? Luo Lan really doesn't know anymore. The upwelling current is a special kind of ocean current that goes from bottom to top and can even rush into the sky. Oh, you said this, every 2 months, the rising current you mentioned will appear. You know the location, right? You know, it's the same area every time. Hearing this, Luo Lan was very happy. As long as the location is clear, it is impossible to calculate the time when the upwelling current will appear. But you can also sit back and wait, right? This already made him very satisfied. Immediately, Luo Lan did not break his promise and told Mont Blanc Kulikai a lot of things. Well, it's all about Umbra Rolando and the Golden Land Sandora. I heard a group of orangutans and monkeys, over there. Crying like crazy. The next day, Ian brought a girl to Luo Lan. It is said that it was a pirate group that arrived in Magic Valley Town in the morning, and after being destroyed by Ian and the others. The girl who got on the boat at some unknown time was preparing to wait for the pirates to leave before jumping into the boat and running away. Then unfortunately I met Ian and the others. Of course, Luo Lan didn't care at all about the process. What he cares about is, girl, why do I look at you more and more? The more familiar it looks. Chapter 135 Karina keeps twisting on the bed. Luo Lan looked familiar at first sight. At the second glance, it looks more and more familiar. Isn't this woman the Karina who possesses peak singing voice, peak theft skills, and superb intelligence gathering ability at the same time? But, why did this woman appear here? Well, if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, it will be a long time before she runs to Tezzolo. Just, Nami, that little ancestor is so noisy. How about taking Karina back to take over the Ministry of Finance and letting Nami become a full-time navigator? You can have this idea. Ian, take her to my room, I'll be there in a minute. Luo Lan gave the order casually. Ian didn't have any extra thoughts, so he yelled loudly and escorted the people away. Karina was the only one with wide eyes. No, what do you want to do? After giving instructions to Ian, Luo Lan came directly to the camp of the Yuetian United Army. Because, he thought about what the special climate would be before the rising sea currents. Well, cumulus imperator. When cumulus clouds appear south of Gaia Island, there is about a 90% chance that the rising current will break out the next day. However, Luo Lan didn't know what Emperor Juyun looked like. I had no choice but to run to Mont Blanc Kulakai and ask. After all, he had been here for a while. After yesterday's experience, no one stopped him and he found Mont Blanc Kulakai directly. Do you know about Cumulus Imperatory? I know, isn't that right? Raising his hand and pointing to the southern sky, Mont Blanc Kulakai said strangely. And look in the direction it points. Well, is this the Cumulus Emperor unique to Gaia Island? Sure enough, this looks like a solid, very thick cloud. It looks quite strange. Wait, if you put it this way. Upwelling current is tomorrow. Thinking of this, Luo Lan immediately rushed back. Time waits for no one, and there are still many things to arrange. However, just when he returned to Tana and came to the door of his lounge. But something felt wrong. Immediately the sight, smell and color swept away. There was no one in the room. Advertisement. Miscalculation. Letting Ian keep an eye on her is really not possible. However, it should not be possible to escape from Tana. The next moment, Luo Lan directly scanned the entire Tana with the sight color, and immediately discovered the location of Karina. It's just at that place. The corners of Luo Lan's mouth raised slightly. It was a fun reunion. Inside the bridge. Tina sat on the captain's chair. Nami, on the other hand, stood aside as the temporary first mate. At this moment, a strange device was suddenly thrown in. It even bounced a few times on the ground and rolled all the way to Tina and Nami. The next moment, a large amount of smoke spewed out, instantly flooding the entire bridge. And outside the bridge door, someone pumped his fist excitedly. Got it. This ship can be sold for at least several hundred million belly. I have become really developed this time. Luo Lan. 1 billion, are you looking down on Tana? Let alone 1 billion, 10 billion or even 100 billion is not good enough. Putting on the mask, Karina entered the bridge. Prepare to control everyone who has passed out, and then completely control the ship. The wish is beautiful, but is it realistic? Always extremely cruel. Karina had just stepped into the bridge when a hand pressed on her shoulder. He turned his head sharply and looked. Then he was stunned for a moment. Not only Karina, but also the person who put his hand on her shoulder was also stunned. Vixen, little thief cat, why are you here? X2. Soon, a buzzing sound began to sound, and the thick fog with the drug effect was gradually discharged. Only then did Karina realize that among the more than 20 people on the entire bridge, not a single one of them had been tricked. What the hell is going on? In fact, it is very simple to say that it is a response to unexpected situations. Every King's Landing soldier who can go out into the field has received the most rigorous training, and every one of them is well trained. When the thick fog appeared for the first time, they were all holding their breath. Don't say they didn't inhale it at all, even if they accidentally inhaled a little bit, considering their current physique, it wouldn't be a big problem. How could everyone be knocked down just because of a little smoke? Karina, you dare to rob this ship and risk your life. Don't talk about me, why did you join this organization called King's Landing? I can join wherever I want you to take care of me. HMPH, I can rob whichever ship I want, and you don't have to worry about it. Advertisement. You don't want me to care about it, right? Then I won't care about it. Let's see what you do. Nami glared. Why don't you appreciate it? I'm angry, don't care. Hey, you guys had a lot of fun. At this time, Luo Lan walked into the bridge. He looked at it and said with a smile, it's you. Although she had never seen Luo Lan's face, she still recognized the mask. After all, there are only a few people wearing masks in the entire King's Landing, and the patterns on each person's mask are also different. Speaking of which, didn't I ask Ian to take you to my room and wait for me to come back? HMPH, you are so naive just trying to restrain me with a pair of handcuffs. Really? Then, Luo Lan waved, and 2 King's Landing soldiers immediately ran in from outside. What about handcuffs, shackles, ropes, restraints, etc.? With one operation, more than a dozen kinds of things can be summoned. Well, that's good. Send it to my room and wait until I finish handling other matters before reviewing it. Yes, Colonel. 2 King's Landing soldiers carried Karina away. It's really. In her current condition, she could no longer walk and had to rely on others to carry her. Luo Lan, what are you going to do to Karina? I'm not doing anything, just communicating and convincing her to join Rhode Island. That's all. That's it. By the way, I plan to establish a new navigation department, including the training and management of navigators, as well as the drawing of world charts, etc. I plan to leave it to you to manage. Navigation department. Nami's eyes lit up. Isn't this department tailor-made for you? But, what about Rhode Island's finances? So I have to convince Karina, just to let her take over, right? It's true that her ability to manage money is no worse than mine, but why do I always feel that you have some evil intentions? Absolutely not. You are overthinking it. In short, this matter has been decided and will be implemented after I return this time. The words fell. Luo Lan turned around and left the bridge. Returned to his own room. As soon as he entered, he saw a girl who was restrained and writhing on her bed. Good guy, how long has it been? There are more than 10 kinds of restraint tools, and this woman has already used 3 of them. Looking at the restraint devices that had been opened and scattered all over the bed, Luo Lan showed a hint of surprise. Chapter 136 Rising Current. Okay, the restraints are also taken off. Next are handcuffs, then leg cuffs. Do you think it's enough to cover my eyes? I can do it all even with my eyes closed. Luo Lan leaned against the wall and said nothing, watching with interest the performance of someone on the bed. There is a saying that in order to release various constraints, Karina has to constantly change positions. To some extent, it is still very valuable. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Karina untied all the restraints and pulled off the black hood on her head. If you want to pay attention to me, you have to wait 100 years. While that guy, well, it's better not to turn around. When he turned around, his whole body was in bad shape. I saw the guy the first had scolded hundreds of times in my mind just now, leaning against the wall on the other side. Look at yourself. When did you come in? It's been about 10 minutes. Then you saw everything. What did you see? The way you were twisting around on my bed. Luo Lan took off his mask. He asked with a smile. Wait, why did you take off your mask? Is there a problem? Of course. That's a huge problem. The whole world doesn't know what the leader of King's Landing looks like. Do you see it now? Then myself. Is there any help? Karina felt panicked. Are you going to kill someone and silence them? What are you thinking about? I just want to ask you if you are interested in changing to a stable job. You want to recruit me? Karina's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. Yes, I need someone who can help me manage my money. Then just look for Nami, isn't she already following you? She is indeed my financial steward at the moment, but alas. Luo Lan was miserable. However, Karina reacted. I understand. Is it because Nami keeps blocking you when you need money? Hit the bullseye. Luo Lan looked a little embarrassed. Yes, just like what Karina said. Advertisement. Originally, Luo Lan valued Nami's ability to manage money, but she forgot. This girl, so stingy. If you want to get money from her, you have to go through a series of hard struggles every time. So, once you have the right person, why not quickly replace him? Ha 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 ha. You, the leader of King's Landing, are you choked by Nami? Wait a minute, let me think about it. With Nami's character, do you have to say all kinds of good things every time you ask for money and then agree to a series of conditions? The leader of the dignified King's Landing, I can't do it anymore, that picture is too beautiful. Haha, let me take a moment. Luo Lan's face turned dark when she saw Karina rolling around on her bed and laughing non-stop. I told you it's enough, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it anymore and I'll just silence you. Okay, I'm not laughing anymore. Then tell me, how much money do you want me to manage for you, and how much is your salary? There is no salary, but I will give you 1,000th of the commission. 1 in 1,000, are you kidding? Karina's eyes widened. If you give me a 10% commission, then I'll forget it. In the end, you told me 1,000th. I, Karina, would rather die than surrender. What if I said, I want you to handle tens of thousands of tons of gold? So what? Wait, how much gold did you say? I don't know the specific amount yet, but there are at least tens of thousands of tons of gold. Impossible. If all the gold in the world were put together, there wouldn't be that much. Although there is gold in the pirate world, it is really not much. The entire world combined would probably not be enough to produce 10,000 tons. Tens of thousands of tons, do you want to conjure it out of thin air? Karina kept complaining in her mind. However, Karina, have you heard of Golden Country Sandora? The Golden Land of Rolando, the Great Talker. Correct answer. Luo Lan snapped her fingers. Karina was completely dumbfounded. But isn't that false? Of course it's not fake, and we will go to the Golden Country tomorrow, but you also know what will happen if tens of thousands of tons of gold appear on the market. Luo Lan shook her head, and then said very seriously. Prices will plummet all the way. Yes, the price will plummet all the way, but for me who owns tens of thousands of tons of gold, it is undoubtedly a huge loss. So, you want me to find a way to extract the maximum value from this batch of gold? Yes, is there any way? There is a way, but are you sure you can give me 1,000th of it afterwards? She was quite dissatisfied with 1,000th just now. This would have completely changed my mind. 1,000th of tens of thousands of tons of gold. That's at least 10 tons of gold. As long as you operate it properly, you can indeed cash out all the gold before anyone else reacts. Well, including the 10 tons of my own commission. Advertisement. Okay, I'll do this job. When will I start working? There's no rush, you can go get the gold with us tomorrow, and we'll officially start work when you get back. Dash 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 dash. The next day, a pirate ship has arrived at the predetermined location and is waiting. Luffy stood on the bow deck of the ship, looking around excitedly. Ace, where is Sky Island? Idiot, of course it's in heaven. In the sky, do we have to fly directly up there? Ace tilted his head. He has been asked hundreds of questions by Luffy. Well, there were only a dozen or so questions, but every time Luffy finished asking a question, he would soon ask it again from the beginning. Ace turned his head and looked away, not wanting to talk to him. At this time, Nami, who was at the helm, suddenly shouted. When the wind stops, it's like a windless zone. Even the sea is quiet. On the entire ship, only Luo Lan knew. Rising currents. Coming soon. The next moment. The vortex is a super vortex. There were soldiers on the side, pointing to the sea below and shouting. A huge vortex is slowly forming. Although the pirate ship that Luo Lan and others boarded was not in the center of the whirlpool, it was indeed within its range. At this time, even if you want to run, you can't. Besides, you can't run at this time, otherwise you won't be able to catch the rising current. Everyone, fix yourselves. Leave the rest to me. Soon, after hearing Luo Lan's order, everyone took out a rope, found a strong place to tie it, and then tied the other end around their waist. Luo Lan had prepared this a long time ago. The next moment, Luo Lan put his left hand on the bow of the ship and slowly closed his eyes. But soon, it opened suddenly again. The entire sailing ship actually slowly emerged from the water and floated. Immediately afterwards, the ship slowly rotated, forming a state where the bow was upward, the stern was facing the sea, and it was in the air. Luo Lan, did you do this? Tina is shocked. Tina couldn't believe it. When did Luo Lan have such ability? In fact, it's not just him, it's the same for everyone else. Everyone looked at Luo Lan as if they were monsters. However, there was no time for Luo Lan to explain slowly. Because at the next moment, the rising current. It broke out. Chapter 137 The Role of Halo Tool Man. This is much more shocking than watching the original work. When I read comics before, it was just a small column of water, but what do I see now? Small water column. The diameter of the water column is at least 700 or 800 meters. This is really a small water column. Originally, it should have been possible to wait for the rising current to wash the ship up. However, Luo Lan is afraid that it is not safe. What if the position is a little crooked and it will explode immediately? Only then did he use his telekinesis to stand the entire boat upright. Then slowly put it on the current. This is safer. Then, as soon as I put it on, I felt the push on my back. It will definitely kill any supercar in the previous life, and it is probably about the same as riding a rocket. If he didn't have a strong body, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Luo Lan, the bow of the ship has left the current, think of a solution quickly. Look, you knew it, only a few hundred meters up the road, something happened. Luo Lan sighed. Like in the original work, it is simply unrealistic to run all the way to a height of several thousand meters before such a situation occurs. As for flying in the end, that's even more outrageous. Luo Lan quickly used her telekinesis again to push back the bow of the ship. Everyone on the boat suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. However, they breathed a sigh of relief, but Luo Lanka was still very nervous. Because directly controlling the entire sailing ship with your own mind power consumes your energy. Still too big. According to Luo Lan's own estimation, if he does this 5 or 6 times at most, his mental energy will be exhausted. This road flies. As a Halo tool person, why is it useless at all? Looking at the bow of the ship, Luffy was shouting with excitement on his face. Luo Lan complained in her heart. Soon, very soon. The crisis just now had not passed for 10 seconds. The bow of this ship. It broke away from the current again and tilted up. If left alone, the entire ship would turn upside down and crash down in just a few seconds. No way. Luo Lan activated her telepathy again and pushed the ship back again. Mental fatigue worsened again. Nami, think of a way, I won't be able to handle this if it happens again. I'm thinking about it, don't rush me. Nami shouted in response while directing several sailors to adjust the sails. Luo Lan looked up. Not even half the journey has been completed. Luo Lan, the bow of the ship. Got it. The next moment, Luo Lan pushed back the bow of the ship for the 3rd time. Advertisement. My spirit is extremely tired, and according to estimates, I can still do it twice at most. Forget it, leave it to fate. If it fails, wait for the next rising tide. This time, consider it an experience. Time passed quickly by half a minute. After 2 more telekinesis operations, Luo Lan's face became even more depressed. His mental power was completely drained, and his telekinesis was completely unusable. Look above, there is still about 1,000 meters away. It looks like it is doomed to fail. After you go back and improve your mental strength, you should be fine next time. Thinking like this, Luo Lan also gave up. As for whether it is dangerous to fall, Luo Lan is not worried at all. After all, except for Nami, Robin and Karina, all the people who came this time knew how to moonwalk. As for the three of them who don't know how to do it, others will take care of it. Freely fall to the ground first, then wait for the last few hundred meters and keep stepping on the moonwalk to slow down. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, we were less than a kilometer away from the clouds above. The bow of the ship broke away from the current again. Luo Lan smiled bitterly and shook her head, then began to make preparations. Well, preparations for breaking away from the sailing ship and free falling at high altitude. However, just a second later, something happened that stunned everyone. A strong wind came from nowhere and directly hit the deck of the entire sailing ship. Will ship. He was forced back to the current. A few seconds later, the entire sailing ship rushed into the White Sea. A question also kept ringing in Luo Lan's mind. What happened to that strong wind at the end? Could it be that the Halo Tool Man is really working? Luo Lan doesn't know, but it doesn't matter, as long as there are results. Dash 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 dash. Above the white clouds, a sailing ship is floating here. On the deck, everyone was breathing heavily, as if they had just completed a round of devil training. Even Luo Lan, no exception. Although he has become accustomed to a gravity of more than 30 times, he still needs time to adapt to this place with thin oxygen. Of course, this time won't be long. After just a few seconds, he had recovered completely. The rest of the people on the boat also recovered one after another. This is Sky Island. Advertisement. Why can clouds hold up ships? What's the principle? On the port side, Robin looked at the White Sea below, very curious. This is the White Sea, you can understand it is the sea in the sky. But I would like to remind everyone that this White Sea has the same effect as the ordinary sea, that is, those with devil fruit abilities must not go down there to die. On the sea, even if a person with abilities falls into the sea, as long as he has not drowned, he can be rescued. But in the White Sea, there is no such thing as the bottom of the sea below. Once it sinks, it will not take long to leave the White Sea, and then engage in a 7,000-meter free fall. Luo Lan said very seriously. Of course, I mainly talk to Tina, Robin, Ian, and Baby 5. After all, the four of them who came to Sky Island this time were the only ones with abilities. Night. But, why is the color of this big bird like this? Soon, the sailing ship began to move. Then how do we get up there? Are there any rising currents? Clear. Finally, she was a little confused, but she followed Luo Lan's gaze. Thus occupying this empty island. A former god. Okay, we don't have to wander around like headless flies. At this moment, Luo Lan suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. But it's a pity that Luo Lan didn't see it, maybe because it was far away. It really saves you a lot of trouble. As the distance got closer and closer, everyone finally saw clearly what was flying towards them. At the same time, he was also looking around to see where the high-speed empty road in the original work was. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Rows of question marks. No, but there is a special channel leading to the White Sea on the White Sea. We just need to find the entrance to that channel. Riding a big bird, Robin asked again after looking around. Appeared above the heads of everyone. What about Kongdao? Later Enel appeared with his priests and drove him away. And it was still flying towards him. Luo Lan pointed upward. Nami, first find a random direction and drive the boat. Stopping here is not an option. Luo Lan shook his head. Nami nodded and immediately called several sailors to take action. The tour guide is here. Only Luo Lan knows. This guy is actually the empty island they are going to. But no matter what, here comes someone who can show the way. There are still 3,000 meters to go up. We are currently in the White Sea at 7,000 meters, and Sky Island is located in the White Sea at 10,000 meters. There really is something in the sky. Yes, more than 4 years ago, this old man was a god. Only. Chapter 138 Super Insulating Shield, Luffy. Gone for a. Although he is portrayed as a great man in the original work. But Luo Lan didn't think so. At least, when Gon 4 was still a god, Angel Island still occupied Apayado, the hometown of the Sandians. After being kicked off the throne by Enel, he was willing to coexist peacefully with the Sandians. If Angel Island is gone, are you willing to enjoy Apayado with the Sandians? This is all for nothing. For example, you showed great kindness and allowed the Sandians to return to Apayado. This Apayado, it's originally the hometown of the Sandians, right? In the end, he acted as if he was great. It's just baffling. Dash 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 dash. 2 minutes later, Ganfer came to the sailing ship. Everyone from Qingdao, my name is. Okay, Ganfu, don't waste time, just tell me where the entrance to the expressway is. Well, Ganfu was stunned for a while. I would also like to introduce myself, especially for such a powerful profession as Sky Knight. But these people below don't act according to common sense. This embarrasses yourself, okay. Okay, as long as you go in that direction, you can reach the gate of heaven. After passing through, you can enter the high-speed airway and go directly to Angel Island. Raise the spear and point it in a certain direction. Ganfer said. Don't you have anything else to say? Luo Lan looked at Ganfer with some evil intentions. Does Ganfer know about Amazon, the supervisor of Heaven's Gate? Stop talking. And since he knows about Amazon, can he remind me that if he doesn't pay the entry fee, he will be wanted and converted into Qinghai Baileys, only 100,000 Baileys per person. The reason why I didn't say this is because I didn't mean to make you think that it's okay not to pay, and then you had a conflict with Enel after going to Angel Island. Although Enel is very strong, this guy is probably thinking, what if someone from Qinghai can defeat Enel? I am always thinking about how to get back to God. This calculation works. Seeing that Ganfer was silent, Luo Lan didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore. Directly ask Nami to move the ship in the direction Ganfer pointed just now. I have to say, after getting used to Tana's speed, Luo Lan really couldn't bear this sailing ship. The speed of 6 or 7 knots is simply crazy. After spending a full 2 hours, everyone finally arrived at the toll station. Well, that's right. Advertisement. A highway toll station called the Gate of Heaven. Amazon walked out of the room, snapping photos as he came up. After finishing it, he finally spoke. There are 58 people in total, and the entry fee is 1 billion XTOL per person. What? 1 billion per person? Upon hearing this, Nami jumped up and got mad. Although I don't know the value of XTOL, even if it's 100, that's still 10 million Baileys for one person, right? 58 people, that's 580 million Baileys. Where in the world can such an expensive entry fee exist? Deliberately killing outsiders. Nami, be quiet. Luo Lan took 2 steps forward and shouted. Then. We don't have that much money. No, then let's go. May I? Of course, you can hand it in or not. Well, Nami, sail away. The conversation between Roland and Amazon left everyone a little baffled. Luo Lan, what on earth is going on? Tina is curious. As the sailing ship sailed out of the Gate of Heaven, Tina quickly asked. Actually, the exchange ratio between XTOL and Bailey is 10,000, 1. In other words, every 10,000 extras is equivalent to 1 Bailey, and the entry fee to the Gate of Heaven is 100,000 Baileys per person. Luo Lan introduced. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. It's so scary, but it turns out that 1 billion XTOL is only equivalent to 100,000 Baileys. You might say it's cheap, but it's not cheap either. But you said it. In fact, it is the monthly income of ordinary people in the pirate world. Is it expensive to travel to an empty island with 1 month's income? It's really not expensive, but. Then she later said she could pay or not pay, so what did she mean? It means that if you hand it over, you will enter the country legally. If you don't hand it over, you will enter the country illegally. Ah, for half a day, the old woman said that you can get by without handing over. Is this what you mean by co-authoring? So what happens if you enter the country illegally? How about it? Fine. According to Sky Island's laws, illegal entry is an 11th level crime, and the fine is 10 times the original amount, that is, 10 billion XTOL per person. So, the surveillance officer just now was fishing for law enforcement. What if? Luo Lan spread her hands and asked. Good guy, Tina is convinced too. First they deliberately misunderstand you, and then after you enter the air island, they come over and tell you that you entered the country illegally and impose a fine of 10 times. What a beautiful play. Advertisement. Then what do we do now? Go back and pay the entry fee. After Tina complained for a while, she asked again. Ignore it. We came here this time to kill their gods. When the time comes, when God is gone, who will take care of us? Luo Lan didn't care. Okay, you have the final say. After hearing this, Tina stopped asking any more questions. Who dares to continue to enforce the law against them for fishing? Well, next, Sister Tina, Robin, Ace and Zoro, you guys come with me. Angel Island. Luo Lan was too lazy to explain in detail and just let the two of them see it by themselves. About 7 or 8 minutes later. It makes people feel like they are in a fairy tale. Karina, Nami, you two go to Angel Island and buy a batch of all kinds of shells here. Luffy shouted excitedly. I have indeed forgotten someone. Then, okay, when you go buy them, you'll know what's special about these shells. Both of them had their heads tilted. Soon, the ship arrived at the entrance of the highway. Yes, Colonel, therefore, Luo Lan is right. It's definitely a good insulating shield, you think, it makes sense, right? Yeah, they came here this time just to kill Enel.
An island formed entirely of clouds. Gods have been killed. Slow down and encounter Enel's divine punishment, Luffy. Buy shells? Okay, you come with us too. Follow the highway and go all the way up. Everyone finally arrived at the first destination of the trip. Tina is quite supportive of taking him back. Are the shells taken back for collection? What about me? But he didn't know clearly that the reason Luo Lan took him with him was because. After all, he heard Luo Lan talk about Enel. At the same time, a huge crab sprang out from below, used its pair of huge pincers to clamp the sailboat and began to accelerate. Hearing the sound, Luo Lan remembered. It's not that there is too much money and people are too stupid, so what is it? Ian, you and Baby 5 find the location of Sandia's lair. Chapter 139 The Perfect Toolman. This time Luo Lan came to Sky Island with 3 main goals.
First, collect various shells from Sky Island and bring them back to Silas and the others for study. But don't underestimate these things. You may be able to mix them with conventional technology and develop some weird but very practical gadgets. Just like the color radar developed by Silas, it is definitely a great initiative. Second, defeat Enel and capture the Thunderfruit. For this goal, Luo Lan even brought the Devil Fruit peeling room over. Don't ask how such a big thing was stuffed into Tana, you know. Tana could have carried the M9. That thing was much larger than this room, which was only 3 meters high. As for why it has to be stripped on site, the answer is also very simple, because Luo Lan currently has no means to transport the gold away at once. It's not necessarily necessary to go back and forth to an empty island dozens or hundreds of times, relying on upwelling currents every time, right? Therefore, Enel's ship is very important. For this reason, Luo Lan even brought Kyla over. After capturing Enel, let Kyla stay in Apeado with a group of marines to take over the unfinished Arc Proverbs. Third, help Sandia regain Apeado. After being taken away from our home for 400 years, it's time to give it back. At the same time, Luo Lan needs to reach an agreement with the Sandians, that is, to borrow a small part of Apeado's land and turn it into a forward base for King's Landing. And deploying a rapid reaction force of hundreds of people. Of course, it would be even better if we could recruit troops from the Sandians. After all, the physical fitness of the Sandians is quite amazing. As for Angel Island, Luo Lan didn't want to pay attention to it at all. It is even planned to let them help the Sandians protect Apeado when deploying the forward base. Sky Islanders must obtain the consent of the Sandians, otherwise they are not allowed to enter. Luo Lan and his group were walking on the streets of Kongdao. However, I also asked many people for news about Apeado's location. But it's a pity that whenever someone hears this question, their expressions immediately change and they quickly leave. Always to no avail. And not long after, about 30 guys suddenly sprang out from all around, surrounding a few of them in the middle. In fact, whether it is Luo Lan or Tina and the others. These people have been discovered a long time ago. It's just that he ignored it, because it's really. These people are too weak, his sense of sight, hearing, and color is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary Guo Haibing. There is no need to care, I am. One of them came out. Advertisement. He was about to say something, but the next moment, he rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Foaming at the mouth. Not only him, more than 30 people surrounding Luo Lan and the others also fell down at the same moment. Needless to say, Luo Lan naturally knew the White Berets and the White Berets commander McKinley. However, Luo Lan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Why did you say that in order to protect the people of Angel Island from harm, you surrendered and served Enel from then on? Listen, what a familiar words. Well, that's what those puppet soldiers said in Luo Lan's previous life. The fact is that all the other members of Ganfer's team were killed or imprisoned by Enel. There was nothing wrong with him, and he was even doing well under Enel. At least on Angel Island, the White Berets are definitely on top. Isn't it just kneeling fast enough? I understand. Luo Lan didn't like Ganfu very much. But for this kind of person, it is disgusting. At this time, Luo Lan slowly looked up at the sky, and then. He frowned deeply. The hard network is really powerful. I couldn't even find you with my knowledge, but you were able to lock me in. Looking up, Luo Lan whispered to herself. Yes, he also tried to search for the location of Enel or those priests using the color of his knowledge. It's a pity that it didn't work out. Therefore, they are definitely outside Luo Lan's perception range. But at this moment, he was locked by Enel. This shows. Enel's coverage area is definitely larger than Luo Lan's. Sure enough, the next moment, thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky and started churning violently. Luffy, let me lend you your body. The invisible big hand composed of telekinesis instantly grabbed Luffy's limbs. Then, it started to pull. Well, it's like the ancient 5-horse dismemberment, except that the head is missing. Just a few seconds. From a human form, it was pulled into a huge piece of cloth. Block a large area below. And this time, the thunderclouds in the sky have also finished brewing. Boom. Like a super energy cannon fired from space to the Earth's surface, the lightning pillar, which was at least 10 meters thick, just crashed down. For a moment, the dazzling bright light made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. 20 kilometers away, Enel in Apeado. Advertisement. He showed a hint of disdain, then withdrew his internet and stopped paying attention. He is a proud man. As the saying goes, a man never looks back to see the explosion. The same applies to Enel. God, never confirm whether the other party is really dead. Since God has taken action, there must be no possibility for mortals to survive. But what about actually? On Angel Island, under the stunned gaze of countless Sky Islanders, Luo Lan released her telekinesis. Luffy's body, which had been pulled apart, shrank for a while and returned to its original appearance. At the same time, he opened his mouth and blew out a stream of black smoke. Ace was immediately dumbfounded. Just now, he thought Luo Lan was using Luffy as cannon fodder. But now it seems like nothing happened to Luffy. What happened just now? I want you to study more. Luffy is a rubber fruit, and rubber is an insulator, so Enel's thunder is useless to him. So, Luffy is born to be Enel's nemesis. Ace's eyes widened and he asked in disbelief. Before departure, Luo Lan introduced Enel to them.
Users with the power of the Logia Thunder Fruit have extremely powerful vision, and the fruit's ability has been developed quite deeply. At the same time, the Thunder Fruit is the fruit with the strongest attack power among Logia. As for the attack just now, Ace didn't think he could resist it intact. Even if you activate the armed color. But Luffy. Is this Tionk? No wonder Luo Lan insisted on bringing Luffy to the Sky Island. So that's what happened. Ace made up his mind. However, he didn't know that Luo Lan was just for safety when the sea currents rose. After all, Luffy is just a Halo tool man. As for what happened just now, who said we have to bear it forcefully? Just get out of the way. Although this thunder pillar has super powerful attack power, it is only about 10 meters in diameter. For people like them, it's not a big problem if they want to get out of the way. As for why Luffy is used, I simply feel that since I have brought him to Sky Island, I have to let him play some role, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it feel like giving Luffy a free PR street ute? Therefore, as long as it is useful, use it as much as possible. Who let Luffy? Is he a perfect tool man? Chapter 140 Intercepting a Loneliness. The Heart Network expands the coverage of the knowledge and locks the target. Then strike beyond visual range. And the attack power is so strong. To be honest, if Luo Lan hadn't been unable to eat devil fruit, he would have definitely eaten it himself afterwards. Luo Lan looked around. All the Sky Islanders looked at their group of people as if they were looking at monsters. After all, if someone can survive God's punishment unscathed, what else can he be but a monster? Now, can anyone tell me which direction a Payado is? Luo Lan was too lazy to ask questions one by one. Through precise control, a hint of Conqueror's aura is exuded, which can frighten these islanders without actually stunning them. Sure enough, someone was immediately willing to cooperate. And Sky Islander pointed tremblingly in a certain direction. Yes, there. Very good, let's go. With a flick of Junline's coat, Luo Lan led the people back to the sailing ship. Then, set sail directly towards the direction pointed by the Sky Islander just now. It didn't take long before a Payado could be seen from a distance. Compared with it, Angel Island behind him is simply dwarfed, only about 1/30 or 43rd the size of a Payado. Even Gaia Island is actually only a small part of a Payado. Yes, a very small part. You can imagine how big a Payado is. This is a truly large island. Almost 3 times the size of Rhode Island. Luo Lan, I remember you said that a Payado was originally an island in the Qinghai Sea and was washed up by rising sea currents. Yes, do you see the gap in front that looks like an inner bay? Seeing it, it's like someone took a bite out of the pie. Robin nodded. Luo Lan was stunned at first, but soon started laughing. Isn't this a Payado's appearance like a piece of pie that someone took a bite out of? This metaphor is really apt. Then do you know that the gap is the original Gaia Island? It turns out that's why when Rolando brought his people to Gaia Island, they couldn't find the Golden Land. Even the size of the island was different from what he described. Yes, so this guy Rolando died unjustly. Luo Lan nodded. Can that guy not be unjust? You said that such a big island has been fine for hundreds of years, but something happened after this guy left. As a result, he was called a big talker, and he was even executed for it. If he is not unjust, who is? Advertisement. More than an hour passed. The sailing ship finally arrived at a Payado. Everyone went ashore. At this moment, someone in a Payado also noticed these uninvited guests. Yeah ha 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 ha, he's still alive. I don't know how you did it, but this kind of behavior. This is already a provocation to God. However, since you have arrived at the island of God, I will give you a trial. If anyone can pass through and come to the presence of this God, then, this God will give him the position of God-tier official above all the priests. Put on a great show and try to please me, mortals. Yeah ha 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 ha. On a throne made of gold, a shirtless man gnawed an apple while shouting out of the blue. In other words, performing. Soon, 4 white figures sprang out from inside the island and flew towards Luo Lan and his party. At the same time, a Payado was in the south. Got you. Although when I was in Angel Island, it was more than 20 kilometers away from Apaya, so Luo Lan's sights and sounds couldn't cover it. But this will. Luo Lan, who has already arrived on the island, relies on her knowledge and knowledge of nearly 10 kilometers to cover the distance. Finally found Enel's location. It happens to be less than 10 kilometers away from my current location. And, it's not just Enel, there are more than 200 people who feel very weak, and 4 guys who are stronger than ordinary Sky Islanders. Recalling the plot of the original work, Luo Lan immediately understood. Those more than 200 people should be members of the God team who refused to surrender at first, refused to surrender after being defeated by Enel, and were later beaten as coolies and used as coolies, the acting god Ganfuor on Angel Island, right? Well, it was the same as McKinley, the commander of the White Berets, who was stunned by Luo Lan with conquerors on Angel Island. The only difference is that McKinley surrendered to Enel. But not those 200 people. As for the other 4 people, they should be the 4 priests, right? Ho ho, are you still coming for us? Could it be that Enel had a Chunabu attack and did the gods' trial again? Ace, Zoro, there are 4 of Enel's men coming in front of you, go and deal with them. Clear. The two men nodded immediately after hearing the words, and then rushed forward, their faces full of excitement. Finally we can fight. Can you not be excited about these two things? Advertisement. Hey, Seaweed Head, let's see who can kill more. No problem. Let's compare today, which one is stronger, martial arts or swordsmanship? Good. Luo Lan covered her forehead and was quite speechless. These two things have to compete with each other every day. It's not easy for Mr. Garp to explain. Therefore, currently Ace is definitely stronger physically. He, then I will compete with them. This time, I will definitely win Ace. Big brother wearing a mask, can I go too? He didn't run in the wrong direction, but he was unlucky and fell into a pit. Intercepted a loneliness. Not to mention, before either of them joined, Ace was much stronger than Zoro. This is really. Then there's Luffy, who's even better. Forget it about Luffy, but Ace and Zoro. You two are knowledgeable, how can you miss the enemy? The four priests with Enel, not to mention seeing, hearing, and lusting, even the heart network can do it. However, unlike martial arts, which relies entirely on physical fitness, although Kendo also relies on physical fitness, the degree of dependence is much lower than that of martial arts. Luo Lan's face turned dark. With that said, he ran towards the front. Before you have run far, a circle has been formed for you. At this moment, you have even reached behind Luo Lan and the others. And Ace also often gives compliments. First there was Zoro. He was originally running from south to north, but he turned to the east while running, perfectly missing all enemies. Just then, Luffy spoke. When he climbed out, he also just missed the four priests. This kid is only 15 years old, can he do it? In fact, Luo Lan was even more speechless. Luo Lan was stunned. He looked at the four figures appearing in front of him. Don't you even know how to turn on the information and take a look? No, he has the halo of the protagonist. Is it his turn to worry about his life and death? Of course, the current winning rate of Ace is higher. Therefore, after becoming a swordsman, Zoro also slowly won 1 or 2 times in every 10 competitions. Okay, you can go too. Yes, better than my stupid brother, who hasn't even beaten me once in all these years. Although I don't care whether this kid is dead or alive, but if something happens, there's nothing you can do about it. Who made Ace join Rhodes Island half a month earlier than Zoro? Totally unnecessary, right? As for Ace, however, within a minute, something happened that made Luo Lan dumbfounded. Chapter 141I, Enel, I'm invincible. Tina was shocked. The three of them were defeated so quickly. Without Luo Lan's terrifying mental power, Tina's current visibility could only cover less than a kilometer. So, no idea what happened. A look of shock. After all, in her perception, although the three people in front of her are somewhat powerful. Not to mention Luffy, but compared to Ace and Zoro, he is definitely far behind. What's the situation? Luo Lan's face was still dark and she didn't know how to answer. It's so embarrassing. Sister Tina, shall I come? No, let Tina do it. Placing her right hand in front of Luo Lan, Tina said without any doubt. During this time, she was so uncomfortable. After all, every time you act as King Lin, you cannot use your abilities, otherwise you will be recognized immediately. This time, we finally came to a place where Marine couldn't see. Why don't you have a good time to vent? All right. Luo Lan nodded, took Robin 2 steps back, and handed the venue to Tina. I am Ohm, the priest in charge of the Iron Trial. By the way, the survival rate of the Iron Trial so far is 0%. The trial begins now. Whoosh, bang, boom. One shaves, the other whips the legs. Then a few hundred meters away, a cloud of smoke rose. All added up, it may only take 1 second. Maybe, even that Ohm didn't understand what was going on until his death. As this the end, although Robin knew that Luo Lan and others were very strong. But since the volcanic island, this was the first time she had seen Tina take action. After all, Tina was commanding the fleet on the volcanic island and did not go to the island. When fighting Crocodile, Luo and others did not take any action. They just gave Baroque Working Group a batch of water pumps and high-pressure water cannons, and that was it. Therefore, this is the first time Robin has seen Tina take action. Definitely, these guys are not even as strong as the Sandians in terms of physical fitness. Not to mention the current Tina, even the Tina before joining the 157th branch, there is no problem in dealing with these guys. That's it. If you don't believe it, look at it. 5, 4, 3. Luo Lan directly raised 5 fingers, and put one down every time she counted. 2. Boom. 1. Advertisement. Boom boom. When Robin reacted and turned his head to look over. Only Tina was left in front. Where are the 4 priests? Only a few hundred meters away, smoke and dust rose in 4 different directions. With Tina's current strength value exceeding 6,000, dealing with these 4 guys is like an adult bullying a child. Tina is not satisfying at all. How about that Thor or something like that, let me come too. If that's the case, Sister Tina, you're probably really not good at it. Why? Because your domineering power is still at the covering stage. As long as Enel doesn't get mad and get close to you, there's nothing you can do. Luo Lan said seriously. Although Enel, this guy in the original work, really went crazy and wanted to get close to Luffy. Even when you use skills, you have to get close first and then use them. But that's caused by the protagonist's aura and the needs of the plot. Change to Tina. I guess Enel is not that stupid. Just keep the distance and keep attacking. Tina doesn't even have a way to fight back. This is now a reality without the halo of the protagonist and no plot. Sister Tina, if you are too boring. On the west side of the island, there is a huge python, much larger than the average Poseidon. How about you capture it, tame it, and then take it back to Rhode Island and keep it as a pet? Luo Lan said with a smile. Tina was stunned. No, you asked Tina to catch the snake. Yes, that's a python that's hundreds of years old. Wouldn't it be nice to tame it and let it help us hunt Poseidons in the windless zone? You are really evil. Tina was speechless. Catching a snake. I can't. By the way, Sister Tina, take all the sailors with you, because the ruins of Sandora are also there, and you should also find a lot of gold jewelry. Okay, what about you? Me, go meet Enel for a while. Is it okay to be alone? Full confidence, don't worry. Soon, the team split into two parts. Among them, Tina led 50 sailors towards the west side of the island. Luo Lan, on the other hand, took Robin and continued walking towards the central vines. And at the same time, two more groups of people landed on Apaya Island. Advertisement. One batch landed from the west-north blue coast of Apayado. Ian and Baby 5 were among the crowd. As for the other batch, no, I should say another one. Because Gon Fuer was the only one who landed from the southeast of the island, riding a strangely colored creature and flew towards the interior of the island. And all of this was directly captured by Luo Lan's sight. No, it should be a person and an animal. If I guessed correctly, it was undoubtedly Gon Fuer. In Luo Lan's eyes, there was no difference. This is good. In fact, Enel sensed it. But it doesn't matter, even if there are 200 more divine guards, what can this guy do? Sure enough, it is impossible for a person who once became a god to have a dirty heart. Since they came together, it meant that the Sandians had agreed to their proposal. Yeah ha 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 ha, I really underestimated you. You defeated 4 priests with a mortal body. As for the southeast direction, there is only one person. It's just that one ant has increased to more than 200 ants, that's all. He wanted to rescue the members of the god team while he was entangled with Enel. Luo Lan complained in her heart when she saw Enel's stupid look on his face and those same stupid words. For Enel, he is a god who is immune to any attack. No, have you awakened from what you have seen and heard? Is invincible. Of course, Luo Lan knew exactly what Ganfu was planning. Robin, where is that guy Enel? Don't you feel that my body is several times stronger than yours? He clearly sensed that Luo Lan was very strong. Because, if you fly in this direction, your target is the location of the more than 200 members of the god team. But so what? The speed is very fast, most of them are flying. Enel, this god recognizes you. From today on, you will be the god tier officer under my command. From now on, whether you are a priest or 50 god soldiers, you will be in charge. Luo Lan, we're here. Moreover, the direction he was heading was a little off, not directly towards Enel. The group of people in the northwest should be Ian. Looking up, I saw that the vine was really majestic. However, Luo Lan doesn't care about these now, what he cares about is. Therefore, no matter how strong a mortal becomes, he still cannot attack himself, let alone defeat himself. While leading Luo Bing towards the vines, Luo Lan observed the two groups of people who had just landed. I am the god of thunder Enel. Haha, have you been using yourself as bait from the beginning? Chapter 142 Enel was defeated twice. Watching someone act coquettish. Luo Lan silently took off his Junline coat and handed it to Robin. Without the cover of Junline's coat, all the equipment he carried was exposed. Kasul and Jackal are located in the holsters on the left and right sides respectively, and there is also a long leather bag hanging on the back waist. There is something inside that I can't see for the time being. God, right, I just don't know what to say. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Streams of light kept flying out from the lower back. The next moment, 12 black flying knives surrounded Luo Lan, very agile. At the same time, a mysterious energy began to cover the whole body. Enel frowned deeply. Because Luo Lan completely disappeared from his perception. It's like the other party doesn't exist at all. This was the first time he had felt like this, and he felt something strange for no reason. But this bad thing only existed for a while before it was forcibly suppressed by Enel. That's right, he is a god, the god of thunder. No mortal attack can hurt you. If that's the case, then what's there to worry about? On the contrary, he admired Luo Lan even more. His vision was indeed correct. This man was indeed qualified to become a god-tier official. Okay, let me personally conduct the final trial for you. Yeah ha 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 ha, whoosh, 1,000,000 volts, discharge. After a burst of laughter, Enel turned into a bolt of thunder and instantly moved in front of Luo Lan. He stretched out his right hand and put it on Luo Lan's shoulder. Then, he said calmly. The lightning suddenly appeared and was about to be released from his hand. But at the next moment, the lightning that was terrifying just now suddenly dissipated. Without a trace. Then, Enel shouted, "Let me go." Only then did Robin notice. Luo Lan's left hand was firmly grasping Enel's right wrist. Enel kept trying to break free, but to no avail. Black, is this the power he said can capture those with Logia abilities, the armed hockey? Advertisement. Although Robin joined Rhode Island not long ago, he is no longer a novice. There are a lot of things that I didn't know before. Even if I haven't seen them much now, at least I know them. At this moment, she immediately realized that Luo Lan was using weapons. Of course, although the armed color can capture Logia's body, it does not have the special effect of the Sea Tower Stone that makes Logia powerless. Therefore, Enel can still resist. If your right hand is caught, use your left hand. 10 million forward, discharge. Bang. Luo Lan was not used to it, and while he was still shaking forward, he directly punched him with his right fist. It directly knocked Enel away for hundreds of meters. In the end, a big hole was even made in the ground. Okay, I was wrong about the original work before. Although I have such an awesome devil fruit, I still like to attack at close range. Is this guy mentally ill? Of course, Luo Lan didn't think that Enel could be killed with one punch. This is also impossible. If I had known better, I would have worn a pair of sea stone handcuffs with me. I didn't have to grab his wrists and cuff them directly. Isn't that the end? Oh, what a mistake. Luo Lan regretted a little. Robin covered his mouth and snickered from behind. By the way, he took out a sea stone handcuff. Luo Lan, I brought it, do you want it? No need for now, I still want to have some fun. Luo Lan shook his head and continued to look ahead at the dusty land. Sure enough, the next moment there was a thunderous blast, and all the flying dust was instantly dispersed. Enel's figure is revealed. At this moment, thunder was roaming around him, and he really felt like a thunder god. However, the blood spilling from the corners of his mouth and the face that was slightly distorted by anger had nothing to do with the image of a god. Mortal, you are seeking death. With a gloomy look on his face, Enel raised the golden stick in his hand and struck one of the drums on the decorative ring behind him. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. What? The drum turned into a bird. Robin, who had retreated outside the battle circle, was also surprised when he saw this scene. It has to be said that Logia's ability users are, let alone strong or not. But the skills are indeed cooler than the last. Luo Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. The 12 flying knives around him instantly turned into 12 streams of light, killing the Thunderbird directly. HMPH, if you use this kind of thing to fight against this god's Thunderbird, mortals will be mortals. Advertisement. Enel was full of disdain for this. The next moment, the two were fiercely intertwined. I saw 12 flying knives surrounding the Thunderbird, as if 12,000 enemies were constantly fighting in and out of the enemy formation. And every time you rush to kill, the number of enemies will be reduced. At this moment, this is the feeling of deja vu. Every time the flying knife pierces and exits from the other end, it will leave a hole in the Thunderbird, and Thunderbird cannot repair it. 12 flying knives, hundreds or thousands of times. The little things added up, and the Thunderbird was pierced with thousands of holes, so that it could no longer sustain itself. Completely dissipated halfway towards Luo Lan. If you want to ask how the 12 flying knives achieved such results, it is actually very simple. Because when Sato made these flying knives, in addition to special metals as the main materials, he also added a large amount of sea-floor stone powder according to Luo Lan's requirements. Therefore, he also has the ability to restrain the devil fruit's abilities. Of course, this restraint ability only applies to direct contact with flying knives. This is why the Thunderbird can be penetrated into holes one by one, but it cannot directly destroy the entire Thunderbird. It can only rely on the accumulation of small things to make it unable to maintain its size. Of course, in addition to this, Luo Lan has many other killing moves. This time, he was fully prepared to deal with Enel. This is impossible. Mortal, what exactly have you done? Enel's eyes widened. Crazy shook his head. I can't believe what just happened. Although it is not his strongest power, Thunderbird's move. It was definitely a move he took very seriously. But now, it was so easy to be blocked by this mortal. How could something like this happen? Dash 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 dash. Just when Luo Lan was fighting Enel. West of the island, the Marines, led by Tina, have entered the ruins of Sandora. And conduct a wide range of searches. After all, not even 2 years later, there is still a lot of gold to be found here. Even daily utensils are made of gold. Tina is shocked. Looking at the various gold products that had been found and piled into a hill in front of him. Tina was completely shocked. Even the celestial dragons. Not so luxurious, right? Hiss, hiss, ho ho ho. That's when there was a special sound not far away. Chapter 143 Special Bullets. This sound is somewhat like a snake, but it can also roar like a beast. Very strange. You guys continue searching here, I'll go up and have a look. Yes, Colonel. Taking advantage of the buildings in Sandora, Tina jumped a few times and then stepped on the moonwalk to reach the outside of the pit. Good guy, this is what Luo Lan said, a python that is slightly larger than the ordinary Poseidon. You call this bigger? How big is the average Poseidon? The smaller one is more than 100 meters, and the larger one is just a few hundred meters. But what about this guy? I guess it's at least 2,000 meters long, right? If there are several such pythons, if they are connected together, they can fish directly from the empty island in Qinghai below. Hiss. The giant python spit out snake letters and stared at Tina closely. It seemed to be a warning. Immediately, he suddenly opened his bloody mouth, as if he wanted to swallow Tina alive. As for this big mouth, let alone swallowing Tina, it would be nothing surprising if it swallowed the building in one gulp. It immediately enveloped Tina, but the next moment, the big mouth could not be closed. Because several black iron branches that are hundreds of meters long are just holding up the upper and lower jaws in his mouth, keeping them open and closed at their maximum, making it impossible to complete the bite for a while. However, the constantly rattling black iron branches also indicate that it will not be able to support it for long. A red figure quickly jumped out of the bloody mouth, and then the sheku finally closed, and countless pieces of iron branches scattered from the air. As the bite force so strong, Tina showed a hint of surprise. Although I didn't use all my strength, I just made a few iron branches that were not thick, but it collapsed in just a few seconds, which was really unexpected. Turning his right hand over, a huge iron branch appeared that was obviously thicker than before, with one end sharpened, and a full 100 meters long. Like a huge javelin, I saw Tina holding the iron branch with both hands and slamming it down. The sound of breaking through the air sounded instantly, and the iron branch turned into a stream of black light, followed by a loud rumble. The iron branch actually penetrated the giant python's tail directly, pinning it to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the entire sky seemed to be raining black iron branches, and one iron branch after another was dropped by Tina. As if tracing a line, they fell diagonally against both sides of the snake's body and penetrated deeply into the ground. After a while, hundreds of iron branches were arranged diagonally and staggered along both sides of the snake's body. The entire giant python was trapped in it, unable to move. And Tina. At this moment, he also fell down and walked to the huge snake head. I heard Luo Lan say that your name is Nolan, and you are very spiritual. Can you understand what we are saying? Hiss. Tina doesn't understand. Anyway, Luo Lan said that even if you don't surrender, it won't be a big problem. If you treat it as food, the effect will be better than those Poseidon ones. Don't waste it. Advertisement. Hearing this, Nolan broke out in cold sweat on his huge snake head. Hiss. Tina even said she couldn't understand. Let's do this. If you are willing to surrender, then stick out your tongue. If you are not willing, then stick out your tongue twice. How about that? Hiss. The giant python vomited some snake seeds. Real. Hiss. The giant python vomited the snake again. If you dare to lie to Tina, I will eat you directly. Hiss. This time, the giant snake vomited twice. Tina nodded with satisfaction. Then with a snap of his fingers, the thick iron branches that trapped Nolan collapsed one after another. After finishing, Tina came to Nolan's tail, ready to see his injuries. After all, in order to trap him just now, one of the thickest iron branches pinned his tail firmly to the ground. Although the iron branch has been removed at this moment, the bloody hole in Nolan's tail will not heal so quickly. As she looked at it, Tina's eyes became strange. No, there is still gold in your snake's body. As Nolan twisted, the bloody hole in the tail turned out. Various gold jewelry keep falling out. You guys, do you usually eat gold? Tina is shocked. Can Luo Lan really afford to take this guy back? Even the celestial dragons can't afford to keep a snake that eats gold, right? How about killing them and using them as food? Tina considered it very seriously. When Nolan heard this, he almost went crazy. Hiss. Dash 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 dash. Other side. The whole area looked like it had been plowed. The ground was scorched black. With only the naked eye to rely on, Enel's attack accuracy was obviously much worse. The control of the timing of the attack is even worse. After all, he has long been accustomed to the use of the heart network over the years. Suddenly he was not allowed to use the internet with his heart and relied solely on his eyes. In a short period of time, Enel really couldn't get used to it. On the contrary, Luo Lan was at ease. After another bolt of thunder flashed through, Luo Lan stepped forward directly. The distance between him and Enel was instantly shortened. This shocked Enel, and he immediately took the initiative to elementalize, turning into a bolt of thunder that shot straight into the sky. Finally, dozens of meters above the ground, he deactivated his elemental form and reconstituted his human form. Advertisement. Luo Lan frowned, holding the silver-white casul in his right hand, and when he raised it, he fired 3 guns. Musket. Although Kongdao is rarely visited by Qingdao people, it is not completely absent. Enel remembered that the Qinghai people who came here before also used this. It looks pretty bluffing, but actually, no threat at all. Enel was so disdainful that he didn't even bother to hide. However, the next moment he realized something was wrong. Why are the bullets he fired different from those of the Qinghai people before, and why is it black? Black. For Enel these days, it is definitely a color that touches nerves. When Luo Lan grabbed his right hand before, his hand turned black. And those flying knives that can break his own thunder are also black. At this moment, are the bullets fired by this gun still black? It's not good, it's going to be bad. You can never do it yourself. If you want to avoid it, you must avoid it. Thinking of this, Enel immediately ducked to the side. Although the speed was very fast, it was still a little late, and he was hit by a bullet on the left cheek. Leave a wound. Damn it, how dare you, how dare you. 200 million volts, Thor. Touching the scar extending from the corner of his mouth to his left ear. Enel is crazy. Directly release the maximum power, completely transforming into a disembodied god of thunder. Countless thunderclouds surged across the sky. It's like the end of the world. This is a complete change of environment. I don't know how Luffy, who couldn't even defeat Bruno in the original work and had only 3 to 400 Doki points, won at that time. The plot is too serious. With this level of thunder, even if your rubber fruit can insulate, it can't withstand the heat. Do you really think that when rubber touches electricity, it becomes omnipotent? What are you talking about? If I want to deal with Enel in this state, I can only use that thing. Eject the Black Jackal's magazine. Then take out another magazine and push it in. Silas, I hope this kind of bullet is as effective as you said. Looking at the sky, Enel seems to be receiving worship from thousands of thunders. Luo Lan slowly raised the gun. Then, bang. Chapter 144 Ganfu's Plan. Bang. The 13mm caliber Black Jackal has a very low sound. A yellow-orange bullet was blasted out instantly. Yes, not black, but regular yellow-orange bullets. Enel, who was well prepared, turned slightly to avoid it. Didn't have any effect. However, just as the bullet passed in front of him, it exploded suddenly. Enel was shocked, but I felt my body, and there was no injury. Suddenly I felt confused. What the hell is going on? The next moment, Luo Lan activated his telekinesis again, and the 12 flying knives instantly turned into black streams of light, attacking Enel in the air from different directions. Do you think this thing will still have an effect on me? Having completely transformed into a thunder god, his speed is only lower than Kizaru's. If he really had to dodge seriously, Luo Lan would definitely not be able to hit him at the speed of his flying knife. Immediately, the performance will begin. However, a feeling of powerlessness suddenly appeared. Not to mention quick dodge. Even the thunder god transformation felt like it could no longer be maintained. What's going on? The next moment, PFF'd. 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 ... Throwing knives stabbed into Enel's body one after another. And at this moment, Enel's thunder god transformation also faded away instantly, and he returned to his true form. It fell from the sky. A big hole was created directly. Boom. Putting away the 2 guns, Luo Lan slowly walked to the pit. What exactly did you do to my body? Enel didn't even have the strength to lift his hand. After all, the 12 flying knives inserted into his shoulders, limbs, and other non-lethal positions at this moment all contain the composition of seafloor stone. Of course, what Enel asked was not about these 12 flying knives. But just now, why did I suddenly feel powerless, and that moment of stagnation was the most direct reason why I was hit by 12 flying knives. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't understand. How did Luo Lan do it? You know those bullets of mine can hit you physically, right? So what? The bullet speed is so slow, as long as you are not careless, it is impossible to get hit. Advertisement. So, I didn't want to shoot you, but let him explode in front of you. Explode in front of me. It turned out to be that shot. But that's not right, that explosion has almost no power, let alone hurting yourself. What I could confirm at that time was that no part of my body was injured. Can't you understand? Actually, the purpose of that bullet is not to attack directly. And the subsequent explosions were not intended to hurt anyone. The real reason is that there is some sea-floor stone powder deployed in that bullet. Once it explodes, these powders will instantly cover an area of at least a 10-meter radius. Of course, because the quantity is small and these powders are processed multiple times, they are finer than ordinary sea-floor stone powders and are difficult to detect with the naked eye. Then, you sent some of the powder into your body through breathing. Although the amount is very small, it cannot make you incapacitated as smoothly as regular sea-floor stones, but it can stop your movements for a short time, which is still no problem. All I want is that moment. Although he didn't know what sea-floor stone was, Enel intuitively understood that it should be the kind of black substance that could touch him. Therefore, I inhaled some black substances into my body, so. I understand. At the same time, I am very sure that if it happens again, I will never fall into the trap. However, is there really a next time? At this time, Robin also came over. Luo Lan didn't need to give any orders at all, she just jumped into the pit and took out the sea stone handcuffs. With a click, put it on Enel. After finishing, Luo Lan also pulled out all 12 flying knives from Enel's body with one move, forming a circle and continuously accelerating. Use centrifugal force to remove all blood stains. One after another, they all flew back into the leather bag on Luo Lan's waist. Neatly. Robin, take care of his wound, otherwise he may bleed to death. The devil fruit peeling room is still on the sailing ship. If Enel dies now, it will be a big loss. Good. Robin nodded, and then moved his hands. And Luo Lan. Then he turned around and looked towards the southeast of the island. Haha, that guy Ganfu actually called everyone from Angel Island. Ganfu, when are you going to see me again? He raised his head. Luo Lan shouted. Immediately, Ganfuer's figure appeared on a big tree 100 meters away. This warrior from Shanghai, as the god of Angel Island, thank you very much for defeating Enel. Your great achievements will be forever remembered by the monument erected on the island. So, Do you want so many people to come to Apayado to seize the fruits of victory? Of course not. The war between Angel Island and the Sandians has been going on for 400 years. After Enel's incident, I also want to understand that it is time to end this war and let Angel Island and the Sandians peaceful coexistence and shared Apayado. Advertisement. How can you say this? Luo Lan was really convinced. Does Apayado have anything to do with Angel Island? That's the land of the Sandians, okay. In the original work, there is at least one factor that makes Angel Island disappear, so it is still justifiable. But now, one by one, they even put on a posture ready to fight. Not to mention the young man who defeated Enel, those Sandians. We disagree. There was also a shout from the west. I saw a group of people dressed as primitive tribes, all wearing skates, galloping towards here. As for the ordinary people from Angel Island, they have little fighting power. However, now is not the time to dwell on this issue. Just then, it seems that the only option is to be patient for the time being and wait until these Qinghai people leave and their own divine guards are re-established before making any plans. Then let's talk about it. Yes, we Sandians cannot give up even an inch of their land. He wasn't sure how to deal with it at the moment. They, Angel Island, are invaders. The worst they can do is continue. Now that we're all here. The words fell. Ganfu. Does he know me? After Weber made his statement. Just left here. Angel Island is still there. What qualifications do you have to share the land of Apayado with the Sandians? Well, since you don't want to, I won't force you. The Sandia crowd behind them became angry. Luo Lan even saw Ian and Baby 5 in his team. Enel, I have already defeated him, but Ganfer, the previous god of Angel Island, said that he would share Apayado with the Sandia clan. Well, except for the 3 guys who are leading the charge and don't know where they are at the moment. A tall woman stood above her head, it was Tina. Behind the Sandians is a huge python. That's right, we don't agree. I disagree. Apayado is the land of our Sandia people. Why should we share it with Angel Island? Good guys, they're all here together. This made Ganfu's face darken. Webb, what do you Sandians say? At this moment, these 2 guys were also having a great time on their skates. Hearing this, Weber was stunned for a moment. He wanted to take action, but the more than 200 former members of the Divine Guard who had just been rescued were still very weak. Chapter 145 Candidates for the Thunder Fruit. Seeing Ganfu leave, Luo Lan didn't plan to do anything. As long as he stays calm, Luo Lan doesn't bother to care. Restless. Luo Lan was puzzled to change the god of Angel Island. Well, an obedient god. Sister Tina, please do your best and take people to the southeast of the island to intercept the Sky Islanders who are swarming up Apayado. By the way, let's get someone to find those 3 idiots. Tina nodded, and then patted the python Nolan on the head. The latter understood immediately, turned around and twisted away. At the scene, only Luo Lan, Robin, Ian, Baby 5, and a group of Sandians were left. Webb, isn't your chief here? No, after all, he is old and is not suitable for following us to move quickly. So that's it. Ian should have told you my conditions, how about it? Before answering this question, can I ask you something first? Weber did not answer directly. But, can. Then I'll ask directly, what if we Sandians refuse? Reject. That's a pity, but it doesn't matter, we will take a part of the gold as reward, and then leave. Luo Lan replied. This is not a lie to them, but this is the original plan. After all, Luo Lan's goal is to bring justice to the world, so it is impossible to rob the land of the Sandians like Angel Island. As for taking away some of the gold, as Luo Lan said, this is reward. The reward for helping you deal with Enel and regaining your homeland. Makes sense. Are you sure? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with the entire Shandia tribe, right? It's really not difficult. Not to mention me, there are several people under my command who can kill your entire tribe single-handedly. Then you still. This is different. What we in King's Land pursue is justice. Do you think robbing other people's land is justice? At this moment, Weber somewhat understood the other party's thinking logic. They are completely different from the residents of Angel Island who appear to be kind but are extremely greedy when it comes to their own interests. This should be a trustworthy organization of the Shandia tribe. Before coming, the chief had already put the decision in my hands, and now I have made a decision, that is. The Shandia tribe is willing to form an alliance with King's Landing. At the same time, Apayadon will also plan a piece of land for King's Landing to be stationed. In addition, except for the Golden Bell, all the gold in Apayado belongs to King's Landing. But on the other hand, our Sandia clan also has 2 requirements. Weber was very decisive. Advertisement. He even gave everything he could. It was so refreshing that Luo Lan was somewhat surprised. Tell me about it. The first condition is that King's Landing needs to guard Apayado together with the Sandians. Sandians are not stupid. If Junline doesn't help, they won't be able to hold on. Otherwise, Apayado would not have been occupied by Angel Island for 400 years. As for the reason, to put it bluntly, it is. The population of the Mountain People tribe is really too small. Just over 200 people. There are less than 100 adults among them who can fight. And Angel Island. Back then, the divine team under Gon Fuhr's command alone was more numerous than the entire Shandia tribe. Not to mention that there are other troops besides the god team. As for the total population, it is far more than 10 times that of the Sandia tribe. Therefore, for now, Sandia needs Junline to guard Apayado together. I agreed. What about the second one? In order to deeply bind the alliance between us, the Sandians hope to arrange some warriors to join King's Landing. Is there such a good thing? I was still thinking about how to recruit troops from Sandia. As a result, it was delivered to your door on your own initiative. What's the difference between this and pie in the sky? Okay. I also agreed to the second thing, and I guarantee that after Sandians join King's Landing, all treatment will be the same as members of King's Landing, without any bias. Well, maybe you don't know yet. In our King's Landing, you can redeem Devil Fruit through military merit. The reason why Enel can use the power of thunder is actually related to eating Devil Fruit. Luo Lan thought for a moment and then added. And after saying this, all the Sandians were stunned. What did you just hear? Within King's Landing, they can redeem Devil Fruit through military merit. And the reason why Enel has power comparable to that of a god is because he ate a Devil Fruit. Real. Of course, maybe many people in Sky Island don't know about Devil Fruit, but in Qinghai, this is not unusual. Then there are many strong people in Qinghai. Definitely, the number of people in Qinghai who can kill Enel with one hand cannot be counted with both hands. Hiss. The Sandians gasped. Is Qinghai so awesome? After all, in their perception, Enel is the most powerful being in the world. But now it seems. Same day. Advertisement. Within the Shandia tribe, a clan meeting was held to decide on an important matter. That is, all adult men in the ethnic group will join King's Landing. Moreover, the strongest group of people asked Junline to take them to Qinghai. Because the Sandians understand that if they want to defend Apayado, they must become stronger. The most direct way to become stronger is undoubtedly. But it doesn't matter, because Luo Lan has already decided who will eat the thunder fruit. That is, well, Luo Lan doesn't care about these. Many of the equipment above need to be made of gold. Then exchange it for a devil fruit. In the world of pirates, the shortest way to gain strength in the early stages. The only drawback is that it cannot be kept for future cloning. The Ark proverbs have been found. After Kyla looked at the drawings, he also discovered a very troublesome thing. One is because the appearance of Enel made them equate devil fruit with the power of gods. Ian brought good news to Luo Lan. That's right, Luo Lan is going to leave the thunder fruit to Ace. Devil fruit. But, after all, the next day. Although the drawings drawn by Enel himself were also found together. However, the completion rate of Ark's proverbs at this moment is only about 50%. Yes, Colonel, one of the important reasons why the Xiao Xiao fruit was given to Ian in the first place was that Luo Lan believed that the Xiao Xiao fruit would defeat Ace. The other is that devil fruit is indeed. They believe that devil fruit is the most powerful power in the world. Now that the ship and the blueprints have been found, Enel is useless. Anyway, the super cloning factory will be built in a month, and then the devil fruits will be copied in large quantities. But a Thor Ace seems to be quite good. If you want to operate on the hollow, if you don't have the thunder fruit ability, just making various molds will be difficult for everyone. Although there will be no Fire Fist Ace anymore. In fact, it's not surprising that they have such thoughts. Get me Ace. You must have the ability of the thunder fruit. In addition, yes, join King's Landing and strive to gain military glory. In other words, either the gold is transported to Qinghai and built again, or Ian, send him to our sailing ship and peel out the thunder fruit. Chapter 146 Roger, an extremely selfish person. Thunder fruit. Give me. Looking at the very exploding devil fruit in front of him. Ace was confused. Logia's most powerful thunder fruit. It is absolutely impossible to say that you don't want it. But is it really just for yourself? Nonsense. I can't eat the thunder fruit due to my physical condition. Ian has already eaten the burning fruit. Tina and Smoker are also ability users, and Zoro is obsessed with swordsmanship. If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to? You've picked it up. Why don't you want it? Then I'll leave it to someone else. Hear this. Ace snatched the fruit from Luo Lan's hand. Just bite into it. Don't want it for nothing. I bite. Vomit. Luo Lan, why does this stuff taste worse than shit? What? It tastes worse than shit. Ace, have you ever eaten shit? Luo Lan was stunned. And soon, Ace took a second and third bite. Even in the end, he ate the entire devil fruit until no skin was left. Is this kid so cruel to himself? Luo Lan's mouth twitched. Luo Lan, from now on I would rather lose my powers than eat devil fruits. At this moment, Ace doesn't know that it will be more than a month later. He really used the thunder fruit. I ate it again. So, no matter what time, don't set up flag easily. Then you were eating one bite after another just now, so enthusiastically. No, I just took the first bite, so I have to bite the bullet and eat them all. Don't you know that you only need to take one bite of a devil fruit, even just a small bite? What? Ace's eyes widened. The cry was filled with sadness. At the same time, Luo Lan looked at Luo Lan with a look of resentment. Okay, why don't you just eat one devil fruit? Advertisement. Go to Kailuo and build the ship within 3 days. Luo Lan waved her hand and chased them away in disgust. Normally, 3 days should not be enough to complete the Ark's Proverbs, but Luo Lan does not need the complete Ark's Proverbs at the moment. He only needs to complete the power part so that it can fly. As for the Enel drawings, there are many other features of the design. There is no need to manufacture them all. System, can I build a branch city? Although Luo Lan is stationed here, he does not necessarily need system construction. But if possible, it can naturally be more convenient and make this base stronger. Therefore, Luo Lan still asked the system. Open black lens bracket ding. No, close black lens bracket. Well, I'm just asking myself, I really don't have high hopes. However, ding, although host cannot establish branch cities, the scope of activities of the construction team is not restricted. What does it mean? Although dividing the city is not possible, the construction team can leave the city and build houses elsewhere. Ding, host's understanding is correct. But for buildings that are not within your own territory, points and building material consumption will increase by 20%. Okay, now Luo Lan understands. In other words, Rhode Island is its own territory, but Apayado is not. Therefore, building a system building on Apayado requires spending 20% more resources. Is that what you mean? Open black lens bracket ding. Correct, close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Luo Lan nodded. Apayado doesn't need to make it too complicated for the time being. 1 or 2 dormitories are enough. As for whether to build an airport in the future, it still depends on the progress of Silas and Sisyphal. After all, as for fighter jets, only Silas has built a test machine so far, and it is far from meeting the actual combat requirements of the pirate world. Even if it is to be built, it will have to wait for the Ministry of Science to have new results. Get all the chores done. Luo Lan came to the center of the island and stepped on the moonwalk directly to the top of the vines. I saw Robin sitting in front of the stone tablet with the text of history, constantly recording something in his little notebook. Robin, aren't you done yet? It's almost done, wait a moment. Luo Lan came up because he came to pick Robin up at the appointed time. After all, with the height of the vines, it would be difficult for Robin who has not yet learned moonwalk to get down. By the way, Luo Lan, I found a message from Roger here at the Golden Bell, which said, I came here to guide this article to the final place. This was not said by Robin, but by Luo Lan. Advertisement. At this moment, Robin looked at Luo Lan blankly. Can you read ancient texts? No, I can't understand. And you, I said, I know a lot of things. For example, what this historical stone tablet records should be the ancient weapon Poseidon. I even know that the Poseidon of this generation is the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Luo Lan made a fist with her right hand. Looking at Luo Lan, Robin thought silently in his heart. What words? In the past 20 years, there have been countless tragedies. If we trace the source, they all belong to Roger. In the end, even his wife and son did not end well. Luo Lan turned around and said lightly, when you have the ability to change, don't hesitate and just do it. When you don't have the ability, don't mess around and make the situation worse. For this reason, they even sacrificed countless innocent people. However, he will end all this with his own hands in the near future. Compared with before, the number of pirates has increased more than 10 times. In my opinion, the harm they have brought to the world in the past 20 years is even greater than that of the celestial dragons. He is an extremely selfish person. Because she had just finished translating the entire historical text. Robin was completely speechless. Robin, I always agree with one sentence. Roger. Indeed, from some perspectives, the beginning of the Great Pirate Age has done great harm to the entire world. Speaking of this, Luo Lan paused. Although I have some guesses, I still can't confirm it yet, but. Then, he looked at Roger's message again. 99 out of 100 pirate groups enjoy burning, killing, and looting. And the civilians who were killed by them or robbed of their hard-earned money were so innocent. His expression also turned cold. No matter what his purpose was, because of the era of great pirates she opened, countless civilians have lost their lives in the past 20 years, and more civilians have been displaced as a result. And this hurt is still continuing. In his mind, Roger belonged to that group. He obviously didn't have the ability to do it, but he still had to mess around. This man is really mysterious, even more mysterious than 100 years of blankness. The content is the same as what Luo Lan said. Luo Lan, what exactly is Roger's purpose? You, Roger, are the cancer among cancers. You know. The celestial dragons are cancerous. Chapter 147. Let's have a good chat with him. A week later, according to Enel's design drawings, Kyla, along with Ace and some Marines, finally completed the basic system of Ark's Proverbs. That is, electrical energy conversion, as well as the lifting and propulsion devices at the bow, stern and sides of the ship. Well, it's actually 3 large rotating blades on each side, 3 at the bow and 1 at the stern, a total of 10. The reason why Ark's Proverbs can fly actually relies on this thing. As for other things, they are not done at all and are not needed at the moment. Therefore, compared to Enel, the gold consumed is much less. Not even a third of the way through the original. Of course, when the Ministry of Science's aircraft develop, this ship will be able to withdraw from the stage of history, and those gold It will also be dismantled and melted again. Leave Ian, Baby 5 and 50 sailors temporarily. Luo Lan asked Ace to start powering Arc Proverbs, and then embarked on the return journey. Marine Headquarters. Crane's office. Sister He, where do you think Luo Lan went? I don't know, but one thing I can be sure of is that we will never find him until he has the power to compete with the world government. Then what's the explanation from Fleet Admiral? After all, the entire branch along with the island has disappeared. It hasn't been hidden for a long time. I really can't hide it. According to the original arrangement, the next wave of regular supplies to Rhode Island will be in these 2 days. Crane nodded. Rhode Island cannot be self-sufficient, so Marine ships a regular batch of supplies every 3 months. Therefore, reports of the disappearance of Rhode Island and Branch 157 will inevitably appear on Sengoku's desk soon. This matter cannot be hidden. Let me go talk to Sengoku. With a slight sigh, he stood up and left the office. A few minutes later, she appeared in Warring States' office. Crane, you came just in time. CP has received news about Doflamingo. Is there any result from what I asked you to do last time? It can be seen that Warring States is in a good mood. As for the last incident he mentioned, it was actually. Let Crane find a way to quietly spread the news to King's Landing. Use those guys to get rid of Doflamingo. Suddenly, Sengoku noticed that he hadn't spoken since he came in. Something is wrong with the atmosphere. Sorry, Warring States, there's something I've been hiding from you. What's up? Advertisement. Regarding the matter of King's Landing, I have actually noticed the true identities of the core characters of King's Landing a long time ago. What did you say? Sengoku's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. Not because Crane found out Jun Lin's identity so quickly. But, he had found out a long time ago, but he never told himself. Here, I'm afraid. Tell me, what exactly is going on? If my guess is correct, the man for whom you offered a reward of 1.5 billion belly, his true identity is Luo Lan. Wait a minute, tell me again, who is he? The son who was exiled to Branch 157 by you, Luo Lan. No, Crane, are you kidding me? This was the first reaction of the Warring States period. After all, this thing is too outrageous. Luo Lan has had physical problems since she was a child and has been unable to exercise at all. A power value of 5 is his upper limit. How could he be the leader of King's Landing? Next, the pink-haired one in King's Landing is Tina. Warring States has not yet come to his senses. Crane made another stab. Are you kidding me? Even Tina. Although Tina is only a colonel, her strength is definitely the best among all colonels, plus she is young. Future. There should be a high probability of becoming one of Marine's core players. That is the level of Lieutenant General. Now even Tina. Wait, if Luo Lan is really the leader of King's Landing, and Tina has become a cadre of King's Landing. Then Smoker, who was punished by himself to live in Branch 157 for retirement. It seems that you have already thought of it. According to the report of Ghost Spider, when they were entangled by people from King's Landing, it was a man with white hair in King's Landing who took the opportunity to enter the cabin and rescued Violet. And this man who has not yet received a reward should be Smoker. Seeing Sang Guo's expression suddenly change, he knew that he should have reacted and personally ordered Smoker to be sent to Rhodes Island not long ago. What on earth does this brat want to do? Do you want to study Garp's son, Dorag? Advertisement. Slap the table hard, Sengoku yelled. Crane did not go away, but stood on the side. He knew that this incident had a huge impact on the Warring States period, so he needed to blow off some steam. However, Warring States didn't get angry for too long. It can even be said that it was limited to those 2 sentences. Then he sat down and became silent. After a long time. Take Garp with you and bring that kid back. I can't do it. No, although this kid has solved his physical problems and still has many subordinates and weapons, if you take Garp with you, it shouldn't be difficult to capture him. I told you, I can't do it. I know you have been taking care of that kid, but if you continue to let it go, once the world government finds out, it will be too late. Warring States looked a little ugly. He thought he was going to favor Luo Lan again. After all, Crane was like this when he was in the headquarters before. But this time, he really misunderstood Crane. It's not that he wants to favor Luo Lan, but I said it can't be done because Rhodes has disappeared. Now no one knows where King's Landing is, let alone bringing Luo Lan back. Disappeared? You said Luo Lan disappeared. A medium-sized island. Yes, I originally arranged for Momoshiki to go there to confirm again that Luo Lan was not the leader of King's Landing, but when Momoshiki arrived at the location where Rhodes was, he discovered that his entire island had disappeared without a trace. This is impossible. Rhode Island is not a small island. Even if the Golden Lion comes, it should not be able to directly fly a medium-sized island into the sky. Warring States shook his head. Can't believe it. What the Warring States period said is correct. In the original work, the islands where the Golden Lion formed the fleet were indeed small, even micro-islands. For a medium-sized island like this, with a range of more than 10 or 20 kilometers, Golden Lion really can't control it freely. After all, it's too big. Online, large islands, are super islands like Alabasta. It's not even the Golden Lion's cup of tea. Waring states, now it's not a matter of whether you believe it or not, but it's that Rhode Island has really disappeared. Of course, if you give him a call, you should still be able to contact him, after all. Guion and I have contacted him before, okay, nothing has changed. Waring states, let's have a good chat with him. Chapter 148 Doflamingo and Blackbeard. Arc Proverbs 1. Luo Lan stood at the bow of the boat, blowing the sea breeze. Suddenly, the phone in my arms rang. Blue brew brew. I am Luo Lan. After connecting, Luo Lan said. However, there was no sound coming from the other side. Why don't you speak? Luo Lan asked again. But the next second, the voice from the other side made Luo Lan's expression change. It's me. This voice is so familiar to him. Marine Fleet Admiral, Waring states. At the same time, he is also his adoptive father in this life. Sir Fleet Admiral, I wonder if you have any orders for me. Luo Lan, do you have to talk to me like this? You are Marine Fleet Admiral. There should be no problem with me speaking like this, right? Luo Lan's voice was still emotionless. This made Waring states clenched his fists tightly. Okay, since you insist on this, let's get down to business. Now I am asking you in the name of Marine Fleet Admiral, you. Is he the leader of King's Landing? There was silence for a while on the phone. Then, Luo Lan let out a long sigh. And he must have guessed it. I knew that after passing the volcanic island, I might be discovered by her. Yes, Junline was indeed founded by me. This answer. As Fleet Admiral still satisfied. The Waring states period was silent. Although he had already told him that she was 99% sure that Luo Lan was the leader of King's Landing. But now Luo Lan personally admitted it. Still, he was instantly silenced again. Luo Lan, what is your purpose in establishing King's Landing? Fleet Admiral, do you still remember the copybook that hung in your office? Copybook, you mean? Yes, that's the copybook, now hanging in my office. Luo Lan did not answer directly. Instead, he talked about the copybook. That's right, it's the copybook that says, justice reigns over the world. But Waring states had already understood what Luo Lan wanted to express. Luo Lan, this thing can't be done. The world government is far more powerful than you think. Advertisement. What you see on the surface is only a small part of world government, but its true background is that even if Marine and pirates are tied together, they will not be able to resist it at all. As a Marine Fleet Admiral, though, it's also impossible to know everything. But he obviously knows more than others. Marine and pirates are tied together, and they can't fight against each other. It seems that I have underestimated the Tianlong people. But that's right, after all, in my previous life, the original work wasn't finished yet. Who knows what more outrageous information the world government and the Tianlong people will come up with later. From a certain perspective, what the Waring states period said was indeed correct. If there was no original protagonist in this world, there would be no so-called time traveler like myself. Then, the celestial dragons are indeed irrefutable existences. Even if the whole world is against it. I understand what you said, but it won't be long before I have the power to contend with it. Impossible. I am stating a fact. Whether I believe Fleet Admiral or not, has nothing to do with me. Luo Lan, stop now, I can still deal with the aftermath for you, if you continue. Okay, Fleet Admiral, we've talked too much today, that's it. Luo Lan, wait, seeing Luo Lan, she wanted to hang up the phone. Waring states also shouted quickly. However, before he could shout out a few words, the phone has been hung up. Luo Lan looked at the phone bug in her hand and became somewhat silent. The time when he was discovered by the Waring states period was earlier than he expected. If this is the case, many things must be accelerated. Blue brew brew. Just then, the phone rang again. Luo Lan was stunned. Could it be that the Waring states period is calling again? Picked up the phone bug. Didn't I say that this was the end of our conversation today? How come? It's me. And he, I thought it was. You thought it was the Waring states period, right? Luo Lan admitted honestly. Okay, don't contradict him like this every time. In fact, he has always been for your own good, even that incident back then. Forget it, let's not talk about that matter. You shouldn't know it now. I'm looking for you this time because I want to tell you something. We have found the whereabouts of Doflamingo. Doflamingo. Upon hearing this name, Luo Lan suddenly exuded a strong murderous aura. Even the phone bug couldn't help but tremble. And he, where is he? Advertisement. We can't pinpoint it accurately yet, but we already know who rescued him at that time. Who? This matter has always been something that has always puzzled Luo Lan. After all, except for Sugar, all Doflamingo cadres were arrested by themselves. So, who rescued him? A pirate named Blackbeard. Is it him? Why, do you know this guy? It seems. At this time, he was sure of one more thing. You know me, even if you don't tell me, I will find out myself. You heard what I said just now. Next, you go back with the Ark's proverbs, and I'll go to Guy Island. And Luo Lan also knew this very well. He said to Tina who was standing behind him. Because she does know that. Then he said forcefully. Okay, but I have a condition. Whatever. Okay. I will ask Guillaume to leave now. As for the information you want, I will also ask Guillaume to take it with you. And tell me. But don't just waste more time. 3 days later, Sister Guillaume will pass by the headquarters in Magic Valley Town on Guy Island. She should be able to make it in time. But, sounds like a very troublesome pirate. Well, I know, a guy who is extremely evil and cruel, but also extremely patient and able to disguise himself. Of course, she also has some ideas of her own. These words surprised he. Luo Lan turned around. Tell me when you make the move and I'll ask Guillaume to go with you. All right. More than just a trouble, if you want to ask me for advice, it would be best to use absolute power immediately to eradicate it completely. Is that Blackbeard so important? He directly interrupted Luo Lan. And however, even though I had doubts, I still wrote it down in my notebook. Also, notify Tana and ask them to turn around and go to Gaia Island to pick me up. And you must have other information that you haven't told me, right? Don't interrupt. If Blackbeard is really as troublesome as you say, then asking Guillaume to go with him can also avoid unexpected situations. If you don't agree, then go find it yourself. Even if he hides it from Luo Lan, this guy will definitely find Doflamingo himself. He knew that Heshung was afraid that after telling him, he might not join Momoshiki. Crane sighed. Yeah, but I'm thinking about whether to tell you. The Morgans, previous revelations about Blackbeard were probably provided by Luo Lan, right? Sister Tina. Luo Lan nodded helplessly. Chapter 149 Threesome. After falling from a Pyato. In fact, it is very close to Gaia Island. Of course, if you use Luffy's method in the original work, then where you end up depends on luck. Maybe dozens or even hundreds of nautical miles away. After putting Luo Lan down, Arc Proverbs raised its altitude again and headed towards Rhodes Island. Enter Magic Valley Town. Only a few people were seen cleaning up the bodies. They were the same people who were captured by Luo Lan before. There was nothing they could do. After all, even the phone bug was killed by Luo Lan. If you want to go back, you can only wait until the headquarters finds out there is a problem with this site and sends someone over. I don't know how long this will take. Therefore, since you are going to stay here for a while, you can't look at hundreds of pirate corpses on the ground every day, right? In addition, without the surveillance target, they have nothing to do. Just clean it up. Dig some holes and bury all these pirates. Hey, are you three still there? It's you. Seeing Luo Lan, the three of them were scared and anxious. Didn't this guy leave? Why did he come back? You're not coming back to kill people and silence them, are you? What? Luo Lan's mouth twitched. No, I make tens of billions per second, and why do I come here specifically to silence you? Do I look like such an idle person? Hearing this, the three of them also breathed a sigh of relief. Great, he didn't come back to silence. By the way, I made an appointment with Momoshiki to meet here in 3 days. When you cook, will you cook mine too? Okay, no problem. How dare the three of them refuse? Isn't it just one more person to eat with? But. No, what did he just say? We made an appointment with Momoshiki to meet here. Is the Momoshiki he mentioned the one we thought of? What's up? No, I just want to ask, is the Momoshiki you just mentioned, our Marine Lieutenant General Momoshiki? Yeah, what's the problem? Luo Lan said very casually. Anyway, we have to wait for 3 days, and it is quite interesting to chat with them here. Luo Lan said that she liked to see their shocked expressions every few sentences. 3 days. How many times can I make them show shocked faces? It was so boring that Luo Lan decided to find something to do for herself. But the 3 Marine intelligence officers were dumbfounded. Well, aren't you afraid that Lieutenant General Momoshiki will take you back? I am also a Marine, why should I be afraid? Advertisement. Is the leader of King's Landing one of our own? The 3 of them looked at each other, each wanting to confirm from others' eyes whether they were hallucinating. But the result. Are you Marine? Yes, speaking of which, I was the one who proposed and was responsible for establishing the listening station in Demon Valley Town back then. What? The 3 of them looked shocked. Ah, by the way, it seems that this cannot be said. How about you just pretend that I didn't say it just now? Luo Lan suddenly slapped her thigh. Then he shouted regretfully. The 3 intelligence agents were all numb. It's over. Did you hear something that you shouldn't listen to? Will he kill people and silence them? But since it's Marine, it shouldn't be possible, right? I said, why are you crying? Why are we crying? Don't you know? Why do you have to find us and tell us a lot of secrets? We don't want to hear it, and we don't want to hear it. But, yes, you 3 do know too much. Actually, you might not believe it, but all 3 of us are deaf. All 3 of them shook their heads. Then he said very seriously. What the hell? The deaf person has been chatting with me for so long. I'm just looking for a reason, but can you please find someone more reliable? Luo Lan's mouth twitched. However, Luo Lan really thinks these 3 guys are very interesting. Just take it back and serve as a messenger for yourself. In this way, I'm afraid the boring branch building. It will be a lot more interesting, right? Once this idea appeared in my mind, I couldn't take it back. Didn't care at all. The 3 guys hugged each other and were trembling. Dash 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 dash. 3 days. It was over quickly. Luo Lan rarely relaxed for a few days. I fished every day and went to the bar to drink. Then he teased the 3 intelligence agents, and his life was quite rich. And it was on this day that Momosuke appeared. After the warship docked, she did not let the others disembark, but walked into Magic Valley Town alone. UB asterisk 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 D, you're still wearing a mask. Walk into the bar. Then he sat down at the bar next to Luo Lan. He turned around and glanced. Luo Lan took off his mask and revealed a wry smile. Sister Guion, you are quite punctual. Advertisement. Nonsense, if I'm late, you'll have another reason to run away, right? Momosuke laughed and cursed angrily. And in this scene, I saw the 3 people on the other side of the bar. That's right, those 3 intelligence agents. At this moment, they were dressed like bartenders and were busy at the bar. Result. I really saw it. Lieutenant General Momosuke didn't say anything. As a result, the person from King's Landing even took off his mask and called him Sister Guion. Hiss. I see more and more things I shouldn't see. Can the 3 of us be saved? Huh, the 3 of them are not your people. Momosuke frowned when he saw the 3 people who were trembling again. No, they are members of the headquarters, staff stationed at the listening station in Mogu Town. Oh, they are Sister E's people. But if you take off your mask in front of them, is it okay? Hey, you 3, how about you pretend you've never seen my face? Luo Lan asked with a smile. The 3 of them were shaking and nodding wildly. Look, they agreed. Luo Lan spread her hands. Momosuke was speechless. No, is this the end? Otherwise, Sister Guion, are you trying to remind me that you want to kill people and silence them? Kill and silence, or Lieutenant General Momosuke's proposal. Just after they had recovered a little, the 3 of them began to tremble again. Even shaking worse than before. Sister Guion, shall we leave now? Do you need me to cover my eyes? No need, you won't see anything along the way anyway. Okay, let me explain to the adjutant, and then we can set off. Good. Soon, Momosuke left the bar. Luo Lan turned to look at the trio. Well, the kind with a smile. Is it time for you to clean up too? What to pack? The 3 of them were stunned. You can just leave. What do the 3 of us have to pack? Speaking of which, you 3 don't really think that everything will be fine after what you just heard, right? There is only one way to solve this problem, and that is. If you are transferred to work under me, you don't have to worry anymore. It seems to be a solution. But why does it feel like something is wrong? The 3 of them tilted their heads. A string of question marks floated over my head. Chapter 150 From Shock to Fright. Is this your ship? Yes, not bad, right? Arriving at Tana's bridge. Momosuke was simply stunned. After all, this kind of visual operation method that filled the room with screens of all sizes really shocked her. Captain, we have dived to a depth of 1,000 meters and are expected to arrive at Rhodes Island in 57 hours. New. After the bridge team reported, Luo Lan also nodded. Tisk, 57 hours. I don't know how you moved a medium-sized island, but is it too bold to place Rhodes Island in the first half of the Grand Line? On the side, Momosuke clicked his tongue twice, and then said slightly exaggeratedly. In her opinion, given the location of Gaia Island, there is no way to leave the park in 57 hours. Therefore, the location of Rhodes Island must be within paradise. You think there is something wrong with this, but it seems there is nothing wrong with it. But if you want to say that there is nothing wrong with him, the problem is huge. In short, Luo Lan just raised the corner of his mouth slightly and did not respond. By the way, Doflamingo's question, did you bring the stuff? For you. Momosuke was also very happy and did not bother much. He handed over a document directly. Crane asked her to bring this. After Luo Lan opened the file, she also read it carefully. Soon, a strange expression appeared. How did these 2 things get mixed together? The staff believes that Blackbeard is likely to have defected to Doflamingo. Take refuge. I wonder if you underestimate Blackbeard too much. Compared with him, Doflamingo is just a slightly stronger ant, that's all. It's not that exaggerated. Momosuke was somewhat dissatisfied with Luo Lan's statement. However, Luo Lan didn't say anything more and continued to read. Caesar was also rescued by them. And, it seems that he has been in contact with Kaido. So, is this the end of the timeline? Despite a lot of changes, the end result is still moving closer to a similar point. Sage was still killed. Marco is chasing Blackbeard all over the world. Caesar successfully escapes from the prison ship and gets involved with Doflamingo. Then, Doflamingo came into contact with Kaido. What a familiar script. Except for Heitzi's actions, which were somewhat unexpected, everything else was basically developing in the original direction. If this is the case, then Doflamingo, Blackbeard and Caesar are mostly hiding in. Call. Read all the information. Advertisement. Luo Lan sighed slightly. That place. There is some trouble, not to mention anything else, it would be a huge trouble just for King's Landing's fleet to go there. After all, New World is no better than paradise. New World cannot be entered directly from the East Daxia Sea or the windless zones on both sides of the park. Either take the route to the undersea Fishman Island, or take the official route of the world government. No need to think about the latter. The former is also very troublesome. Because, the King's Landing fleet needs to be sent to the Sabayati Islands first, and someone needs to be found there for coding. And there, under the nose of the world government again. Luo Lan had a headache. More than 2 days later. Tana slowly sailed into the Rhode Island military port. The hatch opened and Momosuke was the first to climb out. Immediately he looked around, and the astonished expression also appeared on his cheeks. Where is it? Don't look, Sister Gion, I've told you before that you can't see it from the road, and you won't be able to determine the location once you get there. Seeing Momosuke's expression, Luo Lan naturally knew why. Said with a smile, this is Rhode Island. Yes, Rhode Island. This is a fully enclosed port on Rhode Island. Totally closed. Well, we hollowed out the entire mountain. Even if you pass by here from the outside, you won't see the port. Hiss, empty out the entire mountain, you are really generous. The corner of Momosuke's mouth twitched. He has seen the terrain of Rhode Island. In the west of the island, there is a whole mountain range, and on the seaside, there are cliffs hundreds of meters high. So, where I am at this moment is in those mountains. Hollow out the entire mountain range and build a port inside. This handwriting, isn't it big? And then, Momosuke's eyes fell on several battleships in the port. These ships, is it made of steel? Momosuke was shocked. When she was on the volcanic island, although she saw major forces being bombed, she did not see steel battleships. After all, the warship was further away from the island at that time, beyond the visible horizon distance. But now, she finally knows. That day, dozens of sailing ships were destroyed by something in a short period of time. Advertisement. If nothing else, it should be these battleships, right? At the same time, Momosuke also noticed. In this port alone, there are thousands of staff and hundreds of soldiers from King's Landing. This kid, how many people do you have under your command? Let's go, take me to your lair to see you. Momosuke took a deep breath and tried to control his emotions. Then, he said lightly, okay, let's go this way. As for the third category, it's the one Momosuke is most familiar with. You know, there are only a few dozen scientists in the entire Marine Science Force, right? Most people's power value exceeds 300. No, this is literally a town. It blinded Momosuke's eyes. Outrageous, this is too outrageous. Most of these soldiers in King's Landing are far stronger than the Navy soldiers in our headquarters, much better. The most frightening thing is that Momosuke discovered that there are tens of thousands of people in this small town. Not much, just over 10,000. A branch. Luo Lan nodded and started to lead the way. It is also a town with a completely different architectural style from the pirate world. There are only a few dozen people in ordinary branches. Even the G-series branches, except for the two in New World, have hundreds to 1,000 people. Hearing this, Momosuke rolled his eyes. On the street, Momosuke had a general understanding based on the people he saw along the way. As for those working in each building, who knows how many? Yes, soldiers wearing the uniforms of King's Landing. If anything, the port brought Momosuke a shock. The people on Luo Lan's side are generally divided into 3 categories. So, I was frightened at this moment. The second category is yellow work clothes. Although there are many subdivisions in details, they are still generally the same. Tens of thousands of people, don't you think that's a lot? Moreover, Momosuke's sense of sight can be clearly perceived. The only difference is, are there too many people? Even more than 500 people are there. Are they all equivalent to the strength of the G5 branch? It should be a scientist or a doctor. Luo Lan, how many people do you have under your command? Especially the central location, the 15-story building with a glass exterior. Momosuke doesn't know what they do. It gives people a feeling that they don't belong to this world. You call this not much. The first category is the people in white coats. This is not uncommon, it is found in the scientific army. Just after walking for a while, Momosuke had already seen dozens of people, just walking on the street. Chapter 151 The Forgotten Akainu. If you don't look at high-end power. Just talking about grassroots soldiers. The few thousand soldiers in Junline are enough to defeat hundreds of thousands of naval soldiers around the world. How exaggerated is this? Don't say anything, this world only cares about high-end combat power. But in fact, when Marine maintains this sea, it still mainly relies on grassroots Marines. After all, how strong are you and can you ensure that you can appear anywhere in the world at any time? Obviously it can't be the case. Therefore, the strength of a force depends on its high-end combat power. But when it comes to regional control, we still have to look at grassroots combat capabilities.
Otherwise, if your high-end combat power comes today, I will retreat. I'll call you when your high-end combat power leaves tomorrow. Then, the problem here is that the reason why they're called grassroots soldiers is. In this world, only a small number of people can become strong. Their number does not even account for 0.001% of the world's population. As for the vast majority of the remaining people, they do not have the talent and corresponding physique to become stronger. No matter how hard they train, they are at best slightly stronger than other ordinary people. Plus standard weapons. It became the battle against the 10 scumbags that Lu Chi mentioned in the original work.
This situation has been like this for 8 years and has never changed. But now, when Momosagi used his sense of sight to sense the strength of the King's Landing soldiers in the branch, one can imagine how big the impact was. It is no longer a question of how many people there are in King's Landing, but Luo Lan completely broke the world's perception for 800 years. How did you do it? You guess, faced with Momosagi's inquiry. Luo Lan didn't answer anything. Then, he raised his head slightly and looked at the sky. Momosagi followed his eyes. Then the whole person was completely stunned. I saw a medium-sized ship falling in the distant sky. Well, it's a fall, but it's a controlled fall. In other words, this is a ship flying in the air. Finally, it disappeared into the sea outside the secret military port in the west of the island. After taking Momosagi for a brief tour of the branch, including Tina, who had just returned, and Smoker, who stayed behind in the branch, everyone came to Luo Lan's huge office on the 15th floor of the branch building. Momosagi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass on one side of the room, stunned. Advertisement. After a while, he turned around and came to the reception area and sat on the sofa. The look in Tina's eyes was a bit strange. Tina, how long have you known? On the first night after Tina entered the East Daxia Sea? Tina recalled it. Then he said, what about your current strength? This. Tina looked at Luo Lan. She didn't dare to tell Momosagi this problem casually, even though the relationship between the two of them is very good. Sister Gion, you should know that it is impossible to tell you this. Isn't it hurtful to ask too many questions? Luo Lan said with a smile. How could Momosagi not know this? But give it a try and it'll always be fine. Then let's get down to business. Luo Lan placed a document on the coffee table. It was the share that Suru asked Momosagi to bring. Luo Lan, the document does not specify where Doflamingo is. Even if we want to take action, we have no direction. Tina said after handing the file to Smoker. In response, Luo Lan also nodded. Indeed, it's not in this information, but when Doflamingo and Caesar get involved, I can roughly guess where these guys are hiding. Where? Punk Hazard. What? Punk Hazard? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hearing the name, Momosagi stood up instantly. Open your mouth to refute. Luo Lan, I have heard of Caesar, and I know Punk Hazard better, but because of this. There's no way they're hiding there. Momosagi shook his head. Punk Hazard was originally a secret research base of Marine in the New World. And a large number of world government prisoners were imprisoned there for various cruel human experiments. However, during one of Caesar Current's experiments, a serious accident occurred. In the end, a large amount of poison gas was released in Punk Hazard. Except for a few people who were lucky enough to survive, most people died. It was precisely because of this incident that Caesar was captured by Marine. Putting aside the current environment of Punk Hazard, Doflamingo would not have chosen this place alone. After all, the island itself is within the jurisdiction of the G1 branch, and it is also a former Marine Research Institute. Advertisement. It's too easy to attract attention. No matter how you look at it, it is definitely not a good place to hide. Luo Lan raised her hand to signal Momosagi not to be too excited. Then, it's been more than half a year since the Punk Hazard incident, but has Marine ever landed on that island again, or has the world government ever planned to restore that research institute? No. That place, whether it is Marine or world government, has long become a forgotten island. As long as nothing special happens, no one will go to the island to take a look after many years. It's dark under the lamp. Roland explained. You can know this by reading the original work. For 4 years, no one went to see Marine. Is it dark under the lamp? It makes sense. How about I contact Lieutenant General Ghost Spider of the G1 branch and ask him to arrange for someone to take a look? Are you going to give someone a head? Wait, you said let Ghost Spider make the arrangements? Yes, General Aokiji is on his way to the G1 branch now, and Ghost Spider is in charge of things there for the time being. Where's Sakaski? Sakaski, who is it? Momosagi looked confused. Luo Lan's eyes widened instantly. Could it be? Thinking of some possibility, Luo Lan quickly searched her memory. Turn out. Good guy, everything about Akainu in my memory is completely blank. Some people will definitely ask, how did he remember the name Sakaski? It's because Luo Lan's memory of her previous life was not affected. I don't know if this is a bug of Tongshu fruit, should. It doesn't count. After all, the matter of 2 lives is a bug in itself. So, that barbarian Akainu fell into the trap. Now it's interesting. Sister Gion, aren't you surprised why there are only 2 generals? There are always 2 people. No, the Marine General's establishment has always been composed of 3 people. The previous general also originally had 3 people, but Old Man Garp refused the position of general. I don't understand you. Momosagi shook his head, a row of question marks above his head. What I mean is that there are also 3 generals of this generation, and they should be stationed in the G1 branch in rotation with Kuzan. But now, everyone has forgotten his existence. Guess. What's going on? Chapter 152. Deal with Crane. Momosagi's expression suddenly changed. Marine has 3 generals, but everyone has forgotten one of them. I remembered the previous report by Morgans, which contained an explanation about the childlike fruit. Hiss. Shouldn't it? Luo Lan, are you sure? Did Marine not notice it all? Luo Lan was also very strange.
Although the ability of the childlike fruit is very powerful, it cannot change all reality. For example, when Akainu was here, Ghost Spider was only under his command, not the base commander of the G5 branch. So, even if Akainu falls for the childlike fruit trick. But Ghost Spider won't just become the base commander, right? Let's not talk about whether Marine Headquarters discovered it or not, but Ghost Spider. Haven't you ever thought about when you were appointed by the headquarters to serve as the base commander? When you said that, I remembered that something strange happened in the G1 branch some time ago. After coming back to his senses, Momoshage suddenly shouted. Speaking of which, Marine suddenly discovered that he forgot to designate a base director for the G1 branch, at the same time. The new world is in a period of chaos, and the headquarters did not forget to dispatch generals to garrison. That's why Lieutenant General Ghost Spider was appointed as the base commander, and General Aokiji was urgently transferred to the G1 branch. So, these are all because. Momoshage covered her mouth. Eyes widened. Well, let me confirm it. Luo Lan took out the phone bug. Blue brew brew. I'm Crane. Soon, the call was connected. A Crane's voice came from inside. And it's me, Luo Lan. Luo Lan, has Momoshage arrived at your place? Sister I'm here. Before Luo Lan could speak, Momoshage came over and said. Auntie, I am contacting you this time to ask you to check something. What's up? Check Marine's personnel files and previous command records to see if there is a third general in Marine. Luo Lan held the phone bug and said. Yes, the childlike fruit is indeed very buggy, but it is not invincible. Because it cannot rewrite reality. Although Akainu has been forgotten by everyone, the traces he left behind still exist. And Yihei was smart enough to immediately realize that Luo Lan was suspecting something. You mean, childlike fruit? That's right, advertisement. Okay, I'll check it immediately and contact you later. After the words fell, he hung up the phone directly. She knew very well how important this matter was. If everything goes as Luo Lan guessed, then, he, who usually had a kind face, was exuding murderous aura at this moment. How could she be an ordinary person after growing up as a companion with Sengoku and Garp? Even though he is serving in the staff department, his combat prowess. He is definitely not weak, and his fruit ability is extremely terrifying. Under his personal command, this matter came to fruition very quickly. At this time, Warring States was also called over by he. Crane, are you saying that our Marine actually has 3 generals, but one of them was turned into a doll by Doflamingo's subordinate, the childlike fruit-powered user? Yes, these past command records, personnel files, and the office in the headquarters that we have forgotten during this period. Hiss. All the evidence is in front of you. Even though it was the Warring States period, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is the childlike fruit really so terrifying that even Marine generals can be hit by it? Codename Akainu, Sakaski. Crane, activate the entire intelligence system immediately and find Doflamingo in the shortest possible time. No need, just ask about this kind of thing. With that said, he picked up the phone and dialed Chong. Blue brew brew. Is there any result? As soon as the phone was connected, Luo Lan's voice came from the other side. On the side, Warring States' expression suddenly changed, and then he looked at he. Crane, on the other hand, signaled Sengoku not to speak. It has been confirmed that there is indeed a general codenamed Akainu in our headquarters, who has been forgotten by everyone. Sister is it true? On the phone, Momoshage's voice came again. This made Warring States' expression change again. He wondered why Momoshage appeared next to Luo Lan. If I remember correctly, Heiu told me a few days ago that he would arrange for Momoshage to carry out a mission, right? At that time, I didn't think much about it. After all, no one I doubted would doubt Crane. But now, what is going on? Yes, although it is hard to believe, both the personnel files and the king's various documents prove the existence of this general. Luo Lan, what do you want to do? After explaining it to Momoshage, he asked Luo Lan again. How? Of course you have to deal with Doflamingo yourself. It's just that, if I want to do this, I need your help with something, Auntie. What's up? Help me send some battleships into the New World. Battleship? Advertisement what battleship? Whether it's Crane or Warring States period. All very confused. Sister this guy's battleship is much more powerful than our Marine. It is said that they killed Doflamingo directly with shelling. Can you believe it? At this time, Momoshage jumped out again. What, killed Doflamingo with the gun on the warship? Crane looked stunned. As for her, she couldn't accept this kind of thing for a while. Luo Lan knew that Auntie's things were really not that easy to get. A few minutes later, 4 ships, he had already expected Luo Lan's rejection. In Luo Lan's office, however, he quickly came to his senses. How many ships? Luo Lan's attitude remained firm. Everyone was speechless. The conversation suddenly changed. Don't worry, it's not difficult. How about giving 2 of your 4 battleships to our headquarters? Free gift. Auntie, if you can do it, I will definitely. Don't be too hasty to thank me, I have a request too. Even if you are Auntie, you still have no mercy. In fact, Luo Lan was also wrong. Are you kidding me? Can I give this to anyone? Okay, Auntie, after the matter is finished, you can just ask someone from the G1 branch to come over and just drive the boat away. Has it become like this? After all, it's too outrageous. However, she didn't care.
That's enough, thank you Auntie. Okay, Auntie, you say it, but I won't agree, opposite. Boy Luo Lan, don't refuse in a hurry. I don't want these 2 battleships in vain. Let's hear my price first. After pondering for a moment, impossible, can you blame yourself? It's really too much to give, by the way, do you need trading services? Enel. I was so resolute just now, but it has only been a few minutes. Speaking of this, Luo Lan refused directly. Okay, I can help you with this matter. A coder and enough coating materials should be enough, right? Cannonballs can kill some ordinary people, but a strong man like Doflamingo. Chapter 153 Warring States. Crane, you prodigal B***ch. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. It is nothing more than getting the battleship from Luo Lan and then doing reverse research to greatly improve the Marine's grassroots combat effectiveness. After all, Momoshage said that Doflamingo was once killed by 4 battleships. Those were 4 battleships, done with artillery, not some strong men. So naturally, if all the Marine grassroots are equipped with such warships, then, for pirates, it will definitely form a comprehensive suppression. Of course, she didn't have any bad intentions towards Luo Lan, it was just. For her, Sengoku and Garp, Marine is no longer a profession, but their life's work. Try our best to make Marine better and stronger, there is nothing wrong with this. But in the final analysis, Marine's nature is still that of a dog that obeys orders. Yes, the Draco watchdog. This point cannot be changed even if the Warring States period takes office. Therefore, Luo Lan refused at first. After all, this does not mean that you are siding with the enemy. However, the exchange conditions proposed by here really. 1 Logia Devil Fruit and 1 Phantom Beast Devil Fruit each are exchanged for a battleship. At the same time, exchange 15 Paramecia or animal-type Devil Fruits for the remaining 2 ships. Counselor Heda, do you use this to test cadres? So, there was the scene just now. Of course, it's not that Luo Lanjian just knelt down and licked her, but today's 4 warships are only the most basic warships. Take Roy as an example. Luo Lan is also familiar with the next-generation warship that he and Mei Li are designing. After it is built, 1 ship can challenge the current 10 ships without any pressure. Furthermore, once the color radar is removed, the battleship's strength will be directly reduced by half. After all, your cannon can shoot 12 nautical miles, but you cannot calibrate it beyond 12 nautical miles. In addition, the headquarters brought the warship back, conducted reverse research and built it. Even with Vegapunk here, do you think it can be done in just a few months? Not to mention, even if Vegapunk has researched many of the above things, it does not have the corresponding industrial capabilities. In other words, there is not enough craftsmanship to produce it. And the result of reducing the process, it can only give another huge discount on performance. But on the contrary, the 17 Devil Fruits Luo Lan obtained from Marine Headquarters can directly enhance Luo Lan's strength. Moreover, it is still fully strengthened. You know, after more than 20 days, when the supercloning factory is built, a large number of various fruits will be fully copied, and then spread throughout King's Landing. What a shock that would be. After comparing the two, Luo Lan finally agreed. Delay the world government and Marine for at least a few months, and even make them invest a lot of resources and funds into new warships that are destined to be a generation behind. Get a lot of devil fruits at the same time. Advertisement. Why not? When Momoshage and Smoker leave. Only Luo Lan and Tina were left in the office. Luo Lan, you are crazy. We only have 4 battleships in total. Moreover, once the headquarters is acquired, it will be equivalent to the acquisition of the world government. With the financial resources of the world government, it will take less than a few years to complete a comprehensive change. Tina grabbed Luo Lan's collar. Full of anger. Sister Tina, don't worry, you also said it would be in a few years, right? A few years isn't fast enough, Tina said angrily. Compared to us? Well, Tina was stunned, then I remembered. Since the shipyard was built, Kyla and Roy were recruited back. It seemed that in just a week, the battleship was designed. After that, it also didn't take much time to build the 4 battleships. That was because there were few people in the branch before, so 4 warships were enough. If we really let go of Zhao, hiss. Okay, even if we build it quickly, what if the world government invests a lot of money and builds it like crazy? It doesn't matter, because Roy's side has almost completed the design of the 2nd generation battleship, and the performance of the next generation battleship is that even one can defeat 10 first generation battleships alone. Are you serious? Of course, as for the few years you mentioned, we may have developed the 7th generation and the 8th generation. Do we still have to worry about the 1st generation that is heavily equipped by the world government, or the 1st generation that does not have color radar? Call. Tina slowly let out a big breath. So that's what happened. He was really worried before that Luo Lan had made the wrong decision. Looking back now, it seems that my worries, somewhat redundant. At the same time, Marine Headquarters, are you crazy? That Logia and the devil fruit of the Phantom Beast species are the best devil fruits in our inventory. Not to mention, after removing these 2, we only have 18 devil fruits in total. Are you giving away 15 of them at once? Sengoku's eyes widened. He looked at Crane in disbelief. Advertisement this prodigal B***ch. Sengoku, if you put these devil fruits here with us, can you quickly cultivate a strong man who can defeat Doflamingo? I'm afraid it won't work. After thinking for a while, Warring States replied.
Strength is not something that can be achieved overnight, and devil fruit is not a panacea that instantly makes people strong. Okay, just do as you say, New World, how to say? Those devil fruits are worth at least 5 billion Baileys. So, since she said that, it should be the truth. So, only by offering a price that he can't refuse can this thing be possible. Not to mention a few years, even 10 or 8 years, it is basically impossible to cultivate a strong person who can defeat Doflamingo. Devil fruit cannot make Marine instantly strong, but battleship. Warring states, why don't you understand? Because Luo Lan didn't tell Momosaga Baby 5, Momosagi didn't know. After pondering for a long time, of course, if we were not in a hurry that day and continued bombarding for a few hours, we should be able to wear Doflamingo to death. So, we not only bought 4 warships, but also bought the technology of these warships. But Luo Lan did it with 4 warships. As long as it is built, ordinary people can drive it and kill powerful people like Doflamingo. Warring States was stunned. I understand, but it's still too expensive. I don't think 4 battleships are worth the price. Of course, you are Fleet Admiral. If you still object, I can contact Luo Lan and tell him the transaction is cancelled. Sengoku finally nodded in agreement. Yes, Momosagi will not lie to cranes. Warring States, Luo Lan knows very well that after the warship is sold to us, it will be copied by us. The decisive blow that defeated Doflamingo was done by Baby 5. However, he did not tell Warring States. In fact, she had some other ideas to facilitate this transaction. So, I mistakenly believed that it was all done by 4 battleships. Therefore, there is a problem with this statement, but there is also no problem. Marine will gain the power to sweep across the entire ocean, even. If you were Luo Lan, would you sell it to me at the original price? You make the final decision. No matter how expensive 4 warships are, can one cost more than 10 to 2 billion? Crane sighed. And once the entire Marine is replaced with new warships. What did I say wrong? His words immediately silenced Warring States. Chapter 154 Second Generation Color Radar 2 days later. Luo Lan came to the Ship Design Bureau. Also arriving at the same time were Deputy Branch Director Tina, Science Minister Silas, Deputy Science Minister Sisyphus, and Shipyard Foreman Kyla. Roy, everyone is here, we can start. Yes, Colonel. Roy, the director of the Ship Design Bureau, stood up and nodded. Everyone, this is our second-generation battleship, internally codenamed Heather Class. A design drawing was unfolded. Roy began the introduction. The Heisei-class battleship is 218 meters long, 31 meters wide, has a standard displacement of 20,900 tons, a full load displacement of 26,700 tons, and a staff of 1,392 people. Through 4 high-power coke turbines, it can provide a maximum of 110,880 horsepower. It can cruise 17,850 nautical miles at a standard 18 knots. At a maximum speed of 30 knots, the endurance is 9,200 nautical miles. The main gun is 4 twin-mounted 320 mm, 52 times caliber, with a maximum range of 17 nautical miles. The secondary battery is 8 127 mm, 55 times caliber. In addition, we have also specially designed a special anti-air machine gun. We no longer need to set up heavy machine guns ourselves, and the range and power are greater. There are a total of 24 anti-air machine guns on the entire ship. Everyone, this is the largest battleship we have ever built so far. Roy was very excited. After all, this battleship is really awesome. Well, not bad, Luo Lan responded affirmatively. Then he looked at Silas. Silas, should you tell me about the new gadgets above? Yes, Colonel. With that said, Silas also stood up. After all, many of the equipment inside were developed by the Academy of Sciences. It can be said that without the Academy of Sciences, no matter how good Roy was, he would not be able to design such a powerful warship. Everyone, there are so many new things on this new warship. I will just pick the 3 most important ones to talk about here. The first is the radar system. Since Colonel Tina complained that the radar could not keep up with the range, we have also spent a lot of effort on this color radar. After nearly 2 months of optimization and upgrading, we have completed the technical iteration of this radar, which is the second generation color radar. First of all, compared to the first generation, the increase in awareness has increased from 10 times to 30 times, but it is a pity. Since this generation of naval guns has been upgraded, its range has been greatly increased, so. Unless you are a colonel, others will still have the problem that the radar cannot keep up with the range. Secondly, the new generation color radar has added a numerical measurement function to the strength of living creatures, and can estimate the power value of the object with an error of plus or minus 7%. Of course, this calculation is only based on physical fitness and does not represent a person's devil fruit ability, or swordsmanship, etc. Advertisement. As for the specific display method, I have a gadget here that you can use as a reference. As he spoke, Silas took out a small object and placed it on the table. This is a portable power value measuring device. Its principle is similar to that of the color radar, but its function is relatively simple. When using it, just flip the lens over and wear it on your right ear. Hearing this, Luo Lan's mouth twitched. You just said this thing yourself, why does it look so familiar? This look, isn't it exactly the same as the combat power detector in Dragon Ball? According to what Silas said, Luo Lan wore this small device on her right ear and looked at Silas through the lens in front of her right eye.
The next moment, a row of values appeared on the lens. 778. Good guy, he is indeed an S-class bionic. After all, the original system was talking about biochemical humans below S level, so they could not enjoy the characteristics of the system building. That is to say, you cannot rely on eating the food in the marine canteen to improve your health. But Silas, an S-class 1, is not among the restrictions. As a result, this guy doesn't exercise all day long. Now the power value is 778. That's outrageous. Turning around and continuing to try, Luo Lan looked at Tina. Good guy. A power value of 6872? After being able to break through 20 times gravity in the training center, Tina's body increased at a rate that was truly terrifying. After playing for a while, Luo Lan took off this gadget and handed it to Tina beside him. Then he turned to look at Silas. This thing is good, is there anything new? Colonel, this is really the third upgrade of the color radar, which is attack prediction. Attack prediction? Right, Silas nodded, looking a little excited. Colonel, didn't you tell me before that some people can even foresee the future in a short period of time after cultivating it to a certain level? The function we developed this time is somewhat similar to this ability. When this function is turned on and there is sufficient continuous input of insight and domineering, all attacks that will threaten the ship can be displayed and the attack route can be marked. However, the time we can currently achieve is only 3 seconds at most. Advertisement. Luo Lan didn't even know what to say. Are you scientific researchers a little too awesome? Have all the ability to predict the future come out? If this continues, will there be any more Conqueror's entanglement cannons in the future? Or something like the Great Swordsman's slashing cannon? Although it only lasts 3 seconds, in many cases, these 3 seconds can save lives. And according to Silas, it seems that this time can be improved in the future? Silas, is there a portable version of this thing? No, this function requires too many devices and is too big to be made into a portable version. Okay, if you don't, then you don't, I'll just ask casually. Although a little disappointed, Luo Lan quickly accepted it. I have already said it through the color radar, so what are the other 2? Silas just said that there are 3 most important things. Now that the second-generation erotic radar has finished speaking, Luo Lan was greatly shocked. I am even more interested in the remaining 2 items. The second thing is the automatic ballistic calibration system. Luo Lan was stunned for a moment. What's the use of this thing? Colonel, do you still remember that a metal pole was erected above the channel of our first-generation warship, which was dozens of meters high? Well, I remember, because if you don't do this, you won't be able to see the enemy at 12 nautical miles, which will lead to the embarrassing situation of having a 12 nautical mile main gun but being unable to use it. Yes, that's true, but no matter whether it is relying on climbing high to see far away, or using color radar, it is impossible to accurately calibrate. The calibration problem still needs to be solved through shelling again and again. Hearing this, Luo Lan also nodded. Indeed, although the color radar is easy to use, it is mainly used to determine how many people there are, where they are, and their individual strength, etc. It cannot be accurately positioned. Therefore, bombardment calibration still requires rounds of bombardment and corrections by manual lookouts. The hit rate is extremely low. So, this question, Silas also solved it. Thinking of this, Luo Lan also became excited. 5NF Chapter 155. A series of shocks in the era of giant ships and cannons. A very serious problem is hit rate. Especially for ultra-long distance bombardment, it would be good to have 2 to 3%. If the weather conditions are bad, it will be difficult to achieve even 1%. Put this situation into the world of pirates, and this problem also exists. At this moment, Silas is solving the same problem. Colonel, this is an auxiliary device for the color radar. Its function is to assist the color radar, allowing it to lock on a target and accurately measure distance and position. According to our estimates, with the ballistic calibration device, the hit rate of the battleship's main gun can even be increased to about 38% at a distance of 10 kilometers, and it can still reach more than 10% even at a distance of more than 20 kilometers. Of course, the premise is still that the person using the color radar can reach a sufficient distance from his or her own color radar. At a distance of 10 kilometers, the hit rate can reach 38%? Even if it is more than 20 kilometers away, it can still reach 10%? Good guy, this directly increases the main gun's hit rate by more than 10 times. It's indeed a good thing. Only, the color radar is a good thing, but there are still too few people in the branch who can use it. Moreover, Luo Lan is the only one who can make it 100% effective in a short period of time. Even with a 30-fold increase, Tina is still not interested. Colonel, actually we have 2 versions of this ballistic calibration system. One is an active version, which is also a full-featured version. Its function is just like what I said before, and the other is a passive version. Compared with the active version, it does not need to be controlled by someone with knowledge. Instead, it passively receives data from other warships. An active version can connect to up to 8 passive versions at the same time. It seemed that he understood what Luo Lan was thinking. Silas spoke next, and this directly confused Luo Lan. Good guy, Silas, you've even created the data link, right? With this, in the future, every battleship will not need to be equipped with knowledgeable and powerful people, but a whole fleet only needs one person on the flagship to possess the domineering power of knowledge and color. Good stuff, really good stuff. Silas, what's that last thing? Luo Lan was extremely satisfied with the first two. Now, only the last item is left. Colonel, this third new technology does not actually exist in Director Roy's design drawings. Well, what's going on? Luo Lan frowned and asked. Advertisement, there are good things, why not install them? Actually, the Ministry of Science has thought about designing a new main gun to replace the current cannon, and has achieved a lot of results, but although we have achieved partial success, the technology is currently very immature and cannot be installed on ships. Saying that, Silas unfolded a design drawing. On the huge gun base, two rail-like things protruded instead of conventional gun barrels. Luo Lan felt familiar at first sight. At second glance, it looked very familiar. Shouldn't. Is that what you thought of? Silas, explain. Yes, Colonel. Silas nodded and introduced immediately. Colonel, you also know that we have already gone very deep into the use of possible energy sources. In the process, we are also studying whether there are other more effective alternative energy sources, and then we discovered the power of thunder. This is the whim of an A-level scientist in our science department. Since everyone knows that thunder contains very terrifying energy, can we make use of this energy? To this end, our science department has set up a new project to study how to convert the violent power of thunder into stable electrical energy, so that it can be used in our control. This project went surprisingly smoothly. The Ministry of Science even created a device that converts cola energy into electrical energy, and used electrical energy to develop a concept main gun, which is the one on the design drawing. Unlike our existing artillery equipment, the shells used in this concept main gun are pure metal solid shells that rely on powerful kinetic energy to kill. According to the current theory, its single-point killing power is even comparable to a full blow from a top physical expert, and its range can even reach hundreds of kilometers. Hiss. In the room, there was a sound of gasping for air. This is really an exaggeration. Top physical skills expert, what does this mean? Is that a level like GARP? A full blow? Although it is only comparable to a single point of damage, it is still shocking enough. And the most outrageous thing is that the range can reach hundreds of kilometers. Is this the first generation? After upgrading from generation to generation in the future, will it be possible to set up a cannon on Rhode Island and directly FK Mary Joa? Ridiculous. Luo Lan, on the other hand, was even more shocked. He had already made a guess when he looked at the design drawing just now. Advertisement, but in the end, is it really that thing? Silas, you didn't just create electricity, but you also created an electromagnetic gun? Colonel, what is an electromagnetic gun? Is that the name you gave this concept gun? Well, you are right, this gun will be called an electromagnetic gun from now on. Okay, that's a very appropriate name indeed. Silas nodded directly in agreement. Silas, what did you mean when you said you couldn't board the ship? Because it's too big, but I see that the parameters on your design drawing are not very big, are they? Colonel, this is just the gun itself. To use this gun, we need to convert cola energy into electrical energy. This conversion device is almost half the size of the second-generation battleship. The most terrible thing is that now our conversion the efficiency is only about 10%, and the remaining 90% of the energy will be wasted in the process. Okay, Luo Lan understands. This is indeed impossible to board the ship. Not only is the energy conversion device too large, its conversion efficiency is only 10%. This is completely impossible to use in actual combat. That's not right. If this is completely useless, then what is Silas doing here talking for so long? At this moment, Silas's mouth corners were slightly raised. Everyone, this was really useless originally, but now, a complete solution suddenly appeared. What way? Wait a minute, Silas, you're not thinking of Ace, are you? Halfway through the words, Luo Lan reacted suddenly. Isn't it just electricity? That's right, there is no need for any energy conversion device at all, just let Ace take care of the function. Isn't it the end of it? That's right, it's exactly what you think, Colonel. However, this is doomed. It cannot be installed on every battleship, after all. We only have one Ace, Silas nodded and explained. Luo Lan looked at Roy. Roy, what do you think? Can you install this thing on one of the battleships? No problem. According to the dimensions on the design drawing, if the two main guns at the bow of the ship are removed, there will be enough space for installation. Roy answered quickly without any delay. Okay, let's make the decision. The flagship will only retain the main gun at the stern. As for the bow, just put the electromagnetic gun on me. Chapter 156 Exposed, Momosagi's Request. The meeting lasted for 3 hours. At the end of the meeting, Luo Lan directly said, build desperately, within 3 months, at least 18 ships must be built to create 2 complete King's Landing fleets. As for money? If Lousy has money, just write the note and I will approve it. Then just take the note and ask Karina for funds. Although I didn't bring all the gold down at once, if what I brought down this time were Baileys, it would be at least 80 billion Baileys. It's more than Marine's military expenditure in a whole year. Luo Lan at this moment is a super rich man. If it weren't for the fact that a building was half finished, it would be temporarily impossible to upgrade the city builder level. He has been promoted to a level long ago. After being promoted to a level, Luo Lan will not only upgrade the original shipyard, but even plans to build a new one. 18 ships in 3 months. To be honest, Luo Lan is not satisfied with this speed. Of course, as ships began to be built, people had to keep up. Each ship is equipped with thousands of people,
and the current number of King's Landing soldiers in the branch is far from enough. We need to increase our troops. We must increase our troops. I'll give Cobra a call soon. Starting next month, there will be 10,000 people every month. Otherwise, it will be very embarrassing if there are no ships and no crews in 3 months. After completing the finalization meeting for the second-generation warship, Luo Lan arrived at the 10th floor of the branch building. This is where Karina's office is currently located. Karina, are you looking for me? Yes, we need to have a good chat about the handling of gold. Okay, you say it. Luo Lan sat down directly opposite her desk. This is a very important thing, and at the same time, it is also a very troublesome thing, because this gold cannot be exchanged for Bailey through conventional means. A few billion may be okay, but tens of billions will immediately cause the value of gold to plummet. If it were hundreds of billions, even if there are still people willing to accept it, I'm afraid it will be reduced to cabbage price. What's more, the gold in Sky Island, even excluding the huge golden clock, is probably worth about 10 trillion according to the current gold price. Advertisement how to deal with it is really difficult. First of all, we need to make it clear that you can go through black market channels for this gold, but the quantity must not be large. The limit is up to 10 billion per year, otherwise it will definitely affect the price of gold. You know, even if it only drops by 1%, for us, it will be a loss of hundreds of billions of dollars. Luo Lan nodded. This is the truth. On the one hand, gold must be converted into cash, on the other hand, the price of gold must also be maintained. What are you going to do? It's very simple. Instead of going through trading channels, we do direct point-to-point transactions and sell them to those nobles or royal families. Karina snapped her fingers and said with a smile. However, Luo Lan said that she didn't understand it at all. Why are you so stupid? First of all, what we have to make sure is that this gold cannot flow into the market, otherwise it will inevitably affect the price of gold, right? Luo Lan nodded. Then the question is, who will buy this gold and not let it flow into the market? Or, even if it flows into the market, it will only be a small part. The answer is the nobles of the participating countries and the royal families. Because, for them, buying gold is not for trading, but for collection or reserve. They're not putting the gold back into the market. In this way, for a long time, we don't have to worry about a large amount of gold appearing in the market, causing the price of gold to plummet. Luo Lan nodded. Indeed, even in the pirate world, gold is a kind of hard currency just like Luo Lan's previous life. Similarly, it is also the items that nobles like to collect or reserve. So you plan to contact those nobles one-on-one and sell them secretly one by one? Yes, after they buy it, if it is art jewelry that is very collectible, they may show it off to other nobles, but if it is just gold bricks. If it's just gold bricks, they won't take them out, but hide them all, right? Understanding the meaning, Luo Lan asked with a smile. Karina nodded. Yes, these nobles will definitely take out 1 or 2 collectible gold ornaments and show them off in front of other nobles. But if there are a lot of gold bricks, believe it or not, if you show it off today, the Tianlong people will come to your door tomorrow? Don't doubt it, this will definitely happen. Therefore, they will try their best to hide all the gold bricks they bought back, and they will never take them out unless they're in urgent need of money. This way, almost no gold traded will flow into the market. Advertisement then, it will not affect the price of gold in the pirate world for quite some time. Okay, I'll do as you say. If you need anything, just tell me. I want the full cooperation of the intelligence agencies. Luo Lan agreed directly without thinking too much. After all, I am a novice in this area, but Karina is a professional. I can trust her too. As for the cooperation of the intelligence department, that is quite normal. After all, this requires traveling around the world to proactively contact those joining the nobles. Obviously, Karina can't do this by herself, she must have someone to cooperate, and the intelligence department. That's the most suitable candidate. Come to the door of your office. Luo Lan also sighed deeply. There are so many things to do every day. Inexplicably, half a day is used up. Hit the gate of opening. Go into the room. Luo Lan was stunned. I saw Momosagi and Tina sitting on the sofa in the reception area of his office. At the same time, Tina showed a guilty expression on her face. What's going on? What are you doing? Luo Lan, I want a separate training room. Luo Lan immediately realized something was wrong. In order to prevent Momosagi from finding out anything, he had turned off the gravity in the training center these days. Well, not all of them were closed, but a few single rooms were left open. After all, they can't stop practicing just because Momosagi is here, right? You know, people like them can gain dozens of PowerPoints every day. Every time they stop practicing for a day, it will be a huge loss, okay? Anyway, when you are not training, just close the door. After all, the naked eye alone would not be able to tell anything unusual in these single rooms. Even if Momosagi wants to find a place to practice on a whim, there are many single rooms with no one around, so there is no need to force open a locked door, right? Originally, there should be no problem, but now I see Tina's expression and Momosagi's words. Luo Lan knows. The secret of the training center was definitely discovered by Momosagi. Moreover, it is also related to Tina. Chapter 157 The person poaching you demands your cooperation. No, Luo Lan refused directly, not a trace of hesitation. Although it's unclear how much Momosagi knew, but people who are not from King's Landing want to use the training center.
Absolutely impossible. Luo Lan. We'll talk about your matter later. Anyway, I don't agree with her wanting to borrow the training center. Luo Lan sat down on the sofa. Luo Lan, you don't show any kindness at all? It's a matter of principle, there's no mercy at all. Luo Lan has a tough attitude and shows no mercy at all. Ah, by the way, starting from today, you are not allowed to come within 100 meters of the training center, otherwise I will send you back to the headquarters. You. Momosagi raised his hand and pointed at Luo Lan. I was so angry that I couldn't say a word, then he turned around and left. After Momosagi left the office, Luo Lan also looked at Tina. How much does she know? This is a very serious question. Luo Lan's expression was also slightly serious. Don't worry, she doesn't know anything. She told Tina just now that her strength has been stuck for many years and she has never been able to go any further and truly enter the field of general. So you mentioned the training center? Well, but I just told her that if you allow her to use the training center, maybe she can take that step soon. Hearing this, Luo Lan also breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, Momosagi still knows nothing about the training center. Tina just told him that maybe the training center could help her, but if she wanted to use the training center, she had to get Luo Lan's permission. At the same time, Momosagi was not told what was special about the training center. That's fine. Luo Lan, Gion, don't you fight for her? What's the meaning? Why did you keep me here in the first place? I believe the same method will work for Gion, right? Why did you keep Tina in the first place? Naturally, it was left behind using the gravity training room. After all, a device that can control gravity is irresistible to anyone who wants to become stronger. And Momosagi's desire to become stronger is far more persistent than Tina's. But after pondering for a while, Luo Lan still shook his head. No, Sister Gion is not like you. She is already a general candidate. Her status is too sensitive and inappropriate. Advertisement. The subtext is, Tina, you are just a colonel, no one will care if you disappear, but Momosagi. Good guy, a general candidate is missing. I'm afraid that the world government will pay attention to this matter immediately and get to the bottom of it. At this stage, Luo Lan doesn't want to cause such trouble. Even if you really want to do such a thing, it will have to be at least half a year later. After all, according to Luo Lan's own plan, Junlin will be on the bright side in half a year, and the first step. It is to seize the East Daxia Sea and block the windless zone. At that time, none of this would be a problem. Actually, Gion doesn't necessarily have to disappear. What's the meaning? You also said that if a general candidate disappears, it will definitely attract the attention of the world government. But if she does not disappear, but goes to perform a secret mission of the headquarters, well, what about the kind that lasts for half a year? This is indeed an angle that Luo Lan didn't expect. Of course, although there is no problem in theory, it requires a very critical precondition, that is, the warring states period and the cooperation of Crane. Otherwise, everything else is empty talk. If asked, does Luo Lan want Momosagi? The answer is yes. After all, he is a general candidate. Although his strength has not really reached the level of a general, it is just one step away. And this step is easy for me to help her take. Therefore, if Momosagi can be recruited, it will undoubtedly give King's Landing a general-level strongman in a short period of time. Such temptation is not a big one for Luo Lan. Marine Headquarters. General Staff, Crane's office. Blue brew brew. I'm Crane. Putting down the documents in his hands, he picked up the phone. Auntie, it's me. Is something wrong? Yes, about Gion-san. Gion? He just thought about several possibilities, but he didn't expect that Luo Lan called to talk about Momosagi. Slightly unexpected. Auntie, you should know that if Gion-san doesn't have a special opportunity, she probably won't reach the level of a general in her life, right? Yes, I know that there is no way around it. After all, there is a huge physiological difference between women and men. Unless they are mixed race like Charlotte Linlin, a pure human woman who has reached Gion's current strength is already the limit. He said it naturally, as if he was talking about common sense. Very peaceful. In fact, she already knew this. Among the trio back then, her strength was no worse than Sengoku and Garp. Advertisement even slightly stronger, however, when it reaches a certain level, the speed of its improvement will be greatly reduced. As a result, he could only watch helplessly as the two guys overtook him and even slowly pushed him away. This is the tragedy of strong women in the pirate world. Of course, there are not exceptions, such as Charlotte Linlin. He got up and left the office, walking quickly towards the Warring States period. After hanging up the phone, simple humans, in fact, Momosagi and Crane are already the ceiling. Tell me, what are the conditions? Let Momosagi leave Marine and join King's Landing. This matter is not something she can decide alone. He calmed down his emotions and then asked, because, in his perception, this is an impossible thing. In the process, she will come into contact with the real secret of King's Landing, so. Crane nodded and agreed to this statement, truly exposed to the secrets of King's Landing. He can do it, he thought for a while, then, however, the problem is still serious. Of course she understands. Hear this, but he also knew that Luo Lan was not a big talker. Since he said this, it meant. Once she comes into contact with the true secret of King's Landing, it is impossible to let her leave. Crane was no longer calm. You want Gion to break away from Marine and join King's Landing? As for Hancock, compared with the two of them, the hard power is still far behind. What does Gion mean? That's true. In this case, I will give you an answer in an hour. I haven't asked her yet. After all, if we can't reach an agreement here, telling her in advance will just add to the disappointment, right? In other words, that's. But she is not a pure human species, but a mixed species. Must. Although Luo Lan didn't say it clearly, how could he not understand this meaning? He understands this subtext. Okay, I'll wait. Crane's eyes widened. What? What if I could make Sister Gion take that step and truly become the pinnacle of power, and even surpass the 3 great generals in the future? Chapter 158. It only takes half a year when he came to Sengoku's office. In the room, Sengoku and Garp were staring at each other with big eyes. Not even blinking an eyelid. You guys, what are you doing? Xiaohei, if you have anything to do, we'll talk to you later. I'm competing with Sengoku to see who can last longer without blinking. Garp's eyelids remained motionless as he continued to stare at Sengoku. Crane was also speechless. One Marine Fleet Admiral, the other Marine hero. You are already so old, why do you still do these childish things all day long? If you don't stop, Gion will quit. What? X2. The two of them turned their heads instantly, their eyes widening. Xiaohei, what are you talking about? Gion is going to change jobs. How is that possible? This is Garp. Crane, this joke is not funny. This is the Warring States period. In short, the two people's opinions at this moment are surprisingly unified. How is this possible? There is no other way. Junlin made an offer that she can't refuse. Huh? King's Landing? What's going on? Warring States was stunned for a moment, but soon his expression became more serious. Garp rolled his eyes. Something felt wrong. Although Warring States' expression was a little more serious, it was only a little serious. In this situation, shouldn't the expression be solemn for a moment? I asked, are you two hiding something from me? Garp asked suspiciously. Warring States slapped his forehead. Okay, forget about this old guy, you don't know anything yet. So, he opened his mouth to explain about Junlin and Luo Lan. It's okay if I don't mention it, but once I mention it, Garp is dumbfounded. No, boy, Luo Lan is the leader of King's Landing, the one you offered a reward of 1.5 billion? That's right. So Ace went to hang out with Luo Lan? That's true. And the female cadre with a bounty of 800 million, is she actually Tina? Well, that's right. So, the female cadre for whom you put a reward of 1.2 billion is not someone I know, right? That's not the case. Call. Garp breathed a sigh of relief. Peeved, ha 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 ha, that boy Luo Lan can do it. He's much more capable than that brat from my family, Dorag. Suddenly, Garp burst into his signature laugh. Advertisement. And, by the way, he complained about his son. After all, Dorag went out to fly solo, and it took so many years to create a revolutionary army. Luo Lan, on the other hand, established King's Landing in just over a year. This future achievement will definitely be better than Dorag. Garp, that's enough. TCH, actually you are secretly feeling happy. Shut up. Okay, both of you, please calm down for a while. Seeing that these two people were becoming more and more outrageous, he rarely raised his voice. Suddenly, a Marine Fleet Admiral, a Marine hero. He instantly became a good baby. You just said that Luo Lan made an offer that Momosagi couldn't refuse. What was it? Sengoku asked. He promised that Gion can truly reach the level of a general in a short period of time, and that she can even surpass a general in the future. This is impossible. Yes, normally it is indeed impossible, but Luo Lan is very sure. Do you know what this means? This means that he can indeed do it, at least he thinks so, and he is full of confidence. That's right, Crane nodded. The three of them knew Luo Lan very well. Therefore, such a judgment was made immediately. So, Momosagi has decided to leave Marine and go to King's Landing. No, Luo Lan hasn't told Gion about this yet. What's the meaning? Warring States is puzzled. Are you stupid? Gion can't refuse this offer, but if she is separated from Marine, it will cause huge problems. So, what this brat means is that while poaching people from me, he also wants me to cover for him. Well, I think that's what it means, although in the previous phone call, Luo Lan did not say anything about his subsequent plans. But the three people present were all smart people. When he mentioned this, the other two people immediately understood. Peeved, ha 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 ha, this guy can do it, but it also shows one thing, that is. As long as we don't agree to cooperate, he won't dig up Gion. Garp, who is usually carefree, is actually very thoughtful. And these words hit the nail on the head. Since it's an offer Momosagi can't refuse, he can just poach him away. Why should he look for Suru specifically? Obviously, this kid's wings haven't fully hardened yet and he's not ready to confront the world government directly, so he wants us to cover him. And if we really don't want to, he was afraid that he would give up the idea of poaching Momosagi immediately. I have to say that what Garp thought was absolutely correct. This was Luo Lan's plan. If you are willing to cooperate, I will poach Momosagi. Unwilling to cooperate, Luo Lan would rather give up Momosagi and just pretend that this incident never happened. Luo Lan didn't know the details of the conversation between Warring States and Garp. Advertisement. But after an hour, he got a call from Crane. Blue brew brew. I'm Luo Lan. It's me, Auntie. What do you say? Tell me, how do you need my cooperation? Although I didn't say whether I agreed or disagreed. Luo Lan came to a villa. Yes, Suru has agreed to let Momoshiki stay in King's Landing, and Sengoku should also agree. A few seconds later, he asked Luo Lan if half a year was enough. In fact, the subtext was how long it would take for you to protect yourself in front of the world government. There was a hint of confidence in his tone, with a bang. Officer's villa area. This also surprised he, as well as Sengoku and Garp who were beside her at the moment. At this moment, a pair of silver teeth were gritted loudly. You don't usually dress very boldly, and even your skirt is shorter than normal people's shorts. I originally wanted to knock on the door. Luo Lan flew out faster than Xiao. Sure, in the villa, Momoshiki has just taken a bath and is wrapped in a bath towel. It wasn't like you weren't wearing any clothes just now. You were wearing a bath towel. Are you afraid of looking at it? He might even have to run out and beat him up. Okay, no problem, but are you sure half a year is enough? This is the temporary residence arranged for Momoshiki. How far has this kid's King's Landing developed? As soon as I raised my hand, I found that the door was unlocked. It fell hundreds of meters away, but this sentence has been made very clear. This is to let Momoshiki know what Luo Lan is thinking about at this moment. In the distance, Luo Lan, lying in a big pit, was speechless. Rhode Island. As a result, Luo Lan said half a year? The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and I hope our headquarters will arrange a top-secret mission for Sister Guion for half a year. Luo Lan was not polite and opened the door directly and walked in. Luo Lan realized this. Luo Lan replied, yes, only in this way can the world government not notice it. Simply baffling. Do you want me to make up a long-term lurking mission, or a mission without any contact in the middle? Chapter 159. Peeling off a devil fruit alive? You want me to get away from Marine? And Sister He and Fleet Admiral also agreed? In the villa hall. Momoshiki's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Yes, the training center is one of the core secrets of King's Landing. If you want to use it, this is the only way to do it. Of course, if you don't want to leave Marine, then we can pretend that nothing has happened. After finishing Doflamingo's matter, you go back to your Marine, and I'll go back to my King's Landing. Luo Lan nodded. As for whether people will feel that they are in Cao's camp when they come in, and their hearts are in Han. Luo Lan is not worried about this. Because after the branch building was upgraded to a 15-story B-class building, it had 2 more feature card slots than a 3-story D-class building. Among the 2 new characteristics developed by Luo Lan, there is one that is very abnormal. Within the territory, the subject's loyalty to the Lord increases by 1 point every day. It's not an improvement of 1%, but 1. Luo Lan also asked the system what the upper limit of this loyalty is. The answer is 100. This is very abnormal. In other words, even if you are an undercover agent with 0 loyalty, as long as you join branch 157, then, in just 100 days, you will become a die-hard member of the branch. Of course, the premise is to join voluntarily. Otherwise, they will not be within the scope of subjects recognized by the system. Luo Lan just looked at Momoshiki, waiting for her answer. I can agree, but there is a condition, you say. If you can't let me take the final step within a year, then I will go back to Marine. No problem. Luo Lan nodded directly in agreement. Not to mention a year, just 2 or 3 months, Luo Lan thought it was enough. Moreover, 1 year later, with 100 points of loyalty, can you really say that you want to leave? Luo Lan couldn't think of any possibility of losing. Of course I agreed. Since you are already a member of branch 157, then come with me. Where to go? Training center, do you still want to take that step? Momoshiki was stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up and followed. Advertisement, and more than 10 minutes later, when she followed Luo Lan to the training center, her outlook was immediately shattered. She had thought about many possibilities before, but I never expected that gravity could be controlled in this training center. And it can be set up to 60 times. Seeing Momoshiki's stunned look, Luo Lan felt secretly happy. Crazy woman, are you dumbfounded? Where is this? I'll take you to Sato's place for a walk later, why don't you just blind your eyes? Tisk tisk, when you see that as long as you have money, you can make a supremely sharp knife at will, your 3 views may completely disappear. The training center allows you to quickly strengthen your body. You can continuously enhance your mental power while sleeping in the officer villa area. There is a large collection of books in the Supermarine Academy, including all the power systems in the pirate world, including various kendo classics. In the sword forging workshop, you can even create the supreme sharp sword, or even a magical weapon that surpasses the supreme sharp sword. Well, as long as you have money. It just so happens that Luo Lan is not short of money now. There is also the Marine Canteen, which provides bug-like cuisine every day. Not to mention, stronger buildings will continue to appear in the future. When all these things came together, Luo Lan didn't believe it and couldn't let Momoshiki take that final step. 5 days passed quickly. On this day, Smoker commanded Tana to return. In addition to going to Alabasta to pick up a group of recruits, he also secretly picked up someone from Sabaody Island. He was a sailor about 40 years old, belonging to the Marine staff. At the same time, he is also an intelligence agent. He usually works as a shipcoder and has been lurking in the Sabaody Islands. According to he, even though his main job is an intelligence agent, over the past 20 years, his coding technology has long been a master and he is very famous throughout the Sabaody Islands. Of course, once a person is here, it is impossible to go back. Although Luo Lan didn't say this explicitly, he also knew it. There was a tacit understanding. There's a coating craftsman and several barrels of sap for coating that he brought over. The coating time for the 4 warships is expected to be about a week. Next, just wait for all the battleships to be coated and you can set off. Speaking of this operation, the only thing that made Luo Lan afraid was actually not Doflamingo, but Blackbeard. In the original work, what was his strength before he got the dark fruit? In fact, the description is not clear. He killed Saki with a sneak attack, and once injured the red hare's face in a big fight between the white group and the red group. But what happened later was very strange. First of all, according to the portrayal in the original work, if he didn't have the dark fruit, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Ace. Advertisement, but the red-haired man added that he was not careless at the time, but he was still injured by Blackbeard. Before and after, it seems very contradictory. But anyway, with Momoshiki here, and Blackbeard not getting those 2 fruits yet, then Luo Lan was stunned. Okay, Luo Lan remembered. Look like you're kidding me. It's about peeling off the devil fruit without killing the target. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he saw Silas running over. What happened before? But the difficulty is that the energy of the devil fruit will only leave the body after the person with the ability dies. Thinking of this, Luo Lan also came to the science department. Kaya. When dealing with Doflamingo, let Momoshiki contain him, and it shouldn't be a big problem. We can just kill the ability users directly. There is a breakthrough in what you explained before. But to be on the safe side, he still had to prepare some backups. That is, the Underground Honeycomb Scientific Research Institute. Just looking at Silas. Therefore, how to peel it off without harming the life of the person with abilities. Luo Lan's mouth twitched. Luo Lan was also full of curiosity. This time, what solution did Kaya come up with? He said many things. Which one was Silas referring to? Luo Lan was confused. I have indeed made this request before. Luo Lan was stunned for a moment. The main purpose is to allow those who are dissatisfied with their fruits to replace themselves with a devil fruit. This is the difficulty of this subject. What happened? Find a way. Actually, the method is very simple. Since the energy of the devil fruit will not escape until the person with the ability dies, then. Hey guys, it's Kaya again. Colonel, you came just in time, I was just about to find you. She always has a flash of inspiration at critical moments. Although the scientific research strength is much worse than Silas, I have to say. Yes, although we have never been able to make any progress before, Kaya's words just now made me suddenly enlightened. Chapter 160 Luo Lan, are you a devil? You must be seriously ill. In order to be able to peel off the devil fruit without the ability user dying. So, do we need to kill the Esper first? Are you kidding me? Luo Lan looked at Silas blankly. The forehead is full of black lines. Colonel, did I say something wrong? Why are you looking at me like this? No, you've already killed the Esper, so why are you talking about peeling off the devil fruit on the premise that the Esper doesn't die? Well, I used the wrong word. Silas slapped his head. Colonel, actually what I said was not to kill the Esper, but to make the devil fruit think that the host is dead. It's easy to do. Just develop a special drug, a drug that can make people temporarily lose all vital signs. Yes, we have developed a drug that is enough to deceive devil fruit energy. Luo Lan's eyes widened instantly. Good guy, it turns out this is such a logic. Indeed, this does not require too high technical means, but it can be imagined. Should I say that she really deserves to be Kaya? Speaking of the previous gene lock thing, although Kaya is still far inferior to Silas in terms of knowledge and scientific research. But she also has her own advantages that Silas cannot match. That is, a flash of inspiration comes at every turn. Who can bear this? Has this method been tested? That's why I'm in such a hurry to find you, Colonel. How to say? We need live test subjects. Okay, Luo Lan understands. Indeed, you can't let your own people be guinea pigs. I remember that when I was in Demon Valley Town, I captured a few ability users. Later, they came back with me through Tana. Are they still there? At that time, the Devil Fruit stripping room was taken to the Sky Island by Colonel Yu. Later, because you had to make room to store more gold, it was temporarily left on the Sky Island. You will bring it back when Arc Proverbs comes over next time. Silas nodded. Then he explained. So, those guys haven't been dealt with yet, right? Well, Colonel, before Silas finished speaking, Luo Lan agreed directly. It was originally meant to be brought back and killed. No difference. Your science department can just use it as you please. Just ask Tina for help. Yes, Colonel, Silas smiled broadly. Advertisement. After all, precious experimental materials. Got it. Very quickly, less than 10 minutes. Tina personally brought 5 pirates to the research institute. Luo Lan, are you bringing them here to peel off the devil fruit? Yes and no. What's the meaning? The main thing is that Silas wants to do an experiment to see if he can peel off the devil fruit without killing the Esper. Can it really be done? Tina was shocked. If it is really done, the significance will definitely be significant. Take herself as an example. Although she is a user with fruit abilities, her combat effectiveness is actually average. If she had a choice, she would also like to change to a devil fruit. But there's no way around it. But if Silas succeeds, then As the second in command of King's Landing, it's not too much to give yourself a Logia in the future, right? He was immediately full of interest and followed Luo Lan and Silas. Went to the laboratory together. At this moment, a pirate has been tied to the test bench, and even his mouth has been blocked. It could only make a whining sound. A man in a white coat stepped forward and slowly inserted the needle of an infusion tube into the pirate's arm. Then, a clear liquid followed the infusion tube. Was injected into his body. Very fast, super fast. In just a few seconds, the pirate who was still struggling a moment ago had completely calmed down. Even breathing has disappeared. After looking at the data on the instrument, the white coat turned back and nodded to Silas. Quickly, put on the black cloth and fruits. Silas shouted. The two men in white coats next to them immediately took action. One person held a piece of black cloth and threw it directly over the pirate. The other person was holding an apple, put his hand into the black cloth, and placed it on the test stand. Silas, this piece of black cloth is. Didn't the colonel move the devil fruit stripping room to the Sky Island this time, so I thought about making a portable version. So, this black cloth is made of sea-floor stone. Not entirely, it's just that when making this special black cloth, some sea-floor stone powder was added and evenly distributed inside it. To make such a large piece, less than 100 grams of sea-floor stone was actually used, which is very economical. Quote. Luo Lan nodded. Just tell me why he looks so much like Blackbeard. But yes, it is really troublesome to take the devil fruit to the peeling room every time. Portable is great. Although it does not have the execution function, it can still be used simply. Mainly because it's easy to carry. How long will it take to wait? Advertisement. According to our estimates, humans can maintain suspended animation for up to 3 minutes. Once this time is exceeded, it will have a serious impact on the brain. Now we are testing how long it will take for the devil fruit to break away from itself in the suspended animation state, or it will be useless at all. Sierra explained. Luo Lan nodded and continued to look in the direction of the test bench. Half a minute. The surveillance phone bug also placed inside the black cloth shows. Apple has not changed. 1 minute. Still no change. The time quickly came to 1.5 minutes. Then. To ensure safety, you must ensure at least 100 consecutive perfect peels without failure. At this moment, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Take off the thing on the test bench that blocked the pirate's mouth. Forcefully insert the small piece of devil fruit. Several people in white coats immediately swarmed over. Apparently, this apple turned into a devil fruit. I have only one request, and that is. Very good, check his physical condition and see if there is any harm to the body. You are the devil. After a moment, he opened his eyes. What? 100 times. A group of people in white coats immediately became busy. Silas was stunned. Only by rescuing people can it be considered a true success. Open the black cloth and bring the person back. More than 10 seconds later, the pirate on the test platform moved his fingers. Where can I find the other 95? Block it again. He opened the black cloth and replaced it with another drug, which was still sent into the pirate patch along the infusion tube. A strange pattern appeared on its outer skin. Well done. Luo Lan, on the other hand, patted Silas on the shoulder. Silas, why can't you turn your head? The remaining 4 ability users will all be handed over to you. Yes, Minister. Yes, Minister. This is also a very important step. Changed. Apple's appearance changed little by little. Oh no, there are only 4 now. Okay, now you have 5 more people. But I only have 5 test subjects. Fortunately, there were no accidents. But Luo Lan smiled strangely. Luo Lan walked to the test bench, picked up the devil fruit, and cut off a small piece with the knife on the side. Chapter 161 Leaving Marine, King Lin walks to the stage. Luo Lan looked at the system. The super clone factory is built in 18 days. Not ordinary slow. But there is no way. Who told this to be an S-class building? On Silas's side, dozens of people have been arranged to take turns to conduct clinical trials. In 18 days, at least hundreds of experiments should be completed. At that time, there will be no obstacles for the ability users under his command to change their abilities. You can even ask Ace to peel off the thunder fruit and take it to the super factory to try it out. Maybe I can even form a thunder squad. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. 2 days later, the coding work on the first battleship is completed. Luo Lan came to the port specially. How do you say this thing? When not in use, it's like applying a layer of bronze-colored, thick slime liquid to the boat. In fact, the so-called coating is actually done like this. Special sap is extracted from a certain tree in the Sabayati Islands. This sap is then applied to the exterior of the boat. Whether the coating is even and complete is the most intuitive reflection of the level of a coating craftsman. At least after Luo Lan looked around, he found that no matter which part of the ship it was, the thickness of the coating was the same. Sure enough, the person he sent was quite high level. Master Samir, your skills are really good. You are probably one of the best in the Sabayati Islands, right? That's not true. There is a guy there who is better than me. There is actually something stronger. Yes, it's just that Lao Lei is very lazy. He is the type who will never work if he has a sip of wine today, so many people don't know. Well, hear what Samir said. Luo Lan's mouth twitched. Lao Lei, this guy you're talking about isn't Pluton Rayleigh, is he? Samir's whole body was stunned for a moment. Luo Lan looked at Luo Lan in disbelief. In fact, one of the reasons why he has been lurking in Sabayati for 20 years is that through his job as a coding craftsman, he contacted various pirate groups to obtain information. The other one is responsible for monitoring a person. And that person is Rayleigh. It is precisely to achieve this goal that Samir even became a drinking buddy with Rayleigh for more than 10 years. But this matter is an absolute secret within Marine. How did Luo Lan know about it? Seeing Samir's dull expression, Luo Lan smiled. Didn't explain anything. By the way, Master Samir, how many times can this membrane be used? Once. Advertisement. What? Then on the return trip. Don't worry, what I did for the battleship is double layer coating. Double layer. Good guy, another new term. Luo Lan became a little curious as to what this double layer coating was. The so-called double layer coating means coating one layer first, and then coating another layer on the outside. In this way, when going to New World, you can use the outer film first, and when returning, you can use the second inner film. But it should be noted that the warship cannot be attacked before the return trip, otherwise even the artillery will be enough to damage the ship's membrane, and once the ship's membrane is no longer intact, it will not be usable. Luo Lan understood what was going on. Wait, of the 5 ships he planned to go this time, 4 of them were not planned to be brought back. Isn't it a waste to apply 2 layers of film? Master Samir, forget about this one, the next 3 warships only need to be plated with 1 layer. Of course, the black one over there still needs 2 layers. Waste is not a good habit. After all, this sap is found nowhere else except the Sabayati Islands. Save some money and save it for later use, right? If we don't do double layer coating, then the return trip. It doesn't matter. After these 4 surface warships complete their missions in New World, they will be handed over to the G1 branch. There is no need to return. So that's it, then I understand. Samir nodded. At the same time, I am also thinking in my mind, what is the relationship between Junline and the headquarters now? These 4 powerful battleships were given to them as soon as they were promised. Moreover, when I received the order to come here, I was not given any order to collect intelligence or conduct surveillance. Simply call yourself over and do the work of a coding craftsman. This is very strange. By the way, can I ask a question? You asked. Luo Lan nodded. After the coding work here is completed, shall I return to the Sabayati Islands? This matter. Did the headquarters give you an order to go back after you're done? That's not true. The order just said that I should bring enough materials and then wait for the King's landing ship to pick me up at the designated location and help you complete the coding work. There was no further instructions. So, the headquarters didn't let you go back, so you can't disobey. Luo Lan patted Samir on the shoulder and said with a smile. Then, he left here. Samir was left alone, looking at Luo Lan's back, messy in the wind. No, what does this mean? Dash. With only separate coding, Samir's work progressed much faster. What was once a battleship for 2 people can now be completed in 1 day. Advertisement. That is to say, Tana is too big and needs double layer coating, so it took some time. 6 days. Yes, just 6 days. The remaining 3 battleships, as well as Tana, have all completed the coding work. Ready to go at any time. And this day, Ark Proverbs also sent 300 King's Landing soldiers to Sky Island and returned to Rhode Island with a batch of gold. Just arrived at the pier. Now there are tens of thousands of people in King's Landing, but the military rank. A large group of people from the science department rushed onto the boat and started making various troubles. However, at this time, a voice sounded from the side. No one has ever been promoted. Inform them that Junline's high-level meeting will begin soon, and ask them to go to conference room number 1 of the branch building immediately. After all, the combat effectiveness of Angel Island. Even the new member Momosugi came here. This time, even Ian and Baby 5 were recruited back by Luo Lan. Who said that if you are a colonel, no one else can be better than a colonel? As soon as the 2 got off the boat, a messenger ran over. After all, I can't still be a colonel and you guys can be promoted to generals, right? There are now 350 King's Landing soldiers in Apayado. If they leave for a while, nothing will happen. Generals are still generals, and soldiers are still soldiers. Ian didn't dare to neglect and immediately rushed over with Baby 5. It's mainly about 3 things today. Now that everyone is here, let's start now. To put it most directly, I am now a colonel, so other people will never be able to rise in rank. 10 minutes later, well, all the cadres of Junline were sitting in the conference room, not a single one was left behind. Who is in favor and who is against? And I will serve as King's Landing's first fleet admiral. The per capita dowry value is over 500, which is no joke. First, our scale is getting bigger and bigger now. If we continue to use the name of Branch 157 and the rank of Marine, then. Luo Lan was speechless for a while. I am the Lieutenant General. Now I declare that starting from today, there will be no more Branch 157, only King's Landing. Let alone 350 King's Landing soldiers, even just a few of them can sweep them away. Don't worry, after today's meeting, you will be under me. The main reason is what Luo Lan just said. Luo Lan said very seriously. How could he have forgotten this woman? Therefore, Luo Lan decided to make a change. If you continue to exist as a marine branch, no one will be able to be promoted. It will greatly restrict the development of King's Landing. Chapter 162 3 General Candidates for King's Landing. Regarding Luo Lan's approach, in fact, no one is surprised. Isn't this obvious? In the past, it was because Rhode Island was still at its original position and could not be separated from Marine. Therefore, King's Landing can only act in secret. But now, Rhode Island has reached the windless zone, and the highest level of Marine also knows that Luo Lan is the leader of King's Landing. Now, continuing to use Branch 157 to hide itself is not only meaningless, but will also hinder the development of King's Landing as an organization. So, completely separate from Marine and develop entirely within the framework of King's Landing. This is an inevitable choice. Okay, since everyone is fine, let me announce a few appointments. Guyon's military rank remains unchanged. He is still a candidate for admiral with the rank of lieutenant general, codenamed Momoshiki, and serves as the commander of the first fleet that is being built. Grant Tina the rank of major general and serve as the commander of the King's Landing second fleet which is being built. Awarded Smoker the rank of brigadier general and served as the base commander of the Apayado branch. Grant Ian the rank of brigadier general and serve as the minister of logistics in King's Landing. Grant Nami the rank of colonel and serve as minister of navigation in King's Landing. Grant Karina the rank of colonel and serve as minister of finance in King's Landing. Ace is awarded the rank of colonel and serves as Granted Silas the rank of major general and the position of minister of science in King's Landing. Granted Sisyphus the rank of brigadier general and the position of deputy minister of science in King's Landing. Luo Lan announced more than 20 appointments in one go, all of whom are now the core members of King's Landing. In addition to military attachés, there are even technical officer positions. For example, Silas, Sisyphus, Roy, Kyla and so on. Each one of them is a leader in an important position in King's Landing, and they are basically either major generals or brigadier generals. The military ranks are all very high. What made Ace a little stunned was that Luo Lan even awarded Maginot the title. With the rank of major, he is responsible for the meals of the entire King's Landing. Another person who was promoted to the rank of school officer under unusual circumstances was Nuo Chigao. Unlike Nami, Noki Gao Lai asked to go to the front line at the grassroots level from the first day she came to King's Landing. Over the past few months, her efforts have been noticed by everyone. Advertisement. He even recently studied command at the Marine Super Academy. Taking advantage of this opportunity to be promoted, although it was a bit unexpected, it was also expected. As for other grassroots soldiers, Luo Lan will not care about them. As long as they are not colonels, Momoshiki Tina and other frontline commanders will handle it themselves. Just hand in the list at the end. The only one who is unhappy may be Momoshiki. Because she was the only one not promoted. But there was nothing she could do about it. After all, she was a lieutenant general herself, and she was also qualified as a lieutenant general candidate. Further up, there is the general. But it is obvious that Momoshiki has not yet truly reached the level of a general. Therefore, Luo Lan did not give her the appointment of general for the time being. Okay, now that I've said the first thing, the next thing I want to talk about is the second thing. That is, the biggest shortcoming of King's Landing at present is. There is no such thing as a top-level strong man. Sister Guion, don't glare at me. Although you are currently the strongest in King's Landing, it is true that you have not reached the level of a general. So, we need to make up for this shortcoming as soon as possible. Everyone here agrees with this. But at the same time, they all frown deeply. This question, it's not easy to solve. If you want to achieve it as quickly as possible, directly recruiting strong men with general strength is obviously the best solution. Where can I go to recruit? There are only so many powerful people who are familiar with this world. At this moment, except for a few famous loners, everyone else is in a state of being famous. You don't necessarily have to poach someone, right? Speaking of which, poaching this corner would be even more difficult than recruiting a wild one. What to do? I have 3 choices. At this time, Luo Lan spoke. First choice, Mahawk. After these days of hard work, the coding work on all battleships has been completed. Not far away, Robin wrote down all the details in a notebook, and then nodded to Luo Lan. The only trouble is, I'm not sure whether he is on the Grand Line or the Four Seas, but he has a hobby that can serve as a clue, and that is advertisement. Everyone was stunned. Okay, you don't need to waste your brain cells. These 2 people are very low-key, but I can guarantee that they definitely have general-level strength. Good guy, no one knows him. Leave this matter to the intelligence department. Robin, you are responsible for finding them, and then I will be responsible for taking care of them. Let's not talk about whether he can be recruited, but he is indeed a strong person that everyone knows. Yishao is a blind man, in his early 50s, with short black hair and a beard around his mouth. He likes to wear a lavender kimono, a black and purple belt and a scarf. He uses the gambler's fire wire, one of the 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword. It looks like a stick sword. The first one is okay to say. Mahawk, the Hawkeye of the Lone Ranger, is strong enough and does not belong to any force. We will go to Punk Hassad and kill the remnants of the Don Quixote family. As for the information about the two of them, the second choice is Yishao. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the people around them. The rest of you will set out with me in 3 days to go to the Sabayati Islands and arrive at the New World via the Fishman Island route. Fortunately, Luo Lan has a good memory. A smile. Who are these? Although the location cannot be determined, having these details will be of great help to Robin in finding someone. Tomorrow Smoker and Ace will take the Arc Proverbs and head to Apayado to wait. Like gambling. As for the location, it should be in South Blue, but I'm not sure. The third candidate, Aramu. The above is all the information I know. As for the rest, it depends on your intelligence department. Finally, Aramaki is a user with the ability of Logia Sensen Fruit. I still remember the details of these two people's full body outfits. Even the name Shichibukai is just a name. Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo. But the second and third. Okay, let's talk about the last thing. As for Aramaki, he should be 37 years old now. He has dark green curly hair. He often wears sunglasses. He habitually holds a cigarette in his mouth. His upper body is habitually naked. He has a tattoo of Death River Heart printed on his left side and hangs around his waist. A samurai sword and dark pants with a petal pattern on the left leg. At the same time, he is also the person with the ability of Paramesha, the fruit of multiple fruits. Aramaki. As a result, they all saw a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. Chapter 163. The electromagnetic gun first shows its power. 7 days later, 1 submarine and 4 warships turned off all power units and lined up in a line. Follow the ocean currents on the ocean floor. Fleet Admiral, we can already see Fishman Island, do we want to dock? Don't stop, just cross over. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Luo Lan didn't want to go for a trip to Fishman Island right now. After all, these 5 ships are too obvious. Once they dock, the news will inevitably spread all over the world. That's when. Not to mention that Doflamingo knew he was coming to New World. The world government knows it too. It's better to keep some distance and go straight through. Anyway, it's not a giant glowing thing like Fishman Island, it's just 5 ships. After turning off all the lights. With the visibility of 10,000 meters under the sea, as long as you are not close at hand, you can't see it at all. As for the outrageous vision in the original work, it is complete nonsense. Coupled with the use of color radar, he even avoided all the fishmen who happened to pass nearby. As a result, the 5 ships headed straight for New World without disturbing anyone at all. Until about an hour later, 5 huge figures rushed out of the sea. This is New World, it doesn't look like anything special. Looking at the picture transmitted back by the periscope, Luo Lan was uninterested. Fleet Admiral, we are currently about 400 nautical miles away from Punk Hassad. At fleet cruising speed, we can arrive in about 18 hours. Let's set off. Tana floats to the surface and sails, deploys the radar at the same time, and orders Momosugi and Tina to take turns to use the radar to avoid all single targets. Yes, Fleet Admiral, Tana's radar. It can scan a range of hundreds of kilometers, but there must be no obstruction in the middle. At the same time, it can only scan large objects with radar reflective surfaces. Although the color radar cannot scan objects, it can scan living things. Of course, the distance is definitely much closer than Tana's radar. But with the cooperation of these 2 radars, both boats and people can be seen at a glance, thereby avoiding all possibilities of being discovered along the way and heading straight into Punk Hassad. Communications officer, contact Smoker and the others and ask them where they are. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers in charge of communications in the bridge team immediately responded. Then it started working. After a while, Fleet Admiral, Arc Admiral is expected to arrive 2 hours ahead of us. Keep them safe until we arrive. Advertisement. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Luo Lan's fleet is the main fleet. Smoker and Ace are a special attack force. After all, after docking at the port that day, so many people from the science department worked together all day. There must be something good. Some experimental items cannot be installed on old battleships, but the Arc Proverbs. There was no obstacle at all, it was perfectly suitable. Early next morning. Taking advantage of the darkness, the King's Landing fleet turned off all lights and advanced within 5 nautical miles of Punk Hassad. Everyone was on standby at their respective posts, just waiting for Luo Lan's attack order to be issued. The interior of Tana's bridge. Luo Lan inputs Shenwen's hockey. After the second generation's color radar amplification, the entire Punk Hassad was completely covered in an instant, and the resulting image was transmitted to the big screen. Through this, it can be seen clearly. Today, there are dozens of people in Punk Hassad, and it is not the no man's land that Marine headquarters thought. Among them, there are several strong men. Although the other 4 warships have not been equipped with the second generation radar, even the first generation originally installed has been removed. After all, you have to leave it to Marine afterwards, right? But, Tana still has it, and it's the latest second generation. At this moment, everyone's Dow power value on Punk Hassad was clearly displayed. Target 1. 17,825. Target 2. 8712. Target 3. 6229. Target 47. 1. Luo Lan was stunned for a moment. The first ones are all fine, I guess the tallest one is Blackbeard, and the one with over 8,700 is Doflamingo. But what the hell is that last power value of 1? You know, even if I had physical problems at the beginning, I was still a scumbag, so I wouldn't let it get as low as 1, okay. Forget it, never mind. Anyway, I can figure it out in a while. Where's the Ark proverb? Reporting to Fleet Admiral, Ark Admiral is currently at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Colonel Ace has completed charging the electromagnetic gun and is ready to launch it at any time. Convey all the coordinates to each ship. 3 minutes later, the attack of Ark proverbs will be the signal, and the fleet will immediately launch a general attack. Yes, Fleet Admiral. At the same time, at an altitude of 3,000 meters, Ark's motto, hidden in a cloud, immediately adjusted its posture after receiving the order. After a while, the entire ship tilted about 30 degrees to the left, and the electromagnetic gun. Advertisement. It has also been aimed at the center of Punk Hassad below the side. Commodore Smoker, the calibration has been completed based on the coordinates given by the flagship. Get ready and listen to my command to launch. Yes, Brigadier. The ship's soldiers trotted away. Smoker took out his pocket watch. Watching the pointer jump again and again, he raised his left hand. Then, swing down violently. Emission. Yes, Brigadier. The next moment, there was a violent thunder and light explosion on the left side of the ship's bow. Then, a specially made solid artillery shell was blasted out with an initial speed close to Mach 10. Without giving the opponent any reaction time, in just 1 second, he had already covered a distance of more than 3,000 meters and hit the target accurately. I saw that the entire center of Punk Hassad was like a meteorite falling. Even the ground was completely overturned. It feels like a disaster movie. It's not over yet. After completing the first shot, Ace immediately stepped forward to charge it again. On the sea, 4 steel battleships also took action. Boom 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 boom. More than 20 cannons started shelling at the same time. At this moment, the miserable situation of Punk Hassad, that is, the Marine Buster Call fleet is coming, which makes everyone cry. You know, Buster Call just leveled an island. But now King's Landing style of play looks like it is going to completely sink an island. Totally different. Dash 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 dash. Punk Hassad, central area. Ahem. Doflamingo got up covered in mud and coughed up a lot of blood on the ground. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Just now, Doflamingo suddenly started to alert him frantically. And he has rich combat experience. Immediately, he came out fully armed and protected himself with thread fruit. Of course, Blackbeard not far away is no worse than Doflamingo, and his reactions are equally fast. But in the next second, they didn't even see where the attack came from, and the entire area was completely torn apart. The only thing Doflamingo remembers is that an extremely terrifying impact not only threw him away, but also severely damaged his internal organs. Injuring yourself hard with one blow, could it be? One of the 4 emperors takes action. Chapter 164 The Cooperation between Dover and Blackbeard. A few minutes ago, although it was already late at night. But neither Doflamingo nor Blackbeard slept. Because they are discussing a wonderful plan. As long as this is done, not only will Blackbeard no longer have to worry about the pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates, but Doflamingo can also take the opportunity to regain a foothold. Of course, these are only the casualties on the surface. In fact, both sides have more small calculations in their hearts. But that's not important. The important thing is, this matter is a win-win, but the difference is who wins more and who wins less. The same thing happens if there is a slight mistake. The consequences are also very serious. But, the bold ones will be starved to death, and the timid ones will be starved to death. Risk is nothing. Even if you eat a meal, you may choke to death. But it is obvious that the risks of this plan are simply not worth mentioning in the face of the benefits that can be obtained. It's totally worth them to block it. Phew, foo, foo foo. The plan is perfect, but we are still missing a necessary condition. After all, if the bait is not tempting enough, neither Whitebeard nor Sengoku will take the bait. So, we need a high-quality bait that even if we know it's a trap, Whitebeard will have to fall for it. Doflamingo said, ha 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 ha, Brother Dover, what do you think of Marco? Blackbeard drank a large bottle of wine and said with a smile. Marco is a good target, but are you sure you can take him down? Dover was a little surprised. Because, who among the white group is the most difficult to catch? That's definitely Marco. One is to directly maximize the recovery power, and the other is. He can fly, and he can fly very fast. If he really wants to run away, Doflamingo can't think of a way to prevent him from running away. No problem. Marco is very strong, but his weaknesses are also obvious, and I. Ha 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 ha, I know him too well. Blackbeard continued to laugh. He has been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for so long, not for nothing. For each squad leader, whether it is its abilities or weaknesses, everything is clear. Phew, foo, foo foo, since you are so sure, then. Halfway through the sentence. Suddenly, Doflamingo seemed to feel something, and his face suddenly changed. The same goes for Blackbeard. The two men were seen quickly activating their weapons and assuming a defensive posture. The next moment, boom, Rao reacted in advance. Advertisement. But the two people in the room were instantly thrown out. Along with the house itself. Then, it was like the end of the world. The entire island shook violently. A few hundred meters away, Doflamingo pushed away a boulder that was pressing on him and climbed up. Holding the ground with one hand, a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Not far away, there is Blackbeard. He is better than Doflamingo. He only suffered some skin injuries and looks very embarrassed. As for some of the minions who were nearby at that time, not even a single person survived, and not even a complete body could be found. At this time, several of Blackbeard's men also rushed over quickly. They were on the boat at the time and were not affected. Ha 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 ha, thief, who is attacking us? Although Blackbeard was smiling, there was a fierce look in his eyes. Captain, no enemy found. Fan Cow held the gun and pointed it at the outer circle with a solemn expression. Lafitte conjured a pair of white wings behind his back and flew into the sky to search the distance. Only badgers kept shouting, "Come out and confront me if you can." However, at the next moment, Lafitte's expression suddenly changed as he flew into the sky. Captain, be careful, it's a shelling. What direction? There, I saw the fire. Lafitte shouted, pointing in a certain direction. Although the King's Landing fleet turned off all lights, coupled with the distance, it was almost difficult to detect in the middle of the night. But the fire when the naval gun fires cannot be hidden. Soon, without even giving Blackbeard and others much time, a series of sharp whistles came from the sky. Boo hoo 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 hoo. You guys, stop them all. Yes, Captain. Lafitte was in the air and was still on the path of the cannonball. When he rushed forward, he kicked the cannonball. Originally, it should be possible to kick the cannonballs away directly. But the reality is, boom. The violent explosion instantly blew Buffett away. Immediately afterwards, badgers faced the falling shells and punched directly. What's the result? No different than Lafitte. The whole person was blown up into the sky and experienced flying for a short time. Then it hit the ground hard. On the other side, Fan Cow pointed his gun upward and fired 3 bullets in an instant. The bullets wrapped in armed weapons directly exploded 3 shells. But this is his limit. Advertisement. Fan Cow, who had no time to intercept the remaining shells, just teleported away from the place. However, having just obtained the teleportation fruit, he had not yet had time to fully develop his abilities, and could only move about 10 meters. As a result, more than 10 artillery shells that were not intercepted directly plowed a large area. Poor Fan Cow, still no one has escaped. He was blown away instantly. On Blackbeard's side, he used his armed colors to resist. He looked at the 3 men he had just recruited, and all of them were disappointed. Blackbeard was surprised at first, and then laughed wildly. Lafitte nodded and immediately flew out. In Tana's bridge, Luo Lan saw that. Only Doflamingo showed a disdainful expression. By the way, let's get closer and then hit, and be prepared to salvage at the same time, if. However, Blackbeard and others, as well as Doflamingo, can hold on for the time being. The shelling continued. Lafitte got up and nodded. Looking for Junline to cooperate with you. If he is still alive by then fish him out. A large number of Marines ran out of the cabin and quickly occupied every machine gun position. He is more familiar with this kind of bombardment than anyone else. The white wings spread out again, and they were about to fly away. The red dot was flying out from Punk Hassad and heading towards him. Is that the one who ed you into the sea outside the volcanic island? It's very far, about 5 kilometers. Then, this order was quickly sent to all battleships. You kill them from the air and see who the opponent is. If you are sure, kill them directly. With their style, I'm afraid they will kill your subordinate immediately, right? Lafitte, go and ask them if they are interested in cooperating with me and bringing something big to the world. Aim at the sky and be ready for air defense at any time. Luo Lan gave the order directly. No need to look, the other party is Junline. It was Doflamingo who spoke. This speed should be law fights, right? Okay, Captain. An average of 2 waves per minute, without stopping at all. Ha 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 ha, this is so interesting. After all, he was continuously bombarded for a long time that time before. His face was a little gloomy. Unexpectedly, after leaving the White League nearly 2 years in advance, this guy still managed to recruit Lafitte. Send the order. Prepare all the high-level and horizontal dual-purpose guns, and at the same time, put all the anti-aircraft heavy machine guns in position. Shoot him down. Okay, Captain. Lafitte, how far is the other party? Chapter 165 The General used for trading. Under Lafitte's full flight. It only took less than a minute to cross a distance of 5 kilometers. Arrive in front of the King's Landing fleet. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. 4 huge steel monsters, and an even bigger black monster. Are these the things that are attacking us? Moreover, why can ships made of steel float on the sea? Lafitte was puzzled, but there was no more time for him to think about this issue. Because it's the next moment. Dozens of firelights flashed across the 4 battleships. Those were the secondary guns on the first-generation battleships, and they were both high and flat-purpose guns. Completely capable of dealing with air targets. Dozens of artillery shells, although the caliber is not as exaggerated as the main gun, they can't stand up to the fast rate of fire and the large number. Lafitte broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. He danced directly in the air. Dodged the cannonballs one after another. This made him very happy. Although there is no way to intercept it, it is not difficult if you just want to hide. However, before he could be happy for long, a cannonball that he avoided exploded directly beside him. Not only this one, but all the other shells will explode as soon as they get close to Luffy. Hide. How to hide. Learn about proximity fuse. Fortunately, these are all 127mm caliber artillery shells. If they were replaced with main gun types, or armor-piercing shells, I'm afraid that even if I can't kill Luffy, I can definitely take away half of his life. At this moment, Luffy's clothes were all in tatters and he was in a very embarrassed state. It's completely gone from its usual appearance. Although a bit miserable, Luffy is still very smart. He knows that no matter how powerful you are with naval guns, you still need time to reload the shells after firing a round, right? And this time, plus your own speed. Enough. He didn't even waste time checking his injuries. He simply increased his speed to full speed and rushed towards one of the battleships. Result. For the 4 battleships combined, hundreds of heavy machine gun towers began to erupt at the same time. Countless bullets formed a huge barrage that was so dense that there was no gap, and it directly enveloped Luffy. Seeing this scene, he could only stop and then launch armed resistance. Ding 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 ding. Stop. Advertisement. Ding 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 ding. I'm here to trade. Ding 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 ding. The bullet hit the body covered in armed colors, causing a series of pleasant metal collision sounds. His screams were completely muffled. Besides, even if there is no cover up, he is still several hundred meters away from the King's Landing fleet, so people can't hear what you are saying, right? But, even though I can't hear it. Dash 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 dash. Inside Tana's bridge. Luffy is appearing on the main screen in a close-up. What does this guy seem to be shouting? Luo Lan said with some uncertainty. Fleet Admiral, he seemed to be shouting at us to stop, saying he was here to make a deal. Luo Lan was stunned when she heard this. Then I followed the sound and saw that it was Tana's helmsman. Do you know lip reading? Know something, because Minister Nami requires each of us navigators to learn lip reading. So that's it. Luo Lan nodded. Although she didn't know why Nami asked all navigators to learn lip reading, it made sense. As a layman, please stop messing around. As for the Luffy deal, instruct all warships to continue maintaining firepower and arrest them after exhausting their physical strength. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Dash 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 dash. At this moment, Luffy was really miserable. You can't advance, you can't retreat. It was his luck that he faced only 4 first-generation warships from King's Landing. If it were replaced by the second-generation warship under construction. But no matter what, Luffy has now fallen into a very embarrassing situation. I estimate that it can only last for 2 or 3 minutes at most. On the other side, there was a dock that had not been hit by artillery fire for the time being. A little girl who looked like she was only 10 years old was holding a stuffed bear and hiding in the cabin shivering. After all, the sound of shelling outside that lasted for a long time and the flames inside the island were like a doomsday scene. It really scared her, but the stuffed bear he was holding was lost in thought at the moment. Could such a large-scale bombardment be a buster call? Something was wrong, whether it was the sound of the shells flying across the sky or the movement during the shelling, they were all obviously different from the shelling I was familiar with. Especially the first blow just now could make the entire island shake violently. Who is it that is attacking Punk Hassad? Advertisement. But no matter who it is, this is an opportunity. According to what Morgan said before, as long as the person with the ability of the childlike fruit faints or dies, can make people who have been turned into dolls recover. Speaking of which, it's all Morgan's fault. Why didn't you write clearly at the beginning that this childlike fruit-powered user actually looks like a 10-year-old woman? Otherwise, how could I have been accidentally tricked? Every time he recalls the situation at that time, Akainu is very angry. Keep telling yourself that you will never make the same mistake again in the future. Dash 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 dash. Time, like this, continued to be bombarded, and another 3 minutes passed. A certain guy in tattered clothes and soaked to the skin was being fished out of the sea and handcuffed with Shanghai Tower stone. He was escorted by 2 Junline soldiers and brought to Luo Lan. I heard that Blackbeard wants to make a deal with me. Yes, the captain hopes to cooperate with King's Landing. Cooperation. Ha 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 ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in recent times. Don't you know that we in King's Landing specialize in killing pirates? Hearing this, Luo Lan couldn't help but laughed. Blackbeard is really interesting. Want to cooperate with Junline? How does this melon grow on your head? After all, since the emergence of King's Landing, he has either been hunting pirates on the front line or on his way to the front line. Why does he think he can convince me? Don't refuse in a hurry, our captain has made an offer you can't refuse. Although Luffy looked a little depressed. But at the same time, he showed a confident expression. Oh, is it an offer I can't refuse, tell me. With a living Marine General, King's Landing will have more leverage when dealing with Marine, right? General Marine, could it be that guy from Akainu? So, is this guy really tricked by sugar? Wait, if that's the case, could that weird 1-point power value target in the color radar be? Think of some possibility. Luo Lan looked up at the big screen in front of her. At the dock of Punk Hassad, there are 8 red dots. Among them, One person has a power value of 37 points, 6 of them are around 10 power points, and one person. It's outrageous that it only has 1 point of power. So, this is probably a Kainu who was turned into a toy. Own. Do you want to save this guy? Well, I might as well save him if I can. After all, he is the only Marine general who is serious and responsible and does not paddle. If a Kainu is gone, all the high-level executives there are actors. Chapter 166. The strong man suddenly breaks in. Now, Momoshiki stood at the bow of the ship. If this were an Earthling from Luo Land's previous life, he would have been shocked to death by the cannon behind him, causing blood to flow from his orifices. But people in the pirate world, especially strong men like Momoshiki. His physical strength is so strong that at most he feels shocked, and there are no other problems. At this time, the phone in my arms rang. Blue brew brew. I'm Momoshiki. Sister Gion, you can leave now. Okay, I understand. Momoshiki nodded. He hung up the phone and rushed out of the battleship. On the other battleships, figures jumped out and followed. They stepped on the moonwalk and headed towards Punk Hassad. And in a cloud layer at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Seeing the green light of the device in front of him turn on, Ace also stopped. Exhale slowly. To be honest, although this recharging activity does not consume much physical energy, but it's also very tiring. After all, he has been standing here motionless for nearly 10 minutes, always maintaining a stable current input. This requires constant concentration. Therefore, there is not much physical exertion, but mentally it is a bit tiring. The next moment, under Smoker's command, the hull of Arc Proverbs tilted over again. The angle reaches more than 40 degrees. At the same time, the muzzle of the electromagnetic gun rotated and pointed at Punk Hassad. Brigadier General, the attack order has been issued. Fire. Buzz. Boom. A specially made metal projectile was sent out at a speed of nearly Mach 10 and shot toward the ground. Precisely towards the location of Blackbeard and Doflamingo. Central to Punk Hassad. After another wave of shelling. In a small area, the ground was almost plowed, and there were huge craters everywhere. Doflamingo knelt on one knee and gasped for air. Obviously the consumption is quite large. This is not the way to go. Sooner or later we will be consumed here. Brother Dover, why don't we run away separately? Who can run out next and who will be bitten by Junline all depends on luck. Doflamingo's face darkened when he heard this. Depends on luck. Woolen luck. Advertisement. You want to use me to attract the firepower of King's Landing, and then you want to take the opportunity to escape from Punk Hassad, right? After all, it was obvious that Jun Lin was here for him. If you only chase one side, it would definitely be chasing yourself. Wait, someone is coming. Suddenly feeling something, Doflamingo frowned suddenly. In fact, Blackbeard also discovered it without him having to say anything. Nearly 10 figures have arrived at the coast of Punk Hassad at this moment. They're from King's Landing, thief ha 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 ha. Originally, they had been shelling like this. We really couldn't do anything about it, but they sent it to our door ourselves. Young ones, follow me. As long as we capture a few of them, we will have a bargaining chip with King's Landing. Blackbeard's face was full of excitement, and he waved. But in the next second, his domineering look. Crazy alarms started again. Yes, just like the first time. Not good, very bad. Be careful, that attack is coming again. The armed color was activated instantly, and he crossed his hands in front of him, assuming a posture of preparing for hard resistance. Boom. A stream of light fell from the sky instantly. By chance, it fell on Badgers. Despite the reminder of Blackbeard, he had assumed a defensive posture. But under the kinetic energy of the projectile, which was nearly Mach 10, the burly body was torn to pieces in an instant. Dead as hell. Then, the projectiles bombarded the ground, releasing terrifying energy. The ground over 100 meters in radius was instantly overturned. The terrifying shock wave swept through most of Punk Hassad. As for the nearest people, except Badgers, who died on the spot. The remaining 3 people, Blackbeard, Doflamingo, and Fan Cow, were directly thrown away and then smashed down hard. All of them suffered some injuries, the only difference was that some were more serious and some were less serious. But is this the end? Apparently, not yet. I don't know when it started, but at this moment, a dark cloud appeared above the heads of several people. Then, boom. The thunder pillar with a diameter of 10 meters fell to the ground with a bang. A precise hit, Doflamingo was just buried in the rubble and had no time to climb out. Countless stones were wiped out instantly. Terrifying energy continued to rage, and there was a large amount of current in the air, moving and leaping from time to time. Ahem. This power is thunder. Could it be the thunder fruit? On the ground, Doflamingo was continuously hit hard, and he could only rely on the help of the thread fruit to barely control his body and get up. He raised his head and looked upward blankly. His face was full of disbelief. On the other side, Blackbeard was not directly attacked by God's punishment. Advertisement. There was indeed a hint of excitement at this moment. Ha 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 ha, it's actually the thunder fruit. King's Landing, right. You must protect this fruit. After I get the dark fruit, I will definitely come and get it myself. Although Blackbeard's original plan was to find the dark fruit, and then find a way to use Marine to get rid of Whitebeard, and seize the opportunity to seize the shock fruit. Eventually, he became a user with dual abilities of Dark Fruit plus Shock Fruit. But that's just because he doesn't know where the Thunder Fruit is. To be precise, the Thunder Fruit has not appeared on the sea for hundreds of years. Fan Cow launched a teleportation, but was also able to avoid it. Its power value. It was a black iron branch as thick as a bowl and 5 or 6 meters long. Immediately afterwards, it was like a rain of black iron branches falling from the sky. The screen displayed on the main screen showed a red dot approaching Punk Hassad at an extremely fast speed. Even though he was extremely vigilant, he stared at the figure in the distance that was coming towards him. 37,068. 5 kilometers away, chaos suddenly broke out in the Tana Bridge. Seeing that Blackbeard was being targeted, Doflamingo retreated calmly. The smoothness of its cut is like a work of art. Maybe. Stirring up a huge cloud of dust. However, just when he was thinking about a better future, Blackbeard's heart skipped a beat and he rolled to the side to avoid it. The dust that was stirred up all over the sky made it impossible to see clearly. However, just when a fierce battle broke out on the island, a black stream of light suddenly fell from the sky and directly hit Doflamingo's retreat path. The terrifying slash suddenly came from hundreds of meters away. At least hundreds of thick black iron branches directly covered an entire area. Be prepared to find opportunities to escape from the battle circle. Which combination of Dark Fruit plus Thunder Fruit is more suitable for me? After all, this thing is not only powerful, but also has more methods. Definitely a great swordsman. At this moment, one end of it has been deeply inserted into the ground. Only then did Doflamingo see clearly. As for the other side. Seeing this scene, both of them felt tense in their hearts. But now, the appearance of the Thunder Fruit has made Blackbeard change his mind. Although he dodged the attack, with the momentum of destroying everything, it cut a chasm several meters deep in the ground along the way. If we really want to talk about power, if the Thunder's fruit is developed to the extreme, it will definitely not be worse than the Shocking Fruit, and it may even be stronger. What's going on inside? After this slash passed over the two of them, it continued forward for hundreds of meters, even splitting a huge boulder several meters high behind it into two. And this is just the beginning. However, before it could take a few steps back. Chapter 167. Don't panic, we have the strength of generals. On the big screen, a red dot was approaching at a rapid speed. At this speed, it would probably take less than a few minutes to reach Punk Hassad. And the most important thing is the power value data displayed by the color radar. 37,068. What is this concept? Currently, the power levels of the 3 marine generals are between 25,000 and 30,000. The strong marines of the previous generation, namely Sengoku and Garp, are stronger than the current 3 generals. Garp, in particular, is said to have reached nearly 40,000. After all, the power value that can be sensed by the color radar is calculated based on physical strength. Therefore, it is reasonable for Garp to be so much higher than the 3 major generals. After all, in terms of physical fitness alone, this guy is definitely at the pinnacle of the sea. Well, that's true on the surface. So, who can make the color radar detect a power value of 37,000? Who is this guy? Whitebeard. Impossible. He is already old. If we just talk about his physique, he is definitely not that tall today. Shanks. Although he is very strong, not even weaker than Whitebeard, his strength comes more from his domineering power and swordsmanship. Therefore, it is impossible for the color radar to detect such terrifying data. Then, Luo Lan could only think of 2 people on the surface. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, if you add its moving speed at this moment and its height. So, the final answer is almost ready to come out. Kaido of all beasts, he is the only one who can be ranked second only to Garp in terms of physical fitness. But, what is this guy doing here? Speaking of which, Dressrosa has been lost. Even if Caesar is obtained, Doflamingo should not be able to create artificial devil fruits now. There shouldn't be much interaction with Kaido. Command Smoker, Arc Proverbs to evacuate immediately. At the same time, order No. 2, Number 3, and Number 4 ships to sail at full speed in the direction of the Marine G5 branch. Luo Lan waved her hand and issued an order. He is not worried about the number 1 ship in Tana. After all, they are all double-coated, especially Tana. If the diving depth does not exceed 3,000 meters, you don't even need to unfold the boat film. Even if you can't defeat Kaido, you just need to pick up everyone and dive down, that's it. Kaido can't do anything to him. Advertisement. But Arc Proverbs and the other 3 battleships are different. The first is the Arc's motto. There is no place to hide in this thing in the air. The only way is to leave quickly before Kaido comes. The second is the 3 battleships, which only had a single layer of coating at that time. Luo Lan even regretted it and saved some money by herself. If those 3 warships were also double-coated, then there would be less trouble now. Fortunately, Punk Hassad is very close to the Marine G5 branch. It can be reached in more than 2 hours at full speed of the battleship. All he has to do is think of a way to hold Kaido back for a while. After pondering for a moment, his eyes suddenly opened. There is a way. Order Baby 5 to come to Tana immediately. Yes, Fleet Admiral. After giving the order, Luo Lan took out the phone bug. Blue Brew Brew. What's up? The phone was connected, but an extremely impatient female voice came from inside. Kaido is here, etc. Immediately afterwards, a loud shout came from the microphone, followed by a loud rumbling sound. After going on for quite some time. Go on, who did you say was here? Kaido. That Kaido from Four Emperors. Sister Gion, now I give you a special order. Go to the dock of Punk Hasad immediately, find a girl who looks only 10 years old, and knock her out. Hear this. Momosegi's brows furrowed momentarily. You want me to beat up a 10-year-old girl? I know what you are thinking, but she only looks 10 years old. After all, after eating the childlike fruit, her appearance will be fixed at the moment she eats the fruit, and it will never change. In fact, this sugary woman is already 18 years old. Also, remember what we said before, about the third general of Marine that no one remembers. At this moment, the general who was turned into a toy is at Granu's place. As long as she is knocked unconscious, the ability of the childlike fruit will be released. Don't you understand? This will immediately give us an extra general to fight with. Hiss. Momosegi was shocked. I had indeed heard Luo Lan doubt it before. However, she had no memory at all and quickly forgot about this incident. Now being mentioned like this. Advertisement. Indeed, once Kaido of the 100 Beasts arrives, she and the others in King's Landing will not be able to do it alone. But if there is one more marine future, let's not talk about whether it can be done, at least self-protection should be no problem. I'm going to hang up now. After hanging up the phone, Luo Lan looked at the picture displayed on the big screen through the color radar. At this moment, Blackbeard's power level has dropped to more than 12,000, and Doflamingo. It even dropped to more than 2,000. No need to ask at all, it must be the result of physical exertion and injuries. And that's exactly what happened. At this moment, Doflamingo has been firmly suppressed to the ground by dozens of black iron branches. And Zoro is holding the sea tower stone handcuffs and walking towards Doflamingo. There is nothing we can do about this. Among the people who came to the island, Zoro was the only one who was not an Esper. So, before setting off, they gave Zoro several pairs of sea floor stone handcuffs. Now that the person is under control, naturally he can only do the work. Phew, foo. Black Iron Branch, are you Tina from Marine Headquarters? Jun's landing organization, so that's what happened. Warring States is really good at playing. His men have been undercover in Marine for so many years. How could Doflamingo not have information about General Marine in his hands? Although Tina is not a general-level officer. But anyway, she is also a leader among the younger generation. Naturally, its information is also the focus of Virgo's collection. His identity was suddenly revealed. Tina had no reaction. Because he knew very well that Doflamingo would not survive. Since he will soon be dead, what if he knows some of King's Landing's secrets? Ian, take him back to Tana first. After seeing Zoro put handcuffs on Doflamingo, the latter's face instantly became depressed. Tina said to Ian, after all, Zoro still has to stay and act as the handcuff. Therefore, Ian could only be responsible for sending the people back. No problem, the order just came, asking Baby 5 to report to Tana immediately, and I just happened to go with him. Has the situation changed? Well, Kaido is here. What? Chapter 168 General, that is our ship. Originally, Momosegi's mission was to capture Blackbeard. Of course, if there is a chance, it would definitely be the best to capture or even kill Blackbeard. As for Momosegi, naturally he would not be willing to just go up and restrain him. Therefore, from the beginning, she was rushing to kill Blackbeard. Although she didn't quite believe Luo Lan's statement that Blackbeard was very powerful. However, at the beginning, according to what Luo Lan said, a more cautious approach was adopted. Right now, station output. If you want to ask, what is the greatest advantage of a great swordsman against a strong person in physical arts? Then, it must be on long-range attacks. After all, it is nothing for a great swordsman to cut hundreds or thousands of meters with one slash. If you're like Eagle Eye, I'm afraid you can do it within 2 kilometers. As for physical skills, it is completely in close combat mode. And Momosegi captures this. He kept a few hundred meters away from Blackbeard and used the flying slash to make him fly. If this was Blackbeard in his prime, it would definitely not be that effective, but at this moment, Blackbeard's physical fitness has seriously declined, and there are still many injuries on his body. So, instead of rushing forward to fight Momosegi, he kept thinking of ways to escape. However, when he takes a step back, Momosegi takes a step forward. Never give him any chance. However, at some point, Momosegi stopped attacking. Just turn around and leave. This left Blackbeard completely confused. Captain, Doflamingo was captured by them. Thief, ha 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 ha, so that's how it is. I wonder why that crazy woman ran away in the middle of the fight. At this time, Fan Cow suddenly teleported. Said to Blackbeard. After listening to it, I instantly thought about it. Blackbeard immediately understood why Momosegi didn't fight. It turns out that they came here specifically to catch Doflamingo, and I. Simply being implicated, he knew about the feud between Doflamingo and King's Landing. It was me who saved him from King's Landing in the first place. Captain, what should we do now? Of course he ran away. Could it be that when they find out from Doflamingo that we saved him in the first place, they will come back to surround us and kill us? But our ship is over there. Fan Cow pointed in the direction of the dock, with a hint of bitterness on his face. Because, Momosuke left in that direction. No, let's go, let's cut down some trees, make a simple raft, and leave immediately. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and made a decision immediately. At this time, your own life is still important. Advertisement. Although the woman just now was not better than him, the problem was that he was really not good in his current state. At most, he can use 60 to 70% of his strength. If you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. Immediately, he took Fansao and left in the opposite direction of Momosuke. Punk Hazard, pier, inside the cabin of a sailing ship. Spreading Sugar looks out through the porthole. The shelling has stopped for a long time. Could it be? Is it over? I don't know how the young master is doing. Why don't you go out and take a look? Sugar was very hesitant. I wanted to go out and see the situation, but I didn't dare. Just when she was hesitant, suddenly I heard a whooshing sound, then a pain in the back of my neck, and I lost consciousness instantly. At this moment, Momosuke entered the cabin at some unknown time. He stood behind her. It was at this time. The teddy bear held in Sugar's arms made a pop. A great transformation was performed. A man with a height of 3 meters and a burly build suddenly appeared here. At the same time, a large number of memories flooded into my mind crazily. Momosuke was stunned for a moment, then looked at the man who suddenly appeared. General Akainu. She was stunned. Luo Lan had really guessed it right. A general in the headquarters was tricked by a person with the ability of the childlike fruit. Are you Momosuke? No, I'm wearing a mask. Moreover, he is still wearing the king's coat. How did you recognize it at first glance? You got the wrong person. Momosuke tilted his head and denied it directly. However, Akainu didn't seem ready to cooperate. Don't think that I can't recognize you even if you wear a mask. You really want to hide your identity. At least don't wear pants that are so short that it looks like you're not wearing anything at all. Don't you know that the spider tattoo on your thigh is very conspicuous? Akainu said angrily. Momosuke was stunned. Then he looked at the outside of his left thigh. Well, it's really obvious, and it's hard not to notice it. Is it possible that I will have to wear long pants in the future? Advertisement. When Momosuke thought about this, he felt extremely resistant. After a moment, she sighed deeply and took off her mask. General Akainu, I am on a secret mission. Lurking in King's Landing. Momosuke nodded. As for how to make the background, she was too lazy to use her brain and left it to Sister He to deal with the aftermath. Let's not talk about this for now. What is the situation now? It's King's Landing's fleet attacking Blackbeard and Doflamingo. So that's what happened. Akainu pondered. He himself said, how could there be such a violent bombardment? If this were King's Landing, everything would make sense. After all, he had heard the information before that King Lin quickly defeated more than 20 warships from various forces outside the volcanic island. Although the specific details are not known, according to the report, it is speculated that King's Landing's battleships are equipped with extremely advanced artillery. Otherwise, it is simply impossible to do all that. By the way, General Akainu, there's something urgent. What's up? Kaido is here, he'll be there in about 2 or 3 minutes. Akainu frowned slightly. He is not afraid of Kaido, and is even happy to see Kaido and Junline dog eating. After all, King's Landing is an organization that has attacked a prison ship and is wanted by the headquarters. Only, why does Momosuke look a little anxious? At this time, Momosuke also noticed something was wrong with Akainu's eyes, and immediately understood what was going on. Rolling my eyes. General Akainu, the warships in King's Landing were privately traded between Sister He and their leader. There are 4 ships in total. The headquarters is planning to conduct reverse engineering research on all these warships, and then refit all Marines, so. Momosuke secretly gave himself a thumbs up. I am really smart. In short, it's already Marines' ship outside. So, you can't just watch these ships being destroyed by Kaido. There is nothing wrong with this rhetoric at all. And it's all true. Sure enough, after hearing this, Akainu's expression changed. What, is the battleship we are looking for to buy from King's Landing outside? Yes. HMPH, leave it to me Kaido, you can immediately send all those battleships to the G1 branch. Akainu said domineeringly. Then he turned around suddenly and walked out of the cabin. Chapter 169 Kaido of Beasts. Looking at Akainu who rushed out of the cabin with a furious look. Momosuke was stunned. No, even if this battleship is awesome, Akainu won't be like this, right? Isn't he usually very calm? Momosuke was puzzled. In fact, he underestimated the man's feelings for giant ships and cannons. Whether in Luo Lan's previous life or in this pirate world. Ah no, to be precise, people in the pirate world love warships and cannons more than Luo Lan did in his previous life. Especially people like Akainu who travel on warships all day long. Where's the battleship? Why didn't you see it? Arriving at the dock, Akainu looked around. But apart from the sailing ship I was on just now and a pirate ship next to it, I didn't see any other ships. He quickly looked at Momosuke who ran out after him and asked. King's Landing's fleet is 5 kilometers away. Well, they can bombard Punk Hassad from 5 kilometers away. It is indeed unbelievable, but it is precisely because of this that Sister He will reach a deal with them. So that's it. Akainu nodded. This is normal. If those warships weren't powerful enough, how could the headquarters reach a deal with them? You know, King's Landing is an organization that has a bounty on Marine's head. Suddenly, Akainu sensed something through his vision. He turned around suddenly, with a solemn look on his face. That guy Kaido is here. I saw a huge figure flying through the air, circling around the island, and then landed directly. And, in the process of falling, it gradually transformed into a human form. And this figure is indeed Kaido. Kaido, are you the one Marine played with fire? Where is Doflamingo? Kaido frowned immediately. The entire Punk Hassad is full of craters. Especially the central area, as if it had experienced a buster call, the ground had been thoroughly plowed. The most important thing is that Doflamingo, who I made an appointment to meet here. Gone. Plus the Marine general in front of him. Kaido naturally thought that it was Marine who took the person away. Dash 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 dash. On the other side, inside Tana's bridge. Advertisement. Fleet Admiral, Kaido's appearance has been confirmed and he is currently confronting Vice Admiral Momoshige and Marines Admiral Akainu. Have we arrived at our intended location? 2 more points to go. Then wait 2 more minutes. It's Fleet Admiral. At this moment, Tana and another warship were 5 kilometers away from Punk Hassad and were circling. Although it is a bit troublesome. But Luo Lan had to do this. Because, if Kaido knows the original location of the King's Landing fleet, he can follow the direction to catch up. In the end, the 3 battleships that had left for several minutes could not escape Kaido's pursuit. So from the beginning, Luo Lan took the battleship from the south of the original island to the west. At the same time, Punk Hassad South Bank. Hey, you kid who played with fire, where are the Doflamingo people? Kaido said this casually. Akainu immediately became furious. Every time Whitebeard calls me a brat, I admit it. After all, that guy is bigger than me. But Kaido, you are only a few years older than me, okay? What qualifications do you have to call me a kid? No, even Whitebeard is qualified for this. 1 or 2, they are all so unpleasant. Stop talking nonsense, Kaido. Either come and fight, or get out of here. It might be interesting to have Sengoku or Garp come, but as for you, you can't kill me yet, so you're not interested. Dark Hound. Kaido's disdainful look made Akainu extremely angry. Just start taking action. The right arm turned into lava and extended, heading straight for Kaido's face. Although this move is just Akainu's regular move, in the original work it was used to tear apart half of Whitebeard's face. However, Kaido at this moment is not the Whitebeard who was seriously weakened, sick, and seriously injured 2 years later. He directly swung the huge mace, activated his weapon color, and completely defeated Dark Hound in one blow. That's it. Kaido becomes more and more disdainful. Akainu's face was ashen. Naturally, what he did just now was not his full strength, let alone his strongest move. But Kaido's appearance is really unpleasant. Because he was tricked before, turned into a toy by a woman, and held in his arms for a month. He went crazy instantly. He immediately rushed forward and fought with Kaido for 3 days and 3 nights. But at this time, Momoshige grabbed him. Wait, the time is up. When is the time, Momoshige, let me go. Boo hoo hoo hoo. Advertisement. In the sky, the familiar sound of artillery shells flying past sounded again. Momoshige's expression changed and he pulled Akainu back. Kaido looked up at the sky, his expression still disdainful. Artillery. Can this thing hurt people? Obviously not. In his opinion, artillery is a kind of garbage that cannot hurt people. He just picked up the mace and swung it at the very accurate cannonball that was hitting him. The shell exploded instantly, causing a huge explosion. And the other 5 shells also landed not far away and exploded one after another. But these are not a problem for Kaido. It was clearly exploding in front of him, but he just shook his body and nothing else. However, Kaido frowned deeply. It's not because he was injured by the explosion, but when I exploded that cannonball just now, it felt wrong. He picked up the mace in his hand and took a look. There was a small gap in the contact area just now, and there were some cracks around it. Impossible. This was Kaido's first reaction. Are you kidding me? I was armed just now, and my beloved mace was damaged because I exploded a cannonball. But, speaking of it, he did find something different about that cannonball just now. Not to mention the appearance, it was not the traditional round shape, but a look he had never seen before. The strangest thing is that there is a protruding tip on its head. However, since there is an artillery attack, then the person who captured Doflamingo should be in that direction, right? Kaido thought silently. Then I have to change into the blue dragon posture again and go for a walk. But before he could take action, suddenly something strange appeared in the sky again. Strange objects with flames coming from behind were rushing towards Punk Hassad at an extremely fast speed. No, to be precise, it's heading towards Kaido. Not to mention him, even Momoshige, who had pulled Akainu and retreated far away, had never seen such a thing. This time, Kaido did not directly meet him, but moved some distance to the side. It's not that he's afraid, but I'm afraid I don't want to. After all, the beloved mace is broken. Who knows if I try to blow up this damn thing again, will it be even worse? However, the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Because, just as Kaido moved to the side, the dozens of long strange objects in the sky suddenly turned a corner. Continue straight towards Kaido. Chapter 170 Retreat. What the hell is that? I saw dozens of flame-breathing things, turning sharply as if they had eyes, all chasing after Kaido to kill him. Akainu also widened his eyes. I don't know either. Momoshiki shook his head. She has never seen this thing before. Even if King's Landing had used it once before, the only survivor that time was Doflamingo, who had been captured and imprisoned in Tana. The speed of the missile is too fast. When Kaido realized something was wrong and wanted to do something, it was already too late. Rumble. Dozens of missiles several meters long were dropped one after another. The terrifying explosion engulfed Kaido directly. Even Akainu and Momoshiki, 200 meters away, were a little unsteady due to the shock wave and took a few steps back. One can imagine how terrifying the attack suffered by Kaido, who was at the center of the explosion, was. 3 kilometers west of Punk Hassad, retreat immediately. Baby 5 will carry out a second wave of attacks in 2 minutes to buy you time. No unnecessary dialogue. Momoshiki quickly hung up the phone and looked at Akainu. Akainu heard the content of the call clearly. And this is what Momoshiki is worried about. Akainu is not someone who would run away from pirates. General Akainu, you want me to escape? Absolutely impossible. Sure enough, Momoshiki sighed slightly. I was thinking about how to convince him. Just then, Momoshiki's phone rang again. Blue brew brew. Momoshiki, sister well, Sakazuki is with you, right? Yes, Momoshiki nodded, and then brought the phone bug to Akainu. Sakazuki, you immediately escort the fleet of warships to the G1 branch. This is an order from Fleet Admiral. Even you, Sakazuki, please wake up. Bringing those battleships back to Marine is far more important than your fight with Kaido. Suddenly, the voice of the Warring States period appeared. Just yell. Sending these warships to the Marine Corps safely is the first priority order. If this transaction fails because of your disobedience, then. Advertisement. You are Marine's biggest sinner. Listening to the almost roaring voice of Warring States on the phone. Akainu clenched his fists tightly. Okay, I'll withdraw. This sentence was almost uttered through gritted teeth. Obviously, he was very reluctant, but he had to do it. Akainu himself is not stupid, and he also knows the value of these battleships. Once Marine completes a full facelift, it will absolutely suppress pirates at the middle and lower levels. The key to truly ending the world of pirates lies in the middle and lower levels, not the top. After all, out of 1 million pirates, 999,900 belong to this level. Yes, it can be called the top level, which is the so-called big pirate. There are not even 100 people in the whole world. Therefore, if today's transaction fails because of my unwillingness to withdraw, it is really possible that I become the sinner in the Warring States period. As for competing for the position of the next Fleet Admiral in the future, don't even think about it. No matter how unwilling he felt at this moment, Akainu had to obey the order and leave. Walk. Shout out the word. Go. Akainu turned and left toward the west of the island. Momoshiki, holding the unconscious sugar in one hand, followed closely. South of the island, the dust in the sky gradually dispersed. Apart from a huge pothole, where is the shadow of Kaido? But suddenly, with a bang, a large amount of dust and stones were ejected from the inside. Then a huge figure jumped out of the pit and landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, he was in tatters, with only some strips of cloth left, barely hanging on them. At the same time, Kaido also had many scars on his body, but all scars are recovering at an extremely fast speed. After a while, apart from the strips of cloth hanging on his body, there were no traces of Kaido's recent attack. This resilience is so strong that anyone who sees it will be stunned. This is why Kaido is always looking for trouble even though he is not as strong as Whitebeard. Every time he fights with Whitebeard, he always loses in the end. But not long after, he started jumping to life, but what about Whitebeard? The body, which was already full of hidden wounds, became even more serious as the injuries accumulated inside it. Therefore, it is really hard to say who loses and wins every time. However, although the injuries on his body were very minor, he recovered immediately. But at this moment, Kaido's face was very gloomy. He activates his observation color, senses it, and immediately locates the locations of Akainu and Momoshiki. After all, the two of them had not left long ago, and they were still within the range of Kaido's perception. Advertisement. The body began to expand rapidly, and in just a few seconds, a green dragon appeared. Eyes fixed in a certain direction. The next moment, he flew directly into the sky and chased after him. Akainu steps on the moonwalk and moves forward on the sea as quickly as possible. Although it is very fast, compared to the movement speed on the ground, moonwalk can almost be regarded as a turtle speed. But there is no way, there is the sea below. At this time, Akainu really envied Aokiji's fruit. There is no need to be like myself and have to work hard on the moonwalk. However, it is almost there. At this moment, he could clearly see the two huge figures 1 kilometer away. And just then, Akainu suddenly frowned, because he has already sensed that Kaido is catching up. Speed. Extremely fast. Damn Kaido. Cursing secretly, he immediately prepared to stop and fight. But he was stopped by Momoshiki on the side. Don't worry, someone will take care of it. Hearing this, Akainu also remembered what the voice said on the phone just now. They will attack again in 2 minutes to buy them time. Then, he nodded to Momoshiki and continued to move towards the battleship 1 kilometer away. The next moment, Akainu also saw it. 1 kilometer ahead, on one of the behemoths, a figure stood there. Then, fires appeared one after another. And every ray of fire sent a long strange thing into the sky. One shot, then another. Continuously. Finally, if Akainu did not make a mistake, then. A total of 48 rounds. These strange things flew over a kilometer in an instant, passing by Akainu and Momoshiki one after another. Kill Kaido behind them. Take advantage of this opportunity. The two of them also speeded up and continued on their way. And behind. Boom 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 boom. A series of horrific explosions. It kept ringing. Chapter 171 Wrong Thoughts. A hot breath. At least 10 missiles were directly destroyed, triggering a series of big explosions. Then, more missiles came, and Kaido had no time to spit out a second breath of heat. The dragon's body twisted violently. The dragon's tail was like a whip, exploding the 6 nearest ones again. But then, he was hit hard in the abdomen by a missile. Then the second one, the third one, until the violent explosion swallowed up his entire huge dragon body. The rumbling explosion lasted for more than half a minute. And when everything calms down, when the huge green dragon appeared again, not a single piece of its body was intact. However, although it is very miserable, but if you look carefully, none of his injuries are serious. And it is still recovering at an absurd speed. The pair of dragon eyes were already red, looking around, trying to find the person who attacked him. But unfortunately, there is nothing on the sea. It wasn't until Kaido expanded the coverage area of observation color to the maximum that he finally discovered the target. However, he was helpless. Because the target he is looking for is under the sea, and he is diving quickly. Not long after, it went beyond the scope of his sight and color and disappeared. Anger is the reflection of his soul at this moment. Looking up, there was a dragon roar, reverberating through the sky. Dash 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 dash. Luo Lan did not let Akainu and Momoshiki board Tana. Instead, they were sent to the number 1 ship. Tana's secret can still be known to outsiders at this moment. Even Momoshiki's current understanding of Tana is also very limited. After all, Luo Lan couldn't guarantee that Momoshiki wouldn't whisper anything to he. Of course, as Momoshiki stays in King's Landing longer and longer, this problem will no longer exist in the future. At this moment, he was talking to Crane. And in about 6 hours, 4 warships will be sent to the G1 branch. That devil fruit. Don't worry, I went to the G1 branch the day before yesterday and brought everything with me. Hey, and are you here in person? Why, are you afraid that I will eat you alive? Advertisement. Hearing Luo Lan's timid tone, he rarely smiled. How could? By the way, and do you really not want training services? It's very cheap. 1 devil fruit includes a full set of training services for 4 crews. In order to change the topic, Luo Lan directly promoted it. Although he had been rejected by he before. But Luo Lan swore that she was really just afraid that they wouldn't be able to use it, not that she wanted to earn that devil fruit. Believe it or not, anyway. Luo Lan believed this. No, you are really good at shouting. Even if it is a little different from the previous sub-ships, we, Marine, are not yet at the point where we need your teaching. For a devil fruit, you'd better go to sleep quickly, you'll have everything in your dreams. All right. Luo Lan sighed helplessly. I really want to teach you, but you don't want me to. If you can play a sailboat, can you play a modern battleship? What a joke. The control methods of the two are completely different. If there is no one to train them, it will be extremely difficult for Marine to just get these warships to operate. Let alone being dragged out to fight. Dash 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 dash. Talk to Crane from a distance. 6 hours have passed. The reason why it took so long was mainly because Luo Lan needed to gather the other 3 battleships first. After all, those 3 ships were heading towards the G5 branch. After reorganizing the fleet, they headed to the G1 branch together. Therefore, we were delayed for some time on the road. At this moment, in the G1 branch, all the warships originally in the port have set sail. The area within 10 nautical miles of the branch has been strictly controlled. He looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. Advisor is this really worth it? That's a total of 17 devil fruits, including a Logia and a phantom beast type devil fruit. Aokiji knows very well about these 2 fruits. After all, it was originally intended to be used by the Warring States period to train the next generation of 3 generals. However, since the 3 major generals of this generation, there seems to be a gap in the younger generation of Marine, and no good prospects have emerged. Therefore, these 3 fruits have never found a suitable target. He has been gathering dust in Marine's treasure house for more than 10 years. Such a precious thing, exchange it for 4 warships. This is crazy. Advertisement. Kuzan, many of you have fallen into a misunderstanding. It's still the same question, what can we do to completely end the pirate era? In your opinion, you must defeat the 4 emperors and other big pirates. In fact, this is correct, but Then do you know how many of the 9 million people died at the hands of the big pirate groups, and how many died at the hands of the inferior pirate groups that you ignored? Yes, doing this will not end this era of great pirates. Kuzan, let me give you some data. He stood at the bow of the ship and spoke slowly. His face was full of shock. At this moment, Aokiji's eyes widened. 4 emperors, of course. Advisor he, what's wrong with this idea? On a large warship, although he is only a lieutenant general, she is definitely one of the people Aokiji respects most in the headquarters. Aokiji, on the other hand, listened very carefully. Since Roger was executed in 1498 and the age of pirates began, in just 20 years, more than 9 million people in the world have died directly or indirectly at the hands of pirates. Crane shook his head. As a result, the pirates no longer have the top powerhouse, so naturally. Crane smiled. Speaking of which, she had the same idea before. They were all killed by those who you don't look down on, but there are so many of them. Isn't that right? The answer is that not even 100,000 people died at the hands of those big pirate forces, and the remaining 8.9 million people. And this is what we can count. The actual number will only be higher than this. Just kill the 4 emperors, and kill the other big pirates. Aokiji was even more confused. However, many years ago, a boy said those words just like he did to Aokiji now. The problem is getting bigger. In the hands of the Buho pirates. Crane still forcibly transferred the young man to his staff. Kuzan, if you were a civilian, would you be afraid of the 4 emperors, or would you be afraid of the countless low-profile pirate groups that may not even be qualified to be on the bounty list? Own. Hee. If your goal is just this, the era of great pirates will not really end. It was precisely because of that conversation that even though the Warring States period strongly opposed it. To this day, he has a deep memory of that young man's words. Marine can end this era. 9 million people, which is equivalent to 15% of the world's total population. Compared with the strength of the 4 emperors, what threat do those pirate groups that are not up to par and are not even qualified to be on the bounty list pose? Chapter 172 The fleet arrives. Aokiji is shocked. Advisor he, what do you mean? We shouldn't stare at the big pirates all day long, but we should attack the small pirate groups more. The data that Suru said really shocked Aokiji. He has always believed that as long as all the big pirates are eliminated, this pirate era can be ended. Turn out, are those little pirates the real threat to civilian lives? Even most of them are pirates who are not even qualified to join the bounty order. This. At this moment, Aokiji's heart began to waver. Could it be that all the thoughts I have always had are wrong? Kuzan, you made a mistake. What I said does not mean that you are wrong. On the contrary, as a general, you should focus on the 4 emperors and other big pirates. If you 3 generals go out all day long to catch little pirates in the sea, something will really go wrong. Aokiji was stunned. There was a trace of confusion on his expression. What exactly does staff he mean, and why do I become more and more confused the more I listen to it? Don't understand yet. Catching those little pirates is the job of local branches and grassroots marines. Why, are you going to compete with them for jobs? Of course, in the past 20 years, the number of unscrupulous pirate groups has not decreased, but has increased in number. But can you say that they have not done their job well? No, it's not. Actually, they did the best they could. However, even so, it still cannot suppress the sea. Kuzan, have you ever thought about the reason? Aokiji was silent. Indeed, what the strong marines have to deal with are the same strong pirates, namely the 4 emperors and many big pirates. As for those pirates who are not in the mainstream, or who are not even qualified to be on the bounty list, they are the work of local branches and grassroots marines. Just like he said, they worked hard and fought tooth and nail. But instead of suppressing the pirates, they actually made the other party bigger and bigger. What's the problem? If you think about it carefully, you will find out. The Marines at the grassroots level did not form an absolute crushing force on the pirate groups who were also at the grassroots level. On the contrary, if it is one-on-one, an ordinary pirate is even more powerful than an ordinary low-level Marine. After all, pirates are more cruel. As for Marine, they can only rely on powerful standard equipment and rigorous training to make up for it. At this time, Aokiji finally came to his senses. Yes, powerful standard equipment. According to what officer he said, King's Landing once killed the entire Don Quixote family with just one battleship. Even if Blackbeard hadn't rescued Doflamingo, then. Advertisement. Even Doflamingo, who was a Shichibukai, was captured alive by King's Landing that time. This is just a battleship, and it is all achieved by relying on the weapons on the battleship, and no strong person takes action. And if this kind of warship can be popularized in Marine, then, local branches and grassroots Marines will have a crushing advantage over ordinary pirates. A few years at most. Except for those 4 emperors of New World and some other big pirates. The pirates in the world and paradise will be wiped out by Marine. Therefore, 15 ordinary devil fruits, 1 Logia fruit, and 1 phantom beast fruit are exchanged for the 4 battleships of King's Landing. Outrageous. No, not outrageous. On the contrary, from Marine's perspective, this deal is an extremely good deal. Hiss. Thinking of this, Aokiji couldn't help but take a deep breath. Advisor he, I understand something. Well, it's good that you understand. That's why when I called Sakazuki before, I answered Sengoku's phone at the same time and asked Sengoku to suppress him forcefully. There must be no room for any mistakes in this transaction. Hear this. Aokiji couldn't help but smile. After all, he was also present when he was talking to Sakazuki. That scene. One phone bug calls Momosuke, and another phone bug calls Sengoku. Then Sengoku scolded Akainu over 2 phone calls. If I hadn't been holding it in so hard, I would have laughed out loud. There is a bug in what I wrote before, so the author will patch it here. General Aokiji, Staff Officer Crane. At this moment, a school official ran over. What's up? The outer security ship came to contact us. 4 steel battleships from King's Landing have entered the security circle. They wanted to escort them, but... What happened? Aokiji frowned. Well, the 4 battleships in King's Landing are too fast, at least 3 times faster than our other warships. They can't keep up, so... Good guy, Aokiji thought something was wrong. The result is because of this. Etc. You said their warships are 3 times faster than our warships, or at least. Yes, that's what the guard ship reported. We understand, you go down. Advertisement. At this time, Crane spoke. Yes, Staff Officer he emerged from the sea. Then he looked into the distance, waiting for those steel battleships to appear on the sea level. Whether it's the barrel caliber or the barrel length. A man wearing a king's coat and a mask. The next moment. More than half an hour later. The hatch on Tana's back opened. On the one hand, the civilians in the park and around the world no longer have to suffer from pirates, on the other hand. This gap, hiss. It also made the pirate groups in New World lose the injection of fresh blood. I haven't seen it either, but Momosuke did tell me that the battleships in King's Landing do not rely on sails, but are similar to the way we sail in the windless zone, except that their propulsion is much more powerful than ours. But at this time, something that shocked him even more happened. Just thinking about it makes Aokiji extremely excited. If Marine completes a complete makeover, it might really be like what Crane said. Advisor he, is this true? 4 steel battleships appeared outside the Marine G1 branch. Appeared in front of everyone. Hiss. Without relying on sails, the speed is at least 3 times that of a Marine warship. At this moment, not to mention him, even he was stunned. In addition, Marine can concentrate all its efforts and focus on New World. It even blinded Aokiji's eyes. After all, he really didn't know about Tana. Not to mention that each battleship also has a large number of equally large secondary guns, as well as dozens of firepower points equipped with strange weapons. After the school officer left, Aokiji could no longer bear it. Aokiji took another deep breath. Within a few years, the pirates in the world and paradise will be completely wiped out. In addition, each steel battleship has 3 sets of twin cannons. Maybe, the end of the Great Pirate Era is really possible in the hands of our own generation. Aokiji was shocked. Just next to the large warship, there is another behemoth that is longer and wider than the steel warship. At this moment, the large warship that Aokiji and Suru were riding on was moored next to it, and it looked like children. Chapter 173 Take your devil fruit and get off my ship. Sakazuki, how do you feel about being turned into a toy for more than a month? When Akainu came to the warship, Aokiji asked directly with a smile. To be honest, he still can't believe this until now. I actually forgot about Akainu for a whole month. People with childlike fruit abilities are really scary. Wait, why does my tone of voice become so similar to Kizaru's? But no matter what, he still kept in mind the fact that Akainu was tricked and turned into a toy. You can often use it to talk about things in the future. Well, especially when fighting with Akainu. And this time. General Akainu has been very comfortable for more than a month. I heard that he was held in the hands of someone with the childlike fruits ability, and he never left his hand almost 24 hours a day. Luo Lan came over and joked. Akainu's face suddenly darkened. He looked at Luo Lan with evil eyes. Aokiji also put away his smile and looked at it seriously. Only he showed a smile. After all, it has been more than a year since he saw Luo Lan again. Coming. Well, here we come. Luo Lan nodded. The simple conversation left Aokiji and Akainu stunned. Why do you feel that counselor he is very familiar with the leader of King's Landing? Are you overthinking it? Everyone, how about going to the ship and taking a look? After saying hello to Crane, Luo Lan made an inviting gesture and opened her mouth to invite. Apart from Akainu, Crane and Aokiji are all natural. After all, they have long wanted to go up and have a look. Luo Lan, this artillery. Well, this is a new generation of naval gun. We call it a cannon. It is suitable for low-range shooting. It is mainly used to shoot vertical targets, heavy armor targets and long-distance targets. Each warship is equipped with 3 two-mounted guns. A total of 6 doors are installed. What's the range? 12 nautical miles. Hiss. Everyone was shocked. 12 nautical miles, that is, just over 22 kilometers, which is completely beyond visual range. Beyond visual range strike. You know, people in the pirate world don't have such a concept. One can imagine how much impact this had on them. You can actually hit this far. But it should not only be far, but the power should also be unusual. Otherwise, it would be nothing even if it is farther. After the shock, he asked. Luo Lan snapped her fingers, and then. Immediately, a King's Landing soldier came to the crowd holding a cannonball. What's this? Advertisement. Aokiji glanced at it, confused. This is a cannonball. I still know what a cannonball looks like, don't fool me. Aokiji didn't believe it at all. Does this thing have anything to do with cannonballs? However, Kuzan, he didn't lie to you, this is indeed a cannonball. Consultant Crane. Aokiji was surprised. Is this thing really a cannonball? Humph, you ignorant guy. On the side, Akainu looked arrogant. Look how calm I am, and you. If you don't speak up without knowledge, you still have to speak out, which is embarrassing. Aokiji. You, the sixth person, haven't experienced it personally, otherwise you would probably be the same as me, or even worse. I have a question. Although the range of this artillery can reach 12 nautical miles, how do you target the enemy 12 nautical miles away? The method is actually relatively primitive. Just let people climb up and look far away, and then be responsible for calibrating the ballistics bit by bit. Luo Lan answered directly. He wouldn't tell Marine that he had a color radar. You know, even the color radar on the number 1 ship was all dismantled before departure this time, and Tana was used to guide the bombardment. Isn't the hit rate very low? Of course, if you want to hit a target 12 nautical miles away, how high do you want it to be? All right, everyone accepted this answer immediately. After all, this is normal, right? In their view, this shortcoming does not matter at all. Because even a range of just a few kilometers is enough to give Marine a crushing advantage in a naval battle against pirates. Immediately afterwards, Luo Lan took everyone to see the secondary guns, machine gun towers, bridges, combat centers, various cabins, etc. Advisor He, are you sure you don't need training services? Don't want. What about the cannonballs? Do you want to buy a few more bases? No need, we can make it ourselves. All right. Luo Lan was a little disappointed. At this time, the 2 school officials beside he also brought a box over. And opened the box. I saw that they were all filled with black devil fruits, 17 in total. Luo Lan's eyes suddenly lit up. And the next second. Crane suddenly spoke. Take your devil fruit and get off my ship. Now, immediately. Luo Lan was stunned for a moment. Why does this line feel so familiar to Mao himself? Advertisement. 4 battleships. It took half an hour for nearly 1,000 people to be transferred to Tana. Then dive down and leave. Has the headquarters decided how to distribute these 4 warships? Seeing King's Landing submarine leave, Akainu asked while stroking the base of the main gun on one of the battleships. Advisor He, you see, New World has been extremely unstable recently. How about Fan Kui leaving one ship at the G1 branch for actual combat testing? Hear this. Crane's eyes widened instantly. Are you sure this Akainu is not a fake? They all use the honorific title, you. Aren't these people from King's Landing responsible for training? At this time, Aokiji on the side also nodded. You two will stay in the G1 branch for the time being. After all, the Warring States period has not yet issued an order for you to return to the headquarters. It seems that I usually blame this guy wrongly, but at the critical moment, he still turns to me. However, he knew exactly what Akainu was planning. Then he was directly rejected by Staff He. A school officer ran out from the bridge. Kuzan, is this guy speaking for himself? However, Advisor He, we have been studying for a long time, but we still don't understand how to move this ship. Crane was speechless. It seems that the other party just said that they would provide training services. Sakaski, since you were previously controlled by the childlike fruit's ability user, the headquarters asked me to come over in advance for rotation. You should go back to the headquarters in a while. No, you 2 generals are asking me questions one by one. The previous sentence was said by Akainu. As for the 4 battleships, I will be responsible for bringing them back to the headquarters. We will set off in an hour. What? And just as she finished speaking. Kuzan, thank you. Staff He, since Sakaski has recovered, I think the order to rotate in advance should be forgotten. I will return to the headquarters with you later. Well, it is very important to keep one ship in the G1 branch to see the actual combat effect against the pirates in New World. I also agree. Suddenly, a row of question marks flashed over Akainu's head. Good guy, do you agree to keep a warship in the G1 branch, not for me, but for yourself? Aokiji started talking again. At this moment, they are all standing messy in the wind. Don't you just want a warship? Shaking his head, he said. The next sentence was what Aokiji said immediately. Suru, Akainu, and Aokiji. Akainu had just started to be moved, not even a few seconds had passed. Administrator He, I thought about it carefully, and it turned out that it would be better to bring all 4 warships back here for study. If one of these warships is damaged in the New World, it will be more of a loss than the gain. When these words came out, even Akainu was shocked. The 2 of them stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes, as if they were competing to see who could blink first. Chapter 174 Excited 5 Elders. Bought a new battleship. Arrived. Then it won't open. What should I do? Quite urgent. The crane at this moment was a little messy. If it's not just a ship, why can't it sail? As a result, the school official said so. In the past, our sailboats basically controlled the rudder and sails. Well, there isn't even a button. But now, on a ship, all the positions are added up, and there are hundreds or thousands of buttons. How to play this? Not to mention dragging him out to fight. I just don't know how to activate it, and I don't even know what to use to activate it. And for some reason, every ship's cargo hold was filled with more than half of the cargo's worth of coke. Aren't these people in King's Landing afraid of getting fat when they drink coke like this? The colonel kept complaining, while he remembered what Luo Lan had told him just now that these battleships were powered by cola. At first, I thought he was talking nonsense, but I still waited for him. I asked, is it possible that these cokes are not used for drinking, but are used as the basic power for the entire ship? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The school officer directly denied it without thinking. What a joke, if you could drive such a big steel monster with coke, you would stand on your head and eat shit. The school officer immediately put down the flag. Crane sighed slightly, and then took out the phone. Blue brew brew, which one? It's me. Oh, and he, what are your orders? That training service, a devil fruit, right? We want it. Okay, come right away. Fortunately, when she came to the G1 branch and when she left just now, Tana had not used up another layer of ship membrane. It would be no problem to go back now. A devil fruit, don't give it up for free. Of course, it was impossible for Luo Lan to leave people here for training. Even if he could trust he couldn't trust world government. What if the world government captures one of its own people and interrogates them for information? This has nothing to do with whether his subordinates are loyal or not. After all, there are too many ways to obtain a person's memory in this world. Therefore, as mentioned before, if you need training, you can directly arrange a group of people to follow Luo Lan, and then send them to the Marine headquarters after the training. As for those ships, that's easy. You can use other boats to tow them back first. Advertisement. Anyway, we are taking the official route, so we don't need to take the Fishman Island route, right? In short, if you can earn a devil fruit for free, don't do it for free. As for the shells, it is not difficult to imitate, but Marine's current technology cannot achieve it. Even if it is finally imitated, the performance will be much worse. It may even be dangerous to use. This has nothing to do with whether Vegapunk is awesome, unless he can complete the modern industrialization of the entire world in a short period of time. Otherwise, there is no way. After all, they don't have modern factories and production lines like Luo Lan's. Not to mention the high-end manufacturing talents in Junline. Therefore, in the end, you still have to buy cannonballs from yourself. I sold the boat to you, but whether you can use it normally depends on my mood. Luo Lan returned to the G1 branch. A very difficult negotiation began with Crane. In the end, Marine purchased King's Landing's complete training services at the cost of a Paramesha devil fruit. And 278 people were directly transferred from the G1 branch, which was the minimum staffing level, not full, to operate this warship, and they were all given to Luo Lan to take away. It was agreed to complete the training within 100 days and return it to Marine headquarters. At the same time, during the training period, these people need to fully obey the orders of King's Landing. For this reason, Luo Lan proposed that these 278 people voluntarily join King's Landing for a period of 100 days to facilitate management. He has no opinion on this matter. After all, it would probably take more than half a month to bring those ships back to Marine headquarters. Not to mention, it takes longer to dismantle the imitation, and within a few months, you won't see any results at all. As for letting those sailors temporarily join King's Landing, then he has no objection. It's just temporary. Can you still instigate all 278 people to rebel within 100 days? You know, these people are all die-hard loyalists selected by Akainu from the G1 branch, and there is absolutely no possibility of betrayal. Crane was very relieved. After everything was agreed upon and Marine's people were gathered together, Tana snorkeled away again. And behind the crane, a certain school officer was messy in the wind. What did you just say? If you can use coke to drive such a steel monster, then you can stand on your head and eat shit. Hiss. This. No, I am a man after all, and even if I say it in my heart, I must keep my word. He gritted his teeth. The school officer turned around and walked into a certain cabin, then closed the door. 1 hour later, he arranged for the sailors to clean up the battleship and enter this cabin. Advertisement. He immediately frowned. No, why does this cabin smell so loud? It's almost like a toilet. Holy Land Marie Joya. Between powers. Sengoku contacted us just now, and Marine and Junline reached a private deal. At the cost of 17 devil fruits, 4 battleships were purchased from King's Landing. The curly-haired 5 elders, Jago Lucia Satan, knocked on the ground with his crutch, and then said. In the room, the other 4 people were stunned for a moment. What the hell? Marine and King's Landing made a private deal, or did they trade 17 devil fruits for 4 battleships? Is Warring States crazy? Sengoku, this B****************, D, is his brain abnormal? 17 devil fruits in exchange for 4 battleships. He's trying to seduce his enemy. The blonde 5 elders shepherd 10 pit saint slapped the table hard and yelled. It seems that he has become a little carried away while being a fleet admiral these years and doesn't know who he is anymore. HMPH, what are you talking about? Just send people to Marine headquarters to arrest Sengoku. The mustached five elders Saint Topman Wachuli and the long-bearded five elders Saint Marcus Moshe also roared one after another. However, the bald five elders Azanbal and V. Nasthuro Sage is quite calm. Satan Saint, is there anything special about those battleships? He didn't believe that the Warring States period would do such a mindless thing. In this case, then there is only one possibility. The value of these battleships is far more than 17 devil fruits. Yes, those 4 warships are entirely made of steel, and their size is larger than those of Marine's super warships. The most important thing is, these warships use new types of naval guns and shells. The main gun has a range of 12 nautical miles. According to Sengoku, its power can severely damage or even kill pirates with a bounty of 500 million. In addition, these warships are also very fast, and their maximum speed can even reach 4 times that of existing sailing ships. Everyone, do you know what this means? Hiss. Rao is the apparent peak of power in this world. After hearing these words, the 4-5 elders couldn't help but take a deep breath. If these data are true, those 17 fruits are really worth it. You know, they are the world government, and they have the best scientists in the world. Once the imitation of this kind of battleship is completed, then, with the financial resources of the world government, it will soon be able to build 10 times and 100 times more battleships than King's Landing. At that time, what kind of pirate forces, what kind of revolutionary army, what kind of King's Landing? All must be swept into the dustbin of history. Warring States has done a good job this time. Let him escort the battleship back immediately without any mistakes. Chapter 175 The Truth Back Then. Tannin. A cabin dedicated to holding prisoners. Doflamingo's hands and feet were shackled with Shanghai Tower stones, and he looked very embarrassed. Lean against the corner. At this moment, Luo Lan walked in. And closed the door. Phew, foo, foo foo. You are the leader of King's Landing, right? There is one thing I never understand. Why is King's Landing targeting me? From the East Daxia Sea at the beginning, to the volcanic island later, and this time to Punk Hassad, you all came for me. Why? This is the biggest question in Doflamingo's mind. Everything has to have a reason. And what he wants to know most right now is this reason. Otherwise, I always feel confused. After hearing his question, Luo Lan did not answer, but took off her mask. First glance. Doflamingo looks very familiar. Among the information about Marine Central Asian personnel provided by Virgo, one of them came to mind. Suddenly, he understood. Why did King's Landing target him, and who created King's Landing? In memory of Doflamingo, in 1498 AD, during the Warring States period, Roger was executed in Rog Town. On his way back to his headquarters, he rescued a baby in the windless zone. Later, the baby was named Luo Lan and adopted by the Warring States period. Luo Lan has shown wisdom and understanding far beyond her peers since she was a child. Whether it is learning culture or martial arts, his speed is amazing, and many people consider him to be the next generation of Marine's Grand Prize seeds. However, if nothing else, the accident soon occurred. At the age of 5, he achieved 5 points of power in just 1 month, shocking everyone. There was something wrong with Luo Lan's body. From then on, no matter how hard he practiced, his power value could never exceed 5 points. When he grew up, his body was not as good as that of an ordinary sailor, and he finally had to serve in the staff under the care of he. And more than a year ago, because the relationship with the Warring States period became worse and worse, he was even exiled to the Donghai branch 157. From then on, everyone was wiped out. Yes, that's all Doflamingo remembers. Of course, there is one thing that Virgo didn't mention, and that is his younger brother, Don Quixote Rocinante, who has the same bloodline as him, is also the adopted son of the Warring States period. He only learned about this matter in recent years. And if you put it this way, Luo Lan is Rocinante's nominal brother. Then, it can be completely explained why Junlin would target himself. It turns out to be you. Foo 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 foo. It seems that whether it is me, the Warring States period, or the world government, they have all been deceived by you. Advertisement. It's just that I still don't understand. Although Rocinante and I broke up back then, do you really need to target me like this? In Doflamingo's opinion, Luo Lan should be targeting himself like this in order to avenge his brother. But back then, I just made a decision with Rocinante and punched him. You actually remembered it for so many years. However, Doflamingo did not notice that Luo Lan. He was also stunned for a moment. What did Doflamingo say just now? Did you just break up with Rocinante and just punch him? Shouldn't he be the one who killed Rocinante with his own hands? You said you didn't kill my brother. Who killed Luo Nanan? Who told you? Doflamingo was startled. At that time, I found out that my own brother was actually a Marine undercover agent. I was really angry. I even thought about taking his life myself, but Crane arrived with a group of Marines and rescued him. Although he was seriously injured at the time, it was absolutely impossible for him to die. Luo Lan stared at Doflamingo intently, trying to find evidence of his lies from his micro-expressions. But it's a pity. At this moment, he could find nothing. Could it be that everything this guy said is true? But if that was the case, then why was he told that his brother was dead? And if my brother is not dead, then where has he been all these years? Luo Lan's brain was running rapidly, but she didn't have any answer. Someone is coming. Fleet Admiral. Hearing the shouts, the King's Landing soldiers standing guard outside immediately opened the door and entered. Watch him. Don't let him die. Yes, Fleet Admiral. After giving the instructions, Luo Lan took a deep look at Doflamingo. Then, turned around and left. After a while, he returned to his room. Close the door and pull out the phone bug. Blue brew brew. I'm Crane. And it's me. Luo Lan's voice was a little low. This gave Crane a very bad feeling. And is my brother still alive? It seems that you have already interrogated Doflamingo. Crane understood immediately. Advertisement. To be honest, this is what she fears most. If Luo Lan killed Doflamingo directly, there would be no problem. But by chance, he captured Doflamingo alive. The incident back then was still discovered by him. Crane sighed slightly. When Luo Lan heard what he said, her heart skipped a beat. It seems that Doflamingo really didn't lie about what happened back then. I'm afraid there's something else hidden. Luo Lan, even though you were imprisoned during the Warring States period, you still conveyed all the words you said to me. It is precisely because of this that I asked the warship to speed up and arrive earlier than originally planned. In the end, succeeded in the hands of Doflamingo and rescued Rocinante. Yes, your brother Rocinante is indeed alive. Boom. His words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly exploding in Luo Lan's mind. Brother, still alive. If that's the case, what about others? Why has it never appeared after so many years? And why did you lie to me and say that your brother was dead? Luo Lan asked in a voice that was almost roaring. He didn't understand, not at all. What exactly happened? Luo Lan, have you ever thought about why warring states would rather be misunderstood by you than conceal this matter? Why? Because he wants to protect you. Crane said. Luo Lan was stunned. Why does it have anything to do with myself? Warring States knows very well that once he tells you the truth, you will definitely try every means to find Rocinante when you grow up, and in doing so. For you, it's the same as committing suicide. In that case, it's better to let you think that Luo Nanan is dead. Even if you misunderstand him and hate him because of this, it doesn't matter. Luo Lan was silent. After a while, he gradually came back to his senses. And tell me, what exactly happened that year? No, even if you have some strength now, it's still far from the time to ask about this matter. Crane refused outright. However, he quickly added another sentence. Although I can't tell you what happened back then, I can tell you another thing, and that is. Your brother Rocinante, still alive today. Chapter 176 Luo Lan, never been so rich. Although Luo Lan wanted to get more information from but the Crane just bit it to death without saying a word. However, Luo Lan can guess some. Apart from the Tianlong people, there is no one else who can make warring states and he's so fearful. Therefore, this matter must be related to the Tianlong people. But it doesn't matter, because Luo Lan already knows that the brother who made him poop and pee is still alive. At this stage, this is enough. As for what happened back then, it will be after King's Landing becomes stronger and even has the power to compete with the world government. I believe that Crane will speak. East Daxia Sea. Kingdom of Goa, in a huge and extremely luxurious manner. Altlic 3 holds a gold brick and tests it in various ways. This is really of perfect purity. Are you really willing to sell it at 10% off the market price? That's right, after all, we in King's Landing are wanted by Marine, so these things cannot be taken to the open market. Okay, I want it. How many do you have? Each gold brick is 3 kilograms, a total of 50 gold bricks. The current market price of gold is 2,738 belly per gram, totaling 410,700,000 belly. After 10% discount, it is 369,630,000 belly. We only need cash. There is no problem with the price, how can we trade? For Altlic 3, Bailey with less than 400 million is nothing at all. If the other party hadn't said there were only 50 gold bricks, he would have even wanted to eat more. Altlic 3, before the transaction, I must tell you the rules. After you buy the gold, you are not allowed to reveal it to others for at least 3 years, let alone give it away or sell it. After all, our gold has some origins. Special, not suitable for exposure in the short term. If you can't agree to this, then we can't do the deal. Altruck 3 thought what the masked man was going to say. Is this the result? Since I was not short of money, I naturally hid the gold after I bought it. How could it be sold? As for giving it away, that's even more impossible. Unless you are stupid, you will give it away. No problem. Very good, then we will notify you of the specific location and time of the transaction tomorrow night. After finishing speaking, the masked man took back the gold brick from Altlic 3. Then he left. Master, do you need me to make arrangements for tomorrow night? No need, King's Landing is not something we can mess with, just deal honestly. Yes, sir. After responding, advertisement. The butler immediately went to prepare. Although it is less than 370 million belly, but if you want to prepare it without attracting attention, you still need to make some preparations. However, they don't know. The same thing is happening in various kingdoms of Brother Donghai. In the kingdom of Goa alone, 23 nobles agreed to the deal. Of course, there are also those who refuse and want to report the news to the world government. However, the nobleman lost his life before he could make the call. The scene was even disguised as being carried out by the revolutionary army. Luo Lan didn't feel any psychological pressure to kill these nobles and blame the revolutionary army. I immediately agreed to Karina's plan. According to her plan, there will not be too many for each noble. Depending on the wealth of the transaction object, it generally ranges from 20 to 100 gold bricks, and each brick weighs a standard 3 kg. In short, the trading volume is the result of strict investigation and analysis of each noble. For example, some nobles owe a lot of debt, so even if they have cash to buy gold, Karina will not come to them. Otherwise, when there is a problem with the other party's funds, there is a high probability that the gold will be sold. In addition to quantity control, Karina also has strict requirements on the identity of the transaction objects. That is, only traded to nobles and royal families. Because people like them like to store wealth in the form of gold. One is because gold is a hard currency, and its price has only increased over the past 800 years, never falling. The other is their secret rooms where gold is stored. As soon as you walk in, the golden light shines, and you feel excited when you look at it, right? In short, in just a few days, Karina has cooperated with King's Landing's intelligence department and has completed more than 100 gold transactions and collected more than 50 billion belly. And this, less than 20% of the gold brought from Apayado in 2 rounds. Not even 1% of Apayado's gold. After finishing the East Daxia Sea, Karina set her sights on South Blue. According to her plan, in order to delay the possibility of a gold thunderstorm as much as possible, he would first sell all the kingdoms in the 4 seas and the Grand Route. Then start over from the East Daxia Sea and expand sales. In this way, even if there is a thunderstorm in the second round, King's Landing has already earned in the first round. I'm afraid there are hundreds of billions of Baileys. Of course, if the second round is planned carefully and later, there may not even be a thunderstorm in the end. Then you can earn more. A few days later. Advertisement. Tana returns to Rhode Island. Luo Lan came directly to Karina's office. The name of the weakest sea is not for nothing. Therefore, the East Daxia Sea, where pirates are weak, has a more prosperous economy than the other 3 seas. This is a destined result. Yes, don't underestimate the East Daxia Sea. Although the East Daxia Sea is called the weakest sea, its economy is the most prosperous among the 4 seas. It is even known as the world government's money bag. It would be great if you can get dozens or tens of billions of Baileys in the end. Even if 50 billion is not enough, it will be fine. In the past, when my mother was in charge of finance, Luo Lan tried every means to squeeze every penny out of her hands. As a result, after Karina took over, this guy even took the initiative to ask, do you have enough money to spend? If not, you can spend another 5 billion. In less than half a month, tens of billions of Baileys will be accounted for. Luo Lan nodded. No problem. Is 8.7 billion enough? How about leaving an extra 5 billion for you? Just the East Daxia Sea. Then you said 58.7 billion. But it doesn't matter, with gold in hand and Karina's personal control. Where's the money? This gap. Not to mention, the number of people in the branch is increasing and will soon exceed 20,000. Luo Lan's eyes widened. Even the Northwest Sea is close to the New World, so it is not uncommon for pirates to have hundreds of millions of bounties on their heads. Luo Lan didn't care at all about Karina taking away 8.7 billion. Well, that seems to be the case. A pirate with 20 million can become a king. You know, in the other 3 seas, there are a lot of pirates numbering between 50 and 60 million. Karina, what happened to the gold? Therefore, Luo Lan took the East Daxia Sea as the first stop in the first round. Because he remembered. How much did you just say? As for the first round, in order to ensure that there is no thunderstorm in the gold market, shipments even have to be strictly controlled. After all, the shipyard is building a second-generation warship, and according to estimates, the construction cost will even reach 500 million Baileys. As Karina said, today's shipyards are big money hogs. It has been prepared for you a long time ago. I have withheld 8.7 billion belly for the daily expenses of the branch, as well as for the big gold hog in the shipyard. The remaining 50 billion has been put in the number 3 warehouse for you. You can get it yourself. Bar. Daily expenses are naturally more than 10 or 20 times what they were before. If Nami were here, she would probably go crazy on the spot. Luo Lan was in a good mood. He remembered that Carrie said that the sale should be divided into multiple rounds, and the quantity in each round was larger than that in each round. It went very well. In the East Daxia Sea alone, we received 58.7 billion belly. Now the funds are on their way back to Rhode Island and are expected to arrive in 10 days. Chapter 177 The Wonderful Use of Baby 5. Underground Research Institute. Your design is obviously not as good as mine, you should make it according to my design drawings. Nonsense, it's obviously your design that's not good, so my design will perform better. Silas and Sisyphus were glaring at each other at this moment. The people in white coats on the side also didn't know what to do. At this time, Luo Lan walked in. What's going on? Luo Lan was a little confused when she saw both of them refusing to take a step back. At this time, a man in a white coat hurried over. Fleet Admiral, the situation is like this. Well, after about a minute, Luo Lan understood. The general meaning is that the firearms project team of the Ministry of Science has recently encountered some troubles when developing new firearms. So, the project leader, an A-level researcher, went to Silas for help. And just in time, when he was looking for Silas, Sisyphus was there. After hearing the problems encountered by the person in charge, the two S-class scientists wanted to help. So, that is today. The two entered the project team's laboratory at almost the same time and each took out their own design drawings. The result is what Luo Lan is seeing now. I said, are you two kids? Wouldn't it be nice to build two guns and then actually test them? We are not short of money. Luo Lan said speechlessly. Hearing this, the two of them were stunned. That's right. If you build it and test it, won't you know which one is better? Okay, let's both go back and make the finished product, and then we'll have a good competition tomorrow. Silas said. Sisyphus also nodded in agreement. Immediately, the two of them were ready to leave and rush back to their laboratory to work hard. Wait a minute. At this moment, Luo Lan suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. Fleet Admiral, actually, this matter really doesn't need to be so troublesome. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and Luo Lan took out the phone. Blue brew brew. This is the logistics department. I'm Ian. Ian, it's me. Take baby 5 with you immediately and come to the science department. Yes, Fleet Admiral. On the side, Silas and Sisyphus had no idea what Luo Lan was planning to do. Do Ian and baby 5 have something to do with this matter? It seems, no. Advertisement. However, since Luo Lan has arranged it this way, they will just wait a few minutes. Soon, about 5 minutes later, Ian took baby 5 into the laboratory. Fleet Admiral, what's the matter? Well, baby 5, look at the two design drawings. Luo Lan did not answer Ian, but turned to look at baby 5. And handed over two design drawings. It was the two copies that Silas and Sisyphus had argued about before. Baby 5 took the design drawing and looked at it carefully. After about 5 minutes, she put the design down. Let's go to the weapons testing site. With that said, Luo Lan took the lead and left the laboratory. Although the others were a little confused, they hurriedly followed. Through the elevator, we arrived at the 7th underground floor of the hive, which is the weapons testing site. Well, it's actually a shooting range. Baby 5, you try using Silas's design first. Okay. Baby 5 nodded, then activated his ability, and his right hand began to transform. Eventually, the entire right arm turned into a firearm. This is a much larger firearm than an ordinary rifle. Especially the barrel, the caliber is definitely above 30 millimeters. Full of power. Silas and Sisyphus were completely stunned. Can you still play like this? Then in the future, wouldn't it be possible to design as boldly as you like, and then let baby 5 transform it directly to confirm if there are any problems? Instead of demonstrating there for half a day to determine whether there is still a problem, and then manufacturing a test product. In this way, the scientific research speed of weapons and the consumption of funds will be greatly optimized. Simply awesome. Involuntarily, the two of them looked at baby 5 with a hint of aggression and possession. This will make Luo Lan unstoppable. My husband is right next to me. What do you two guys look like? However, Luo Lan was also a little surprised. I didn't look at the design drawing carefully just now. But now that baby 5 has transformed it with his abilities, Luo Lan suddenly feels familiar. It looks so familiar. Isn't this the sniper grenade that was famous in his previous life and was known as the most brutal sniper rifle? Silas actually designed this thing. The next moment, baby 5 raised his right arm. Ah no, he raised the sniper grenade and aimed at the target hundreds of meters ahead. Bang. After a dull gunshot. Advertisement. Luo Lan also has a famous physique that shocked the world of pirates. Good guy, when you open fire with a sniper grenade, your right shoulder only trembles slightly. If it were a person with strong physical skills, wouldn't he even tremble? Turn around and look towards the target. I saw 6 gun barrels rotating rapidly. This is not. The only regret is that the underground shooting range of the Research Institute is a bit small and cannot test the range. This instant attack density, it's not a single bullet like other firearms, but a continuous sound. In particular, the 6 barrels are extremely conspicuous. Luo Lan made a decision instantly. After all, it is Vulcan Gatling, and can even reach a firing rate of 6,000 bullets per minute, which is an average of 100 rounds per second. It has to be mass-produced. It just made everyone speechless. Anyway, Luo Lan remembered that the sniper grenade in the previous life could achieve precise damage of 1,000 meters, while the precise damage of the surface could exceed 2 kilometers. Hiss. Baby 5, let's try the one designed by Sisyphus next. Of course. You two are arguing over something. This is not the same type of gun at all. There is no comparison at all, okay. Well, there are still targets, and there are countless fragments on the ground. Hearing this, baby 5 nodded. The entire target was completely destroyed. As for baby 5, I have never found a suitable position for him. Because, his ability can greatly speed up the development of weapons. An extremely unique gunshot sounded instantly. This is obviously a great idea. I saw. The original sniper grenade transformed back into the right arm, but soon it began to change again. He immediately swept the dozen or so targets erected in front of him into a hornet's nest. Just as Luo Lan was complaining about this, Baby 5 had already lifted Gatling and pressed the launch button. Starting today, she will be transferred to the science department. Gatling gun. Finally, something much larger than a sniper grenade appeared. If we make both kinds, wouldn't it be delicious? Then. Well guys, Silas designed a sniper grenade, and Sisyphus designed a Gatling. But now there is. If Silas's design could reach this level, that would be awesome. These two guns have to be produced, and Chapter 178 Outrageous Upgrade Conditions. For Baby 5, as long as you understand the structure of a weapon, you can change it through abilities. Of course, the more precise and complex the structure, the more physical energy it requires to change. This is why, when she used a missile saturation attack to deal with Doflamingo outside the volcanic island, she almost drained all her energy. And after such a long time apart, relying on the characteristics of the marine cafeteria and the exercise in the gravity training room. When facing Kaido, he only used 2 waves of saturated missile attacks. The reason is that the object is too complex. After all, missiles are much more complicated than firearms. Half a month passed quietly. The super clone factory is finally completed. Luo Lan has great expectations for this building. Open black lens bracket super clone factory close black lens bracket. Level S. Number of characteristic slots 5. Special note. This is an unmanned factory that consumes points to reverse engineer technological items and make perfect copies. Speaking of which, this super clone factory is really not big. It is approximately a factory building of 15 meters by 50 meters. Even from the outside, you can't tell anything special. It's not until you walk into it that you realize. Everything inside is so sci-fi. There are all kinds of equipment that you don't recognize, as well as a large number of robots that are full of technology at first glance. No wonder, the explanation is correct, this is an unmanned factory. They are all intelligent robots and do not require humans to operate them at all. According to the system's instructions, Luo Lan only needs to bring the things that need to be copied, hand them to the robot at the door, and pay the analysis fee of 10,000 points. Super Clone Factory will conduct a preliminary analysis of the item, which takes about 1 minute to 3 days, depending on the difficulty of analysis of the item. After the analysis is completed, a cloning fee will be given. Of course, this fee depends on the difficulty of perfect imitation after analysis.
It may only require 1 point, or it may. Hundreds of millions of points, maybe. Although Luo Lan wanted to try it immediately, but he still held back. Because the building characteristics haven't been updated yet. The person he is now is not the person he was before. In the past, it was just an ordinary building, and when it came to earning points, he was always racking up points.
Not to mention the S-class architectural characteristics, except for the time at the research institute, I didn't dare to use them at all. There is no way, I am poor. Advertisement. But now, even with the gold sold by South Blue, Bailey is still on the way back. But the income from Donghai is plus the remaining points. At this moment, Luo Lan's points balance is a full 5.17 million. Luo Lan is extremely passionate. In this life, Lousy has never fought such a battle for wealth. System, there is no need to save money for me, just refresh all 5 features first. Isn't it just 5 billion belly? Lousy is rich. Ding, the building characteristics are being refreshed for the system. Building feature 1. Reduce the point consumption during analysis by 80%. Building feature 2. Reduce the point consumption during cloning by 70%. Building feature 3. Reduce the time consumption during cloning by 50%. No more. Looking at the information in her mind, Luo Lan frowned. There are not 5 characteristics, why do you stop after 3 are displayed? Dog system, are you looking down on Lousy? You say you are rich. Ding, since the host builder level is B, the upper limit of building characteristics that can be refreshed is only 3. Good guy, I actually forgot about this. Let me see how much it costs to upgrade from level B to level A. 30 billion. How much does it cost to upgrade yourself to level C or level B? It seems to be 3 billion. This suddenly doubled 10 times, but it was still acceptable. System, upgrade the level of the city builder. Ding, the level of the city builder has been improved, and the current host is an A-level city builder. Ding, the remaining points of host are 1.8729 million points. Ding, host has received an A-level fortifier gift pack, do you want to open it now? Wait and open it first. Luo Lan shook her head, things have to happen one by one. He first checked the upgrade conditions for S-class buildings. Hiss. 30 million points. Converted into Baileys, that's 300 billion. It seems it will take some time. What? The points alone are not enough, there are other additional conditions. Let me see. 1. Build or upgrade 10 A-level buildings. 2. The population in the territory reaches 100,000. Advertisement. 3. The territory area is at least 10,000 square kilometers. After reading the 3 requests, Luo Lan was left silent. The first requirement is not difficult. The second requirement is a bit difficult, but as long as you have time, it can be achieved. The third requirement, 10,000 square kilometers. If you draw a square, it is 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers. Damn it, the entire Rhode Island is not even 1/10 of the size. Where can I get 10,000 square kilometers? Speaking of which, in the pirate world, among the kingdoms whose territory exceeds 10,000 square kilometers, there is only one super kingdom, Alabasta, right? Of the hundreds or dozens of remaining member countries, none has a territory exceeding 10,000 square kilometers. Not to mention, Rhode Island itself doesn't even have the conditions for expansion. After all, the system does not recognize the surrounding sea as your territory. Could it be that will I never be able to advance to S level? Dog system, is this a bug? Get out of here. Ding, after system testing, there is no bug. Please host to find a solution on your own. There are no bugs, and you still want me to find a solution myself. Means, is there a way to expand, but I just didn't think of it. Forget it, study this slowly and solve the problem of the super clone factory by yourself first. System, immediately refresh the building characteristics 4 of the super clone factory. Ding, building characteristics 4 are being refreshed for the system. Building feature 4. During the cloning process, there is a probability of improving the target. Ding, the remaining points of host are 1.7729 million points. Improvement. This feature is a bit interesting. A perfect imitation can no longer satisfy you, do you even need to improve it to surpass the original version? Luo Lan quickly checked the instructions. Good guy, is this really an improvement? According to the detailed description of the system, during the reverse analysis process, the super clone factory has a certain probability of discovering the target flaw and proposing an improvement plan. If host confirms the improvement, the subsequent imitation process will be implemented with the improved plan. You're the only one calling it a clone factory. If it has been improved, it is not 100% imitation, so how can we talk about cloning? But, so delicious. Chapter 179 Hidden X Level. The points consumption during analysis and cloning are reduced by 80% and 70% respectively. At the same time, the time consumption during cloning is also reduced by 50%. This will undoubtedly significantly reduce the cost of using the super clone factory. Finally, in the analysis stage, there is a probability of improving the target. This set of attributes has not even been repainted, it is simply perfect. Luck, that's pretty good. Next, system, open the A-level fortifier gift pack. Ding, the gift package has been opened, host has received the following rewards. Fortifier points 2 million, A-level construction team X3, 3-month contract. Random talent card recruitment card S-level designated X2. City level optical masking tower blueprint S-level X1. Large alert airship X1. Points are an old tradition, but more are given each time. Although 2 million points is equivalent to 20 billion Baileys, there are not many surprises for Luo Lan today. Needless to say, the construction team is also an old tradition. Although the talent recruitment cards are still random, this time they are designated as S-level, and there are 2 more. This is pretty good. As for the last 2, one is an S-level blueprint, and the other is a real thing like Tana. First is the drawing. Optical masking tower drawings, city level. Level. S-level. Site selection requirements. Flat ground. Construction requirements. 1 S-level construction team. Working hours. 35 days. Material. 52,500 standard building materials. Drawing price. 1,980,000 points. Characteristic slots. 5. As an S-class building, this thing does not consume much building materials, and even the construction team only needs 1. However, the price of this drawing. 1.98 million points, which is 19.8 billion Baileys. Although it comes from a gift package, you don't need to pay the price of the drawing. But are you serious about the price? Luo Lan quickly checked the detailed description of this city-level optical shielding tower in the system. Advertisement. Good guy. According to the system description, this is simply a black technology building. A building about 180 meters high can provide optical stealth services for a maximum radius of 150 kilometers. To put it simply, you just need to build one on Rhodes Island, and once it is started, even if a ship passes by Rhode Island, it will not discover the existence of Rhode Island. This is indeed a good thing. No wonder drawing points are so expensive. Make money. As for the last physical object, it is a large warning airship. Luo Lan took a look and saw that it was also a good thing. This is a super huge airship with a very advanced radar hoisted underneath. It can be maintained at an altitude of 10,000 meters for a long time and detect the surrounding 3,000 kilometers. In addition to not being able to see the screen directly, this is almost as good as Violet's Devil Fruit ability. Moreover, if you really want to say it, this thing is often more useful than Violet's ability. After all, Violet staring at the fruit was just a point of investigation. If he didn't look at a certain location deliberately, then even if something happened to that location, Violet would have no way of knowing. But this warning radar is different. Once it is turned on, it can conduct an all-round scan of the surrounding 3,000 kilometers and grasp all movements in the entire area. Great stuff. System, those 2 talent card recruitment cards are also available to me. Ding, host consumes 2 random talent recruitment cards S-level designated. Ding, the drawing is complete, congratulations to host for obtaining the following talents. S-level scientist, aviation specialization, Hodes. S-level instructor, domineering specialty, Heyman. The 2 talents will arrive in Rhode Island respectively within 3 days, please pay attention to the host to receive it. Luo Lan was stunned for a moment. This is not the first time he has drawn an S-level scientist. Prior to this, the 2 S-class scientists, Silas and Sisyphus, were drawn. But this was the first time he saw a scientist with a certain type of expertise. System, please explain to me. Does this specialization mean that he knows nothing about other aspects except the sky? Ding, it doesn't happen. If talents do not have specialization tips, then they are balanced existences. For example, S-level scientists, then they are S-level existences in every scientific research classification. Close black lens bracket. If there is a specialization prompt, then his level will be lowered by 1 level in the non-specialty category, but on the contrary, if he is in the specialized field, his level will be raised by 1 level. Listen to the system instructions. This is very clear. In other words, an A-level non-specialized scientist has A-level knowledge reserves and R&D capabilities in all scientific research fields. Advertisement. As for an A-level specialized scientist, his ability in non-specialized fields will be reduced to B-level. At the same time, in order to speed up the upgrade efficiency, I'm going, etc. Exited the system. As long as the soldiers of King's Landing reach a Dow power value of more than 500, they must go to some advanced training. By then, there will be tens of thousands of armed and well-informed King's Landing soldiers. System, this is a bug, a serious bug. Just asking if you are afraid. The first one in the queue was the shipyard that had just been upgraded to Class B. Hiss. In addition to the 3 A-level construction teams given in the gift package, Luo Lan purchased 3 more A-level construction teams with quarterly contracts. Awesome. After getting everything done. As for the other instructor who specializes in S-level hockey, let him go to the Super Marine Academy and be responsible for teaching hockey. This level is not directly obtained through conventional methods. In addition to the self-evolution of S-level scientists, only S-level specialized scientists can have it. It just so happened that Silas and Sisyphus had not been able to produce the second-generation fighter for a long time. For an S-level specialist scientist, wouldn't it mean that he is still S-level in the specialized field, but becomes A-level in the non-specialized field? After all, pure loss. Suddenly, Luo Lan discovered a serious problem. Just let Hodes take over. Since he is an EX-level hockey instructor, I believe that hockey's teaching ability must be quite outrageous. Nonsense. Now you can directly upgrade to level A. Those who are still waiting to upgrade to level B will naturally be cancelled. That is, in this way, all upgrade work can be divided into several queues and started together. The upgrade should be completed as soon as possible and the production scale should be expanded as soon as possible, right? Of course, the training center was also placed in the first row of another queue. So, this S-level aviation expert scientist Hodes, who has just obtained it, is X-level in terms of scientific research ability in the aviation field. Ding, after testing, there is no bug in the system. Within its area of expertise, it will become S-level. But, next, Luo Lan cancelled all the upgrade projects in the queue that had not yet been started. Luo Lan nodded with satisfaction, and then, all talents are divided into 6 levels, of which D level to S level are regular levels. In addition, there is a hidden level, namely X level. Luo Lan was very satisfied with these 2 tall Chapter 180 Thunder ability user Ace, Pawn. After arranging a large number of building upgrades, Luo Lan took a small box and came to the robot at the gate of the super factory. Then he opened the box and found a devil fruit inside. The rustling fruit of Logia. After the robot took the Shasha fruit, it looked at Luo Lan like this. And a system prompt also popped up in Luo Lan's mind. The analysis fee is 50,000 points, which can be discounted to 10,000 points according to the characteristics of the building. The time is 1 hour. Are you sure to continue? Close black lens bracket. Sure. Luo Lan recited silently in her mind. The next moment, the robot in front of him immediately started to move. Coming to a very sci-fi looking device, I placed the Shasha fruit on a storage platform of the device. Immediately afterwards, a large number of beams of different colors were emitted from different directions of the device, all of which were irradiated on the Shasha fruit, and the irradiation positions were constantly changed. Luo Lan just watched from the side. And time passed quickly. 1 hour passed quickly. At this time, the equipment stopped running, and new reminders appeared in Luo Lan's mind. Ding, analysis completed. This item is a level 5 genetic technology product. Ding, a second level flaw has been detected. When the body of a person with abilities gets wet, it will cause obstacles to movement. It requires 100,000 points to improve the flaw. Do you want to confirm, host, to continue? Close black lens bracket. Good guy, I encountered this probabilistic improvement the first time I used it. Body getting wet. It refers to the person with the ability of the Shasha fruit. If the surface is wetted by water, the movement will be blocked, or even temporarily unable to move. Luo Lan knows this weakness too well. After all, this was used when they captured Crocodile. So, this problem can be fixed. Also, the devil fruit is exactly what Silas said, it is a product of genetic technology, not a natural one. As for the 5th level gene products mentioned in the system, what exactly is this 5th level concept? Luo Lan doesn't know yet. In short, Luo Lan thinks that 1 billion is still worth it to solve the biggest weakness of Logia's devil fruit. Confirm improvements. Ding, after deducting 100,000 points, host currently has 3.372 million remaining points. Ding, Shasha fruit has been improved, please host to retrieve the sample. Ding, the improved version of Shasha fruit is ready to be cloned. The single price is 300,000 points and the time is 3 days. Ding, according to the system characteristics of Super Clone Factory, the price of a single clone is changed to 90,000 points, and the time is changed to 36 hours. One is produced in a day and a half. Each one has 90,000 points, which is 900 million Baileys. You say it's expensive, but it's really not expensive. After all, if you are looking for someone to buy it, let alone whether it can be purchased. Even if it is available, a Logia devil fruit cannot be purchased for 900 million. Not to mention, it is a Logia fruit that solves its fatal weakness. This clone factory smells so good. System, clone 1 first. Ding, cloning starts, 90,000 host points are deducted, the current remaining host points are 3.282 million, and the cloning time is 36 hours. Advertisement. The next moment, the entire cloning factory became busy. As for the robots, except for the 2 at the door, the rest are in front of the machine equipment and are constantly operating. Luo Lan did not stay here longer, but walked outside the factory. Also take out the phone bug. Blue brew brew. This is the science department, I'm Silas. Silas, how is the clinical trial on living devil fruit peeling going? Fleet Admiral, speaking of this matter, it's all thanks to your idea. How to say? Luo Lan suddenly became interested. Asked quickly. It's like this. When we reached the 37th test, the experimental subject died due to unknown reasons and could not be rescued. Subsequently, at the 87th time, a second death occurred in the same manner. Although the probability is not high, if you encounter it, you will die. So we've done a lot of research on this. In the end, after conducting nearly 200 clinical trials and losing 4 experimental subjects, we finally understood the problem and made targeted improvements to the suspended animation drug. Subsequently, we have completed 1,270 tests on the improved suspended animation drug, and all of them were perfectly successful. Hearing this, Luo Lan's mouth twitched suddenly. Although the method of this clinical trial was proposed by myself. But Silas and the others are really ruthless. In such a short time, nearly 1,500 tests were carried out. The most important thing is that 4 people died in 200 tests. In other words, the last guy suffered 1,270 deaths alone. You must know that all the pirates who died in Junline's hands have been killed long ago, and those who are still alive are either fake pirates who have never harmed civilians, or users with devil fruit abilities. Therefore, after the 4 ability users die, it is impossible to replace them with others. After all, you can't use those who are guilty of crimes that are not worthy of death, or those who rule over yourself, to conduct experiments that involve the risk of death. So, the last guy took it all on his own and was killed 1,270 times. Luo Lan felt a little pity for him. Simply, too bad. Silas, I want an answer right now. Can the devil fruit exfoliation surgery be performed without risk now? Yes, you can, I'm sure, Fleet Admiral. Very good, be prepared over there, I will send Ace there, you know what happens next. The words fell. Luo Lan stopped talking nonsense and hung up the phone directly. Then, he called Tina and asked her to find Ace, take him to the science department and hand him over to Silas. At the same time, Tina watched the whole process from the side and then told herself the answer. To be honest, this phone call made Tina feel a little confused. If you want Ace to go find Silas, then tell him directly. Why do you have to take Ace with you? Advertisement. Also, why do you want to watch the whole process from the sidelines? What exactly do you want to see for yourself? Tina was confused. As for the end, let yourself give Luo Lan an answer. No, at least tell me what this answer is about. 10 minutes later, Tina came to the Underground Scientific Research Institute and entered the room where Silas and others were. And following behind her was Ace. Silas, we are here, what is going on? Huh, Fleet Admiral didn't tell you. No, he just asked Tina to watch the whole process and then give him a definite answer. Tina's face was full of doubts. But Silas understood. Since Fleet Admiral didn't tell you, I can't say it casually. Anyway, when we operate it later, you will understand it by watching from the side. Okay, Ace, come here and lie down on the test bed. Ace is also full of questions. However, he and Silas already knew each other. Although he didn't know what he was doing, he also knew that this guy would not harm him. He quickly came to the edge of the experimental table and lay down on it. Then, the man in the white coat next to him took out a sea tower stone and placed it on Ace's chest, instantly rendering him powerless. After all, Logia's ability user, the ability to passively element. Make it impossible for them to take the needle. Now that the sea and the stone are on the same side, that's no problem. Inject the needle and start the infusion. With thousands of operations experience, they are very skilled at this job. Silas, what on earth are you doing? Ace, who was paralyzed because of Halu Stone, asked. Don't worry, I'm just sending you to death once, don't worry. What are you talking about? What do you mean by sending me there? Halfway through the sentence, Ace's consciousness began to blur, and after a few seconds, he simply lost consciousness. At the same time, the electrocardiogram display device next to it also had a white line drawn across it. Several people in white coats quickly stepped forward and covered them with a piece of black cloth. This picture. Tina next to her just doesn't know how to do it. It felt like Ace had died, and the doctor covered him with a cloth. The only difference is that the white cloth has turned into black cloth. What on earth are you doing? Chapter 181 Not Afraid of Halushi's Thunderous Fruit. Ace. Dead. Tina stared blankly at the dazzling straight line representing the heartbeat on the device. Everyone was confused. The next moment, she rushed forward and grabbed Silas by the collar. His eyes burst into anger. What on earth did you do? Major General Tina, calm down first, Ace is not dead. Explain what is going on to Tina. Silas looked helpless. I thought, couldn't Luo Lan explain it to Tina in advance? This is fake death, in order to make the devil fruit think that the host is dead and escape. Suspended animation. Tina was stunned. Then he remembered what Luo Lan said to him. After reading it, tell him your decision. What decision? Could it be? So, what Luo Lan means is that we can peel off the devil fruit at will and replace it with another fruit ability. Yes, and Fleet Admiral seems to have mastered the ability to copy devil fruit. In other words, after Ace's thunder fruit is peeled off, we can create more thunder fruits. Hiss. Tina's outlook was completely shattered. So, when Luo Lan said about letting yourself make a decision, did you mean do you want to change your ability? For example, thunder fruit. Is this true? Just when Tina looked blank. Over at the test bench, a man in a white coat had taken out a fruit with lightning patterns from under the black cloth. Minister, the thunder fruit has been peeled off. Okay, start the recovery procedure immediately. Yes, a group of people in white coats were busy again. Start adding another drug to Ace's infusion. 1 minute later. The electrocardiogram, which was originally a straight line, suddenly fluctuated. And Ace, also 3 minutes later, slowly opened his eyes. He looked confused and had no idea what was happening. But soon, the previous memories emerged bit by bit. He came to the laboratory and lay down on the experimental table as Silas asked. Advertisement. Later, this guy actually placed a piece of seafloor stone on his chest, and seemed to inject a strange unknown liquid into his body. And then, you seem to be dead. But he doesn't seem to be dead. Ace put his right palm in front of him and made a fist. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Then he raised another finger, but the expected current did not appear. What's going on? He turned around and saw Tina looking blankly at a devil fruit in her hand. Wait, why does that devil fruit look so familiar? Isn't this the thunder fruit I ate before? Also, what about my abilities? Hey, what on earth did you do to me? Half an hour later. Tina took Ace to the super clone factory. Seeing Luo Lan hand over the thunder fruit to a robot, Ace's face was full of resentment. Although he already knew the cause and effect, he also knew that the thunder fruit was only temporarily stripped away. After Luo Lan analyzed it, he could eat it again and regain his abilities. However, whenever I think about eating devil fruits, Ace felt a chill. He really didn't want to experience that kind of pain like eating shit again. The analysis is still 50,000 points. The time is still 1 hour. Soon, it was completed. Ding, analysis completed. This item is a level 5 genetic technology product. Ding, a level 3 flaw has been detected. After genetic modification, the ability is restrained by some special substances, such as the special particles contained in Halu Stone. It requires 300,000 points to improve the flaw. Host, do you confirm to continue? Close black lens bracket. Found another defect. I have to say, the probability is quite high. Luo Lan was a little surprised. After carefully reading the defect description, I was even more surprised. The flaw that is restrained by Halu Stone. Can this be improved? Is 300,000 points expensive? Expensive, equivalent to 3 billion Baileys. But, use 3 billion belly to create a thunder fruit template that is not afraid of sea towers and rocks. Then, 300,000 points is a great value. Continue, of course continue. Ding, after deducting 300,000 points, host currently has 2.932 million remaining points. Ding, thunder fruit has been improved, please host to retrieve the sample. Ding, the improved version of Xianglei is ready to be cloned. The single price is 500,000 points and the time is 5 days. Advertisement. Ding, according to the system characteristics of Super Clone Factory, the price of a single clone is changed to 150,000 points, and the time is changed to 60 hours. Good guy, cloning price and time are also more expensive than Shasha fruit. But, it's worth it. 1 every 2 days and a half. Luo Lan immediately added 3 improved versions of Thunder Fruit to the clone queue. After crossing out 450,000 points, 2.482 million points remain. Even though Luo Lan spent more than half of his points today, all he needs to do next is South Blue's Pele come back. Is the copied Thunder Fruit superior to the original one, or is it an improved one that is not afraid of the Sea Tower Stone? Listen to Luo Lan's strange mood. Ace snatched away the Thunder Fruit and looked at Luo Lan warily. Luo Lan suddenly showed a strange smile. Then, he saw the original Thunder Fruit sent by the robot. I'm afraid this guy will do something wrong again. Ace, are you sure you want this one? And the original Thunder Fruit that Ace threw aside. However, in the future, there will be a full recruit species of marine aviation in the marine of King's Landing. The points in Luo Lan's hands will become more and more abundant. It's Luo Lan. Originally she just wanted to tease Ace, but this change. Hey, it's a pity. The Thunder Fruit produced by the Super Clone Factory is an improved version and can be used without fear of the Sea Tower Stone. What if? I wanted you to use this improved version, but who knew? You love the original version so much, forget it, just do whatever you want. You shouldn't watch your brother eat such low-quality products, right? What did this guy say just now? Ace was completely confused. Ace's quick change of expression left Tina stunned. The next King's Landing will completely enter the stage of large-scale mass production of new battleships and various devil fruits. Brother, you are my brother. Ace looked down at the original Thunder Fruit in his hand. Gosh, I really didn't expect that, Ace, you still have this side. It smells bad instantly. At least at the A-level fortification stage, you don't have to worry about Bailey at all. It's time for Junline to take a big step forward in aviation. Thinking of this, Luo Lan became a little excited. There is a lot of gold in hand, coupled with Karina's continuous operation. Of course, after Hodi's arrives in the next few days. Be ready to eat it right away. When did you become an inferior product? It's too much. Real or fake? Well, Marine is still Marine. However, just when he was about to speak. The points can be turned back into more than 5 million immediately. Chapter 182 Kidnapped BB. Above Rhodes Island, at an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. A huge airship is staying there at the moment. There is a very strange bulge at the bottom of the cabin below it. This is nothing else but a set of warning radars. Its scanning range even reaches 3,000 kilometers. From the current position, it can even monitor most of the East Daxia Sea. Even the Great Sea and land can include half of its paradise under surveillance. Don't be too outrageous. The key is that the location of this radar can still be moved. After all, it is an airship. With this thing in place, plus the optical shielding tower being built, then Rhode Island's security will be improved like never before. The only remaining problem is how to solve the territorial area of 10,000 square kilometers. Otherwise, no matter how many Baileys you have, you will not be able to upgrade to an S-level fortress builder. To this end, Luo Lan kept flipping through the building modules of the system. Finally, after finding the A-level fortification builder, a new special building was added. Open Black Lens Bracket Island Expansion Module Close Black Lens Bracket. Grade. A grade. Site selection requirements. Sea surface adjacent to the territory. Construction requirements. 3 A-level construction teams. Working hours. 30 days. Material. 880,000 standard building materials. Drawing price. 980,000 points. Characteristic slot. 0. Follow the system instructions. This is a building that extends the island territory. To put it bluntly, you can actually understand it as an offshore platform. It's just that this offshore platform is connected to the island and built, as if the island extends outward. Each island expansion module is fixed at 10 square kilometers. A rough calculation shows that based on the current area of Rhode Island being approximately 400 square kilometers, the distance requirement of 10,000 kilometers is still 9,600 square kilometers short. Then, 960 island expansion modules need to be built. Good guy, although you don't need to purchase the blueprints repeatedly if you build it repeatedly, the standard building materials worth 880,000 points each. 844.8 million points. That's 8,448 billion Baileys. Luo Lan even doubted that if all the Baileys in the entire pirate world were added together, there would be such a number. That's outrageous. Advertisement. Directly reject it. However, if we don't use this method, how can we expand our territory? Luo Lan continued to scroll down. Soon, another special A-class building was discovered. Island splicing module. Grade. A grade. Site selection requirements. The connection between islands. Construction requirements. 3 A-level construction teams. Working hours. 60 days. Material. 1,280,000 standard building materials. Drawing price. 1,050,000 points. Characteristic slot. 0. Like the expansion module just now, this splicing module also has no feature slots. As for its functionality, following the system instructions, 2 adjacent islands can be connected. Not only the surface of the island, but even the part under the sea will be built with special structures and connected together. Finally, a 10-kilometer-long solid link was created. To ensure absolute stability after splicing. Compared to the one just now. Obviously this is more practical. Just find a large island, drive Rhodes Island over, and finish the construction. If the size is not enough, look for a few more small islands over there to make up the number. Of course, the premise is that you must first find the golden lion and seize its fluttering fruit. And all of this is not accomplished in a short time. Because once this is done, King's Landing will be exposed to the public. After all the larger islands in this world are on the charts. Want an island that no one has ever discovered? Basically impossible. Therefore, no matter which large island Luo Lan wants to find a merger with, this will inevitably expose the entire Rhode Island to the public. Before making all preparations, Luo Lan decided not to rush to upgrade to S level for the time being. It is not necessary to be able to overthrow the world government, but at least within a short period of time, it must be able to protect itself in the face of the world government. Only in this way can we come to the bright side and start promoting the upgrade of S-class fortification builders. Recently, Alabasta is in some trouble. Advertisement. Crocodile's disappearance is probably inseparable from his plans in Alabasta. Ask directly to meet King Cobra. Luo Lan was hit. That night, Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta kingdom, was abducted by unidentified people in the palace. For example, naturally, I rushed back to my hometown. And Cobra also called for help. There are a large number of retirements and recruitments every year. Of course, the three of them didn't believe Cobra's words at all. Therefore, CP9's Jabra, Natsutori, and Owl, who were responsible for the investigation, set their sights on the Alabasta kingdom. Yes, it's like disappearing. In the past 2 or 3 years, this guy has been hiding in Alabasta and planning something secretly. Therefore, world government arranged for members of CP9 to investigate Crocodile's problem. So, where did the remaining 12,000 people go? The result can be imagined. Cobra just used the reason he had prepared long ago to prevaricate. After all, it is a kingdom with tens of millions of people and hundreds of thousands of standing troops. After more than half a month of investigation, they really found out something. What's the result? These people can no longer be found in the Alabasta kingdom. Although there is no evidence, the three people intuitively believe that as long as they figure out this issue, they can make a major breakthrough in the crocodile matter. 30,000 people is really not a big deal. So, they simply walked out of the darkness and came directly to the palace's world government officials. Soon they discovered that Crocodile was last seen on the volcanic island, and at the same time. This in itself is not a problem. No matter what the reason is, they believe it. Although this guy is a bit hot-headed, he is still the face of world government and one of the Shichibukai. Disappear overnight. Alabasta has recently conducted several conscriptions, totaling about 30,000 people. The problem of missing contact was that he disappeared on his way back to Alabasta after leaving the volcanic island. However, according to the secret investigation of the three people, the number of recruits trained in the Alabasta Kingdom Army is only 18,000. If he was killed by someone inexplicably, it would definitely be a big deal. Whereabouts unknown. No matter how I checked, there was no result. Because, the world government suddenly discovered that there had been no news about Crocodile for a long time. All I know is that each time there were as few as 1,000 people and as many as 2,000 people. Chapter 183 Junline's rapid reaction force arrives as quickly as possible. CP9. Jabra, Nuri, and Owl. After listening to Cobra's explanation and the description of the three people, the names of these three people immediately appeared in Luo Lan's mind. After all, these three guys are so unique. It doesn't matter if you don't guess correctly. Therefore, the three people, who were unable to obtain information directly from Cobra, kidnapped Vivi directly. And then trying to use Vivi to make Cobra compromise. After all, Cobra is a complete slave to his daughter, and finding this out is not difficult at all for an intelligence organization like CP9. Your Majesty Cobra, don't worry. I will arrange for someone to come over and help you handle this matter. But they asked me to give a reply by tomorrow at the latest. I'm afraid. Don't worry, we'll be there in an hour. Hear this. Cobra's eyes widened. 1 hour. Could it be that King's Landing's base is in my country, Alabasta? In fact, it's not surprising that Cobra would think so. After all, according to the concept of this era, a sailing ship can only reach a speed of 7 or 8 knots an hour. What does this mean? That is, you stand in the port and see a ship appear on the sea level. Then the distance between you and the ship is almost the distance that a sailboat can sail in 1 hour. Furthermore, the kingdom of Alabasta is located in the hinterland. No matter which port in the kingdom you land at, you have to walk for a day to reach Albana. Even if you go north along the Santala River, you will land directly to the west of Albana. But just in the Centaura River alone, you have to sail hundreds of nautical miles first. Therefore, no matter which of the above situations is the case, according to Cobra's understanding, if he can reach the Alabasta Palace in 1 hour, then there is no other reasonable explanation except that the king's landing base is within his own country. Luo Lan didn't explain to Cobrado either. He just asked him to wait in the palace, and then called Tina, Ace, and Zoro. It has been less than half a month since the super clone factory was completed. The three of them are the first batch of users with improved version of Thunder Fruit. Of course, Zoro was very resistant to this at first, saying that he wanted to focus on swordsmanship and didn't need devil fruits. However, after being fooled by Luo Lan, Bei could no longer be found. Especially what Luo Lan said. Zoro, I've already thought of your next nickname for you. Well, how about the name Zoro, the greatest swordsman in the world, Thunder Sword God? Isn't it powerful and domineering enough? Think about it, every move you make from now on will be accompanied by flashes of thunder all over your body. That scene, tisk tisk. Isn't it handsome? So, Zoro ate the devil fruit in a daze. This is how the Thunder Trio became today. At the same time, he is also the first batch of members of King's Landing's new rapid reaction force. There is one Kizaru in our headquarters, and I have a bunch of them in Junline. Advertisement. Isn't this too much? It's just a pity that the speed is slower than Kizaru. Yes, just a little slower, not a lot slower. Because, that guy Kizaru, although he shouts, have you ever been kicked by light, all day long, in fact. What nonsense. This guy can't reach the speed of light at all. If he could really reach the speed of light, then he would be invincible in the pirate world, right? You can fly around the pirate world 10 times in 1 second. At the same time, as long as you take action, no one can avoid it. An attack means a hit, which means the speed of light. It's useless for anyone to come. But it is a pity that although this product is a shining fruit, it cannot reach the speed of light at all, not even 1/10,000th of the speed of light. It's just a little faster than those with thunder fruit abilities. Well, the speed is very limited. That's too far. In short, the first commander of the new rapid reaction force is Tina. As for the team members, there are currently only 2 people. Ace and Zoro. In addition, Rhode Island is located in a windless zone and is very close to Alabasta. As long as there is no wind zone, less than 100 nautical miles is Alabasta. According to Tana, we can arrive within 3 hours. Tina and the 3 of them. Not even 3 minutes. A quick batch. Therefore, Luo Lan gave Cobra an hour to talk. It's already very conservative. How familiar are you with the power of the thunder fruit these days? TCH, is there anything familiar? I've already used it very well. No one asked you. I saw Ace making noise there. Luo Lan immediately despised the past. Then looked at Tina and Zoro. After all, the 2 of them ate the fruit, one for 8 days and the other for only 5 days. Unlike that guy Ace, he has had the thunder fruit for almost 2 months. Tina and Zoro have been giving lectures in Silas during this period and have not started to actually develop the thunder fruit. However, basic elementalization and fast movement after elementalization are absolutely no problem. Tina replied. Zoro on the side also nodded. This is also Luo Lan's request, just like the former Ace. Before officially developing thunder fruit, learn some relevant basic knowledge. Advertisement. After all, if you learn mathematics, physics and chemistry well, you will be able to develop extraordinary fruits. This is not said for nothing. Hearing the answer, Luo Lan nodded. That's enough. After all, the opponent this time is just CP9. Regardless of the original work, CP9 can be regarded as a group of boss monsters that Wang Lufei encountered. But actually, it's really not that Luo Lan looks down on CP9. In addition to Lu Qi, even Jabra and Kaku, whose strength is second only to Lu Qi, only have a power value of over 2000. No, at this point in time, I am afraid that the 2000 power value has not been reached. As for the other people, their total number is less than 1000. Most of them are around 800, and some are even over 600. Good guy, as long as the ordinary soldiers in King's Landing have completed the recruitment training, they all start at 500. Some have served for more than 3 months and have some talent. Nowadays, the power level is in the thousands, and the Grandmaster Marine has 6 forms. So, except for Lu Qi, Jabra and Kaku, if the other members of CP9 were placed here in King's Landing, they would just be the most ordinary grassroots soldiers. As for Lu Qi and the 3 of them, although he has some strength, it is in front of Tina, who has nearly 10,000 power points, and Ace and Zoro, whose power points exceed 7,000. It's really not enough to watch. It even feels like bullying children. Then you all go for a run. Well, by the way, after finishing Alabasta's matter, let's stop by the capital of 7 waters. Help me bring someone a message, and by the way, help me bring someone back. After giving a detailed explanation, Luo Lan let them set off. Just a few minutes later. Kingdom of Alabasta, capital Albana. On the large platform at the top of the palace, Cobra's face was filled with anxiety. Almost every minute, he would ask about Ikaram. How much time has passed? However, after asking repeatedly for more than 10 times, the time. It was only 10 minutes. For the first time, Cobra felt the passage of time. Why is it so slow? But the next moment, 3 thunderbolts streaked across the sky and headed straight towards the palace. The speed was so fast that no one had time to react. Immediately afterwards, those 3 thunderbolts all fell on the platform. Chapter 184 set off to rescue the princess. Protect the king. 3 thunderbolts landed directly on the platform, only about 10 meters away from Cobra. Ikaram immediately noticed that this was no ordinary thunder. Immediately shouted. More than a dozen soldiers around him immediately rushed over and surrounded Cobra. He raised Alabasta's unique long-handled weapon and aimed it at the place where the thunder fell. Everyone put down their weapons. King, it's okay, we're one of our own. Cobra patted Ikaram on the shoulder and walked out of the group of guards. On the opposite side, being guarded by soldiers, were 3 people wearing King's Landing uniforms and masks. With this outfit, how could Cobra not know who the other party was? However, he was also extremely shocked at this moment. Luo Lan said before that she would arrive within an hour. But now, it's all calculated, so it's only 10 minutes, right? However, now was not the time to be in a daze. Cobra quickly welcomed the 3 of them into the palace. And at the same time, it is less than 1 kilometer away from the royal palace. In the basement of a mobile home, Vivi was gagged and tied to a stake. Although, the entire Albana was under martial law and searches were going on from house to house. The search here is not very strict. It was completely dark under the lights. What are you doing to capture a little girl? Just capture Cobra directly. With our methods, I don't believe you can ask. Jabra is very dissatisfied with the actions of Nuri and Owl. For him, it's either to catch the real master or to kill someone. Kidnapping a little girl is somewhat embarrassing. Jabra expressed disdain. In the previous assassination, in order to lure him out, why didn't you kill his brothers and sisters today and his wife and daughter tomorrow? The owl shot back, and this immediately made Jabra furious. You still dare to say that time, if you hadn't told people that we were here to assassinate the target, would you have worked so hard to force him to show up later? Seeing that the two began to expose each other's shortcomings again, Yutori also stepped forward and stood in the middle. We are all colleagues, let's not fight among ourselves. What we need to consider now is whether Cobra will take the bait tomorrow. In the tone of Kabuki, Nudori said with his own BGM while making exaggerated movements. HMPH, if she doesn't take the bait, I'll chop off one of her daughter's arms and send her to the palace. I don't believe that Cobra's daughter's slave can still bear it. Hearing this, the other 2 people looked at him with contempt. Who just said that we were too despicable to kidnap a little girl? Advertisement. As a result, you are going to cut off your hands and feet. No, the Neferudali family is somewhat special. Intimidation is fine, but this method cannot be used without authorization. Nushitori quickly spoke up to remind him. Although he didn't know the specific situation of the Neferudali family, Spandam had given special instructions before setting off. Let them put aside all the tricks they used in the past. Before getting authorization, you must not be cruel to the Neferudali family. Tisk. Trouble. Jabra looked unhappy. This was the first time he encountered such an embarrassing task. This is not allowed. That is not allowed. Trouble as hell. Inside the palace of Albana, Cobra gave Tina and the 3 of them a detailed explanation of all the situations. So, even though the entire Albana was under martial law and searched house to house, nothing was found. Yes, Cobra nodded. This is also where he gets a headache. So, what about around the palace? For example, the buildings outside the palace. Actually, Tina discovered it just now. Just a few hundred meters away from me, I saw 3 strong men. Of course, this strong man is aimed at other people in Albanana. Although these 3 people are very weak to Tina and others, they are very powerful to ordinary Alabasta people. This immediately caught Tina's attention. Outside the palace, Cobra was stunned. Then, he immediately came back to his senses and realized what Tina was asking. That's where the Kingdom Guard members' camps are located, as well as where their families are stationed. In Alabasta, the regular army was divided into 2 parts. One is the King's Army, with an active strength of approximately 400,000 people. The other is the Kingdom Guard, with a strength of only 2,000 people. They are responsible for guarding the palace and protecting royal members. Therefore, the camp of 2,000 people, as well as all their families, were arranged next to the palace. Among the Kingdom Guards, is there anyone who is 10 times more powerful than him? Tina raised her hand and pointed at Ikaram. At this moment, both Cobra and Ikaram were stunned. 10 times stronger. How is that possible? Absolutely not. That's all right, the goal has been set, just leave the rest to us. Advertisement. Tina nodded, stood up in a flash, and walked out. Ace and Zoro also hurriedly followed. Only Cobra and Ikaram were left with confused faces. Have you found their location? Tina is shocked, you didn't even notice. What's wrong with you? If we don't fight now, what am I going to do with that thing? Then he turned to Zoro and asked. Under this logic, naturally no problem can be found. Okay, let's just pretend that Tina didn't say anything. What about you, Zoro? You can't do anything after seeing the S*X. Well, Tina was too lazy to continue talking. Zoro, then you didn't find anything wrong when you looked at the S*X. Weak people who are weaker than themselves. For Zoro, they are indeed weak. No, the distance is only a few hundred meters. Are you two so knowledgeable? No, it's quite normal. Hearing this, Tina nodded. No, what exactly is going on with your sight, hearing, and color? Well, Tina's eyes widened with disbelief on her face. From this perspective, there is nothing wrong with it. These 2 guys. Don't you realize there are 3 guys there who are far better than the others? One is too lazy to activate the wisdom color, and the other activates the wisdom color, but for those who are weaker than him, they are all classified into the same level, that is. But having said that, since you have seen, heard, and felt, then. Is there something wrong there? Why didn't Zoro find out? Tina didn't understand it at first. But after a few seconds, he suddenly came to his senses. It's not that this guy's knowledge is too great, it's that he can't move at all. Rushed over quickly. Tina understood. After all, they are all much weaker than Zoro, so they are not worth caring about. Sure enough, Zoro is much more reliable than Ace. Yes, directly ask the two of them to follow him to the hiding place of the Jabra trio. They all feel weak, no difference. It's in this direction, less than 600 meters away. Can't your knowledge cover it? Yes, they all feel weak, there is no difference. What about the direction I just mentioned? When I was on the top platform of the palace, I covered it with the color of knowledge. Chapter 185. Use every trick to sue the world government. It's contact time. It's time to report to the commander. The owl looked at the time, then took out the phone bug. Just get ready to call out. However, an arc of electricity suddenly flashed across the room. There was no warning. The next moment, the phone bug in the owl's hand. Already cooked. There was even an alluring aroma of barbecue. The three of them were suddenly startled. Then he came back to his senses instantly. Enemy attack. However, the intruders did not give them any time to react. Boom. With a loud bang, a bolt of thunder struck directly through the roof, and immediately two palms were attached to the faces of the owl and Natsuri respectively. He pressed their heads hard to the ground and opened two big holes. Jabra was startled and immediately wanted to take action against the figure. But a blue slash suddenly fell from the top of his head. Jabra quickly crossed his hands and put them on his head. And launched the iron block. But the next moment, his arms were like tofu, cut off without any hindrance. Immediately afterwards, a bone-deep knife wound spread from his right shoulder to his left waist. A large amount of blood sprayed wildly, and the whole person fell straight down. Everything happens in the blink of an eye. 3 CP9 agents were captured in an instant. One of them was even seriously injured and dying. At the same time, in the next room, Tina took the strip of cloth from Vivi's mouth and helped her untie it. Who are you? Don't worry, it was your father who asked us to rescue you, he is not a bad person. That's it, then father. I guess he will rush in another minute. Tina used her experience to sense it and said. Then he took Vivi out of the room. As a result, as soon as the door opened, I said, you can't do it, seaweed head. This time you have one less person than me. That's because you were cheating. You agreed to do it together, but when the count reached 2, you started to do it first. Yes, take action when you count to 2. Isn't this common sense? Advertisement. Screw your common sense, count down from 3, how can it end at 2? But you didn't say you can't count to 2, right? Ace just acted rogue and killed him without telling him to count to 1, so counting to 2 counted as the start, so there was nothing wrong with it. Zoro, on the other hand, looked full of contempt. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Tina was also a little speechless. These two living treasures will end up like this every time they go on a mission together. Just shout loudly. Ace and Zoro instantly calmed down. This is not honest. After all, they had been dishonest before and were severely beaten by Tina. Who told them not to be able to FK Tina? He who knows the current affairs is a hero. The two of them still understood this sentence. Well, you know how to get beaten up. At this moment, Cobra also rushed in with Ikaram. Vivi, are you okay? I'm fine, father, are they King's Landing? Vivi blinked her big eyes and asked Cobra. Although the previous transaction between King's Landing and Cobra had not been seen by Vivi. But Junline is quite famous now. With such an obvious uniform, it would be weird if he couldn't be recognized anymore. Cobra hesitated. If possible, he didn't want Vivi to be involved in these things. But then I thought about it, now Vivi has been kidnapped by people from the world government, and it's impossible not to get involved. And the biggest problem is, once King's Landing takes action, it will directly break up with the world government. From now on, whether it's yourself, Vivi, or the Kingdom of Alabasta. What to do? King Cobra, Luo Lan asked us to bring you a message before coming. What words? Luo Lan said, since things are already like this, then the king, you can just use his plan. How can you take advantage of the situation? Cobra didn't understand. It's very simple. Since Vivi has been kidnapped, let's keep being kidnapped. At the same time, His Majesty Cobra can hold the world government accountable. Just say that the 3 agents of CP9 kidnapped Princess Vivi and ask the world government to release her. Cobra and Ikaram looked at each other. Can it still be like this? Advertisement. But Vivi has been rescued. Yeah, but no one knows, right? What Luo Lan means is to pretend that today's rescue operation never happened, then kill Wei Wei who was kidnapped by CP9, and ask the world government to release him. Yes, and you want to make this matter bigger and make it known to other participating countries, and Luo Lan will also contact Morgans to cooperate with you. I understand, this is the only way to protect the entire kingdom and at the same time make the world government afraid to touch me. Right, Tina nodded. This is the best way at the moment. After doing this, if something happens to Cobra, it won't matter if it's the world government's fault or not. This blame will be placed on them. This will put everyone in the participating countries in danger and shake the stability of the world. As long as the 5 elders are not stupid enough to reach a certain threshold, then not only will they not touch Cobra, they will also have to ensure that nothing happens to Alabasta. If this is the case, what should Vivi do? Once she is discovered by people from the world government, won't everything be over? Cobra pondered for a moment and then asked. Yes, this is a very serious issue. Cobra didn't believe that he could hide Vivi in front of the world government. Regarding this matter, Luo Lan also said that Princess Vivi was allowed to stay in King's Landing temporarily. Even if she is exposed in the future, King Cobra can explain it by saying that Vivi was kidnapped by King's Landing and wrongly blamed CP9, right? Don't worry, Luo Lan said that in up to a year, he can ensure that Princess Wei Wei no longer needs to hide. Regarding Luo Lan's words, Cobra still trusted him. Then, he turned to look at Vivi. Vivi still has to be willing to do this. Father, I am willing. I just want to see what kind of place King's Landing is. Okay, if that's the case, then go ahead. Belle happens to be there too, so he can take care of you. What? Belle is in King's Landing? Vivi was shocked. No wonder I haven't seen Belle recently. Every time I asked my father, I was told that Belle had been run away on a mission by him. Unexpectedly, he actually ran to King's Landing. To be honest, after the shock, Vivi was quite happy. After all, going to a strange place where no one knows you, and meeting someone you know even though it's a strange place. These are two completely different concepts. Especially for a little girl like Vivi who is not yet an adult. Okay, our ship will arrive in 2 days, and then let Princess Vivi and the new batch of soldiers set off together. Well, by the way, these 3 guys should be handed over to us, the king, too. Tina said, pointing to the 3 CP9 members on the ground who had been shackled by Shanghai Tower stones. After all, they have to go to the capital of Seven Waters later, but there is no way to stay and deal with the aftermath. Okay, no problem. Cobra agreed directly. Chapter 186 Cooperation with Ace Bagu. The distance between the Seven Waters and Alabasta is approximately 1,600 nautical miles. At the speed of Tina and the others, even if they stopped at 2 islands to rest for a while, it only took them 3 hours to arrive. Carrera Corporation. The residence of Mayor Ace Bagu is also the headquarters of Carrera Company. This is the place with the tightest security on the entire island. Inside the office, Ace Bagu was looking at the documents with a frown on his face. It's not that something happened, but he really didn't want to deal with these things, it was tiring and boring. However, feeling the eyes waiting for him, Ace Bagu also shrank his neck and started working seriously. It's true that my secretary is too strict. But neither of them noticed that there were 3 more people in the office at this moment. Just behind Khalifa, a hand knife was swung down, and Khalifa suddenly felt pain in the back of his neck, and then lost consciousness. He fell straight down. Fortunately, Tina stretched out her hand to block it, otherwise the fall would have been serious. Are you from King's Landing? Noticing the movement, Ace Bagu raised his head. I was instantly confused. His secretary fainted and fell to the ground, and there were 3 more people in the office for no apparent reason. Ace Bagu, someone wants to talk to you. Who? Our leader in King's Landing. Ace Bagu's performance surprised Tina. Because, this guy is really too calm. Except for a hint of surprise at the beginning, there was nothing else later, and there was no expression of fear. Immediately afterwards, Tina took out the phone and dialed. After a while, the call was connected. Mr. Ace Bagu, I'm sorry to contact you in this way, but we have to be careful, after all. The entire city of Seven Waters has been infiltrated into a sieve by CP9. Ace Bagu frowned. Others may not know what CP9 is, but he knows it very well. The city of Seven Waters was penetrated into a sieve by CP9. How is this possible? Why should I believe you? Rob Lucci, the strongest person in CP9 for 800 years, is also known as the most powerful and ruthless killing weapon in the history of CP9, and is also the chief of CP9 today. Advertisement. What? You mean Lucci? Ace Bagu could no longer keep calm, his face was full of shock. Haha, not only Lucci, but also Kaku, who is also the foreman with Lucci, and your secretary Khalifa, they are all agents of CP9. Ah, by the way, there is also a bar owner named Bruno in the Seven Waters City, who is also an agent of CP9. ... Everyone in Ace Bagu is numb. Are there so many CP9 people around me? Even his own secretary. Turning his head and looking at Khalifa who was lying on the ground, Ace Bagu's expression was extremely complicated. So, tell me this, what do you need? Cooperate. Cooperate. Yes, cooperation. I wonder, Mr. Ace Bagu, if you know about our shipbuilding capabilities in King's Landing. Luo Lan confirmed. Ace Bagu looked weird. King's Landing's shipbuilding capabilities. Isn't this King's Landing a wanted organization? Does it have a high level of shipbuilding? He didn't understand. At this time, Tina took out a blueprint and handed it to Ace Bagu. After the latter unfolded it, he found that it was a design drawing of a battleship. However, he couldn't understand this design at all. First of all, the design of the lower cabin is very strange, and secondly, the upper ship island is even more strange. In particular, this ship didn't even have a sail. Also, what are the 3 sets of large fans at the bottom? In short, Ace Bagu, who came into contact with this kind of design for the first time, has too many things in his mind at the moment that he wants to do. However, Tina did not give him this opportunity and time. Because, she has already taken back the design drawings. Mr. Ace Bagu, the design drawing just now is actually a warship made entirely of steel. Impossible, unless it's Pluton, right? Although Ace Bagu realized something was wrong, he held his tongue and did not say Pluton's name. But then, Luo Lan spoke up for him. This made Ace Bagu feel a little flustered. Don't worry, if I wanted Pluton, I would have attacked Frankie long ago. What do you mean? I don't understand. Advertisement. Ace Baku, it doesn't make sense to say that. Isn't Pluton in the secret compartment in Frankie's abdomen? Ace Bagu is really anxious this time. How did this biggest secret come to be known to Junline? I said don't worry. If my target is Pluton, do you think Frankie can escape? Okay, I believe you. Then, do you want me to help you build that ship just now? Ace Bagu nodded. Indeed, as Luo Lan said, if he really wanted Pluton, he would just attack Frankie directly. With the abilities shown by the three Junline people just now. If they really want to take action, Frankie will never be able to escape. Although Ace Bagu is weak, he still has vision. After all, the city of Seven Waters, especially Carrera Company, is exposed to all kinds of pirates all day long. Even sometimes, the big pirates of the New World would come to Carrera to customize their sailboats. Therefore, Ace Bagu's eyes are definitely very poisonous. No, that ship is just one of the ships that we have eliminated in King's Landing, and all of them were sold to Marine. The cooperation I want to discuss is to let Carrera Company take over the construction of our next generation warships. The first batch will be 32 ship. What? Those are just the first generation warships that were eliminated by you, and they were all bought back as treasures by the military buyers, and you are going to start building the second generation warships. Yes, but we are short of workers. Luo Lan said. Actually, if you really want to say it, Luo Lan is not short of people. After all, there is no shortage of money now, and the cost of shipbuilders is not as expensive as that of scientific researchers. However, it is difficult to improve system biochemical humans. So, if there is a chance, Luo Lan still wants to recruit talents from the Aboriginal people. Whether it is ability improvement or breaking through the final X level, Aboriginals are much less difficult than cyborgs. As for Carrera's foreman, one by one, Luo Lan estimated that the lowest was A level, and there could even be several S level. As for other ordinary workers, most of them are B level. If a group of these people are brought back, they will have a great impact on the speed of shipbuilding this time and the development of the shipbuilding industry in the future. That's all very helpful. Of course, if you can take the entire Carrera Company away. That is naturally better. Although this is unlikely, after all, Ace Bagu is the mayor of the Seven Waters capital, and there is no way he can leave here.
But that doesn't matter. The next best thing is to let him go to Rhode Island to build a branch. They own land, shipyard construction, and an unlimited supply of ordinary skilled workers, and they don't even charge taxes. With such good conditions, are you really unmoved? How many people do you want? After pondering for a long time, Ace Bagu finally spoke. Chapter 187. The undercover foursome were all wiped out. How many people are needed? Of course, the more, the better. If the entire Carrera Company is relocated, that would naturally be the best. However, Luo Lan also knew very well that this was impossible at this stage. How about 5 foremen and 100 shipwrights? I will provide the site, and I will also be responsible for the construction of the shipyard? Yes, I can even give you 10 foremen, plus 200 boatmen, but there are 3 conditions. What are the conditions? Tell me. There are 10 foremen and 200 boatmen, which is already more than half of Carrera Company's manpower. Luo Lan really didn't expect that Ace Baku would take the initiative to increase the price. As long as those conditions are not excessive, I can agree to them all. First, after all the battleships are built, King's Landing cannot force my people to stay. Whether they go or stay, they should follow their personal wishes. Second, you need to help me solve CP9's troubles without involving me. Third, help me take Frankie away. Rather than being discovered by the world government in the future, it is safer to let him stay with you. Ace Bagu directly stated 3 conditions. Luo Lan was stunned for a moment. Because, this is what he planned to do, but he didn't expect. Ace Bagu actually took the initiative to say it. Then what else is there to consider? Okay, I agree. Well, Luo Lan promised not to force these boatmen in the future. As long as they leave King's Landing, he will never stop them. As for the CP9 issue, it has already been dealt with, so there is nothing to say at all. The most they can do is let Tina and the others run to Judicial Island one more time and kill Spandam as well. As for Frankie, even if Ace Bagu doesn't mention it, Tina will take him away. After all, this guy himself is one of the goals of this trip. It's not that I'm interested in Pluton, but I have thoughts about Frankie. If anyone in this world can break through the X level in shipbuilding, then probably only Ace Baku and Frankie. Compared to Ace Bagu, Frankie's chances are significantly greater. After all, Ace Baku is too traditional, and Frankie's imagination is big enough. And this idea is not limited to shipbuilding. I can arrange the person within a few days. How do you want to take him away? My ship will come to pick you up in 5 days. What about CP9? We'll get it done tonight, and then you can just come out and clean the floor. Luo Lan is very confident about this. The only ones that CP9 has not yet captured are Lucci, Kaku, Bruno, and Spandam.
Advertisement. Even Luchi, the strongest among them, probably has a power value of more than 3,000 now. Among the three of them, Tina, whoever takes action can easily suppress him. And the result is exactly the same. Just that night, Luchi and Kaku got off work and were going to the bar to have a drink and meet Bruno for a small meeting. He was attacked directly on the road. Kaku didn't even have time to react, and was instantly killed by Zoro. Luchi, on the other hand, relies on the strong body of the animal type and the extremely superb 6 postures. I resisted 2 attacks, but, although he resisted 2 attacks, his injuries were definitely not minor. He knelt on the ground on one knee and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Immediately, a thunderbolt fell and swallowed him instantly. When the lightning dissipated, only Luchi, who was unconscious and lying on the ground, was left. At this time, Tina also suddenly appeared here carrying Bruno. Just like that, the CP9 foursome in the capital of 7 waters were all wiped out. The whole process was not even noticed. Immediately afterwards, both Luchi and Bruno put on the sea tower stone shackles. As for why Kaku doesn't have one, because he was instantly killed by Zoro. Well, a real instant kill, he was cut in half with one knife. The dead can no longer die, and this is also the reason why Tina asked Zoro to deal with Kaku. After all, compared to the Gar, Zoro is much cleaner than Ace. As for whether Kaku is unjust or not, it's really unfair. Who told him not to eat devil fruit? Otherwise, how can I live a few more days? Carrera Corporate Headquarters. What, this immoral woman is a spy? Barry, who was in charge of guarding Khalifa, was called by Ace Bagu, and his eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief, although he couldn't stand what Khalifa was wearing, especially the miniskirt and the crime-inducing fishnet stockings. But apart from this, Barry thinks very much of Khalifa. Both her work attitude and efficiency are impeccable. But now, you tell me this woman is a spy? President, are you sure? I don't know. I'll find out later when Khalifa wakes up and asks. Advertisement. Ace Bagu shook his head. However, even though I say I don't know, in fact, he already believed 90% of it. As for the remaining 10%, it was actually admitted by Khalifa himself. But at this time, it is a coincidence. Khalifa slowly opened her eyes. And immediately, he found that his hands and feet were shackled. Even the body was used for binding play. After some recollection, I only remembered that I was supervising Ace Bagu's work and then suddenly lost consciousness. I don't know what the situation is now, so continue to put yourself into the role and give the most perfect performance. If you don't let me go, you are sexually harassing me. Khalifa looked angry. Ace Bagu, on the other hand, slowly walked up to her and sat down on the ground. Make eye contact with her. Khalifa, how many years have you been following me? 3.5 years, President. No. Let me go first. This is serious sexual harassment. Well, it's been 3.5 years. Ace Bagu ignored her accusations of sexual harassment. Instead, he continued talking. Speaking of which, the 2 people I trust most in the entire Carrera company right now are Barry and you, but why are you a CP9 person? Upon hearing this, Khalifa, who was still struggling just now, froze up instantly. He knew he was exposed, but why would he know? Questions like this kept flashing through my mind, but couldn't find any answers. Looking back on the past 3 years or so, Khalifa thinks that she has done a perfect job without any flaws. Why? Wait, maybe Ace Baku is just suspicious and is now testing himself. That's right, I can't just admit it. President, what are you talking about? What is CP9? I have never heard of it. So, you don't know the 3 of them, right? Just when Khalifa denied it, several more figures appeared in the room. At the same time, they were holding 2 figures in their hands. When Khalifa saw these 2 figures, he was suddenly shocked. Unable to hold back any longer, he blurted out and shouted. Luchi, Bruno, Chapter 188. Do you want to live or die? Khalifa's eyes widened with shock on his face. She knew very well how strong Luchi was. But what about now? As strong as Luchi, he was thrown in front of him like a dead dog. And Bruno, with his ability, no one can stop him if he wants to run away. That means Bruno was killed instantly. He didn't even have time to use his devil fruit abilities. Looking at the costumes of those 3 people, do you, King's Landing, declare war on the world government? As soon as these words came out, Ace Bagu and Belina also gave up their last vestige of fantasy. Khalifa is CP9's spy and has not escaped, and the same goes for Luchi and Bruno. Where's Kaku? What, there's Kaku? Hearing Ace Bagu ask this, Barry was shocked again. Khalifa and Luchi alone were enough to shock him, but his president is still asking Kaku. Could it be that even Kaku, dead, what, X3? Such an answer was given by not only Ace Bagu and Barry, but also Khalifa. Luchi and Kaku, they are both one of the best foremen under me, but I didn't expect, Luchi and Khalifa, what are you going to do with them? After sighing deeply, Ace Bagu asked. Although he was talking about Luchi and Khalifa, Ace Bagu looked at Khalifa alone with complicated eyes. Responsible, personal secretary who has been by my side for more than 3 years. Staying together every day is somewhat emotional. Of course, it's not the kind of relationship between men and women. Tina saw through Ace Bagu's thoughts at a glance, and then took out the phone bug and dialed. Blue brew brew. How about it? Lucci and Bruno have been captured, and Kaku is confirmed dead. Well, let's go to Judiciary Island and deal with Spandam. He is also a guy who has done all kinds of bad things. Okay, but there's a little problem here. What's the problem? Luo Lan asked. President Ace Baku seems to be hesitant about Khalifa's handling. That's it. Luo Lan understood instantly. In the original work, Ace Bagu is not shown, which should be because Khalifa is not dead. Advertisement so, the current hesitation is because Khalifa is about to be executed? Is this? It's not a big problem, on the contrary. You can also use it in turn. After all, Carrera will be his important partner from now on, and his small requirements can still be met. Khalifa, do you want to live or die? What do you mean? It's very simple. Don't expect the world government to do anything, because they will never know who actually did it to you. So I ask again, do you want to live or die? This is what Luo Lan means. Put aside the possibility that the world government can save you or help you get revenge. Then simply think about whether you want to live or die. At this moment, she hesitated. Ace Bagu, who was on the side, stole the topic. What should I do if I want to live, President? Hearing Ace Bagu take the initiative to speak, Barry shouted. Barry, I have sense. Well, it's your secretary anyway, you have the final say. Seeing his president's serious expression, Barry spread his hands and gave up. It's very simple, let her join King's Landing, and then come to our side to train for 3 or 4 months, and then we can let her go free. Is it that simple? Aren't you afraid that after you are released, she will reveal the secret of your kingdom? Don't worry, our ideological education courses in Junlin are excellent. Luo Lan said nonchalantly. Join King's Landing and stay for 3 or 4 months. Really, it is absolutely impossible for Khalifa to betray him after that. After all, after 3 or 4 months, she became a loyal loyalist of King's Landing. After sending her over to continue working as Ace Baku's secretary, there is no need to worry. You can even go the other way and help you find out information about the world government. You know, Carly's family is not ordinary. Her father was an agent of the previous CP9, and now he is an official within the world government. Her sister Kalfa is also a member of CP8. It can be said that the whole family is a loyal dog of the world government. At that time, any reasonable reason can be found to allow her to return to the world government. Khalifa, let me ask again, do you want to live, or want to die? Luo Lan asked again. I want to live. This time, Khalifa didn't hesitate and shouted directly. Of course, it's not that she really decided to betray the world government, but going to King's Landing? If only I could sneak into King's Landing. Then I can definitely make a big enough contribution in the future. Advertisement after all, the world government has been investigating King's Landing, but so much time has passed without any results. If it were myself. As for the ideological education Luo Lan mentioned. Just kidding, I have received special training, those so-called thought transformation. Just pretend to be successfully transformed when the time comes, if you want to truly transform your own thoughts. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Khalifa is very confident about this. But, when Tina left, Luo Lan didn't care what Khalifa was planning. After hanging up the phone, Tina gave instructions to Ace and Zoro, then turned and left. Let alone you, do you believe that if you bring Imu over and wear him in King's Landing for 100 days, he will also become your die-hard loyalist? To deal with Spandam, who is worse than an ordinary person, there is no need for all 3 of them to go. Therefore, no matter what happens, Luo Lan still has to be cautious. Actually, it's not just what Ace said. Okay, that's the decision, but she won't be allowed to leave your eyes before she comes back. Ace Bagu asked worriedly. It can be used as a reference, but it cannot be regarded as the whole story. This was also specifically ordered by Luo Lan. Tina nodded. On the contrary, Tina, Ace and Zoro. Moreover, even if the generals of our headquarters take action, as long as it's not Kizaru, if the elder sister wants to run away, they can't stop her. Instead, a large amount of seafloor stone powder can cover a large distance instantly. That thing is similar to a grenade. Although after diffusion, its distribution is very thin, as long as the ability user inhales it, it will cause considerable lag in movement, and it will be difficult to remove it for a while. Ace and Zoro were left behind. Don't worry, with the strength of the eldest sister, no one can stop her unless the general of the headquarters takes action personally. This has nothing to do with whether you have been trained or not, or how strong your willpower is. As for the reason, it was as I said before, I was convinced, beaten. You know, the original work is just the original work, quietly depicting the perspective of the protagonist group's experience. After all, I don't know if there is anyone else in the capital of 7 waters besides the 4 of them. Even if Kizaru comes, they are very sure that they can escape. I don't know when it started, however, after being thrown out, there will be no explosion or fragmentation. Even if you hold your breath, it will only be contaminated on the skin. Because, the Ministry of Science developed an interesting thing for their rapid reaction force. It is also enough to cause certain obstacles to your ability. On the one hand, it is to guard Khalifa and the others, and on the other hand, it is to protect Ace Bagu. You two stay here and keep an eye on them. I'll go to Judiciary Island for a trip. He is completely immune to Hylu Stone. Is it okay if she goes to Judiciary Island alone? Privately, Ace and Zoro have directly called Tina eldest sister. Chapter 189 CP9 Feed S reward order the next morning. When the sailors on Justice Island came to Spandam for a routine report, they found their commander's heart and lungs were directly shattered, and he died in his room. Suddenly, the entire Judiciary Island was in chaos. Things were reported layer by layer. However, even after nearly 10,000 Navy soldiers conducted a blanket search, they could not find any clues. This matter directly became a headless case. Of course, the top officer of Judiciary Island was killed, and it was within the lair of nearly 10,000 sailors. Naturally, world government cannot just pretend that nothing happened. Someone was immediately arranged to investigate. Naturally, the intelligence officers under CP9 were quickly discovered. If you don't check, it's nothing, if you check. It was discovered that all the intelligence personnel had lost contact. No one could be contacted, whether it was the 3 people performing the mission in Alabasta or the private individuals who were already undercover in the capital of 7 Waters. However, they did not immediately suspect Cobra and Ace Bagu. After all, these 2 people and those under them are far from capable of attacking and killing CP9 agents. And just when the investigation reached a deadlock, Cobra became angry, directly sued CP9 for kidnapping his daughter, Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Asked the world government to release him. They even contacted a large number of kings from the participating countries to jointly put pressure on the world government. After all, today they can openly kidnap Alabasta's royal family members, and tomorrow they can attack them. All the kings were naturally willing to help. Even many people who were not familiar with Cobra took the initiative to join in after hearing about this incident. And the most terrible thing is that the Morgans have also begun to exert their efforts and publish the entire matter of kidnapping the princess and threatening Cobra. The level of detail is like witnessing it with your own eyes. The appearance characteristics of the 3 people were even described. Now that others see this description, they don't know who it is. But when the world government checked, good guys, aren't they the 3 CP9 members who went on a mission to Alabasta? These 3 idiots asked them to investigate the matter, but they were not allowed to go to the East Alabasta royal family. You know, the royal family of Alabasta is very special. It can even be said to be the most special one among the more than 170 franchised countries. Nothing can be done without orders from the highest level. And they don't know that actually even the people they think are at the top, the 5 elders. Advertisement. He also has no power to directly touch the Nefertari family. Only IM has this power. As a result, those 3 idiots directly kidnapped the only direct bloodline of the Nefertari family and the only legitimate heir to the Alabasta kingdom? This is going to cause trouble. However, they were just about to contact CP9 and ask them to release him immediately. Just remembered. The chief of CP9 was killed inexplicably 2 days ago. Even the intelligence personnel below have all lost contact. This matter. How to fix it? With no other choice, they could only report the matter to the 5 elders. After 5 elders held a meeting, they gave up CP9 directly. After all, hundreds of franchised countries are now putting pressure on the world government to release him, so they have to do something. Even if it's just superficial work, then, CP9 people, naturally, become scapegoats. Not only did they declare to the outside world that these people had rebelled, but the world government did not know about the kidnapping of Princess Alabasta. A reward order was even issued directly. In one fell swoop, all members of CP9 were offered bounties. Even Lu Chi and others were not spared. In this way, the 7 reward orders spread all over the world. Among them, the one with the highest bounty is Rob Luki, with a bounty of 500 million belly. The lowest is Khalifa, 80 million belly. After such a frivolous operation, the matter was finally suppressed a bit. At least, on the surface, those participating countries. The reason for putting pressure on world governments has been lost. A few days later, late at night, 7 sea miles outside the capital of 7 Waters. A large sailing ship, carrying hundreds of people, lowered its anchor. Stopped here. Ace Bagu, what are you doing? Why do our Frankie family follow these guys? At this moment, Frankie was directly tied up. In fact, it's not just him, the entire Frankie family is here now. Advertisement of course, both men and women were tied up. Ace Bagu was also helpless. When he went to Frankie to talk about this guy refused to leave the capital of 7 Waters. With no other choice, I had to find Tina and 3 others and let them take action. As for the result, you can tell by looking at the current state of Frankie's family. There was no way to fight back, and they were all taken down. Frankie, don't blame me. Although the world government took the blame for CP9, it will definitely send a large number of intelligence personnel to the 7 Waters city to investigate. In addition, they will never let go of what CP9 originally wanted to investigate. If you continue to stay here, you will be found out sooner or later, and you should be clear about the consequences once that thing falls into the hands of the world government. Ace Bagu is very sincere, but Frankie didn't appreciate it. I want you to take care of my affairs. Let me go quickly, I don't want to go anywhere else. Frankie yelled. At this moment, the entire sailing ship started to shake, not far from the water surface. A steel monster is like a whale, showing its head first, and then jumping out of the sea. A moment later, the front half of Tana hit the sea hard, causing a large splash of water to the people on the deck of the sailboat. I took a shower directly. What the hell? Frankie's eyes widened. The huge steel beast seemed to have touched a certain nerve in his body. It captivated him and he couldn't look away for a moment. You know, in this pirate world, Frankie has made steel ships a long time ago. Although it's just a small gunboat, it's not all made of steel. But in any case, it does use a lot of steel. Now, although the shape is very weird, such a large steel ship is still a submarine type. Suddenly, he couldn't take his eyes away. This is our flagship in King's Landing, Tana. At this time, Tina walked to the deck, came to Ace Bagu and Fran, and spoke. Is this really a ship? Ace Bagu feels a little incredible. But soon, as the hatch above Tana was opened, some soldiers wearing King's Landing uniforms appeared. He also had to admit that this seemed, what a boat. Chapter 190 Steel Battleship Limited by Technology. On the way back to King's Landing, Frankie is like a curious baby. As long as you catch a crew member, you have to ask questions. I am full of curiosity about everything. After all, Tana is too advanced internally. Not to mention Frankie, not even Junlin himself could build a ship of Tana's level of technology. At this moment, he no longer resists going to King's Landing, and he even has a faint tendency to regard King's Landing as a holy place. At the same time, Marine Headquarters, high-rise conference room. Perusalino, where is the progress of the steel warship project now? After everyone arrived, Warring States asked. After all, Kizaru is the supreme commander of the scientific force, and for this steel warship project, Kizaru is naturally responsible for the coordination between the headquarters and Vegapunk. Speaking of which, even Vegapunk was amazed by those battleships. King's Landing is really terrifying. Be more serious. The Warring States period was full of black lines. I asked you to report, not to tremble while watching you perform. Also, can't your voice be changed? Every time I listen to you talk in a meeting, it's very hard just to hold back my hand and not hit you, okay? Okay, Vegapunk said that the technical aspect is not very difficult, he has almost understood it, but the technical aspect. There's no way around this. Some things can't be done just by understanding them, but they take time to solve. For example, if you were thrown back into primitive society and given only a stone axe, and asked to make a rifle, even if you know all the knowledge about making a rifle, can you really make it? And this is the situation we are facing now. The technology can be understood thoroughly, but it is impossible to produce a finished product in a short time. The above are the original words of Vegapunk. Kizaru was serious for a rare moment. Said very seriously. That's it. Then can you reduce some performance and create a low-end version first? Warring States asked with some reluctance. For example, the range of the main gun does not need to be 12 nautical miles, but only 3 nautical miles is enough. For another example, the speed does not need to be 30 knots, but a discount of 15 knots is okay, right? Even if the performance is reduced to this, it is still an epic-making technological change for the pirate world. Advertisement therefore, first lower the requirements and get a batch. After that, just take the time to study it in depth and master the so-called craftsmanship bit by bit. Hey, Fleet Admiral, how do you know that Vegapunk thinks so? At this time, Kizaru suddenly spoke up. It made Warring States so angry. Since Vegapunk said so, why didn't you say it at the beginning and just sell it out? He gave Kizaru a hard look. According to what Vegapunk said, although it is impossible to produce a battleship with the same performance as King's Landing, but... Don't give me any buts, just tell me directly, what can Vegapunk do? Before Kizaru could finish speaking, Sengoku interrupted. Alright. According to Vegapunk, he has fully understood the technology of the new naval gun, which King's Land calls a cannon. However, due to the craftsmanship, the range will not exceed 3 nautical miles, and the barrel life can only reach 300 rounds. About. Of course, there is a way to solve the problem of barrel life, as long as it is made of seafloor stone, but the price. Kizaru didn't say any more, but everyone present understood it instantly. Sea stone can be regarded as one of the hardest metals in the pirate world, and Vegapunk has also mastered its processing method. Just like Smoker's 10 weapons, they are made of sea stone. Of course, if the gun barrel is made of seafloor stone, let alone 300 rounds, even 30,000 rounds will be absolutely fine. But the problem is, the barrel of the battleship's main gun, even if it is less than 200 millimeters in diameter on those 4 battleships, is nearly 10 tons. This is just a barrel. A 2-unit main gun requires 20 tons of sea stone. Are you serious? If you play like this, everyone in Tianlong will go bankrupt. Therefore, this plan will definitely not work. 300 rounds. Just think of it as a temporary transition. Perusalino, go on. Warring States smiled bitterly and shook his head. The gun barrel must be replaced every 300 rounds, which will obviously greatly increase the operating cost of the warship. But as a temporary transition, he is not unacceptable. But soon, he reacted. Wait, originally? Advertisement. If you think it's okay, then that's okay. Is this propeller so important? This is better than I expected. This made Warring States almost unable to hold back, so he went up and gave him a big DK. Therefore, even with the same design drawings and the same materials, the performance of the coke power device made by Vegapunk is definitely much worse than that of King's Landing. Did it last until 10 to 12 knots? Kizaru told everything that Vegapunk had told him. However, compared to the kind that King's Landing can propel a 10,000-ton steel battleship and sail at a speed of 30 knots, it is still far behind. Originally, it was supposed to be able to achieve a maximum speed of 15 to 18 knots. Okay, then let me talk about motivation. What happened to that thing? The main reason is that the core of this power device is very precise, and with our current technological level, we cannot perform such precise processing. Literally, because of the thing at the bottom of the ship that King's Landing calls the propeller. Warring States was stunned. We are also unable to reach the level of King's Landing. Although that thing is simple, according to Vegapunk, the difficulty of that thing is no less than that of naval guns and power plants. The King's Landing battleship uses a brand new power system that uses coke as fuel. Yes, it is the favorite of Marine grassroots soldiers, coke. In fact, the coke power device that Vegapunk can now make is even better than the one made by Frankie in the original work. So, how much speed can it achieve? Perusalino, what does it mean originally? I have no objection. The Warring States period was overjoyed. Yes, it's not an exaggeration at all, it's an accuracy gap of hundreds of times. Saying this, Kizaru even made a very exaggerated expression. Kizaru shrugged and spread his hands. Just something that doesn't seem to have any technical difficulty, directly changing the speed from 15 to 18 knots. Fortunately, over the years, he has become resistant to Kizaru and has endured it all his life. Poor Urshulino, just tell me, how many knots can the power device made by Vegapunk make the ship run? 15 to 18 knots, so fast? In terms of accuracy, even the accuracy that can be achieved in the Vegapunk laboratory is hundreds of times worse than that in the factories in King's Landing. As for the reason, it is actually the same as what Vegapunk said. The cruising speed is 10 knots, and the maximum speed can only reach 12 knots, but what he doesn't know is, like naval guns, Vegapunk has mastered the technology and can successfully manufacture it, but it cannot achieve the level of King's Landing.